May 20th, 2020. Royal Cemetery was the largest and most prestigious cemetery in Haisher City. Nestled beside mountains and rivers, it was also said to have the best feng shui. The name was grand, and so were the prices. One plot of land here could cost someone an entire lifetime of hard work. An old man with white hair stood silently before a gravestone, not moving for a long time. This man was no other than Cheng, the real estate tycoon. In 2013, he laid his mother-in-law, Madame Yuman, to rest. In 2015, his father-in-law Jiang Yuman passed away. In 2017, his own father Yudafu joined them. Today, he had just buried his mother, Pan Dafan. He had buried all four elders here too, keep each other company in the afterlife, and hope that their next lives would be better. Yu Cheng bowed deeply 3 times to each grave, then turned and walked away. His life's mission was complete. Now, finally, he could go find her. Yu Cheng came to the seashore, the very place where he first met his wife, Jiang Yuman. The vows they once made, the joyful days they shared, it all felt like only yesterday. He stared at the endless sea, the waves crashing violently against the shore. Then, step by step, he walked into the water. Soon, he was swallowed by wave after wave. My head hurts. Yu Cheng felt a sharp pain in his skull. Instinctively, he patted his forehead, slowly regaining consciousness. There was no bitter taste of seawater, only the strong stench of cheap liquor. He touched his clothes, they were dry. He opened his eyes suddenly and sat up in shock. What did he see? A familiar single-room rental apartment. And sitting on the bed, looking at him with disappointment and sorrowful eyes, the woman he had missed every day since her death. Jiang Yuman. Yu Cheng realized wasn't dead. He had returned to the year 1996. He was 26 years old again, and his wife, Jiang Yuman, was 23. Without thinking, he scrambled over and threw his arms around her. Feeling the warmth of her body, tears streamed down his face. Memories surged through his mind like a flood. He would never forget that day. It was June 12th, 1996, his wife Jiang Yuman's birthday. But gambling had clouded his mind. He forgot everything. That night, he came home from work drunk. When he woke up the next morning, he remembered how much money he had lost and decided to try his luck again. He looked at his wife, who seemed to want to say something but held back her words. "I'm going out for a bit," he told her. As he was about to leave, she called out, "Yu Cheng, there's something I need to tell you." "Wait until I get back," he replied without turning around, and walked out the door. He went straight to his usual spot, meeting up with some friends for poker 10 yuan per round, which was quite high at the time. He played until nearly dark, never once returning home. The few dozen yuan in his pocket were gone. Then, Jiang Yuman came looking for him. "Yu Cheng, let's go home." She gently tugged at his sleeve. "Just wait a bit. Go home and wait for me," Yu Cheng replied impatiently. He had just borrowed 300 yuan in advance from his boss's small casting machinery factory nearby. In truth, it was just a workshop. Many bachelors like to play cards near this little convenience store. Jiang Yuman didn't leave. She tugged at his sleeve again. "Yu Cheng, it's getting dark. Let's go home. I have something to tell you." "Aren't you annoying?" Yu Cheng snapped angrily. At that moment, one of his card buddies nicknamed Motsi Pockmark called out, "Yu Cheng, you lost. Pay up 10 yuan. What are you shouting for? Do you think I won't pay?" Yu Cheng snapped back, throwing the 10 yuan at Motsi's face. Motsi didn't mind Yu Cheng's attitude. He just grinned and stuffed the money into his pants. Jiang Yuman turned her face away and hid behind Yu Cheng. "Motsi, what the hell are you putting that money for? Smells bad, doesn't it?" Another friend joked. "It's safer here. There are too many sticky fingers in the dormitory. If you don't like it, fine, but it'll take any amount, no matter how smelly," Motsi replied proudly. Everyone else fell silent. Indeed, most of them lived in factory dorms, mostly migrant workers, strangers to each other. Theft wasn't uncommon. No one wanted to argue further. They continued playing. Yu Cheng lost another round and threw down another 10 yuan. "Damn it. I've been losing so many rounds today," he cursed. "That's what happens when you bring your wife along," Motsi teased. "Yu Cheng, maybe stop playing tonight and go home with your wife. Otherwise, you'll lose even more," another friend suggested. Hearing that, Yu Cheng already felt a little resentful toward his wife. With that added fuel, his anger flared. "You bastard. Are you trying to run off with your winnings?" Yu Cheng yelled at the friend. "Who's running off? Don't bite like a rabid dog just because you lost money," the friend shot back, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to fight. Jiang Yuman watched anxiously and tugged at Yu Cheng's arm. Proud and stubborn, Yu Cheng pushed her hand away so hard that she stumbled and fell to the ground. For a moment, both were stunned. Though he gambled and acted recklessly, he had never hit her before. Seeing the situation turn serious, the others gave half-hearted to Chan Gao, Chan Jit, Chan Wei, Chan Wei, Ran Ho, Jiu Sanlad. Yucheng wanted to help her up, but pride held him back. He thought if she hadn't come, he wouldn't have lost so much. Any guilt vanished in an instant. I told you to wait at home, and you wouldn't listen. If you'd stayed home, would I have lost so much? You're nothing but a curse. He spat cruel words, blind to Jiang Yuman's tear-streaked face. She didn't say a word. Slowly, she stood up and left. Angry and hurt, Yucheng didn't chase after her. At that moment, he didn't know two things. One, that his wife was already carrying his child. Two, that she hadn't eaten all day, because there was no rice or vegetables at home. Every last coin had gone to his gambling. When he finally returned home drunk, he collapsed onto the bed and passed out. He didn't notice that Jiang Yuman wasn't there. She had spent the whole night on the rooftop. The next morning, he woke up and found her missing. The door was open. Only then did he realize something was wrong. Yuman, where are you? Yuman. No answer. Then he heard commotion outside. A crowd gathered. What young girl, why would she jump? Yucheng was still wondering who would do such a thing. Better alive than dead. Then someone spoke a sentence that froze his blood. Looks like it's Yucheng's wife from downstairs. He stood frozen for a second. Then, realization struck. He shoved through the crowd and rushed inside. There lay Jiang Yuman, bloodied and lifeless. Her body was covered in wounds. He dropped to his knees, cradling her tightly, shouting over and over, "Yuman, wake up, wake up." But no matter how loud he called, she never responded. By the time they reached the hospital, the doctors simply said, "She's already passed." After that, he quit gambling forever. Never touched a deck of cards again. Never remarried even after gaining great wealth. His wife was an only child, so he took care of both sets of parents until their natural deaths. He never imagined heaven would grant him a second chance. Right now, Yucheng felt overwhelming gratitude. Thank God his wife was still alive. Chapter 2. I will ensure you can afford braised pork every day. Jiang Yuman attempted to push Yucheng away, the scent of alcohol making her uneasy. Darling, darling. Yucheng choked out, calling her twice. Indeed, heaven had been exceedingly kind to him. He had returned to the day before his wife's tragic leap. He had not indulged in gambling, but had merely succumbed to intoxication. Although Jiang Yuman sensed a peculiar difference in Yucheng today compared to his usual self, she brushed it off without further thought. Yucheng, why don't you take a shower first? There's some. Jiang Yuman began, but was abruptly interrupted as she dashed into the communal bathroom to vomit. Instantly, Yucheng realized that his wife was pregnant in his previous life. When she had jumped, she had already been over a month along, and yet he, as her husband, had remained oblivious. Filled with remorse, he slapped himself twice, cursing, "I am truly a wretch." Swiftly, he fetched a basin, poured some hot water from the stove, adjusted it to a comfortable temperature, and retrieved a washcloth from the string hanging by the door. He handed the dampened towel to Jiang Yuman, who was overwhelmed after expelling the bitter contents of her stomach. Stunned by his thoughtfulness, she wondered when Yucheng had become so considerate and gentle, recalling only a few instances during their courtship. "Go wash your face. It will make you feel better," he urged with a smile as he noticed her momentary daze. At that moment, Sister Zhang, their floormate, approached with a sardonic tone. "If you two want to be affectionate, go back to your room. Why monopolize the bathroom?" Sister Zhang, known as Zhang Xiaoli, resided on the same floor. Her husband worked for a state-owned enterprise, and rumors suggested they were soon to receive a two-bedroom, two-living-room apartment. Naturally, she looked down upon Yucheng, the rural bumpkin who drank and gambled. She held even greater disdain for Jiang Yuman, a city girl and only child, who had seemingly squandered herself for such a worthless man. She wondered how Jiang Yuman could have been so blind as to choose Yucheng, who, aside from his good looks, possessed little else. Feeling embarrassed, Jiang Yuman managed a shy smile at Zhang Xiaoli, saying, "Sister Zhang, I'll step out shortly." She accepted the towel from Yucheng, slightly turning to place the basin in the communal sink, which was also shared among the tenants. As she washed her face, tears unexpectedly streamed down her cheeks. Fearing others would notice, she quickly scrubbed the towel over her face to shield her tears from view. "Sister Zhang, I heard your family has received an apartment. You'll be moving soon?" Yucheng casually inquired, feigning interest. After speaking, he returned to their room and poured a cup of warm water from the thermos, handing it to Jiang Yuman. "Darling, have some warm water." Jiang Yuman felt slightly unaccustomed to being addressed as darling, for Yucheng rarely used the term, yet she obediently accepted the enamel cup. Zhang Xiaoli, upon hearing Yucheng's question about their new apartment, immediately brightened. "Yes, we have, but it won't be that soon, probably after the new year." "That means you'll be here for another 6 months then." Yucheng assisted in rinsing the towel in the sink, wringing it out before hanging it on the drying line outside. Indeed, Zhang Xiaoli did not ponder much and readily agreed. "Since that is the case, Is the restroom and sink here shared among everyone? Yu Cheng inquired once more. Naturally, Zhang Xiaoli finally grasped what Yu Cheng was implying. She felt a twinge of guilt for needling his wife. When did this young man become so protective of his spouse? Dear, did you hear what Sister Zhang just said? From now on, use it however you wish, Yu Cheng declared loudly to Jiang Yuman. Jiang Yuman lowered her head, suppressing a laugh, yet obediently nodded. Feeling a touch of warmth in her heart, Zhang Xiaoli gritted her teeth in irritation but could only endure it. Suddenly, she caught sight of the enamel cup in Jiang Yuman's hand, steam still rising from the hot water within. A pang of envy struck her. Xiaoman, your husband truly dotes on you, doesn't he? Zhang Xiaoli remarked with a hint of bitterness. Her own partner, though well-off, lacked the ability to show affection. Not only did he fail to care, but he also expected to be treated like royalty. Her man usually behaved like a lord, requiring her assistance for dressing, dining, and even washing his face and feet, and when he was in a foul mood, he would strike her. She dared not resist. Of course, I must cherish and protect my wife, Yu Cheng declared loudly on purpose. He wanted everyone in the building to know that he, Yu Cheng, was a devoted husband, ensuring that no one would dare to bully him again. Cherishing and protecting one's wife is not merely about daily meals of tofu and vegetables. Preparing a dish of braised pork for your wife is the true expression of love. Anyone can boast. It's not illegal, Zhang Xiaoli retorted defiantly. Upon hearing her words, Yu Cheng halted, his expression darkening. Jiang Yuman glanced at him with concern, fearing he might lose his temper. However, Yu Cheng was not angry. He simply despised himself for not providing a better life for his wife. At the time, Jiang Yuman had defied her parents' opposition to marry him, causing her father and mother to sever ties with her in anger. Over the past 2 years, she had longed for her parents, but never mentioned it. Though he could see through her silence, he merely chose to ignore it. He truly felt like a scoundrel. His in-laws had judged his character accurately. He was indeed a complete rogue. Had he not experienced rebirth, had his wife not endured so much to help him grow, he would have remained nothing more than a drunkard and a gambler. Yu Cheng, Jiang Yuman called softly, sensing that he might be on the verge of tears. Yu Cheng composed himself, forcing a smile. I'm fine. My dear, who says we can't have braised pork? Today, we shall feast on it, along with some pork rib soup. Not only today, but whenever you desire it in the future, I will prepare it for you. His words were not only directed at Zhang Xiaoli outside, but also meant for everyone in the building, especially for his wife. Zhang Xiaoli scoffed inwardly. What a braggart. I'll be waiting for your braised pork today. It is worth noting that on the same floor, whenever any household cooked braised pork, the delightful aroma wafted through every home. At that time, the pigs primarily fed on wild vegetables and sweet potato vines, supplemented with rice bran. The aroma of the stir-fried pork was utterly delightful. Everyone gathered with a sense of curiosity, awaiting what would unfold. Few believed his words. Even Jiang Yuman considered them merely a fade, thinking he was simply concerned about his reputation. After all, Yu Cheng was a notorious drunkard and gambler, and his meager salary barely sufficed for his own needs. Meanwhile, her monthly income was scant, and she often had to support Yu Cheng's parents in the countryside. By the middle of each month, her funds were typically depleted. She had to cover rent, utility bills, coal expenses, and food, which left her finances in disarray. Ever since Yu Cheng became infatuated with gambling, he had ceased bringing home any money and showed little concern for their financial situation. Thus, after 2 years of marriage, she had refrained from having children, but unexpectedly, she found herself pregnant this time. Yesterday, she spent 1 yuan on a pregnancy test, and to her astonishment, it confirmed her condition. Upon entering the house, Yu Cheng placed the basin on the wooden rack and took the enamel cup from Jiang Yuman. Setting it on the dining table, he guided her to the bedside, holding her hand with a solemn promise. Wife, trust me. I will ensure you can enjoy braised pork every day. Chapter 3 Yu Cheng. Thank you. Jiang Yuman gazed intently at Yu Cheng, questioning whether she had misheard him when he proclaimed that he would ensure she could indulge in braised pork every day henceforth. In the room, it was just the two of them, and there was no need for pretense. Yu Cheng offered no explanations, for he understood that actions spoke far louder than words. It was entirely reasonable for his wife to doubt him, given his previous shortcomings. Silently, he vowed to himself, My dear wife, in this lifetime, I shall provide you with a good life. Darling, please rest for a moment. I will head to the market to purchase some meat and vegetables. Yu Cheng felt the few bills in his pocket, relieved that he had some money available. Yu Cheng, do you? Jiang Yuman hesitated, wondering if he truly had the means to buy meat. She had assumed he was merely jesting. Do not worry, I have money for the meat, he assured her, remembering that today was her birthday and planning to bring back a cake. After speaking, he checked the rice container and the oil jug, only to discover that the rice was depleted and the oil was nearly finished. Lifting the lid of the vegetable pot, he found only half a bowl of tofu soup, devoid of any oil glimmers. He seldom dined at home, often eating takeout meals while playing cards outside. Though these meals were humble, they typically included a salted duck egg, a bit of minced meat stir-fried with chili, and a portion of greens, all neatly packed in a generous box. They worked in a small city, Chaoda, where the cost of living paled in comparison to bustling metropolises like Beijing and Shanghai. Seeing the meager bowl of tofu soup on the table left a bitter taste in his heart, and he found himself staring at it for an extended time. Jiang Yuman noticed Yu Cheng standing still, mistakenly believing he was about to express his displeasure over the inadequate fare. Yu Cheng, I made do with what I could. I sent some money back home this month, so. Yu Cheng turned to her with a smile. It's all right. In the future, I will send money back home. Jiang Yuman was taken aback, having anticipated a negative reaction from him. His response was unexpected. Filled with confusion, she nodded. Yet, her thoughts lingered on how he, being so fond of gambling, could possibly have money to send back home. I will head to the market now. If I delay, the vegetables will lose their freshness. Yu Cheng moved to the corner and retrieved a bamboo basket, hand-woven by his father, which they had brought along. Jiang Yuman nodded, and Yu Cheng approached her, gently placing a kiss on her forehead before stepping outside with the basket in hand. Jiang Yuman touched the spot he had kissed, feeling a sense of unreality. The sudden warmth and attentiveness of her husband filled her with an inexplicable joy and surprise, yet she feared it might be a fleeting dream. Shaking her head, she decided not to dwell on such thoughts. She had intended to tell him about her pregnancy, but the words eluded her. Glancing at the broom in the corner, she began to tidy up. Though it was merely one room, it was their home. She cherished cleanliness. After completing her chores, she opened the windows and the door to let the lingering smell of alcohol dissipate. After Yu Cheng stepped outside, he first visited a bakery to purchase a small cake, which was elegantly nestled in a charming little basket. The cake was adorned with a few delicate flowers and topped with a pink parasol. This delightful confection cost 3 yuan. At his request, the baker had artistically inscribed the words "Happy Birthday, Wife" and fruit jam atop the cake. Yu Cheng carefully placed the basket into his larger shopping basket, which fortunately had ample space. He then made his way to the nearest market. This market was rather modest, offering a limited selection of produce predominantly sourced from local farms, with only a few greenhouse vegetables available as they tended to be expensive and less sought after. In 1996, the majority of patrons hailed from rural backgrounds, with many holding agricultural household registrations. Yu Cheng headed straight to the meat stall, which was the only one in the market. In small towns during that era, meat and bones were sold together, without any separation. The front cuts were priced at 3 yuan per jean, while pork belly was 2 yuan and 50 cents per jean, and pig trotters were 2 yuan per jean. Due to the limited meat on pig trotters, they saw little demand. Xiaoyu, what brings you here to buy meat today? Is your wife not accompanying you? Old Zhang, the butcher, called out upon seeing Yu Cheng. Having previously seen him and his wife together, Old Zhang recognized him. Business people often possess remarkable memories. After all, customer retention is key. Zhangshu, my wife is at home. I have some free time today, so I came to buy groceries. Yu Cheng replied with a cheerful smile. How much meat do you need today? A customer is a customer, whether they purchase a little or a lot. Old Zhang continued to greet him warmly. I'll take 2 jean of front cuts, 1 jean of pork belly, and 1 pig trotter. Yu Cheng quickly listed his desired items. Old Zhang, surprised, couldn't believe his ears. He had expected Yu Cheng to buy no more than half a jean of meat, as his wife usually only ordered a couple of liang of prime cuts. Xiaoyu, you spoke too quickly. My age makes it difficult for me to hear clearly. Could you kindly repeat that? Old Zhang chuckled, his eyes subtly glancing at Yu Cheng's pocket. Unperturbed, Yu Cheng patiently repeated his order and then produced 2 10-yuan notes, placing them on the counter. Upon seeing the money, Old Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement, brighter than a 50-watt bulb. Just a moment, Xiaoyu. I'll prepare your meat. Old Zhang exclaimed joyfully, grabbing a hefty cleaver to begin cutting. Thank you, Zhangshu. Could you please trim the ribs for me and chop the front trotter into pieces? It will save me quite a bit of trouble on my way home. Absolutely. I'll ensure it's done perfectly, Old Zhang responded, his voice resonating with enthusiasm. Having unexpectedly encountered such a substantial customer, what he initially thought to be a small fry turned out to be a significant catch. Old Zhang quickly prepared and chopped the meat to Yu Cheng's specifications. He even generously wrapped each item in oil paper, placing them into Yu Cheng's shopping basket, an act he typically reserved for special occasions. Thank you, Jiang Shu. How much do I owe you in total? Yu Cheng mused, reflecting on how a person's demeanor changes when money is involved. In the front row, there were 2.5 pounds of meat priced at 7.5, 1 pound and 2 ounces of pork belly at 2.5, and 4 pounds and 1 ounce of pork leg, rounded to 4 pounds, costing 8. Altogether, the total was. Before old Jiang could finish calculating, he was interrupted by Yu Cheng. It's 18 in total. Here's 20, so please return me 2. That's correct, Uncle Jiang. Old Jiang mentally recalculated and confirmed it was indeed accurate. With a hearty laugh, he handed Yu Cheng 2 yuan, which Yu Cheng casually glanced at before pocketing. Having sold so much in one go, he felt as though he had struck gold, his face blossoming into a radiant smile. Yu Cheng, carrying his basket, continued his shopping for other vegetables, and he could still hear old Jiang calling out, "Xiaoyu, come again next time." Yu Cheng then purchased a pound of carrots, a pound of cucumbers, and made his way to the fruit stall, where he acquired 2 pounds of tender lotus pods, recalling that Jiang Yuman particularly enjoyed them. Next, he bought 10 pounds of rice and 5 pounds of peanut oil. After completing his purchases, he hurried home. As he pushed open the door, he was relieved to see his wife sitting at the head of the bed. This was no dream. His wife was still there, and everything was just in time. Upon noticing Yu Cheng's return, Jiang Yuman quickly stood up and walked over to take the basket from his hands. Well, this is quite heavy. The market was quite a distance from their home, and with rice, oil, and a considerable amount of vegetables, it must have been quite a task. She placed the basket on the ground, took out a handkerchief from her pocket, and on tiptoe, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yu Cheng was taken aback, then broke into a foolish grin, saying, "Wife, I'm not hot. Quickly, look at what I bought for you." He set the rice and oil aside and pointed to the basket. Jiang Yuman leaned down to see the abundance of vegetables, including the vibrant green lotus pods, which were her favorite. She was pleasantly surprised that he remembered. A warm flush crept to her cheeks, and her heart felt a gentle warmth. She softly murmured, "Thank you, Yu Cheng." Chapter 4. Happy birthday, my dear. Upon hearing Jiang Yuman's heartfelt thank you, Yu Cheng felt a pang of guilt. Acutely aware of the many debts he owed her, he had merely purchased a few of her favorite treats, yet she was profoundly moved. Stepping closer, he gently enveloped her in his embrace, her familiar fragrance providing him with a sense of calm. Jiang Yuman sensed a change in Yu Cheng. Although she could not quite discern what it was, she remained in his embrace for a while. Eventually, Yu Cheng released her, sniffed back his emotions, and bent down to retrieve 2 lotus pods from the basket, placing them into her hands. "My dear, please try these. Are they not delightful?" Jiang Yuman accepted one, offering the other back to Yu Cheng. "You should have one too." He graciously obliged, as there were plenty more in the basket. "You go ahead, my love. I shall tidy these items first." Nodding, Jiang Yuman settled herself on a square stool. Yu Cheng methodically arranged the contents on the shelf, a structure crafted by his father, a skilled carpenter. Once everything was in order, he discreetly hid a small cake, intending to surprise his wife later. After contemplating the day's feast of braised pork and ribs too much for just the two of them to consume without spoilage in the rising June heat, he decided to take out some of the excess pork shoulder. "Yuman, there is quite a bit of meat. I fear we might not finish it all before it goes bad. I shall leave some at Uncle Jiang's shop and retrieve it when needed," he informed Jiang Yuman. "All right, Yu Cheng, go ahead," she replied with a nod. Understanding Yu Cheng's familiarity with Uncle Zhang's small shop, she agreed. Recognizing the impracticality of overindulging in such sweltering weather and the waste it would entail. "I'll be back shortly. Oh, and Yuman, when you eat the lotus pods, remember to remove the core, otherwise it may taste bitter," he called back as he turned to leave, concerned she might forget if too much time passed. "I know. I want to eat the core," she reassured him, not lacking in common sense. However, she chose to keep the cores, intending to brew them for tea. Having heard they were beneficial for cooling the body and nourishing the lungs, Yu Cheng carried the meat to the shop, purchasing a pack of Hometown Mountain cigarettes before addressing the matter at hand. "Uncle Jiang, I've brought some meat for my wife. We certainly won't finish it today. May I store it in your freezer?" Uncle Jiang pondered for a moment, surprised that the young man had the thoughtfulness to buy meat for his wife. A hint of approval crossed his face as he nodded. "You may store it, but be careful not to damage my items." Uncle Jiang, whose full name was Zhang Laojiu, was a retired soldier with somewhat outdated views yet possessed a lively spirit. Though he often appeared stern and scholarly, he had a kind heart. Having fought in the Korean War and sustained injuries, he was well cared for by the state, frequently expressing gratitude for the new China. Now in his 60s and unmarried, without children, he had opened this small shop with government assistance, striving for self-sufficiency. Understood. Thank you, Uncle Zhang, Yu Cheng replied cheerfully. Yu Cheng tucked the cigarette into his pocket, recognizing its significant utility, yet he resolved to quit or at least reduce his consumption. He soon returned home, calling out, "Wife, I'm back." The term wife was a modern and fashionable address, while most preferred the more traditional daughter-in-law or simply their names. Jiang Yuman felt her cheeks flush. His voice was so loud that it could be heard throughout the entire floor. "You're back. Take a rest. I've just started cooking." At that time, they had not yet purchased a rice cooker. Instead, they boiled water in a small aluminum pot, adding rice and occasionally stirring with a long spoon. Once the rice had taken on a cooked appearance, they would use another aluminum pot with a measured amount of water, just slightly above the height of a middle finger. A cloth-wrapped aluminum steamer would be placed above the water, and the cooked rice would be drained and placed in the steamer, which was then set on the coal stove to steam for about 15 minutes until done. Yu Cheng stepped outside to check on the rice. Seeing it was not yet ready, he returned to the room and placed the meat and ribs in the vegetable washing basin. The kitchen was merely a makeshift area outside their home, designated for cooking and meal preparation. "Yuman, from now on, when I'm home, you can leave these tasks to me. Don't lift a finger," Yu Cheng declared, holding the basin filled with vegetables as he moved to the door, then stepped outside to wash the meat and vegetables. Jiang Yuman was taken aback. Did it seem like he was a bit displeased? Normally, she managed these chores herself. Yu Cheng pondered. The house was too small, lacking a private bathroom, which was not only inconvenient but also compounded by the poor hygiene of some neighbors. Furthermore, the process of cooking was too cumbersome. It was clear that investing in a rice cooker would save time and effort. Let us take it slow. Things will eventually get better. Hang in there, Yu Cheng. While contemplating these matters, he efficiently washed the meat and vegetables. Before long, he prepared a cucumber salad, a rib and carrot soup, and a bowl of braised pork. The delicious aroma of braised pork wafted through the entire floor, drawing curious neighbors to peer in. "Yu Cheng, your braised pork smells divine." Old Kai from the first floor emerged, unable to restrain himself from praising the dish, swallowing hard in anticipation. "Of course, it's fragrant. Just look at who made it." In his past life, he often cooked for himself and frequently prepared meals for his in-laws and parents, so his culinary skills were undoubtedly commendable. "Oh, Yu Cheng, you really bought meat to make braised pork for your wife," Zhang Xiaoli remarked with a hint of jealousy, her eyes fixated on the vibrant dish. Naturally, a man's word is his bond. Can one jest about such matters? After saying this, Yu Cheng cast a sly glance toward his wife, who immediately turned shy and retreated into the room. Zhang Xiaoli, witnessing this, angrily stomped into her own room, slamming the door behind her. The other onlookers savored the fragrant aroma of the braised pork before reluctantly returning to their own homes, for after all, it was not their meal to share. "Wife, dinner is ready. We're having braised pork." Yu Cheng deliberately raised his voice and then brought 2 dishes and a soup to the dining table inside the house. He served a bowl of rib soup to Jiang Yuman while he served himself some rice. The rib soup was meant to nourish his wife, who was now with child. However, she had yet to confide in him about her pregnancy, leaving him to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. Perhaps she was apprehensive about something? He refrained from asking, hoping she would share the news with him in her own time. "Yu Cheng, why aren't you drinking the soup?" Jiang Yuman inquired, noticing that he had only served her the soup. "I don't particularly enjoy it." Yu Cheng casually provided a reason. Like a magician, he retrieved a beautifully adorned birthday cake from the cupboard and placed it before Jiang Yuman. The sight of such an exquisite cake nearly caused her to gasp in surprise. Leaning closer, Yu Cheng pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead and, in a low and husky voice, said, "Happy birthday, my dear wife." Jiang Yuman's eyes instantly glistened with tears. She had not anticipated Yu Cheng would celebrate her birthday. She had even forgotten it herself. Tears began to fall like precious raindrops. "Yuman, please don't cry. I'm sorry for having forgotten your birthday all these years. From now on, I promise to celebrate it with you every year," Yu Cheng said, his own eyes brimming with tears as he turned his face away. "Thank you, Yu Cheng." Jiang Yuman softly embraced him, holding him for a long moment before releasing her grip. "Shall we enjoy the cake together?" Yu Cheng suggested, wishing to lighten the mood. "Yes," Jiang Yuman nodded, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. Perhaps today was the first time her laughter felt genuinely heartfelt. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." Cheng sang the birthday song as he divided the cake, and together they savored the delightful treat. On that day, both of them were filled with joy. Chapter 5. The Factory Director. Perhaps I shall give it a try after finishing their meal. Cheng decided to clear the table. Jiang Yuman, feeling a bit shy, rose to her feet and said, Cheng, you have worked hard today. Allow me to wash the dishes. Cheng gently guided her back onto the bed, replying, Yuman, you should rest well. Today you are the birthday star, and there is no need for you to lift a finger. Seeing that she could not persuade him otherwise, Jiang Yuman fell silent. Cheng adeptly gathered the dishes into a basin and poured a bit of hot water from the kettle into it before carrying it to the sink, where he began washing the dishes with a loofah. His neighbors were astonished, gazing at him as if he were an extraterrestrial. When did Cheng become so industrious? Is this not the very model of a good husband? The sun must be rising in the west for him to be washing dishes. They exchanged comments, each more astonished than the last. Cheng, unperturbed, wore a charming smile on his handsome face. Today is Yuman's birthday. I must make a good impression. Their realization dawned upon them as they secretly peeked into the room, where she sat gracefully on the edge of the bed, akin to a young lady at rest. They felt both envy and admiration. Once Cheng finished washing the dishes, he drained the water and placed the dishes back into the cupboard. Cheng, you should take a rest. You have work tonight, Jiang Yuman said as he returned after tidying up. Yuman, I'll just add some water to the large kettle. Cheng responded with a smile. He adjusted the coal stove door to allow a small opening for ventilation, ensuring that the fire would not extinguish and that warmth would persist. He ladled 2 generous scoops of water from the aluminum bucket, preparing for their need for hot water later that evening. In this era, many items were made of aluminum, and a slight exertion could easily deform them. Jiang Yuman observed Cheng's adeptness, feeling somewhat puzzled. He had never engaged in such tasks before, yet he appeared to have done them countless times. After completing his chores, Cheng washed his hands at the sink and dried them with a towel hanging behind the door before sitting beside Jiang Yuman. Yuman, do you wish to speak with me? He inquired softly, noticing her hesitation. Jiang Yuman shook her head. Cheng, you should rest. She contemplated revealing her pregnancy to him, but decided it would be best to wait until tomorrow since he had to work later that night. Cheng sighed inwardly. Was she still unwilling to share her news? Very well, you can accompany me for a short rest. She should indeed take more rest for the baby. Jiang Yuman nodded obediently, as she had been feeling drowsy for the past few days. Cheng rose to close the door, then lay down beside Jiang Yuman, enveloping her in his embrace. They rested upon a cool summer mat, hand-woven by his father from bamboo he had cut himself. Though it lacked the aesthetic appeal of those sold in stores, it provided a refreshing coolness for summer slumber, perhaps due to her pregnancy or other reasons. Jiang Yuman soon began to emit soft snores, while Cheng, having been busy all morning, found himself wide awake. He pondered how to earn his first pot of gold and considered taking Yuman to the city hospital for a thorough examination of her pregnancy. Still contemplating the rental of a 2-bedroom apartment with a kitchen and a bathroom in a more pleasant environment, Yuman is pregnant and requires a variety of nutrients. He also intends for her to resign from her job, allowing her to focus on her pregnancy without the burden of work. All of this necessitates financial resources. At present, he lacks any particularly effective strategies, as every ambition requires initial capital. After much contemplation, he concludes that the only viable solution is to work additional hours to earn extra money. He is a machinist, specializing in the precision processing of various automotive components. Although the work is strenuous, the pay is decent, as it is piecework. Previously, his work ethic was lax, often taking days off, resulting in a meager monthly income that dwindled significantly by payday. Fortunately, it is only mid-month, and he has yet to draw any wages in advance. With these thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, Cheng finds himself unable to sleep. He delicately extracts his slightly numb hand and covers Jiang Yuman with a thin blanket. From a rusted toolbox, he retrieves paper and a pen, crafting a note and placing it on the dining table, secured with an enamel cup. The note reads, "Wife, I have gone to work. Please heat up the food for dinner." He considers that he can manage a simple meal at the factory cafeteria later in the evening. Concerned for her safety, especially with the fear of recent events repeating themselves, he feels compelled to stay close to her for a while longer. He mounts his dilapidated second-hand bicycle and heads directly to the factory, making his way to the office of the factory manager. Manager Gu Dehai furrows his brow as he sees Cheng enter. Shouldn't he be on the night shift? Glancing at his Shanghai brand quartz watch, he notes that it is barely past 4 o'clock. This early arrival surely bodes ill. He suspects that Yu Cheng may be seeking an advance on his wages due to financial constraints. Gu Dahai harbors mixed feelings about this young man. He is exceptionally diligent in his work, producing no defective items, yet his laziness and penchant for gambling are equally notorious. He rarely works more than 20 days a month, making him a frustrating enigma. Yu Cheng, undeterred by Gu Dahai's displeasure, approaches with familiarity, offering a cigarette. "Manager, I wish to discuss something with you." "Speak quickly," Gu Dahai responds, suppressing a harsher retort. "I propose to adjust my night shift hours. Starting at 4 in the afternoon and concluding at midnight." Yu Cheng explains his request. "Why?" Gu Dahai exhales in relief, grateful it is not a plea for an advance. "However, payroll is due in just a few days, on the 18th of the month. My wife is pregnant, and I fear for her well-being alone at home at night. Additionally, I need to attend to her dietary needs during the day," Yu Cheng states candidly, without pretense. Gu Dahai, taken aback, digs his fingers into his ears. Incredulous at what he has just heard. He had heard rumors of Yu Cheng's notorious gambling habits, that his monthly salary was insufficient for his own expenditures, and that he rarely contributed at home. It appears that the impending arrival of a child has transformed his character. Regardless, this change is undoubtedly for the better. "I approve your request," Gu Dahai concedes. Gu Dahai contemplated the piecework nature of the job. The more one labored, the greater the reward. And he believed no one would object. At that moment, the workshop director, Lu Wenfeng, entered the room. Director Lu, a figure of considerable authority within the factory, appeared flustered and drenched in perspiration. "Director Gu," he urged, "you must come and see. It seems there is an error in the programming of the CNC machines. The products produced are all of inferior quality." The urgency in his voice was palpable. "This batch must be delivered by tomorrow morning at the latest, and it is destined for Shanghai. These are the initial samples. If they pass inspection, we will secure substantial orders. What are you waiting for? Call Engineer Xiao." Gu Dahai felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. This shipment was crucial for the future of the factory and its potential partnership with major companies in Shanghai. However, Engineer Xiao was unavailable. His wife had given birth 2 days prior, and he had taken leave to return to his hometown, making it impossible for him to return in time. "Director Gu, do you not recall? You approved his leave request. He's away for a week," Lu Wenfeng added, astonished by the turn of events. Just yesterday, everything had seemed fine. Who could have predicted such a predicament today? If the shipment encountered issues, not only would the director face repercussions, but even the factory manager would find himself in dire straits. What shall we do now? Gu Dahai was at a loss. With only one engineer at the factory, whom could they turn to? The most pressing concern was that the shipment was due to leave by the next morning. Yu Cheng, standing at the door and having listened intently, began to piece together the situation. He recalled that Gu Dahai had faced severe disciplinary action over a similar incident. While Lu Wenfeng had been dismissed, and Engineer Xiao had naturally lost his position as well. He had learned these details later from others, as he had left the factory after his wife's tragic leap from a building. Seeing Yu Cheng still lingering at the doorway, Gu Dahai, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "Yu Cheng, why are you just standing there? Get to work." "Director, perhaps I could give it a try?" Yu Cheng replied nonchalantly, refusing to depart. Gu Dahai and Lu Wenfeng exchanged bewildered glances, regarding him as if he were an enigma. Chapter 6. A stunning revelation. "Yu Cheng, are you asking for a beating? Get out of here immediately." Gu Dahai could no longer maintain his composure. He was on the verge of losing his temper. Yet this lad seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, joking at the most inopportune moment. Although Lu Wenfeng was not the director of the precision machining workshop, he had heard enough about Yu Cheng's character to approach him with earnestness, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Young man, Director Gu and I have serious matters to attend to. You should return to your work." However, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance at Yu Cheng's towering height, seemingly around 185 meters. What had he been fed to grow so tall? Perhaps he had consumed pig feed? It was said that pigs grew rapidly on such feed. Seeing that Yu Cheng remained stubbornly planted at the door, Gu Dahai's mood soured further. He strode over and delivered a light kick. "You brat, why aren't you hurrying along?" Although he did not exert much force, he simply had no time to waste on this insufferable youth. Yu Cheng, unfazed, shrugged. "Director Gu, Director Lu, if I leave, do you really have a solution? Are you trying to drive me to madness? We have no options, but you think you do?" Gu Dahai was momentarily silenced by the truth of Yu Cheng's words, his expression darkening. Although the young man spoke candidly, it felt like a public slap to their faces. Lu Wenfeng observed as Yu Cheng was neither intimidated nor deterred, and he wondered if perhaps this young man truly had a way out. Yu Cheng, do you genuinely have a solution? We are indeed out of options. Tomorrow is the deadline for delivery. Failure to comply not only incurs penalties but jeopardizes the future of this factory. Old Lu, have you lost your mind? This brat is clueless, and you are too? Gu Dahai exclaimed loudly, drawing attention from others in the office. Enraged, he yanked Yu Cheng inside and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. I need to assess the situation before I can determine if a solution exists. One must never speak too definitively. This is a lesson I learned from years of experience in business. Old Lu, do you truly believe in him? A mere high school graduate, how could he possibly comprehend data programming? He probably can't even interpret the blueprints, Gu Dahai thought. Convinced that old Lu had lost his senses in his desperation. Director Gu, do you have a better alternative? At least someone is willing to try. If we can't produce qualified products, we will all be packing up to go home tomorrow. Whether we stick our necks out or withdraw, the outcome remains the same. Perhaps we should treat this dead horse as a living one. It might just surprise us. Gu Dahai found himself at a loss for words. Make sure you handle this well. If you succeed, there will be rewards for you in the factory. Gu Dahai pointed at Yu Cheng with a fierce expression. Director Gu, will there be a bonus for completing the task? Yu Cheng asked with a cheeky grin, as he was in dire need of money. You little rascal. All you think about is money. Stay away from that. You never know when you might end up in trouble because of it. Gu Dahai found the young man amusing yet infuriating. Initially, he had considered nurturing Yu Cheng for a leadership role, but witnessing his lack of seriousness, he abandoned that thought. As the three conversed, they arrived at the second floor of the factory, which housed the CNC machining workshop. The workers sat idly, engaged in casual chatter. Their programming data flawed, resulting in the production of entirely substandard products. Upon noticing the arrival of the factory director and the superintendent, they hastily ceased their conversations. Yet their gazes were fixed on Yu Cheng, each one of them bewildered. What was this lad, not from the precision machining workshop, doing here? And why had he come alongside the director and the superintendent, while Engineer Xiao was notably absent? Unbeknownst to them, Engineer Xiao was on leave. Yu Cheng surveyed the CNC machines, realizing they were multifunctional. He examined the product blueprints and quickly discerned the type of product in question. This particular item was a recent innovation, characterized by its stringent precision requirements. Any deviation would render the product scrap. After studying the blueprints, Yu Cheng proceeded to check the programming data on the computer. His long, agile fingers danced across the keyboard, deftly navigating the programming codes he had memorized in his previous life. Upon delving deeper, he discovered an error in the fourth program, N4. A program where even the slightest discrepancy was unacceptable. Having identified the issue, he mused that rectifying it would allow for a successful test cut. The occurrence of such a rudimentary mistake seemed suspiciously deliberate. In his past life, he had heard that Engineer Xiao was dismissed and subsequently employed at a rival machinery factory, Eternal Machinery. Moreover, the significant order in question had been secured by that very competitor. The implications were far from trivial. Gu Dahai and Director Lu were left utterly astounded by Yu Cheng's adept handling of the situation. Was this truly the Yu Cheng they knew? Upon closer inspection, his appearance remained unchanged. Others looked on as if they had witnessed a specter. All right, Yu Cheng, hurry and make the adjustments. I'll treat you to a drink later, Gu Dahai exclaimed, his demeanor transformed, betraying any prior skepticism. The previously tense expression on his face had finally relaxed. Yu Cheng, I'll treat you too. Lu Wenfeng quickly chimed in, eager not to be left out. I've grown fond of bonuses rather than drinks, Yu Cheng replied with a playful grin. You cheeky lad. Do you want to slap? Gu Dahai playfully swatted the back of Yu Cheng's head. Director, you've muddled my brain. It'll turn to mush, and I'll forget everything. Yu Cheng exaggeratedly threatened. Get on with it, you rascal. Stop causing mischief, Gu Dahai chuckled, contemplating the possibility of applying for a bonus for Yu Cheng. As for Engineer Xiao, he would need to deliberate on that matter further. Before long, Yu Cheng corrected all the erroneous programs and then inspected the cutting tools. Noting that they too were inadequately sharpened, the quality of the products heavily depended on the condition of these tools, which was crucial. Director Lu, instruct someone to sharpen all these knives again. Those that do not meet standards are prohibited for use. Yu Cheng placed the substandard knives in Lu Wenfeng's hands. Upon inspection, Lu Wenfeng's expression changed dramatically. You all better sharpen your knives quickly. If even one is deemed unqualified, your wages will be docked. Once Lu Wenfeng made this announcement, everyone hurried to sharpen their knives, and soon the workshop echoed with the sound of grinding. No one wished to have their wages reduced. After all, this was hard-earned money. Half an hour later, the knives were sharpened, and the CNC machine began to operate. The three of them then exited the workshop and arrived at Director Lu's office. The so-called office was merely a small room divided off from the workshop, containing an antiquated desktop computer. A relic of the past, heavy and cumbersome, yet in this era. It was quite a rarity. "Yu Cheng, how do you know so much?" Gu Dahai would never believe it without witnessing it firsthand. "I have an uncle who runs a machinery factory in Yunnan. I learned a bit from him." Yu Cheng casually fabricated an excuse. He indeed had such an uncle. Though not a blood relative, as it was said that his grandfather had adopted a child who later married and moved to Yunnan to establish a machinery factory. However, he had never returned, and it was likely that his grandfather had given up on him. "Yu Cheng, I truly must thank you this time," Lu Wenfeng said. His tone filled with emotion. His job was secured. After all, he had both elderly and young dependents to support. "Director Lu, let us hold off on the thanks until we see the results of the products," Yu Cheng replied, yet he was confident that this batch would be flawless. Half an hour later, the freshly produced items were presented before the three of them. Director Lu personally took a micrometer to measure each one, and his smile grew wider with each measurement. Gu Dahai, looking anxious, inquired, "Lao Lu, how's the quality of these goods?" "Director Gu, I have never seen products so precise," Lu Wenfeng exclaimed, filled with excitement. The products had no deviation at all, despite the permissible tolerance levels. "Is it really that good?" Gu Dahai asked skeptically. "Director Gu, I can confidently say that the headquarters has never produced items of such quality," Lu Wenfeng declared, thumping his chest. Yu Cheng touched his nose. Of course, the quality was superb. He had merely adjusted some data to enhance the precision of the products. "Excellent, excellent. Now I can truly relax." Gu Dahai finally felt at ease. "All right, I have no further business here. I need to return to work," Yu Cheng said, preparing to head back to the workshop. He had already wasted enough time. Earning money was imperative. "You rascal, what do you mean going back to work? Let's go celebrate." "Don't worry, I won't dock your wages. They will be paid in full," Gu Dahai said, clapping Yu Cheng on the shoulder as if they were friends. Today, this young man had truly opened his eyes to new possibilities. Indeed, when he did not make a sound, he astounded all. Chapter 7. "My dear wife, trust me. I shall never gamble again." In the end, Yu Cheng graciously declined the invitations extended by Director Gu and Supervisor Lu. Nonetheless, Gu Dahai granted Yu Cheng a day off. Considering it as though he had already worked today, Yu Cheng closed the office door and stepped outside. However, he did not truly depart but rather leaned against the door, eavesdropping on the conversation within. "Old Lu, what do you think has caused this young lad to suddenly become so intolerable?" Gu Dahai mused, still feeling as though he were in a dream. "Director Gu, you have no idea, and I am equally perplexed. Previously, I only heard tales of this lad being a scoundrel, known solely for his drinking and gambling habits. Lu Wenfeng, an immigrant from Sichuan, often infused his speech with a hint of his regional dialect. Indeed, were it not for his technical prowess, despite his inconsistent work ethic, I would have dismissed him long ago. The factory would not retain someone who does not take their duty seriously. Fortunately, your foresight has saved me from a grave error this time." Lu Wenfeng felt a sense of relief. "The shipment is due tomorrow. Let us see how the headquarters reacts. This young man has made significant contributions and deserves commendation." Gu Dahai chuckled heartily as he sipped some water. Certainly, certainly." Lu Wenfeng nodded vigorously. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Director, why not transfer that lad to my workshop as a substitute? Once the transitional period is over, we can promote him to a regular position. To have such talent squandered in the precision processing workshop is a travesty. Such a move would defy protocol, and I fear it may not sit well with everyone. This young man does not possess a high degree, and his carefree demeanor may not earn him the respect of his colleagues. Additionally, he has a questionable reputation." "Director, rules are rigid, but people are dynamic. Besides, if we adhere strictly to protocol today, we might find ourselves in dire straits." Lu Wenfeng was convinced that failing to retain such talent could result in missed opportunities. Such skilled individuals are highly sought after wherever they go. "Indeed, old Lu, you make a compelling argument. Let us proceed with your suggestion." Gu Dahai found Lu Wenfeng's reasoning quite persuasive. "Tomorrow, I shall summon that young man and inquire about his thoughts. I do worry he may not commit to his work diligently." While Gu Dahai naturally wished to retain talent, he harbored his own concerns. Yet, he also wished to see the final results of this batch of trial production. "I believe this young man is changing. He even declined our invitation to drink." Lu Wenfeng perceived Yu Cheng to be less unsatisfactory than the rumors suggested. "Let us hope so. I sincerely wish for him to mend his ways. A return to righteousness would be most commendable." Director. I shall return to the workshop to oversee the workers. Please update me tomorrow. The workers in the workshop tended to be lackadaisical, and he needed to keep a close watch on them. It seemed he would have to enforce stricter management in the future. Very well. Go tend to your duties. Gu Dehai nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing swiftly departed, a slight smile gracing his lips. If he were indeed to take on a supervisory role, the additional 200 yuan for the position, along with potential bonuses, would elevate his monthly earnings to 700 or 800 yuan. Typically, the salaries of ordinary employees hover around 400 to 500, occasionally reaching 600, and at times dipping to 400. In contrast, he used to earn merely 300 a month, as his laziness often led him to request leave. Yu Qing hummed a little tune while riding his bicycle, for he could return home today to spend quality time with his wife. It was still early enough for him to prepare dinner for her. Yu Qing, are you not working today? Mazi called out, clearly remembering that this fellow was scheduled for the night shift. The factory head granted me a day off. Yu Qing replied nonchalantly. Mazi, not only plain in appearance but also cunning, made Yu Qing resolve to keep his distance from such individuals in the future. Not working? Splendid. Come join us for a game. Mazi lamented his inability to find a third player for their card game. No, I'm heading home. You all enjoy. Yu Qing declared firmly. And Mazi, please refrain from calling me for such matters in the future. He expressed his thoughts directly to avoid future entanglements. Wow, Yu Qing. The sun must be rising from the west today. Are you really giving up gambling? Mazi scoffed, his face twisted in mockery. He believed he had stumbled upon the greatest joke of the day. If Yu Qing had truly forsaken gambling, then even a sow could climb a tree, and the moon could be fished from the water. Disregarding Mazi's taunts, Yu Qing pedaled away on his bicycle. Mazi spat towards Yu Qing's retreating figure, muttering to himself, I'll be waiting for the day you beg me to play cards. Yu Qing arrived home around 6 o'clock. Finding Jiang Yuman seated on the edge of the bed, her gaze distant, lost in thought. Yuman, what troubles you? He approached her, taking her hand. Startled, she instinctively tried to withdraw her hand, but upon realizing it was Yu Qing, she remained still. She had been so engrossed in her thoughts that she hadn't even heard his words. Yu Qing, why are you back so soon? Did you leave early this afternoon not for work, but to gamble? She wondered aloud. How can you earn money if you keep skipping work? The factory head granted me a day off, and it won't affect my pay. Yu Qing cheerfully shared this good news with Jiang Yuman. Oh, she responded softly, her tone ambiguous, perhaps a mixture of disbelief and indifference to his presence at home. I'll go steam the rice. Yu Qing observed the house and realized that his wife had not yet eaten. No, let me do it. Jiang Yuman hurried over. Yu Qing stopped her, saying, Yuman, from now on, when I'm home, I'll take care of the cooking. His tone was earnest, leaving her puzzled as to why he insisted on this change. Previously, he had always waited to be served and never lifted a finger to help. Ignoring her bewildered expression, Yu Qing proceeded to loosen the leftover rice in the aluminum pot with a wooden spoon and placed it on the stove to steam. In just 10 minutes, he could reheat the dishes, and dinner would be ready. Having completed these tasks, Yu Qing took out all the remaining money from his pocket, counting it to find 35 yuan. He calculated that with 5 days until payday, he should manage just fine this month. He kept 5 yuan for himself and placed the rest in Jiang Yuman's hands. Jiang Yuman gazed at him in bewilderment, for he had not provided her with any wages previously. Darling, take this 30 yuan and spend it as you wish. Buy whatever you crave. Furthermore, from now on, I shall entrust my entire salary to you. He had once believed that a man of stature ought not to relinquish his earnings to his wife, but he now recognized the depths of his ignorance and folly. Yu Qing, with all this you have given me, what will you have for yourself? As she held the warm currency in her palm, tears welled in Jiang Yuman's eyes once more. The impact of this day was overwhelming, to the extent that she could scarcely believe it. Did I not leave 5 yuan? Yu Qing had given her 2 2-yuan notes and a 1-yuan bill. Then you. She contemplated asking him if he had ceased gambling, yet found herself unable to voice the question. Yu Qing gently embraced her waist, saying, My love, trust me. I will never gamble again. Chapter 8. The first walk with my wife. As Jiang Yuman listened to Yu Qing's earnest declarations, she found herself uncertain whether to believe him or not, yet she obediently nodded in response. Regardless of the circumstances, these were words he had never spoken before. She clung to a glimmer of hope, especially with the tiny life growing within her. She wished for him to rise to the occasion. Yu Qing, you are going to be a father, but I. Jiang Yuman ultimately decided to leave this decision in his hands. Yuman, are you truly serious? I'm going to be a father. Although Yu Cheng had been aware of this news beforehand, hearing it from Jiang Yuman invoked an entirely different sentiment within him. Yu Cheng, it is true. Jiang Yuman gently leaned against his shoulder and nodded. She could sense his emotions. He tightened his embrace, only to release her moments later. I fear I might press down on the child, he admitted, a mix of excitement and embarrassment in his voice. With a soft laugh, Jiang Yuman couldn't help but find amusement in his concern. She thought to herself, it's just a tiny little being. What harm could come to it? What are you laughing at, my dear? Yu Cheng inquired, puzzled by her mirth. The child is so minuscule, Jiang Yuman replied, her smile fading into a charming, dimpled expression. Unable to resist, Yu Cheng leaned down to kiss the corner of her mouth, cherishing the sight of her laughter, for it was then that her dimples would appear. Yuman, why don't you resign from your job at the mall? Yu Cheng suggested, not wanting her to endure unnecessary hardship. He had heard from his mother that the first 3 months of pregnancy were crucial, and women with weaker constitutions were more prone to miscarriage. Jiang Yuman was taken aback by his proposal. If I resign, how will we manage our expenses? What was going on with Yu Cheng? Although her monthly salary at the mall was a mere 200 yuan, it still contributed to the household. Realizing this, she shook her head. Yu Cheng, you are well aware of our family's situation. If I quit now, what will happen to us? Yu Cheng's mother suffered from hypertension and required medication, while his father had heart disease and needed regular prescriptions. His elder brother had a leg ailment and struggled to find work, earning little. She had to save money each month to send home. The situation will improve. I promise you need not worry, Yu Cheng assured, feeling a surge of guilt. He had never concerned himself with such matters, living his life in carefree joy without acknowledging the responsibilities that rightfully belonged to him. Yuman, in a few days, I will receive my salary as well. Do not fret, he thought to himself, planning to hand over his paycheck to her. Yu Cheng, please allow me some time to consider, Jiang Yuman replied, feeling capable of working for a few more months to save money for the baby. After several years of marriage, it was indeed time to start a family. Otherwise, not only would others think so, but even his parents would likely be anxious. All right, Yu Cheng nodded. He understood that winning Jiang Yuman's complete trust would take time. After speaking, he stepped outside to check on the meal, finding that the food was ready. He heated the pork rib soup for lunch and, in addition to the leftover braised meat, quickly stir-fried a plate of cucumbers. Yuman, it's time to eat, Yu Cheng called out. After serving the meal, the two of them indulged heartily. Yuman, it's a bit warm inside. Let us take a stroll, Yu Cheng suggested to his wife, who stood by the door. Surprised by his proposal, Jiang Yuman turned back. In her memory, Yu Cheng had never been fond of walking. I have heard that a post-meal walk is beneficial for children, Yu Cheng mused, fearing that a drastic change in his behavior might raise suspicion. So he used the child as an excuse. Jiang Yuman responded with a no, realizing it was for the sake of the baby. Yu Cheng led the way, with Jiang Yuman following closely behind, maintaining a distance of about a foot. They soon encountered Zhang Xiaoli. Yu Cheng, out for a walk with your wife? Zhang Xiaoli greeted them cheerfully. Yes, Zhang Jia, my wife is pregnant, so I'm accompanying her, Yu Cheng replied nonchalantly. Oh, Yuman is pregnant. You must be cautious, especially during the first 3 months. By the way, Yu Cheng, you must avoid any intimacy with your wife during this period, Zhang Xiaoli said with a serious expression. Jiang Yuman, feeling embarrassed, blushed instantly. Yu Cheng acknowledged. Thank you for your concern, Zhang Jia. I understand. Regardless of her somewhat sharp nature, Zhang Xiaoli meant well. Although she could be petty and opportunistic at times, Yu Cheng chose not to hold it against her, especially since they lived on the same floor. Feeling shy, Jiang Yuman quickened her pace. Yu Cheng chuckled. My wife feels shy, Zhang Jia. We shall take our leave for a walk. With that, he hurried to catch up with her. Their residence, strictly speaking, was on the outskirts, quite distant from the city. However, the scenery was delightful. Not far ahead lay a river, spanned by a bridge leading to a natural park. As they ambled along, they eventually arrived at the park, adorned with numerous large trees and benches. Yuman, are you tired? Let us rest for a moment, Yu Cheng said, brushing off the dust from a bench with his sleeve. The cement bench felt cool, yet the weather was pleasant enough to sit comfortably. Thank you, Jiang Yuman replied softly before taking a seat. Yu Cheng noticed that there was still a hint of distance in her politeness. Sighing, he thought to himself that they could take their time. He sat beside her, and a refreshing breeze swept through, invigorating them both. The cicadas in the trees occasionally chirped. Jiang Yuman smiled, appearing to be in good spirits. Yuman, do you enjoy this place? Yu Cheng pondered, reflecting on how little he had known before. Jiang Yuman nodded, not denying her fondness. though she had previously refrained from expressing it because Yu Cheng had not shared the same sentiment. "The air here is truly delightful," she exclaimed, not entirely sure if she was speaking to Yu Cheng or merely expressing her thoughts aloud. "If you like, I will accompany you here whenever I am off from my night shifts," he promised, resolving to spend more time with her in the future. "Really?" Jiang Yuman turned to him, her eyes sparkling with excitement, illuminating Yu Cheng's heart. Was she truly that delighted just to stroll and admire the scenery with her? She appeared so easily content, while I had failed to provide even this simple joy in the past, reflecting on the time when my wife sat atop the building, letting the wind caress her through the night. I can't help but wonder how profoundly desolate she must have felt to choose such a resolute path toward awakening and personal growth. "Indeed, it is true, my dear wife." Yu Cheng's voice trembled with emotion as he rested his head on Jiang Yuman's delicate shoulder. Sensing his sorrow, Jiang Yuman gently patted his back. She was unaware of the sorrowful circumstances that had befallen him. He was reluctant to share, and thus she refrained from probing. She thought that when he was ready, he would naturally confide in her. She hesitated to inquire further, fearing it might deepen his unhappiness. Chapter 9. The arrival of Director Qian the following day. Jiang Yuman returned to work at the mall. Yu Cheng made his way to the roadside, near his rented room, to purchase a handful of green beans. This location primarily offered vegetables cultivated by local villagers, with no meat available for sale, although occasionally, eggs from their own chickens could be found. As he perused the selection, he noticed some fresh tomatoes and reached for the 2 yuan note in his pocket to make payment. To his surprise, the central design on the bill depicted a mechanical worker. Yu Cheng recognized this 2 yuan note as part of the third series of the renminbi issued in 1960. Featuring the image of a mechanized laborer, a note that had appreciated significantly in value over the years, now worth several thousand yuan. Observing that the bill was still in reasonably good condition, excitement bubbled within him, and a smile involuntarily graced his face. "Young man, are you still interested in these tomatoes?" The elderly woman selling vegetables inquired, noticing his absent-minded grin and his reluctance to pay. "No, thank you. I'll pass on the tomatoes," Yu Cheng replied, sheepishly returning the 2 yuan note to his pocket. "What kind of young man are you? If you're not buying, then hurry along," the vendor's demeanor shifted, her face clouding with displeasure as she urged him to leave. Aware of his folly, Yu Cheng quickly departed, overhearing the murmurs behind him. "That lad seems a bit off. I can see it, just standing there grinning like a fool. Quite a handsome fellow, what a shame." Pausing briefly to chuckle at the remark, Yu Cheng continued on his way. He stopped by a small shop to acquire a piece of meat, then cooked some rice, stir-frying the green beans with the meat, and slicing a cucumber. He still had 1 cucumber left from his previous purchase. Dining alone, he found his appetite dwindling, missing the company of a wife to share the meal. Afterward, he reclined on his bed to rest before his afternoon shift. Unable to resist, he retrieved the 2 yuan note once more, confirming its addition, and carefully tucked it beneath his bamboo mat. He recalled that the 2 yuan note from 1953 was also quite valuable, contemplating the possibility of acquiring a few if the opportunity arose. Such currency could serve as a modest fortune in the future. How delightful. In the countryside, such notes were likely more prevalent, as many elderly individuals lacked the habit of saving money, preferring instead to conceal their cash beneath floorboards. In rural homes, it was common for wooden boards to create a space above the ground, often more than a meter high, where coffins were stored, prepared for the inevitable end. In those times, burial was the norm, though reforms later mandated cremation. This outdated practice would eventually be rectified, but that was a topic for another time. Presently, his foremost concern remained the news regarding the shipment from the factory. With time to spare, he decided to take a short nap. He set his alarm for 3:30. Before long, Yu Cheng fell into a deep slumber. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm rang punctually. Yu Cheng sprang up with a start, swiftly washing his face at the outdoor sink. After a moment's contemplation, he left a note for Jiang Yuman, informing her of his departure for work and that the rice and vegetables were warming on the stove. He closed most of the stove's doors, ensuring the coal would not extinguish, and left water in the aluminum pot. This way, when she returned, she could enjoy a warm meal awaiting her. After completing his tasks, he rode his bicycle to the factory. Before he even reached the entrance, he spotted Gu Dehai standing at the large iron gate, craning his neck, seemingly observing something with great curiosity. Upon seeing Yu Cheng, a radiant smile blossomed across his face as he jogged over. Yu Cheng, puzzled by the director's unusual cheerfulness, wondered if he had unexpectedly come into some money. "Yu Cheng, you have arrived," Gu Dehai exclaimed, having waited at the gate for over half an hour, unsure of where this young man resided, leaving him to wait in anticipation. What's the matter? Director, I hope I'm not late. I finished those tasks a bit later than expected, but I shouldn't be tardy, right? No, I need to speak with you. Come to my office. Gu Dahai replied with a cheerful demeanor. But director, I still have to work. If I don't get to my post soon, I will truly be late. The foreman will be taking attendance at the pre-shift meeting, and being late incurs a penalty of 2 yuan. What work? I've already made arrangements. Don't worry. Your wages 1 TB docked. It seemed that this young man had developed quite the enthusiasm for his duties. Well then, I shall park my bicycle first, Yu Cheng said, preparing to push his bike towards the shed. Old Li, come here and lend a hand. Please take this bicycle to the shed. Gu Dahai called out to the elderly gatekeeper. Li, Old Li, who was in his 50s, hurried over and took the bicycle from Yu Cheng's hands. Yu Cheng felt a bit embarrassed and said, Thank you, Uncle Li. Old Li did not respond, merely pushing the bicycle towards the shed. Meanwhile, workers from the first-floor workshop stood outside, awaiting the foreman to commence the meeting. They regarded the director and Yu Cheng with a mix of curiosity and envy, soon engaging in hushed discussions among themselves. Why is Yu Cheng so close to the director? One wondered. What do you think the director wants with him? Another speculated. Perhaps he is being dismissed. How can you say that? Yu Cheng has not offended anyone. What's wrong with my statement? With his track record of laziness as a boss, I would not keep him. Enough of this chatter. If you have time to gossip, you should focus on your work, admonished their foreman, Zhang Tao. The group fell silent immediately. Zhang Tao understood that Yu Cheng was likely on the verge of advancement, and it was doubtful he would remain here much longer. Although he was somewhat lackadaisical, he was also remarkably skilled, often achieving 3 times the output with near-perfect quality. Yu Cheng was practically pulled by Gu Dahai up to the third-floor office. Director, if you have something to say, just say it. Why are you tugging at my clothes? He protested. The sight of 2 grown men in such a manner was rather peculiar. It's merely a work uniform, which I have no further use for, Gu Dahai remarked cryptically. Once inside the office, Gu Dahai closed the door. You sit here, he instructed, pressing Yu Cheng onto a wooden sofa nearby before taking his seat behind the desk. Just as Yu Cheng was about to speak, a knock sounded at the door. What are you waiting for? Open the door. Gu Dahai gestured for Yu Cheng to proceed. Yu Cheng rose to open the door, and 2 individuals entered. One was Director Liu, and the other was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his polished leather shoes gleaming with distinction. The quality of his attire unmistakably indicated a prestigious brand, prompting Yu Cheng to ponder the identity of this eminent figure. Upon seeing the man who followed Director Liu, Gu Dahai quickly rose from his swivel chair and approached him with brisk steps. Chairman, he said, extending his hand for a handshake, his demeanor exuding such deference as if the man were his own father. Yu Cheng speculated, could this possibly be Chairman Qian Minghuai from the Dongguan headquarters? He had surmised the answer with considerable certainty, yet his expression remained serene and unperturbed. Chairman Qian merely offered a symbolic handshake to Gu Dahai before directing his gaze toward Yu Cheng, inquiring, and who might this young gentleman be? Chapter 10 A 1,000 yuan bonus. Qian Minghuai was unfamiliar with Yu Cheng, and Gu Dahai had yet to mention him. Upon observing the tall and handsome young man with a resolute gaze, he posed a question. Chairman Qian, this is Yu Cheng from the Precision Processing Workshop. Gu Dahai promptly introduced as the chairman inquired. Upon learning that Yu Cheng was an employee from the Precision Processing Workshop, Qian Minghuai merely responded with a nonchalant "Oh." His presence here was motivated by the exceptional quality of the recent batch produced by Huaye Machinery Factory, which had even surpassed their Dongguan headquarters. They had sent samples from both the headquarters and this branch to their clients, only to find that the clients unhesitatingly chose the samples from the branch instead, even committing to a substantial order of 300,000 units with a price increase of 2 dimes per unit. This was indeed a monumental stroke of fortune. Yet Qian Minghuai, a seasoned figure in the business realm, remained composed and did not let excitement cloud his judgment. He refrained from making an immediate commitment, stating he would consider for 2 days, primarily concerned about his ability to deliver products of equivalent quality, fearing that failure to do so would lead to financial ruin. To his astonishment, the clients expressed no urgency and indicated that they could wait. Such a rare occurrence underscored their satisfaction with this batch of goods. Director Gu, your products this time are commendable, he remarked, having come personally to verify their quality. He had just visited the workshop, where he witnessed several items being produced before him, and was pleasantly surprised to find them identical to the samples sent. I would like to meet your engineer Xiao. Qian Minghuai speculated that the engineer must have adjusted some data. Otherwise, it was perplexing why their headquarters was unable to achieve such precise quality. Although the products from headquarters were acceptable, they paled in comparison to the caliber of those from the Huaya branch. Chairman, Engineer Xiao has taken leave to return to his hometown. The issue arose because he had miscalibrated the data, and we nearly failed to deliver the goods. Lu Wenfeng explained as he pulled several defective products from the pocket of his blue work uniform to show Qian Minghuai. Upon hearing this, Qian Minghuai's expression soured. What is the meaning of this? Is there truly a hidden talent here? He was aware that the headquarters had assigned 2 engineers due to its larger scale and greater volume of orders, while this branch was allocated only 1 engineer, handling merely a fraction of the workload. Examining the defective products Lu Wenfeng held, he confirmed they were indeed unsalvageable. Far from being merely substandard, they were completely unusable. Yu Cheng, feeling unburdened, casually settled onto a wooden sofa, content to let them converse, especially since the director had assured him that his wages would not be docked. Gu Dahai, what is the meaning of this? How could the engineer take leave at such a critical juncture? Who will rectify the situation if problems arise? Qian Minghuai's countenance darkened, recognizing the gravity of the consequences. Chairman, this was my oversight. I believed he had adjusted the data correctly and that there would be no issues. Considering his wife was giving birth, a natural circumstance, I granted his leave. Little did I know. Gu Dahai internally cursed Engineer Xiao repeatedly. Humph. After this matter, we will settle accounts with you. Hurry and bring forth that talented individual. There's no need to keep him hidden. Qian Minghuai had already surmised that they had enlisted a master. Otherwise, how could this product have come to fruition? You rascal, get up at once. Gu Dahai approached and kicked Yu Cheng. The young man had the audacity to lounge with his legs crossed, merely spectating the commotion. Yu Cheng feigned ignorance, saying, Director, if you're done discussing, may I take my leave? Yu Cheng, you cannot leave now, Lu Wenfeng remarked with a meaningful tone. It was unlikely this lad would remain here any longer, especially with the chairman himself in attendance. Furthermore, there was that substantial order of 300,000. Even the headquarters had never handled such a significant contract. You scoundrel, where do you think you can go? Gu Dahai glared at him. This rascal was quite cunning, putting on quite the act. Chairman, this Yu Cheng is the one who corrected the data and led us in producing this sample. Gu Dahai cheerfully pushed Yu Cheng forward to Qian Minghuai. The latter's eyes lit up, and his first words were, Young man, you look quite impressive and spirited. Yu Cheng responded with a calm yet respectful demeanor. Thank you, Chairman. Why say such things? They are of no practical use. Tell me, do you wish to go to headquarters? I can take you there. Such talent should flourish at headquarters. Gu Dahai remarked. Goodness, the chairman is already trying to poach talent. Lu Wenfeng thought to himself that his predictions were indeed accurate. It seemed this young man was destined to be in high demand. The 3 men fixated their gazes on Yu Cheng, eagerly awaiting his response. Seeing him silent, Qian Minghuai quickly added, Once you arrive there, your sole responsibility will be quality control, with a monthly salary of 1,500, not to mention various seasonal benefits, insurance, and year-end bonuses. 1,500? That is quite substantial. And so many additional benefits? Insurance? Year-end bonuses? These are far beyond what the branch can offer. For a moment, Yu Cheng felt tempted. But he realized that he likely could not go to the Dongguan headquarters just yet. His wife was pregnant, and he needed to care for her. He wanted to ensure a stable arrangement for his parents in the coming years, and this place was conveniently close to them. A couple of bus rides would suffice. He also thought of his brother, who suffered from a leg ailment. Moreover, Director Gu had always looked after him. He couldn't abandon that support. At least not for now. With him here, he believed the factory would gradually improve. Hey, you rascal, the chairman is asking you a question. In truth, he was inwardly panicking. If this young man left, they would likely be left with nothing. Thank you, Chairman. I have decided to stay here. My family is here, and I want to take better care of them. Besides, Director Gu has been quite supportive of me over the years. Yu Cheng made his decision and spoke it aloud. Upon hearing Yu Cheng's words, Gu Dahai nearly rushed to embrace him, but upon glancing at Chairman Qian, he restrained himself, reminding himself to remain composed. Lu Wenfeng proposed. Let us appoint him as the team leader directly. Qian Minghuai contemplated further words, yet upon meeting Yu Cheng's sincere gaze, he recognized that any utterance would be futile. He truly wished to avoid losing that significant order, which would inevitably lead to even larger opportunities in the future. This was all about money. After a moment of reflection, he devised a compromise. How about this? You and I travel to Dongguan to assist in adjusting the data. Once everything is stable there, you can return. Does that sound reasonable? This was the only course of action he felt could be taken. He feared that handing over the technology directly to the engineers there would be met with resistance. This was, indeed, a solicitation of Yu Cheng's opinion. All right, Chairman. That works. It will only require 2 or 3 days, so it won't cause any delays, Yu Cheng responded. But how will the salary be calculated? He needed to clarify the financial aspects. Ha ha ha, Qian Minghuai's hearty laughter resonated up to the rooftop. This young man was straightforward yet refreshing, and Qian held a great appreciation for that. Gratitude and loyalty are rare qualities. Unable to contain himself, Gu Dehai playfully kicked him. This lad was indeed captivated by money. Your salary will be processed through headquarters, amounting to 1,000 per month, plus an additional 1,000 as a bonus for this product. And you will receive a 1% commission from this major order, Qian Minghuai declared decisively. He was not one to be stingy, especially since this order was secured thanks to Yu Cheng's efforts. As a businessman, he possessed a long-term vision and recognized that this young man was no ordinary individual. He was destined for great success. Yu Cheng could hardly fathom the prospect of a commission. He felt an overwhelming urge to embrace the chairman warmly. This is fantastic. He managed to smile lightly and said, Thank you, Chairman. Gu Dehai and Lu Wenfeng were equally astounded, yet they understood that the chairman's intention was to retain talent. Chairman Qian made a generous gesture, and the finance department promptly handed 1,000 in cash to Yu Cheng. Sisterly from the finance department trembled slightly as she handed over the stack of bills. Just like that, 1,000 yuan was given to this mischievous lad. Chapter 11. My dear, I have come to pick you up from work. Gu Dehai wished to retain Yu Cheng for dinner, as they were originally scheduled to entertain the chairman. Yu Cheng hesitated, yearning to return home early. Observing the constant signals from factory director Gu, he glanced at the wall clock in the office. It was merely 4:30. Calculating the time, he realized Jiang Yuman finished work at 5:30 and would arrive home around 6. He should still manage to make it. Noticing that Yu Cheng had not declined, Gu Dehai refrained from showing his displeasure. If this lad were to disregard the chairman's feelings, he could only imagine the consequences upon his return. Thus, Chairman Qian, Factory Director Gu, Director Lu, and Yu Cheng entered the finest restaurant in the city, Wangwei Pavilion. Young man, give it your all. Chairman Qian patted Yu Cheng on the shoulder after a few rounds of drinks. Yu Cheng nodded mechanically, well aware that this was far from his ultimate destination. Yu Cheng, you will report to the CNC workshop tomorrow as the team leader of one of the shifts, Lu Wenfeng remarked with a smile after taking a sip of his drink. The CNC workshop had 2 shifts, one of which lacked a leader. All right, thank you, Director Lu. Yu Cheng felt that this arrangement was quite satisfactory for now. Progress must be gradual. After all, things would only improve with time. You, young lad, must refrain from reckless behavior and focus on your work, Gu Dehai said with a meaningful tone, fearing that this boy might stray from the right path and jeopardize his promising future. Director, I understand. I will not let you down. Yu Cheng's assurance served as a comforting balm for Gu Dehai. The latter nodded in satisfaction. Rising to his feet, Yu Cheng lifted his glass. I owe my current standing to the cultivation from the chairman, the factory director, and the director. I pledge to work diligently henceforth. This toast is for you. The 3 dignitaries naturally drained their glasses, feeling reassured by Yu Cheng's words. Stealing a glance at Gu Dehai's plum blossom watch, Yu Cheng realized that it was already 5 o'clock. Thinking of Jiang Yuman's imminent departure from work, he stood once more. Chairman, factory director, please enjoy your drinks. I must go pick up my wife. He feared that he might arrive too late. Why are you in such a hurry? Your wife is finishing work. Isn't there a bus? Director Lu chided, noticing Yu Cheng's lack of awareness as the chairman was still engaged in drinking. This was a splendid opportunity that others would covet. Usually, you don't treat your wife so well. Why have you suddenly transformed into the ideal husband? Lu Wenfeng added, growing anxious as he tugged at Yu Cheng's trousers. Director Lu, why are you pulling my pants? Yu Cheng responded, oblivious. He adjusted his trousers, fearing an embarrassing wardrobe malfunction. If he remained silent, he might indeed expose himself, leading to a monumental embarrassment. Lu Wenfeng's face flushed with embarrassment as he shot Yu Cheng a glare. You foolish boy. Are you an idiot? Such a wonderful opportunity. Chairman Qian nearly sputtered his drink upon hearing Yu Cheng's words. Chairman, I apologize, but I cannot stay any longer. My wife is pregnant, and I must go pick her up, Yu Cheng added apologetically once more. Chairman Qian nodded. Young man, you may go. With their company, I feel content. No one is aware that he is, in fact, quite submissive to his wife. He cherishes her deeply. Without her, he would not be the man he is today. He finds increasing satisfaction in the young lad before him. A man's true prowess is not measured by his external achievements, but rather by his ability to nurture and care for his family. Yu Cheng, grinning broadly, uttered, "Thank you, Chairman." Glancing at the displeased Gu Dehai and the awkward Lu Wenfeng, he quickly added, "Thank you, Factory Director and Supervisor." He then opened the private room door, ready to leave, when suddenly a thought struck him. Now that he had some money, he could take his wife for a medical checkup tomorrow. Initially, he intended to wait until the 15th when his salary was due, but now there was no need to wait. "Are you not in a hurry? Why are you dawdling?" Gu Dehai remarked, noticing Yu Cheng lost in thought at the doorway. "Hey, Director, may I take a day off tomorrow? I wish to accompany my wife to the hospital for a checkup." Yu Cheng turned back, a playful grin on his face. "You and your myriad requests. Fine. I approve your leave. Now hurry along," Gu Dehai retorted, though secretly pleased that the lad was finally behaving responsibly. Yu Cheng joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Director. I'll treat you to a meal someday." Gu Dehai replied, "Who would covet your meal? In the end, I'll be the one paying." Yu Cheng then turned to Lu Wenfeng, who promptly assured, "I will handle the handover procedures for you. You can assume your position the day after tomorrow." Yu Cheng signaled an okay with his hand and swiftly exited. After Yu Cheng's departure, Qian Minghua instructed them that should Yu Cheng have any further requests, they could escalate them, and the headquarters would do their utmost to accommodate. Gu Dehai and Lu Wenfeng nodded in agreement. Their dinner was a delightful affair, and Qian Minghua departed that very day. Returning to the Dongguan headquarters, Gu Dehai and Lu Wenfeng remained somewhat dazed, pondering how this lad seemed to have become their little deity, though they welcomed it. Wishing for more such deities to grace their lives, Yu Cheng pedaled his bicycle briskly to the department store's entrance, habitually glancing at his wrist. He chuckled softly upon realizing it was devoid of a watch. In his previous life, he had owned a timepiece solely for business dealings. At that moment, employees began to emerge from the store, most carrying aluminum lunchboxes, as the establishment did not provide meals, prompting them to bring their own. There was a designated room for heating meals. The majority of the staff were women, with only a few men in management roles. As they noticed a bicycle parked outside, curiosity sparked among them, and they stole glances at the youthful and handsome figure, some of the younger girls unable to resist taking a longer look. Yu Cheng, however, was indifferent, as their attention bore no relevance to him. Just then, Jiang Yuman appeared, holding a cloth bag containing her own lunchbox. "Yuman," Yu Cheng called out. Jiang Yuman was momentarily taken aback, as if she had just heard Yu Cheng's voice. A colleague beside her gently tapped her hand and gestured towards the right side of the entrance. "That young man is calling for you." This colleague was unaware of Yu Cheng's identity as Yuman's husband. Turning her head, Yuman was surprised to see it was indeed Yu Cheng. She then said to her colleague, "Sister Hong, that is my husband. I must go now." Sister Hong immediately waved her hand, urging, "Then hurry along, don't keep him waiting." She thought to herself how remarkably handsome Yuman's husband was. Yuman felt a blush creep to her cheeks as she approached him. "My dear, I've come to pick you up after work," Yu Cheng said, taking the cloth bag from Yuman's hands and hanging it on the front of his bicycle. The bag was quite simple, adorned with 2 large plastic rings. "Why weren't you at work today?" Yuman inquired, curious about his absence. "Get on the bike. I'll explain everything on our way home," Yu Cheng replied, patting the cushioned seat he had prepared. "This way, you won't feel uncomfortable while sitting." Yuman felt a surge of warmth. It was truly touching that Yu Cheng had come to fetch her from work, displaying such thoughtfulness. Noticing Yuman lost in her thoughts, Yu Cheng gently called out again, "Yuman, let's go home." Finally snapping back to reality, Yuman obediently took her place on the back seat of the bicycle. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out and wrapped her arms around Yu Cheng's waist. "Off we go, homeward bound," Yu Cheng joyfully exclaimed, pedaling away amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. As Yuman nestled against Yu Cheng's broad back, a faint smile graced her lips. Yu Cheng chuckled softly. Chapter 12. His wife agreed to resign from her job tomorrow. Upon returning home, Yu Cheng carefully placed his bicycle aside. "Yuman, you should take a rest. Dinner will be ready shortly," he said to Jiang Yuman, before washing his hands at the sink. The meal simmered in an aluminum pot, with water at the bottom, rice in the second layer, and vegetables atop. The neighbors had remarked that Yu Cheng had transformed remarkably over the past few days, evolving from a gambler, drunkard, and slacker into a devoted husband. Particularly, the women nearby were filled with curiosity and envy. As Yu Cheng bent down to serve the dishes, he heard someone speaking to him. "Yu Cheng, why haven't you been to work these past few days?" It was none other than Zhang Xiaoli's husband, Fu Wakai. Though his name was pleasant, his appearance was less so. He was rotund and unappealing. Yu Cheng thought to himself, What business is it of yours whether I work or not? Does your family name high? You're meddling too much. Well, I haven't been to work. The factory manager granted me a leave, Yu Cheng replied, not wishing to engage. But considering they were neighbors, Fu Wenkai, even more detestable than his wife, held a sense of superiority simply because he was a public servant. However, Yu Cheng despised his tendency to bully his wife and children. Being domineering at home was a far cry from being assertive outside. Have you been dismissed from the factory? Otherwise, I could speak to our director. We are in need of a cleaner, and you could take that position. After all, we are neighbors. Fu Wenkai offered with a condescending air, expecting Yu Cheng to express gratitude. Yu Cheng, is dinner ready? I'm hungry, came Jiang Yuman's voice from within the room. Ah, dear, it will be ready shortly, Yu Cheng called back eagerly. Excuse me, Fu Wenkai, I must get through. My wife is hungry. He cheerfully carried the dishes inside. Knowing that his wife had likely overheard their conversation, which had provided him with an escape, his wife still cared for him. How delightful. Fu Wenkai, frustrated, spat outside. Pah. What an ungrateful fellow. Don't come begging to me later. Dejected, he retreated to his own home. Soon, the sounds of a child crying echoed from within, indicating that he was once again taking out his frustrations on his family. As Yu Cheng ate, he cursed inwardly. What a despicable man. Yuman. There is something I wish to discuss with you, he said, placing a piece of lean meat into Jiang Yuman's bowl. Yes, go ahead, Jiang Yuman replied, pondering what Yu Cheng might have to say. She partly believed Fu Wencai's earlier words, as Yu Cheng had not been consistent in his work attendance. He had often followed a lazy routine. I've been promoted to team leader. My salary will now be 1,000 a month. He wanted Jiang Yuman to know that his earnings could support her and their child. He truly wished for her not to endure the hardships of her job at the department store, where she earned only 200 a month, standing all day long. Sometimes, she even had to manage inventory, which was exhausting. 1,000? That is quite a sum, she exclaimed, astonished. That is nearly equivalent to 6 months of my salary. Jiang Yuman found it hard to believe that Yu Cheng, in such a state, was still designated as a team leader at the factory. It seemed utterly implausible. Was there truly no one else available in the factory? Moreover, how could a team leader possibly earn as much as 1,000 yuan? The manager at their market earned merely 500 a month. They were not situated in a major city like Beijing or Shanghai. Jiang Yuman's disbelief in Yu Cheng's words deepened. Yu Cheng noticed her skepticism. Anyone in her position would find it hard to accept. Yuman. My salary is disbursed by the Dongguan headquarters, and it has nothing to do with the factory, he patiently explained. Why is that? It defies common sense and logic. Jiang Yuman pondered, suspecting perhaps that Yu Cheng had gotten into trouble outside and had been dismissed from the factory. Yu Cheng, have you done something wrong outside? She asked, lowering her head and focusing intently on her meal, unable to meet his gaze. Yuman, Yu Cheng called out helplessly. He understood that such a drastic change was difficult to believe, but it pained him that his wife still doubted him. He longed for her faith in him, to trust that he could provide for her and grant her a lifetime of happiness. Yuman, tomorrow, I will take you to meet our factory director. Will that be all right? Surely she would believe the words of the director. Ah, meet your factory director? Jiang Yuman exclaimed, her head snapping up in surprise. Could it be that Yu Cheng was indeed telling the truth? Otherwise, why would he propose such a meeting? Yu Cheng nodded affirmatively. Yet, Jiang Yuman shook her head, pondering how others would perceive Yu Cheng if that were the case. Suddenly, Yu Cheng recalled the 1,000 yuan tucked in his pocket. He set down his bowl and chopsticks. Darling, come here. He pulled Jiang Yuman to the bedside, urging her to sit. He then stood and walked to the door, closing it, and pulled the floral curtains shut as well. Jiang Yuman watched in confusion, initially suspecting he was about to engage in something inappropriate. Given that their child was only a month old, she was about to refuse when Yu Cheng produced a stack of banknotes. This is 1,000 yuan. A bonus from the headquarters, he declared, gesturing towards the stack. Yu Cheng. Jiang Yuman was utterly astonished. The transformation in him was overwhelming, leaving her struggling to process it all. Yuman, please listen. Let's quit our jobs tomorrow, all right? His tone carried a plea, tinged with sadness. He feared losing their child. Losing her. He wanted to witness their baby's safe arrival into this world. Only then could he be assured that his wife had not abandoned him, that she was still alive. Jiang Yuman felt completely bewildered, but sensed Yu Cheng's sorrow and fear. He seemed extraordinarily cautious, as if afraid of losing her. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she had a strong feeling that Yu Cheng was seeking atonement. Yet, she could not recall any grave transgressions he had committed against her. Although he had been somewhat irresponsible and neglectful of the family, it was nothing so heinous. Ultimately, she acquiesced to Yu Cheng's request. All right, Yu Cheng, I promise you. I will resign from my job tomorrow. Jiang Yuman gazed at the money in her hands, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. Just a few days prior, she had only a few coins to her name, yet now, thanks to Yu Cheng, she had received a considerable sum. 1,000 yuan was indeed a significant amount for people like them who worked tirelessly. Make sure to keep the money safe. If you're worried about security, consider depositing it in the bank and keeping just enough for household expenses, Yu Cheng advised. He recalled that in 1996, interest rates were notably high, with a 6-month fixed deposit yielding around 7% and a 1-year term offering approximately 9%. The longer the deposit, the greater the interest accrued. Jiang Yuman nodded gently. Although she lacked the extra funds to save, she was aware of the bank's favorable rates and found Yu Cheng's suggestion quite sensible. With great care, Jiang Yuman secured the money. Once she had done so, Yu Cheng approached and opened the door. It was summer, and at 6 o'clock, the daylight still lingered. After dinner, Yu Cheng took it upon himself to handle the dishes. Yuman, shall we take a stroll? He proposed, hoping to walk off their meal. Jiang Yuman shook her head. Casting a glance towards the corner of the bed, Yu Cheng suddenly grasped her meaning and chuckled softly. Jiang Yuman shot him an irritated look, feeling as though she were being portrayed as a miser. Having grown accustomed to Jiang Yuman's typically gentle demeanor, Yu Cheng found himself intrigued by this rare glimpse of her spirited side. That night, the two of them embraced and fell into a peaceful slumber early. Chapter 13. Yu Cheng, I believe in you. The following day, the two arose at the break of dawn. Yu Cheng did not prepare breakfast. Instead, he ventured out to a nearby breakfast shop. Recalling Jiang Yuman's fondness for the renowned Tianjin dog does not care buns, he entered a restaurant that specialized in these delicacies. This establishment was known for its authentic version of the buns, and Yu Cheng frequently passed by it on his way to work, often indulging in its offerings. Upon entering, the proprietor greeted him warmly. Yu Cheng, back for more buns, are we? Indeed. I brought my wife along to sample your culinary skills, Yu Cheng replied, taking a seat at a table nestled within the interior. The owner soon noticed the quiet and charming young lady accompanying Yu Cheng and thought to himself how fortunate the young man was to have married such a lovely and well-mannered spouse. A true gem wasted on a mere pig, he mused, casting a glance at Jiang Yuman tinged with regret. Perceiving the owner's gaze, Yu Cheng shifted slightly to obscure it. Hey, Su Fatty, hurry up with the buns, he called out. The proprietor, whose full name was Su Sambao, was indeed a bit portly, and thus affectionately nicknamed Su Fatty by the patrons. Coming. Su Sambao quickly redirected his attention and went to fetch the buns. Su Fatty, your bun shop must be quite profitable. It's about time you consider marrying, Yu Cheng remarked with a knowing tone, implying that he should settle down and not covet someone else's spouse. Jiang Yuman suppressed a smile, finding Yu Cheng's banter quite amusing. As he had cornered the man with his words, Su Sambao chuckled at Yu Cheng's comment. You're right, you go. He then returned with 2 plates of steaming buns. His words were clearly intended to curry favor, for offending a loyal customer like Yu Cheng was not an option. Yu Cheng chose to remain silent thereafter. Sometimes, words were superfluous when the intended message had been conveyed. Darling, do try these buns, he urged, picking up a bun, dipping it in a bit of vinegar, and placing it in Jiang Yuman's bowl. The buns were indeed delicious, savory, and juicy, even if their names sounded rather peculiar. Yu Cheng, you sly dog. You've quietly become the team leader in the CNC workshop. A voice interrupted, belonging to none other than Zhang Tao, the former team leader of Yu Cheng's workshop, who had also come for breakfast. Yu Cheng's reaction was muted, while Jiang Yuman felt an unexpected surge of excitement. Yu Cheng had not deceived her. He had indeed transformed in ways she had not anticipated. Unconsciously, Jiang Yuman glanced up at Yu Cheng, her heart brimming with inexplicable joy and elation. Zhang Tao, you're here for breakfast as well? Yu Cheng inquired, his eyes meeting the familiar face. Yes. But please, no more team leader for me. We are equals now, Zhang Tao said, patting Yu Cheng on the shoulder before taking a seat at another table. He had assumed Yu Cheng would only be transferred to the CNC workshop, never imagining he had been promoted to team leader. This unassuming fellow, who seemed to blend into the background, had turned out to be quite the dragon in disguise. Zhang Tao felt fortunate that he had never given Yu Cheng a hard time. Very well, from now on, I shall call you by your name. Zhang Tao, how did you know I've become the class leader? Yu Cheng wondered, perplexed that he hadn't even taken office yet. It's not just me, everyone in the factory knows. Director Gu has even posted an announcement, Zhang Tao replied, munching on a steamed bun, his cheeks puffing up like a frog. Oh, what a trivial matter. Director Gu is making such a fuss over it, Yu Cheng said nonchalantly, taking a bite of his bun. Cough, cough. Zhang Tao almost choked on Yu Cheng's words. Is this kid doing it on purpose? The class leader in the CNC workshop makes several hundred more a month, and they don't even have to work night shifts. The benefits are significantly better than in their workshop, and the working environment is much more pleasant. If he only knew that Yu Cheng's salary was calculated at the Dongguan headquarters, he would probably be shocked. Honey, are you full? Yu Cheng offered her a napkin. I'm full, Jiang Yuman replied softly as she accepted the napkin. Then let's go? After Yu Cheng paid for the buns. He thought for a moment and covered the class leader's portion as well. It wasn't he out of generosity, it was a rare encounter. And he wouldn't be working in that workshop anymore. Besides, breakfast didn't cost much. The buns were only 20 cents each, totaling just 3 yuan for the 3 of them. He called out to Zhang Tao, take your time eating. I've already covered the breakfast. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao felt a bit embarrassed. His salary was higher, yet Yu Cheng treated him to buns. Thanks, Yu Cheng. I'll treat you to drinks later, Zhang Tao quickly replied. As they left, Zhang Tao muttered, this kid is getting better at handling people. Once outside the bun shop, Yu Cheng noticed that Jiang Yuman was in high spirits. Honey, get in the car. Let us go to the mall to resign from your job. He had meticulously planned their day ahead. Yu Cheng, I want to go to the bank first, Jiang Yuman quietly interjected. She had quite a bit of money in her cloth bag and was uneasy about carrying it, fearing it might get lost. She intended to deposit 900 yuan, keeping 100 for herself, as Yu Cheng insisted on taking her to the hospital for an examination. Although she initially hesitated to spend the money, Yu Cheng was adamant, claiming it would help prevent any potential deformities in their child. After some contemplation, she decided not to oppose him, considering it was for their unborn child. All right, I'll listen to you, dear, Yu Cheng cheerfully agreed, adjusting his bicycle's direction. The bank was in the opposite direction of the mall. Understanding that Jiang Yuman felt uneasy carrying such a large sum, they arrived at the agricultural bank about half an hour later, around 8:30, as the bank was just opening. In those days, not many people made deposits, especially early in the morning, so the bank was rather empty. They approached one of the counters, where the teller greeted them with a smile. Hello. How may I assist you today? In that era, there were no lobby managers or advisors. Saving money is akin to a ledger. Though I currently do not possess a bank card, it shall soon be within my grasp. The inaugural bank card emerged in August 1996, known as the Great Wall Electronic Debit Card. Comrade, I wish to deposit some funds, Jiang Yuman timidly declared, her voice tinged with apprehension. Upon hearing her intention to save, the bank clerk's eyes gleamed with interest. May I inquire how much you wish to deposit? She asked eagerly. 900, Jiang Yuman replied, handing over her cash and identification through the small green window. She was aware that an ID was requisite for the transaction. The clerk's face blossomed into a smile. Please hold on a moment. Have a seat. Observing the modest attire of the two individuals, she realized they were hidden gems. It is noteworthy that, at that time, the average worker's wage barely exceeded 200. In bustling cities, it ranged from 600 to 700, while in their small town, piecework pay amounted to 300 to 400, which was considered quite decent. Soon, the green passbook was prepared, and after completing the necessary procedures, it was ready. Comrade, please take a look. Is everything in order? The clerk cheerfully presented the passbook to Jiang Yuman. She examined it closely, noting the clear inscription of 900, along with the date and her name. Yes, that is correct. Thank you. Jiang Yuman nodded in acknowledgement after confirming the accuracy. Very well, have a pleasant day. And we look forward to your next visit, the clerk said warmly. As Yu Cheng and Jiang Yuman exited the bank, she began, Yu Cheng, the passbook's password is 6. But was interrupted by Yu Cheng. My dear, there is no need to disclose the password. I trust you implicitly, and that is what matters. He yearned to give the world to Jiang Yuman, his trust in her boundless. Naturally, he hoped that she would also come to trust him in return. Yu Cheng, I believe in you, Jiang Yuman softly uttered. At that moment, she fully embraced his words. He had indeed become the class leader. He had not deceived her. Hearing her affirmation, Yu Cheng's eyes glistened with emotion as he gently kissed her forehead. My dear, you finally believe in me. Here, the bond between the two individuals gradually deepened, and Yu Cheng's demeanor increasingly earned Jiang Yuman's trust. Chapter 14. My wife is expecting twins. Jiang Yuman carefully placed the small green notebook into the cloth bag. Darling, let us get in the car. Our next stop is the mall, Yu Cheng said, patting the back seat. Jiang Yuman nodded and settled in, gripping the cloth bag tightly. As Yu Cheng rode his bicycle, he inquired, Yuman, why don't you consider a fixed deposit? The interest is significantly higher. I'm concerned that my parents might need money, Jiang Yuman replied softly, fearing that Yu Cheng might be displeased. By parents, she naturally referred to his. Yu Cheng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jiang Yuman was thinking of his family. Overcome with emotion, he felt deeply fortunate to have such a wonderful wife. Yuman, I didn't mean to imply any blame. It's my fault for letting you worry so much, Yu Cheng expressed with a sense of guilt. Your parents are my parents too. Please don't overthink it. Jiang Yuman discerned the remorse in his words. Next month is my mother's birthday. Let us go visit them together. Yu Cheng suddenly recalled that his mother, Yi Mei, celebrated her birthday on the 20th of next month. All right, Jiang Yuman responded. Her voice slightly choked. Yu Cheng sensed her emotions and resolved to earn the respect of his in-laws, to mend their relationship, ensuring his wife harbored no regrets. As they chatted, they arrived at the mall, which opened at 9:30 in the morning. By now, employees were entering the building for work. Yu Cheng parked his bicycle in a corner by the entrance, and they proceeded inside, heading directly to the office on the second floor. Jiang Yuman, have you truly decided to resign? Manager Lu Kaihong adjusted her glasses, incredulous. She found it hard to comprehend, for this was a public institution. And though the benefits were not the best, many aspired to work here. If it weren't for Jiang Yuman's efficiency and diligence, she wouldn't have been reluctant to keep her. Jiang Yuman nodded. Manager, I have indeed made up my mind. Please assist me with the paperwork. My wife is expecting. And working here has become too arduous. Oh, I see. Then let us sign here, and afterward, we can settle your final payment in the finance department, Lu Kaihong said, sliding a contract in front of Jiang Yuman. Since she was pregnant and wished to leave, it was unreasonable to force her to stay. Jiang Yuman reviewed the contract, ensuring everything was in order, and swiftly signed it, followed by Lu Kaihong's signature. All done. You may leave now, Lu Kaihong said impatiently, as if they were bothersome flies. Unfazed by Lu Kaihong's demeanor, Jiang Yuman and Yu Cheng left, knowing they would have no further interactions. Jiang Yuman took the contract to the finance department to collect her wages, receiving a total of 280 yuan for the previous month and the first half of this month. With this amount, combined with the 100 yuan she had saved in some previous earnings, she thought to herself, what a delightful little fortune. A smile crept onto her lips at the thought. Yuman, let us make our way to the hospital. Yu Cheng observed the young girl's cheerful demeanor, likely a result of receiving her salary. He was unaware of the exact amount, as he did not accompany her into the finance department, adhering to the rules that forbade his entry. However, he could surmise that it would not exceed 300. The two proceeded directly to the city's people's hospital. They underwent a series of examinations and tests, which proceeded rather swiftly, though the ultrasound took considerably longer. The process of holding her bladder was quite torturous. Jiang Yuman had consumed 2 bottles of water, yet she found herself waiting, unable to relieve herself. If she did, the clarity of the ultrasound would be compromised, affecting the accuracy of the results. Yuman, bear with it a little longer. It will be your turn soon. There is just one person ahead, Yu Cheng reassured her. Glancing at the queue. Next, is Jiang Yuman here? Called a female doctor from the ultrasound room. Yu Cheng promptly responded, Yes, we're here, and swiftly assisted Jiang Yuman inside. You must step outside. Male companions are not permitted. The doctor firmly ushered Yu Cheng out, eliciting laughter from some pregnant women outside. Yu Cheng took it in stride, chuckling softly to himself, then settled onto a nearby bench to wait. After approximately 10 minutes, the door swung open. Yu Cheng quickly approached, and the female doctor handed him an ultrasound image along with a report. This is for your wife. You've done quite well, remarked another female doctor, unable to suppress her laughter. Yu Cheng, not fully grasping the meaning behind her words, merely chuckled foolishly. At that moment, Jiang Yuman emerged, having composed herself, and dashed towards the restroom. A few minutes later, she returned, looking relieved. Today, she truly understood the discomfort of holding in a full bladder. It was decidedly unpleasant. Yuman, are you all right? Yu Cheng inquired as he approached her. I'm fine, just a bit uncomfortable from holding it in, Jiang Yuman replied softly, feeling shy to speak too openly in the crowded waiting area. Yu Cheng lamented the absence of a painless ultrasound procedure, wishing they could avoid such discomfort altogether. Together, they made their way to the attending physician. Upon entering, they noticed another patient consulting briefly before departing. Yu Cheng glanced at the nameplate on the physician's white coat, which read Director of Gynecology, Sumin Director Su, may I trouble you to examine this for my wife? He inquired, placing the ultrasound image and test results on the desk. Su Min instructed Jiang Yuman. Please take a seat for a moment. Jiang Yuman expressed her gratitude and settled beside Director Liu. Su Min inspected the images, her face brightening with surprise. Congratulations, young lady. You are expecting twins. You are currently 8 weeks along, and the development of the fetuses appears to be excellent. I will prescribe some folic acid for you. Please ensure you maintain a nutritious diet and avoid excessive fatigue. It is a rare occurrence to encounter someone expecting twins in this day and age. Even when pregnancies do occur, many only result in a single viable child. However, at present, it seems the fetal development is progressing quite well. Jiang Yuman, filled with excitement, inquired, Director Su, am I truly expecting twins? Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? She could scarcely believe the news. My dear girl, how could I possibly err in such a matter? Su Min replied with a smile, fully comprehending the unparalleled joy that accompanies a young woman's first pregnancy, especially with twins. Meanwhile, Yu Cheng stood there, utterly dumbfounded, motionless. Yu Cheng. Jiang Yuman tugged at him, wondering if he had become completely dazed. Darling, this is wonderful. I'm going to be a father. It was only then that Yu Cheng snapped back to reality, finally grasping the meaning behind the doctor's words. You, my boy, are quite skilled. It turned out that the doctor was referring to his wife carrying twins. Chapter 15. Both boys and girls adore it with the joyful news of expecting twins. Yu Cheng and Jiang Yuman were filled with happiness. It was nearly midnight when they returned home. Yuman, you should rest for a bit. I will prepare dinner, Yu Cheng said, turning to fetch an enamel cup. He approached the table and poured a cup of warm water from the thermos, offering it to Jiang Yuman. Drink some warm water first. I will go to the convenience store to get the pork leg. Yu Cheng intended to prepare a hearty pork leg soup for his wife. All right, you go ahead. Jiang Yuman nodded obediently, cradling the warm cup of water, her heart ablaze with warmth. This was the life she truly desired. Yu Cheng then headed to the convenience store. Old Jiang, are you eating? I'm here to pick up some meat, he called out cheerfully. At that moment, Old Jiang was having his meal and casually replied, just take it yourself. Be careful while doing so. Don't worry, Old Jiang. I will be careful not to damage your things. Yu Cheng responded with a bright smile. You young lad, why are you grinning like that? Have you been gambling again? Old Jiang wondered if perhaps the boy had struck it rich in gambling, thus his elation. Old Jiang, I have quit gambling. It's just that my wife. He initially intended to say that his wife was expecting twins, but recalling the old saying that one should not speak of such matters before 3 months, he swiftly restrained his words. What is wrong with your wife? You rascal, have you been bullying her again? Old Jiang scolded Yu Cheng. However, he knew that Yu Cheng's wife was a good woman who often thought of the elderly man, bringing him a portion of any delicious meal she prepared and even mending his clothes from time to time. Yet, Yu Cheng often behaved rather foolishly. No, I truly haven't bullied Yuman. I have given up those things. I just wish to live a good life now, Yu Cheng stated with utmost sincerity. Seeing the seriousness in Yu Cheng's eyes, Old Jiang refrained from continuing his reprimand. Hurry and take the meat back. It's late. And you should be cooking for your wife, Old Jiang remarked, his expression more disdainful than a dog's. Yu Cheng didn't mind, knowing that Old Jiang had a good heart. On his way back, Yu Cheng encountered an elderly woman selling tomatoes. Fortuitously, the same woman whose tomatoes he had intended to buy but had not on a previous occasion. Granny, I'll take all your tomatoes, he declared, glancing to estimate about 2 pounds. The tomatoes were sweet and tangy, suitable for soup, scrambled eggs, or even as a fruit. Oh, it's you, young man. Do you really want them all? The elderly woman recognized him, her face reflecting disbelief. Yu Cheng chuckled at her skepticism, quickly retrieving 5 yuan from his pocket. The elderly woman's face lit up with a smile as she hurried to weigh the tomatoes. Young man, let us say it's 2 pounds. You can just give me 1 yuan, she suggested. All right, Yu Cheng agreed, pulling out a yuan to hand to her. At that time, tomatoes were somewhat rare and priced at 50 cents per pound. The elderly woman expressed her gratitude, beaming with joy as she gathered her wares. Upon returning home today, Jiang Yuman insisted on giving him 20 yuan, claiming it was for his pocket money. After purchasing tomatoes, Yu Cheng hurried home. Upon entering, he glanced at Jiang Yuman, who was seated on the bed, only to find that she was gazing back at him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he said, Yuman, I bought some tomatoes on the way, so I returned a bit later than expected. He quickly took the largest, ripest tomato, washed it at the sink, and rushed back to present it to Jiang Yuman. Have this tomato to settle your stomach. It's beneficial for both women and children. Jiang Yuman initially intended to decline, as she was particularly hungry. But upon hearing that it was good for the child, she accepted it. Seeing her take the tomato, Cheng chuckled foolishly. He then swiftly began washing rice, placing it into hot water to cook. Occasionally, he stirred it with a spoon. Soon, the rice was steaming. He pondered that the pork leg should be slowly stewed. But given the late hour, he would not have enough time. With this thought, he turned to Jiang Yuman, who was munching on the tomato, and asked, "Yuman, since it's getting late, I'll just stir-fry some tomatoes with eggs and some green beans. How does that sound?" "The green beans are the leftover ones from a few days ago." "All right," Jiang Yuman mumbled in response, her mouth full. 15 minutes later, the rice was ready, and Cheng began to stir-fry the dishes. Before long, both dishes were served on the table. "Yuman, it's time to eat," he called, turning to scoop 2 bowls of white rice. Noticing that Cheng's forehead was glistening with sweat, Jiang Yuman instinctively pulled out a handkerchief to wipe it for him. Cheng, concerned that his height might make it difficult for her, slightly bowed his head, which created a rather awkward position. Through the gap in her collar, he caught glimpses of her soft, fair skin, accompanied by a subtle fragrance wafting toward him. Closing his eyes, he thought that perhaps if he didn't look, everything would be fine. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to push his wife away. Such moments were rare opportunities. After wiping the sweat from Cheng's forehead, Jiang Yuman took the handkerchief to wash it. She remained oblivious to the unusual emotion stirring within him. Upon returning to the table to eat, she found Cheng staring at her intently. "What's the matter, Cheng?" she asked, puzzled. "Why do you seem increasingly warm?" "It's nothing. The weather is just too hot," he replied, making a concerted effort to mask his feelings. Reflecting on himself, he realized it had been decades since he had been intimate with a woman. He felt as though he were parched in the desert. His life had resembled that of a monk, despite having an abundance of wealth. Besides honoring his elderly parents, he spent his time visiting orphanages and nursing homes. To him, women were no different from men. Each time his business partners attempted to introduce him to women, he could provoke them to tears, causing them to flee. Those women would assert that Cheng was not a real man. Over time, people ceased to send women his way, believing him to be a man who preferred the company of other men. He never offers explanations, believing it to be the best course of action to avoid unnecessary confrontations. When a person's heart has grown cold, nothing can spark their interest, not even if the other party were a celestial being. Jiang Yuman remained oblivious to Cheng's thoughts as she glanced at the broken table fan languishing beneath the bed. The fan had been left unrepaired after Cheng discarded it there. "Cheng, we should purchase a new fan sometime soon. The weather is becoming increasingly sweltering, and we truly cannot manage without one," she suggested. Cheng was momentarily taken aback, pondering how the conversation had shifted so suddenly to the topic of a fan. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized the necessity. The rising temperatures indeed warranted a new fan. He had heard that pregnant women are more susceptible to heat. "Yes, we'll head to the mall soon and buy a fan," he affirmed. Cheng then picked up a piece of tomato and scrambled eggs, offering it to Jiang Yuman. "You are now eating for 3. You must indulge so that the baby flourishes." "Cheng, do you prefer a boy or a girl?" Jiang Yuman asked shyly. Given that twins often share the same gender and frequently resemble each other, her inquiry was understandable. Cheng chuckled. "My dear, as long as it is your child, whether boy or girl, I will cherish them equally." Jiang Yuman nodded, feeling a wave of reassurance wash over her. She had been apprehensive about his potential disfavor towards a girl. What if their child turned out to be a daughter? Chapter 16. Subduing Lu Xiaobo on the following morning. Cheng rode his bicycle to fetch a bowl of lean meat congee and a steamer of soup dumplings, leaving a note on the table. Seizing the opportunity, he nibbled on 2 youtiao and sipped some lukewarm water, making do with a light breakfast. Noticing that Jiang Yuman was soundly asleep, he refrained from waking her, instead planting a gentle kiss on her forehead before quietly closing the door and heading to the factory. He felt assured that Jiang Yuman would not go hungry, as there was still a considerable amount of pig trotter and peanut soup left from the previous night, stored in the refrigerator of the small shop. Come noon, she could simply retrieve it and heat it for her meal. When he had brought it over last night, they had also set aside a bowl for old Zhang, which contained several generous pieces of meat. Old Zhang, unable to decline, had accepted it with a hearty smile. As Cheng pushed his bicycle into the factory, he was greeted by someone. "Good morning, Cheng." "Good morning, Zhang Tao." Cheng looked up to see a familiar face and promptly responded. With the class meeting approaching, their conversation was brief. After clocking in, he hurried to the workshop on the 2nd floor. Upon entering, he observed individuals scattered throughout the space, one in the east corner, another in the west, one to the left, and another to the right. Some were smoking, others engaged in idle chatter, a few were trimming their nails, and some were even having breakfast. Cheng shook his head in disapproval. He chose not to speak initially and walked directly inside. The others, upon seeing him, continued with their activities, seemingly indifferent to his presence. He quickly grasped their intentions. They sought to undermine him. Just days prior, he had outperformed many of them. Yet now he found himself elevated to the position of their supervisor, a role they evidently resented. One individual, who appeared to command respect, sauntered over, exclaiming, "Everyone, gather round. The new supervisor has arrived." New supervisor? Where? Indeed. How come I haven't noticed? The remarks flew around, rendering Yu Cheng virtually invisible. He remained silent, turning instead to his makeshift office, more akin to a tool room than a proper workspace. Upon entering, the chatter from the workshop resumed. "Look at this kid. He is already cowering after a few words from us. Right. What makes him think he can be our supervisor? He is just a hopeless gambler, aiming to lead us? I bet he hasn't even touched a CNC machine. Ha, I doubt he even knows how to sharpen a tool." Yu Cheng chose to ignore their taunts and surveyed the room. It was filled with various measuring instruments, such as micrometers and tool knives. A small desk was nestled within, holding a ledger that recorded the names of all employees, while a clock hung on the wall. Yu Cheng took a pen and the ledger, stepping back outside. Upon seeing him emerge with the notebook, the others recognized it immediately. It was the very book used to track their infractions. Each point deducted equated to a monetary penalty of 1 yuan. I am aware that you all may harbor doubts about my capabilities. Today, I challenge anyone who feels unconvinced to step forward and engage in a contest with me. Should I falter, I shall relinquish the position of class leader to you. Yu Cheng understood that genuine respect is earned through strength. I am here, let us compete. Who fears whom? The words were spoken by none other than Liu Xiaobo, the first to voice his challenge. Liu Xiaobo had been employed in this workshop the longest and possessed commendable skills. He had aspired to ascend to the role of class leader. However, he did not anticipate the emergence of a formidable contender, a notorious gambler at that, which only fueled his resentment. This display of bravado was prearranged among them. "What is your name?" Yu Cheng inquired, as he was unfamiliar with the personnel in the CNC workshop. "I am Liu Xiaobo," he replied confidently, exuding a certain heroic aura. "Very well, what shall we compete in?" This man would not yield unless his arrogance was tempered. Individuals like him are akin to wild dogs, untamed and ready to bite, yet once subdued, they can become unwavering allies. What Yu Cheng needed was a devoted companion possessing both skill and loyalty. "Let us commence with knife sharpening." Liu Xiaobo held Yu Cheng in disdain, viewing him as nothing more than a decorative yet ineffectual figure. "Everyone present is a witness. If you lose, you must heed my directives in the workplace. Do you have any objections?" It was necessary to lay the ground rules firmly. "Agreed. A gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot pulled by 4 horses. If you lose, I shall assume the role of class leader." Liu Xiaobo brimmed with confidence, his eyes glimmering with certainty, for everyone in the workshop knew his skills were unrivaled. Yu Cheng nodded. "No problem. Let us begin." At that moment, no preformed blades were available. They were required to sharpen their own, at least in this branch. Yu Cheng surmised this was likely a cost-saving measure, as a box of high-speed steel blades was prohibitively expensive. He discerned that Liu Xiaobo possessed genuine skill. Otherwise, he would not be so audacious. Knife sharpening is a technique that many study for years without mastering. Those with talent may achieve proficiency in a year, while others may take 2 or 3 years, or even longer. Approximately 10 minutes elapsed, and both Yu Cheng and Liu Xiaobo presented their sharpened blades for inspection. The quality would soon become evident. The onlookers were incredulous as they regarded Yu Cheng. After all, no one could outshine Liu Xiaobo in knife sharpening. Liu Xiaobo examined Yu Cheng's blade from every angle, realizing that such precision was beyond his own capabilities, and even machines might struggle to replicate it. Yet, his innate unwillingness to concede prevented him from admitting defeat. "Shall we compare the quality of the products produced? Are you brave enough?" Liu Xiaobo pondered whether Yu Cheng could even operate the machine. "Very well. Best 2 out of 3. The programming for the machinery had already been meticulously prepared. Yu Cheng affixed the blade, aligned it, and, after consulting the accompanying blueprint, commenced operation. After half an hour, both had completed their respective products. At this juncture, the workshop's quality inspector, Lu Dongwei, approached and first evaluated Liu Xiaobo's product, which achieved a compliance rate of 90%. He then examined Yu Cheng's products, and beads of sweat slowly formed on his forehead. "So, Lu Dongwei, is there not a single one that meets the standards?" Liu Xiaobo looked at Yu Cheng with a victorious expression. Yu Cheng remained silent. The others began to urge. "Lu Dongwei, do speak up. Class monitor, they are all 100% qualified. And the accuracy is also 100%, not a fraction off. If Lu Dongwei had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it utterly unbelievable that someone could produce such precise products. Impossible. Step aside. I want to see for myself. Doubting, Lu Xiaobo approached to personally inspect Yu Cheng's products. After a considerable time, class monitor, I concede. From now on, whatever you say goes, I will follow your lead. At this moment, he was genuinely convinced. He believed that none of the individuals in the two workshops of the CNC machine tools could achieve such a level of proficiency. Listen carefully. If anyone disobeys the class monitor in the future, I will take it upon myself to deal with you, Lu Xiaobo declared, shaking his fist at everyone. Now, everyone, back to work. Remember, from now on, focus on quality first. Yu Cheng realized that he had indeed made an impression on them today. Class monitor, today's idea was mine. If you need to deduct money, take it from me. Lu Xiaobo understood that his suggestion had caused a significant delay. No worries. Today no one's wages will be deducted, but this cannot be a precedent. Work hard. In truth, you have already done quite well, Yu Cheng said, patting Lu Xiaobo on the shoulder. With that, Lu Xiaobo happily returned to his tasks. Chapter 17. The chairman's call upon noticing that everyone had returned to their tasks. Yu Cheng began an inspection of the workshop. Overall, the conditions appeared satisfactory. However, he sensed that the employees exhibited a degree of laxity. To ensure the quality of the products, he resolved to establish a system of rewards and penalties. He observed that the CNC workshop operated on a fixed salary with no bonuses or fines. The only consequence for tardiness or breaches of discipline was a deduction of points. This created an atmosphere reminiscent of communal dining, where the team leader earned merely 150 more than the workers, whose fixed salary stood at 350. During periods of urgent orders, the team leader was also required to engage in hands-on work, although his salary was dispersed by the headquarters, distinguishing it from the others. In contrast, the precision machining workshop operated on a piece rate basis, resulting in greater motivation among its employees. Those who were industrious could earn up to 500 in a month, while those like him, who sometimes slacked off, could still manage around 300, thanks to their speed and quality of work. Reflecting on his previous habits, Yu Cheng couldn't help but chuckle at his own past indiscretions. He resolved to discuss his ideas with Director Liu, should Liu oppose his plans. He would then consult Factory Manager Gua. It was essential to adhere to protocol, avoiding any actions that might be perceived as disrespectful to others. Offending colleagues was not his intention, so he preferred to proceed step by step. Moreover, he noted that the employees' knife sharpening skills were lacking. He planned to allocate time for training them. The quality of the knives directly impacted both the products and the longevity of the tools. In other words, well-sharpened knives would not only assure quality but also enhance efficiency and reduce costs, a truly advantageous trifecta. A plan was slowly taking shape in Yu Cheng's mind. Additionally, he considered appointing a deputy team leader to oversee the workshop during his upcoming trip to Dongguan. Human nature tends to breed complacency in the absence of supervision. Most individuals would likely become lazy or compromise on quality, settling for merely meeting standards rather than striving for excellence. He harbored a personal ambition as well, to cultivate a loyal and capable assistant, simplifying his managerial duties and, most importantly, affording him more time to spend with his wife. While Yu Cheng was engrossed in these thoughts, Lu Wenfeng entered. Yu Cheng, hurry to the factory director's office. Chairman Qian has called and insists you personally attend. Understood. Director Lu, I shall go at once. Yu Cheng placed his belongings back in his office and followed Lu Wenfeng outside. Before leaving, he called out to Lu Xiaobo. Lu Xiaobo, I am stepping out to take a call. Please keep an eye on the workshop. Lu Xiaobo was visibly excited. Sure thing, team leader. You can count on me to watch over things here. It felt as though he had been entrusted with a most honorable task. Once Yu Cheng departed, the others began to converse, their hands remaining busy. Did you hear that? The chairman personally called the team leader. Indeed, and he expects the team leader to answer himself. It appears that the class leader is indeed a competent individual. Alas, we have offended him before. What are you afraid of? Lu Xiaobo is still here to shield us. Isn't he? Laughter erupted among the group after this remark. What are you laughing at? Get back to work. Lu Xiaobo felt humiliated. Do not take offense, Lu Xiaobo. One person remarked. You were not unjustly defeated by the class leader. Another chimed in. I heard that Engineer Xiaomiz programmed something and nearly caused a major issue, but fortunately, the class leader resolved it. I even heard the chairman personally came by, seemingly to secure a significant order. Lu Xiaobo glared at them, exasperated. You are all so clever after the fact. Why didn't you mention this before the class meeting? I ended up embarrassing myself in front of the leader. Despite his words, Lu Xiaobo's admiration for the class leader grew. He was not one to submit easily. But he decided then and there to follow the class leader from that moment onward. All right, everyone, enough chatter. We might get scolded when we return, someone suggested. Everyone agreed and quickly resumed their tasks. Although they were on a fixed salary, there were daily quotas to meet. Failing to do so would result in penalties. Today had already consumed considerable time. Yuchun was oblivious to the fact that his subordinates were discussing him. Upon entering the factory manager's office, he saw Gu Dahai beckoning him. Hurry up. The chairman has been waiting for you for a while. Gu Dahai's words were, of course, relayed from the chairman on the other end of the line. The call was still active, and the chairman could hear everything. Yuching responded, I'm coming now, and picked up the phone. Hello, chairman. Hello, Yuching. I need to tell you that you must come to Dongguan tomorrow. Is it that urgent? It must be. The previous order of 300,000 has been changed to 1 million. Gu Dahai and Lu Wenfeng, hearing this figure, felt their hearts race. 1 million. Gu Dahai exclaimed, I need to find a place to calm down. Lu Wenfeng questioned, am I dreaming? Even Yu Chun was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly regained his composure. Chairman, that is certainly feasible, but I must discuss it with my wife first. What is there to discuss? Hurry over. If I were not waiting for the client to sign the contract, I would come pick you up myself. Yu Ching, you must go tomorrow morning. If not, I will give you a thrashing. Gu Dahai nudged him playfully. This young man was getting a bit too cheeky. $1 million order, he would dream of it with a smile. What about travel expenses? What about accommodation? Yu Chun was reluctant to pay out of his own pocket. The chairman on the other end of the line could not suppress his laughter. You fool, you won't have to spend a dime. You will stay in the finest hotel, and I will treat you to a seafood feast. Gu Dahai wished he could delve into this young man's mind to see what made him tick. Why had he never prioritized money before? All right, I will take the bus tomorrow morning. Yu Ching finally replied with a smile. All right, I will wait for you here. Qian Minghuai finally felt at ease and hung up the phone. Lao Lu, this is a contract worth $1 million. I've never seen our company secure such a substantial deal. Gu Dahai exclaimed, shaking Lu Wenfeng's hand with enthusiasm. Gu Dahai and Lu Wenfeng had worked together for many years, sharing both a superior-subordinate relationship and a genuine friendship. Lu Wenfeng was, in fact, the one whom Gu Dahai had promoted. Indeed, I have never witnessed such a thing either, Lu Wenfeng replied, his excitement barely contained. Director Gu, Director Lu, since you are both here, I have something to discuss with you. Yu Cheng interjected, interrupting the animated conversation. With both of them present, it was the perfect moment to convey his thoughts. You're always full of concerns. Just speak your mind. Gu Dahai responded, though his face betrayed his inner excitement. Directors, I may need to make frequent trips to Dongguan. For my shift, I would like to propose a vice shift leader, Yu Cheng expressed, hoping to avoid returning to a chaotic situation later. Gu Dahai pondered for a moment and deemed it reasonable, considering that Yu Cheng might need to travel there several times a month. Lu Wenfeng shared the same sentiment. The two exchanged glances, and Gu Dahai stated, We agree to your request, but the salary increase can only be 100. As for whom you choose, that is entirely up to you. Yu Cheng must have someone in mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought it up at this juncture. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Deputy Director. I will make the necessary arrangements and would like to head home early to take care of my wife, Yu Cheng replied, uncertain of how many days he would be gone, and felt it was essential to organize matters at home. All right, once you have arranged the work for your shift, you may return, Gu Dahai observed, realizing that Yu Cheng's thoughts were consumed by his spouse. He was not an unreasonable leader. The year-end bonuses were likely to be generous, which further elevated Gu Dahai's spirits. Lu Wenfeng would naturally benefit as well. Yu Cheng turned and headed towards the workshop. Lu Xiaobo, come here for a moment. Yu Cheng called out to Lu Xiaobo, who was diligently working. The others immediately perked up their ears. Captain, did you call me? Lu Xiaobo paused his machine and jogged over, his tone notably respectful. I need to visit the main plant in Dongguan tomorrow, and I expect to be away for a few days. I entrust you with overseeing product quality here during my absence, Yu Cheng instructed, noticing a marked improvement in Lu Xiaobo's attitude compared to the morning. It seemed he was indeed teachable. Yes, Captain, I will ensure the task is completed. Lu Xiaobo replied cheerfully. It appeared that the captain not only held no grudges but also placed considerable trust in him, which further deepened Lu Xiaobo's admiration. There is also some good news pertaining to you. Take a look at this. Yu Cheng handed him the appointment letter directly. He had obtained the document from Director Gu, who had signed and stamped it, bringing it along to avoid any last-minute changes from good to high. Lu Xiaobo, initially puzzled, took the paper and upon reading it, could hardly believe his eyes, his gaze widening in disbelief. "Captain, I've been promoted to vice shift leader," Lu Xiaobo exclaimed, his eyes glistening with emotion. As he touched the red seal with his rough hands, which bore the director's name, he was certain that the suggestion had originated from the class monitor. Otherwise, how could it be that after such a lengthy period, he had not ascended, and yet, upon the monitor's brief visit to the office, he was appointed as the deputy monitor? The monetary increase was merely 100, and though it may seem modest, many matters require patience to improve. Cheng patted him on the shoulder. "Not insignificant at all. Thank you, class monitor," Lu Xiaobo replied earnestly. This recognition was not merely about the amount of money, but rather a validation of his efforts. Upon hearing that Lu Bo had been appointed as the deputy monitor, everyone was filled with envy. Cheng then took a moment to clarify some work-related matters before departing. Chapter 18. Tomorrow I shall depart for Dongguan. Having meticulously arranged the affairs of the factory, Cheng mounted his bicycle and set off. He took a detour to the market, purchasing pork, beef, chicken, and eggs. He also acquired some vegetables and apples, though apples were rather pricey this season. He deemed it worthwhile as they are beneficial for pregnant women. With his absence from the factory, he felt no trepidation regarding his responsibilities, for Lu Wenfeng, the director, would undoubtedly oversee matters. In the event of a significant issue, he too would bear a share of the responsibility. Upon returning home, he found Jiang Yuman engaged in washing the clothes she had changed out of. "Yuman, leave the clothes there. I shall handle it," Cheng called out promptly. Jiang Yuman looked up upon hearing his voice. "Cheng, you're back? It seems you haven't been working lately." As he parked his bicycle in the corner, he hurried over to take the garments from her hands. "I returned due to a slight matter," he explained. "Cheng, let me wash them," Jiang Yuman insisted, feeling a bit embarrassed. The clothes she was washing were those she had changed out of that morning, as she had awoken feeling sweaty and uncomfortable, prompting her to don a fresh outfit. "Didn't I tell you? From now on, leave the dirty clothes for me to wash when I return. With some money saved, I ought to buy a washing machine for convenience." The Dr. Su had discreetly advised him to ensure his wife does not overexert herself during the initial 3 months of pregnancy, and certainly not engage in intimacy. Thus, he resolved that during her pregnancy, Jiang Yuman should not wash clothes or cook. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoli emerged from the bathroom and was taken aback to see Cheng washing clothes. Her eyes widened with astonishment. "Cheng, you're washing clothes for Jiang Yuman?" Her tone conveyed a sense of disbelief, akin to witnessing the sun rise in the west. "Sister Zhang, do you even need to ask? Your eyes can see for themselves," Cheng replied curtly. The couple seemed to have no leisure, merely indulging in idle chatter. "How peculiar. This is the first time I've witnessed a man doing laundry for his wife. Not only does Cheng prepare meals, but he also washes clothes for her." Zhang Xiaoli reflected on her own household, where the man only knew how to resort to violence against his wife and children, stirring within her a profound sense of injustice. "Cheng, allow me to wash them." Jiang Yuman, blushing from the remarks, stepped forward to reclaim the clothes. Cheng resisted. "Yuman, please bring the vegetables from the bicycle inside." He gestured toward the bicycle, where the meat was left at Uncle Zhang's place as usual. "Zhang Jia, may I inquire, is it a crime for a husband to wash his wife's clothes? If you're capable, feel free to have your man do the same," Cheng retorted bluntly. After uttering this, he glanced back at the bicycle and called out, "Wife, make several trips. Don't overexert yourself." Jiang Yuman chuckled softly. Thinking how light the vegetables were and how she was so fragile, she understood that Cheng was intentionally trying to provoke Zhang Xiaoli, so she playfully replied, "I understand, Cheng." Zhang Xiaoli was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the laws of the People's Republic of China do not stipulate that a husband is forbidden from doing laundry for his wife. Yet, she felt a sense of indignation. Cheng, a man's prowess is not measured by his domestic chores, laundry, grocery shopping, and cooking, but rather by his ability to forge a name for himself in the world outside. Spending all day at home catering to his wife is hardly the mark of a true man. Zhang Xiaoli wore a mocking expression. "Whether I am thriving or not is my own concern, and as for my masculinity, my wife knows it well. Although I may lack great ambitions at the very least, I do not resort to violence against my wife and children." After finishing his words, Cheng cheerfully broke into song. "Sweet, sweet, you smile so sweetly, just like flowers blooming in the spring breeze," he sang while glancing at Jiang Yuman, who chuckled softly. Zhang Xiaoli, trembling with anger, stomped her foot and retreated to her room. slamming the door behind her. Jiang Yuman could not help but laugh. She took out a clothes hanger, and together they hung the laundry. Why must you be so sharp-tongued? You know that Sister Jiang. Jiang Yuman felt that Yu Cheng had gone a bit too far. That is her own doing, if she cannot manage her own husband. How can she meddle in the affairs of others? Isn't that inviting trouble? Yu Cheng shrugged, indifferent to the feelings of others. Contemplating the varied characters in the building, he resolved to acquire a home of his own, given the current affordability of real estate, even in major cities. Prices hover around a mere 1,000 per square meter. Now was the time to buy. Yuman, I need to discuss something with you. Yu Cheng felt a pang of guilt. With his wife newly pregnant, he was unable to remain by her side. What is it? I'm all ears. She sensed that Yu Cheng was becoming increasingly decisive, and his seeking her counsel was more a gesture of respect. I must depart for Dongguan tomorrow morning and may be gone for several days. Yu Cheng took his wife's hand, his heart heavy with reluctance. Why the sudden trip to Dongguan? Jiang Yuman felt a significant shift lately. Yu Cheng seemed to be improving. Yet paradoxically, he appeared to be drifting further away. Was this merely her imagination? The company headquarters is located there, and they have secured a 1,000,000 yuan contract. Rest assured, all expenses will be reimbursed. You won't have to spend a dime. Yu Cheng spoke candidly. But why must it be you who goes? Jiang Yuman was perplexed. Even if you are the team leader, there are still supervisors and managers above you, right? It was the chairman who personally called for me. I must go and assess the situation. He feared that revealing his true purpose, addressing quality control issues, might alarm Jiang Yuman. Oh, please be careful on your journey. I will await your return at home. Jiang Yuman thought that since it was the chairman's directive, he had no choice but to comply. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved 100 yuan from beneath the mat and handed it to Yu Cheng. Things are different there. Take this just in case. She understood that one must carry some money when venturing out. Yu Cheng initially intended to decline, but then considered that if he came across something suitable for Yuman, he could procure it for her. All right, I will take it. Yuman, I just worry about you. Yu Cheng suppressed his concern, fearing that she might be taken advantage of. And he was also anxious about unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, I could escort you back to your hometown in Daxing for a few days. After all, his parents were there, which put him at ease. Jiang Yuman shook her head, saying, Yu Cheng, I am not going anywhere. I will wait for you right here. Traveling back and forth would incur expenses, and she did not wish to trouble the elderly couple further. Moreover, Yu Cheng would only be away for a few days, not several months. With their child not yet 2 months old, what was there to fear? She always felt that Yu Cheng was overly cautious. Many rural women worked in the fields to harvest crops even when they were 7 or 8 months pregnant. She did not have to work anymore, staying at home. At most, she would prepare a meal or two, and it was hardly exhausting. Very well then. Yu Cheng, seeing that Jiang Yuman did not wish to return, decided to let it be. He swiftly prepared lunch for the two of them. Perhaps due to her pregnancy, Jiang Yuman was prone to sleepiness. It wasn't long before she fell asleep leaning against Yu Cheng. He carefully lifted her back to bed and tucked her in with a light blanket. He then took out the test results from the cloth bag, tucked them into his pocket, and quietly exited the room, closing the door behind him. He mounted his bicycle and hastened towards Chiaota Middle School. Chapter 19. Yu Cheng's humble plea to his mother-in-law. Yu Cheng pedaled directly to Chiaota Middle School, where he secured his bicycle nearby, before ambling over to a small shop not far away to purchase a bottle of orange soda. He then approached the gatehouse and peered through the window. Excuse me, could you kindly assist me in placing a call to Ms. Yimei, the Chinese teacher for the first-year students? Yu Cheng addressed the elderly guard with utmost politeness, handing him the orange soda. The old man accepted it with a warm smile, his demeanor softened by sincerity. Young man, what relation are you to Ms. Yi? He inquired, clearly wanting to ascertain the connection, as he felt a sense of responsibility in case anything went awry. I am her son-in-law. Please let her know that my name is Yu Cheng and that I urgently need to see her. Yu Cheng feared that if the guard did not convey this information accurately, his mother-in-law might refuse to meet him. The old man dialed the number, and a gentle feminine voice answered on the other end. Hello, who is it? Ms. Yi, this is the gatekeeper, Zhao. There's a young man named Yu Cheng here looking for you. He claims to be your son-in-law, and he mentioned a sudden click interrupted him, followed by the sound of a dial tone. Yu Cheng realized that his mother-in-law, Yimei, had hung up. Apologies, young man. I couldn't be of assistance, Zhao said with an apologetic smile. Mr. Zhao, I truly have an urgent matter to discuss with Ms. Yi. I implore you, could you please call her again? Yu Cheng clasped his hands together, his face earnest. Zhao pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat indebted for the soda he had received. Reluctantly, he decided to make another attempt. Sensing the urgency in Yucheng's demeanor, after about a minute, someone finally answered the phone. "Miss Yi, the young man insists he has an urgent matter to discuss. You should meet with him," Zhao conveyed, having learned from his previous mistake to get to the point. There was a brief silence on the line before she instructed, "Have him wait at the school gate. I will be there shortly." The call ended. Zhao beamed at Yucheng, saying, "Young man, it's done. Wait at the gate. Miss Yi will be here soon." "Thank you, Mr. Zhao," Yucheng replied, positioning himself by his bicycle, awaiting her arrival. He contemplated his circumstances, realizing that since Yuman was reluctant to return to their hometown of Dexing, he would have to rely on his mother-in-law, Yimei, for a few days. Regardless of her feelings towards him, she could not possibly forsake her own daughter. With his wife being cared for by her mother, he felt considerably more at ease. Approximately half an hour later, a woman emerged, dressed in a short-sleeved batwing shirt paired with a skirt, her feet adorned with wedge sandals. Her hair was elegantly swept up, and she wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. This woman was none other than Jiang Yuman's mother, Yimei. As a teacher at Qiaota Middle School, she held little regard for Yucheng, who seemed to squander his days and lacked ambition, especially given his rural origins. Yimei nodded to Zhao and made her way directly towards Yucheng. "Mother," Yucheng exclaimed warmly, despite knowing that she held him in low esteem. He felt compelled to acknowledge her as Jiang Yuman's mother. "Do not address me in such a manner. You may simply call me Miss Yi." Yimei's frigid words fell upon Yucheng like a bucket of icy water, leaving him utterly chilled. "Mother, how can this be permissible? You are the elder." He could only endure, reminiscing on his past misdeeds. "Do as you wish. Speak your mind. What is it you desire?" Yimei was unwilling to linger over mere titles. If he chose to address her in such a manner, she would simply refrain from responding. That scoundrel had whisked away her obedient and gentle daughter. Was it merely the act of saving her once that had ensnared her very soul? "I wish to invite you to visit Yuman. She has long yearned for your presence," he ventured, eager to gauge his mother-in-law's reaction. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yumei's demeanor softened. "That girl has severed all ties with us. Her affairs are of no concern to us. You must be in need of money, and that's why you've come," she surmised, thinking that her daughter, too ashamed to appear, had sent this boy in her stead. "Mother, Yuman is pregnant," Yucheng stated, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. "Pregnant?" Yimei was taken aback, astonished at the revelation regarding her daughter. Yucheng nodded affirmatively. "I'm not here to beg for money. I implore you to care for Yuman for a few days. I cannot leave her alone." He laid bare his intentions. "I have classes to teach. I have no time for this." "Your wife is your responsibility," Yimei replied, turning away, reluctant to elaborate further, fearing her heart might soften and lead her to acquiesce. The earlier troubles regarding her daughter had even sent her husband to the hospital in a fit of anger. "Mother, I must travel to Dingguan for work tomorrow. I cannot leave Yuman home alone," Yucheng called after her. He was well aware of the distress he and his wife had caused the elderly couple. He bore them no ill will. Yimei hesitated momentarily, yet continued on her path. "Mother, I was at fault before, but Yuman is innocent. I beseech you, just for a few days. She is carrying twins, and I am fearful." With that, Yucheng fell to his knees, his eyes red and streaming with tears. Passers-by glanced curiously. Yet he paid no mind to their scrutiny, remaining resolutely on the ground. "Teacher Yi, the child recognizes his mistakes. Please, grant him forgiveness." Mr. Zhao, unable to bear the sight, interjected. Yimei turned back, observing Yucheng kneeling there, his eyes swollen with remorse. At that moment, she discerned a remarkable change in her once carefree son-in-law. Yes, it was his demeanor, his gaze. His eyes brimmed with contrition, and his pleas were heartfelt. He disregarded his pride, kneeling there to implore her to tend to her daughter. His concern for Yuman was palpable. Suddenly, it struck her, he had mentioned a business trip. A realization dawned upon her. Ordinary individuals did not embark on such journeys unless they were valued by their companies. Could it be that this boy had transformed? Yimei hastened towards him. "Rise, do not concern yourself with shame. I am far more embarrassed." Yucheng wiped his tears and stood, gratitude illuminating his features. "Thank you, Mother." He recognized that her willingness to reconsider indicated a favorable outcome was near. "Wait for me. I shall inform my office," she declared, needing to request leave from the principal. "Mother, very well. I shall wait for you." Yucheng replied with a broad, foolish grin. This signifies that the mother-in-law has acquiesced. Yuman is now being looked after. In a short while, Yumei emerged with a black handbag, pushing a brown bicycle before her. "Let us go. First, we shall visit and check on Yuman," she declared, intending to ascertain her daughter's situation before making further plans. Upon witnessing her daughter residing in such a dismal environment, Yume felt an acute pang of sorrow. She cast an exasperated glare at Cheng. "Mom, this is merely temporary. I intend to purchase a new house by the end of the year." His words were not merely to appease his mother-in-law, but were indeed his genuine intentions. Yume dismissed Cheng's statement as mere bravado, not taking it to heart. "Yuman, look who I brought," Cheng called out as he entered the room. Yuman, who was consuming an apple purchased by Cheng, had just awakened and felt a bit hungry, so she washed and began eating the fruit. Feeling the burden of carrying twins, her appetite had increased significantly. When Yuman looked up and saw her mother, she was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her mother to visit her here. "Mom." Yuman rushed over and embraced Yume. "Be careful of the baby in your belly," Yume exclaimed, quickly enveloping her daughter in a protective embrace, fearful of her stumbling. Chapter 20. Gaining the approval of the mother-in-law, the two women settled directly onto the bamboo mat on the bed. Cheng hurriedly fetched an apple, washed it, and placed it on a fruit platter, setting a stool before them. "Mom, have an apple to soothe your throat." Cheng eagerly offered a bright red apple. Yume, feeling a surge of anger at her daughter living in such conditions, hesitated to accept it. "Mom, this apple is truly delicious, sweet and crisp, specially chosen by Cheng." Jiang Yuman quickly interjected to ease the tension. Only then did Yume take the apple. Taking a bite, she found it indeed sweet and crisp. It seemed this young man had made a good choice. Perhaps he had a shred of conscience after all. In this season, most would hesitate to splurge on such fine apples. Seeing Yume enjoy the apple, Cheng suggested, "Yuman, why don't you chat with Mom? I'll go fetch the vegetables from Uncle Jiang." He noted that it was already past 3 o'clock, and the meat and chicken needed time to thaw. Most importantly, he wanted to provide them with a private space to converse. Once Cheng left, the two women closed the door to speak freely, mindful of the ears outside. "Yuman, do you see where you're living now?" Back then, Yume began, but was interrupted by her daughter. "Mom, I think this place is quite fine." Jiang Yuman understood her mother's concern, but was determined to see her chosen path through to the end, even if it meant enduring hardship. Moreover, Cheng was gradually improving. What is good about it? There's neither a private bathroom nor a kitchen. It's miles away from home, Yume lamented. "I don't understand what you see in that boy. He's merely tall and handsome, yet he digs in the earth. Nowadays, which girl doesn't he aspire to marry up?" "Mom, I've grown accustomed to it. It's not so bad. Besides, it's quite cool here," Jiang Yuman chuckled lightly. "Is this how you intend to live, without ever returning home to visit?" Yume felt a pang in her heart at her daughter's words of resignation. With a sigh, she lamented, A daughter married off is like water spilled. Mom, I fear that knowing more will only cause you greater worry for me." How she longed to return and see her parents. Yet, one reason was lack of funds, and the other was shame. How could she go back after everything? Back then, she couldn't even dare to bring Cheng home to meet her parents. When she learned they had severed ties with her, it pained her deeply. Yet there was nothing she could do. That year, after work, she had encountered a scoundrel and was nearly in trouble when Cheng fortuitously passed by and rescued her. From that moment on, her heart was set on him, resolutely determined to marry him. Little did she know how things would unfold after their marriage. Countless sleepless nights passed as she wept, longing for her father and mother. Enough of that. Let us talk about you. Since things are as they are, dwelling on it will only deepen our sorrow. What is there to say about me? I'm doing quite well. Jiang Yuman felt there was nothing noteworthy to share. Cheng mentioned you're expecting twins. Is that true? There aren't many who bear twins nowadays. I've heard it can be quite perilous during delivery. Yes, Mom. It's true. Cheng personally accompanied me to the hospital for the checkup. Upon mentioning her child, Jiang Yuman's expression softened significantly. Did Cheng take you for an examination? Which hospital did you visit? Yume expressed her concern about the possibility of a misdiagnosis at a small clinic. This is no trivial matter. It cannot be taken lightly. Cheng took me to the Municipal People's Hospital. Jiang Yuman reassured her mother, aware of her worries. She pulled out the ultrasound image to show her. Yume took it, scrutinizing it closely. It indeed confirmed that they had gone to the Municipal People's Hospital, which is not known for its affordability. Our attending physician is Director Su. She confirmed that it's twins and that they are developing exceptionally well. Surely you would trust the director's words. Yume had heard of Director Su, renowned for her exceptional medical skills. How could you afford such expenses? She queried, recalling that Jiang Yuman and Cheng had not even held a wedding ceremony, only obtaining a marriage certificate. That scoundrel is getting quite a bargain with my precious daughter. Cheng is now the class monitor, and his salary has increased. Just a couple of days ago, he received a bonus of 1,000 yuan, Jiang Yuman said, her pride evident. 1,000 yuan? Is that true? Yuman, please don't try to deceive me just to speak well of you, Cheng. Yimei replied, her skepticism palpable. As a public school teacher, her monthly earnings barely reached 300 yuan, while her husband, though a deputy director at a different hospital, earned around 500. Year-end bonuses were modest at best. Mom, it's true, Jiang Yuman insisted, pulling a green booklet from under her pillow and handing it to her mother. Yimei opened it with doubt, only to find a savings book showing a balance of 900 yuan. This is what I managed to save over 3 months without spending a penny. She noted the date on the passbook, June 16th, which was just yesterday. Yuman, you must be cautious. Where did this money come from? She was aware that Yu Cheng worked at a factory where ordinary employees earned about 300 yuan monthly, with piecework potentially raising it to 400 or 500. She had previously investigated Yu Cheng's background and knew his earnings barely exceeded 300 to 400, and he had a tendency towards gambling and drinking. Her initial inquiries had made her vehemently oppose the marriage, but Jiang Yuman had stubbornly insisted on marrying him, believing in his goodness. Mom, Yu Cheng has truly changed. He would never resort to criminal activities, Jiang Yuman pleaded, her face flushed with urgency. Just as Yimei was about to respond, a knock echoed from the door. Is anyone home? Jiang Yuman quickly rose to open the door. Standing outside was a young man holding a thick envelope. May I ask whom you were looking for? She inquired, scrutinizing him closely, unsure if she recognized him. You must be my sister-in-law. I am Lu Xiaobo, here to see our class monitor, Yu Cheng. The speaker was none other than Lu Xiaobo, the deputy class monitor from their workshop. Director Lu had visited their workshop that afternoon, asking if anyone knew where Yu Cheng lived, as he needed to deliver his salary and train ticket. Lu Xiaobo had volunteered for the task, inquiring along the way, and had just managed to find her. At this moment, Yu Cheng unexpectedly returned home to find a man conversing with his wife at the doorstep. He hurried over, exclaiming, Squad leader, you're back. Lu Xiaobo, the man in question, grinned broadly, revealing a set of white teeth, as he handed an envelope to Yu Cheng. Here is your salary and train ticket from Director Lu. Thank you, Lu Xiaobo. Come in for a glass of water, Yu Cheng offered. Brother, do have some water. Jiang Yuman suggested, turning back to the house to pour a glass from a special cup reserved for guests. Noticing the presence of another person, Lu Xiaobo, after taking a sip, replied, Squad leader, I want tea. Come in. I have matters to attend to in the workshop. Yu Cheng, understanding the situation, nodded and patted Lu Xiaobo's shoulder, saying, keep up the good work. I'll treat you to drinks when you return. All right, I'll be waiting for that, squad leader. Lu Xiaobo grinned before turning to leave. As the vice squad leader, he felt a responsibility to lead by example and work diligently. Upon entering the house, Yu Cheng opened the envelope to count the money, discovering a total of 650 yuan, along with a fast train sleeper ticket. Puzzled, he recalled that he had expected only a little over 300 last month. What is wrong, Yu Cheng? Jiang Yuman noticed a change in his expression. Is there more money? How much extra? Could it be a mistake? I'm not sure. It's possible, Yu Cheng replied, glancing back at the envelope, where he found a note. Upon reading it, he saw the words, Rascal, work hard and don't embarrass me, or I'll come back for your skin. The headquarters has rewarded you with 1,000 yuan. This 300 is a bonus from the branch. Don't complain about the amount. Our temple has little incense. This sleeper ticket was specially obtained for you by Director Lu, so remember his kindness. The note was signed by Gu Dahai. As he read, Yu Cheng felt his eyes welling with tears, touched by the kindness of the factory head and director. Yuman, this money is a bonus from the factory, don't worry. The salary hasn't been miscalculated, he assured, handing the note to Jiang Yuman. She read it, and then showed it to Yimei. Yu Cheng withdrew 100 yuan, passing the remaining 550 to Jiang Yuman. Here, dear, you take this 550. I'll keep 100 for myself to buy a watch for convenience. All right, you should take another 100 for the road, Jiang Yuman insisted, pulling out an additional 100 for him. Yu Cheng, however, declined, pushing it back. You gave me 100 yesterday, that's enough. Seeing his refusal, Jiang Yuman accepted it and put the money away. Yimei, having seen the note, finally believed in Yu Cheng's transformation and smiled with relief, finally acknowledging him as her son-in-law. Chapter 21. Mother-in-law agrees to care for Yuman. Yu Cheng casually tucked the money and train tickets into his pocket. He then retrieved a small aluminum basin from the wooden rack, specifically designated for washing rice. Approaching the rice barrel, he scooped 2 bamboo tubes of rice into the basin. Typically, One bamboo tube, roughly equivalent to a liter of rice, sufficed for him and Yuman, but with his mother-in-law present, he decided to prepare a larger portion. Turning around, he noticed his mother-in-law observing him with curiosity. With a smile, he suggested, "Yuman, if you're feeling restless, why not accompany your mother for a stroll at the park by the bridge? I'll prepare dinner, and you can return when you're done exploring." The air at home surely lacked the freshness of the outdoors. It was already past 4 o'clock, and the sun was nearing its descent. The park featured a lake and an abundance of willow trees, promising a cooler atmosphere. It was perfectly fine for Yuman, who was with child, to take a little walk, especially with her mother by her side, which eased any worries Cheng might have had. In fact, he felt more at ease knowing they would be occupied rather than sitting idly while he cooked. Yuman, sensing Cheng's slight discomfort, tugged at her mother's hand and said, "Mom, the doctor advised me to relax a bit. How about you accompany me to the lakeside park?" After considering, Yuman agreed. After all, the sun was setting, and they wouldn't be exposed to its rays. "Cheng, I'll accompany your mother for a walk," she called out to Cheng, who was busy washing rice in the sink. "All right, be cautious and don't wander too close to the lake. Watch your step," Cheng replied, his voice resonant. Yuman glanced at Cheng, skillfully washing the rice, and felt a sense of satisfaction. His adeptness suggested he must often cook. He managed to block the water flow without losing a single grain. She nodded approvingly. The mother and daughter linked arms and stepped outside. Yuman was pleasantly surprised that Cheng could cook. It was a rarity indeed. Even Yuman's father, Jiang Yuman, seldom ventured into the kitchen. Indeed, and he does it quite well, she mused, feeling her own culinary skills paled in comparison to his. "Is that so? Look at you," showering Cheng with compliments. Yuman chuckled, playfully tapping her daughter's forehead. "Mom, I'm being serious. You'll see for yourself when you taste it," Jiang Yuman insisted earnestly. She was exaggerating. Although she was unsure how Cheng had suddenly acquired such culinary skills, his dishes were undeniably delicious. "All right, I'll make sure to eat heartily later," Yuman responded, feeling a spark of anticipation. "Mom, you might not know this, but Cheng also washes my clothes," Yuman whispered into her mother's ear, a blush creeping onto her face. Yuman looked at her daughter in disbelief. "Yuman, are you serious?" Yuman nodded. "He said he didn't want me to tire myself. So he has been cooking and even insisted I quit my job at the mall." Yuman had not anticipated such a significant transformation in Cheng. Had it not been for his familiar appearance, she might have thought he was a different person altogether. She recalled the scene earlier, where her son-in-law had knelt and pleaded for her to come and care for her daughter. Such sincerity could not be feigned. "Yuman, now that Cheng has turned over a new leaf, you should embrace life with him wholeheartedly." Yuman felt that she had misjudged him in the past. "Yes, Mom. I understand." Jiang Yuman, upon witnessing her mother's acceptance of Cheng, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Suddenly, she thought of her father. "Mom, what about Dad? Take it slow with your father. He can be quite stubborn," Yuman replied, patting her daughter's hand. "Yes, I am aware of Dad's temperament." Jiang Yuman nodded obediently, fully aware of her father's obstinacy, akin to that of a bull. "Your father is like an old bull, and you, a little calf, both equally headstrong. It's south no wonder they drive me to the brink sometimes," Yuman mused. That old man would return home each day, sighing and complaining about everything, often losing his temper for no apparent reason. Deep down, Yuman understood that he missed his daughter, though he would never admit it. "Mom, the scenery here is quite beautiful, isn't it?" Jiang Yuman pointed at the weeping willows that lined the lakeside. Beneath the trees lay scattered shells of cicadas, their calls rising and falling in the air. A gentle breeze stirred, creating ripples on the lake's surface. Indeed, the scenery is lovely, and the air is infused with the scent of fresh grass. Such a splendid place is perfect for a stroll. "Do you come here often?" If she lived here, she would certainly visit frequently. Occasionally, she thought she would likely come often in the future, as Cheng had suggested. Yuman nodded, understanding the implication. They resided in a unit that was essentially a subsidized housing arrangement, costing them very little. The community boasted greenery, though it paled in comparison to this enchanting locale. "Yuman, I'll be here with you for the next few days," Yuman stated, deliberately avoiding the term care to spare her daughter any burden. "But aren't you supposed to be working?" Jiang Yuman recalled that her mother was only free on weekends, aside from school holidays. Cheng would definitely be away for more than 2 days. "I arranged with the principal for other teachers to cover my classes for a few days," Yuman explained. She had already devised a plan for the school to compensate those substitute teachers. "Mom, you're wonderful." Jiang Yuman leaned against her mother, reminiscent of the little girl she once was. After a while of resting on a park bench, they returned home, where Yuching had just placed the final dish on the table. The modest dining table was laden with an array of dishes: braised pork, chicken stewed with potatoes, cucumber salad, and a tomato and egg soup. "Mom, Yuman, you're back. Hurry, wash your hands and eat," Yuching exclaimed, quickly removing his apron and hanging it up. He washed his hands at the sink outside and then filled a basin with water to wash theirs. "Mom, let's wash our hands," Jiang Yuman urged, tugging at Yimei's sleeve upon seeing the water had been brought in. Yimei responded with an "oh" and proceeded to wash her hands, feeling somewhat like a queen. Pampered and served. As she gazed at the table brimming with colorful and aromatic dishes, the tantalizing scents alone were enough to make her mouth water. Yucheng served half a bowl of tomato and egg soup to both his mother-in-law and wife, mindful not to let them indulge too much lest they spoil their appetites for dinner. "Mom, Yuman, please enjoy some soup first. It's less likely to cause weight gain," he remarked with a smile before turning to serve himself a bowl of rice. Yimei was pleasantly surprised that this young man had some knowledge of health. The three of them ate heartily. After finishing her meal, Yimei lingered for a while, glancing at the dimming sky before deciding to leave. "Mom, are you leaving? Aren't you staying to keep Yuman company?" Yucheng called out, mistakenly believing she intended to depart. "I'll come by tomorrow morning. I need to prepare dinner for her father and discuss a few matters," Yimei explained with a smile, alleviating Yucheng's concerns. She hadn't yet shared certain details with her husband and felt it was best to keep things under wraps for the moment. Meanwhile, the young couple would be apart for several days. After all, they would need the opportunity to share some intimate words. It would be better if she came by tomorrow. Seeing his mother-in-law was resolute in her departure, Yucheng discreetly exchanged a few words with Jiang Yuman. She nodded in agreement. "Mom, wait a moment. I'll walk you to the door." "All right," Yimei replied, eager to converse a bit more with her daughter. Jiang Yuman turned back to retrieve 200 yuan from beneath her pillow and followed her mother outside. She handed the cash to Yimei, saying, "Mom, you must accept this money. It's from Yucheng. He wants you to know he will take good care of me, so you and Dad needn't worry." "No, dear. I have enough. You should keep it for the future use of the children," Yimei insisted. Jiang Yuman, feeling desperate, cried, "Mom, if you refuse to accept this, it means you want to forgive your daughter." Seeing her daughter in such distress, Yimei had no choice but to relent, thinking she would repay her in another way later and add a bit more herself. "Very well, I'll accept it. Now hurry back and remind that young man to behave himself. After all, you are expecting a child now," Yimei admonished. "Mom, the doctor has already said everything is fine. You needn't worry," Jiang Yuman replied, her cheeks flushing. "That is good to know. Well then, I shall take my leave," Yimei said, finally riding her bicycle home. Once inside, Yucheng was arranging the freshly washed dishes. "Yuman, Mom is gone," he announced. She is gone," Jiang Yuman replied, closing the door behind her. "Why are you shutting the door, dear?" "It's not bedtime yet," Yucheng asked in confusion. Jiang Yuman then pulled out all the money she had, counting it meticulously. Yucheng soon realized she was calculating the remaining funds. "I had 30 left from before, plus 280 from my salary, plus 100 from the bonuses I kept, and today's 550. That totals 960. After deducting 50 for the check and 200 for Mom and 200 for you, that leaves 450, with 510 remaining," Jiang Yuman muttered to herself. Yucheng remained silent, watching her with a smile of delight. "Yucheng, we can still save 200 this month," she exclaimed, her face radiant with joy. "All right, I'll defer to your wisdom, my love. You decide how we proceed," Yucheng said, approaching her and planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. It was then that Yucheng realized that his wife was, after all, quite the little money enthusiast. Chapter 22. A Nightmarish Dream. Yuman, I am departing for Dongguan tomorrow. Purchase whatever you desire without hesitation to spend. Yucheng embraced Jiang Yuman, who lay beside him. She shifted slightly and replied softly, "I understand. Please take care of yourself over there." She had heard that long-distance travel could be perilous. "Yuman, have you forgotten? I will be taking the express sleeper train. It is quite safe. Upon arrival in Guangzhou, someone will be there to receive me, and we shall proceed directly to Dongguan." In 1996, the Guangzhou train station was rather chaotic, rife with robberies, human traffickers, and scalpers, along with various hotels and unsoliciting guests. A man like him had little to fear, but a young woman ought not venture out alone. In the 90s, many young women seeking work fell victim to deceit, sold into remote mountainous areas. Some were even university students, trapped and forced to bear children for older men, unable to escape, thus ruining their lives. Such tragedies were not uncommon in that era, although conditions improved significantly after the year 2000, and public safety in Guangzhou had also seen considerable enhancement. How many days do you anticipate being away, Yucheng? In truth, they had never truly been apart. I am uncertain. It could range from 3 days to a week. Why do you ask? Yucheng gently tousled Jiang Yuman's soft, long hair, although her hair was now somewhat softened and yellowed. It lacked the luster of its former black sheen. Their marriage had not afforded her many joyful days, yet she had recently begun to feel better. It is nothing. I was merely inquiring. She felt a touch of unfamiliarity. Previously, no matter how late Yucheng returned home, he always did so. Do not worry. Mother will be coming over tomorrow. It has been a long time since you two have gathered, and this is the perfect opportunity. With his mother-in-law, you may. Looking after Jiang Yuman, he felt at ease. Thank you for everything you have done, Yucheng. Jiang Yuman was sincerely grateful. In the past, when she missed home and her parents, even though Yucheng was aware, he never inquired, let alone took action to comfort her. Yuman, these are my responsibilities. There is no need for thanks between us. Yucheng wished for his wife to feel more than mere gratitude towards him. He did not desire their marriage to be a constant exchange of thanks. He recognized that Jiang Yuman's warmth had diminished over time. Yet he believed he could gradually rekindle it. Once you arrive, please call me from a public phone, reaching Uncle Zhang's place. That way, I will feel more at ease. Uncle Zhang's convenience store housed the nearest public phone, the only one in the vicinity. Calls from there incurred a fee, 0.5 yuan per minute for local calls, and 1 yuan per minute for long-distance calls. All right, I will remember to call you as soon as I arrive. Jiang Yuman did not need to remind him. He would not forget. Back then, there were also phone booths, where one could purchase phone cards or use coins to make calls. By 1996, in major cities, business owners often possessed a mobile phone, like a cumbersome brick, heavy and unsightly, yet exorbitantly priced at over 10,000. Then there was the beeper, also known as the pager. When someone dialed your pager number using an ancient telephone, the number would appear on your device, prompting you to find a landline to return the call. It was an incredibly cumbersome process. Although small, it was not inexpensive, costing between 700 to 1,000. Many people enjoyed clipping them to their waistbands, which seemed quite fashionable at the time. Eventually, the mobile phone was introduced. Though not cheap, it was compact and convenient. There were also other options like the little smartphone, which were both affordable and handy. Yucheng shook his head, pondering why he was overthinking things. He decided to take it slow. After a while, realizing there was no sound, he looked down to see Jiang Yuman peacefully asleep in his arms. Amused, Yucheng thought it was delightful that his wife had fallen asleep like this, as he had hoped to converse with her a bit longer. He gently kissed the tips of her hair and whispered, "Good night, my love," before closing his eyes and drifting off to sleep. Wife. Oh, wife. Don't jump. Wife, come back. Yucheng felt someone shaking him awake. He opened his eyes to find Jiang Yuman sitting at the head of the bed, her face etched with concern. Yucheng, did you have a nightmare? Although she did not know what he dreamt of, she could see the panic and fear in his eyes. Yuman, let me hold you, Yucheng said in a hoarse, subdued voice. He reached out to embrace Jiang Yuman tightly. She could feel his body trembling, and she gently patted his back, speaking softly. Yucheng, it was just a dream. Although unaware of the specifics of his nightmare, she sensed it must have had something to do with her. After a while, Yucheng steadied his nerves and finally released Jiang Yuman. Knowing he had experienced that recurring nightmare again, he found solace in the sight of his wife sitting before him, vibrant and alive. Glancing at the small alarm clock on the bedside, he noted it was only 6 o'clock. The train departed at 8, so he still had time. Yuman, I'm sorry I woke you, he said, realizing his nightmare-induced sleep talking must have disturbed her. He wondered if she had understood any of his words. It's fine. I'm not working right now, remember? I can always catch up on sleep, Jiang Yuman replied with a playful smile, her eyes twinkling. You rest a bit longer. I'll go buy some breakfast. Mom might come over a little later, Yucheng said as he began to dress. He preferred sleeping in the nude during summer for comfort. All right, I'll sleep a bit more, he admitted, feeling he hadn't had enough rest. Jiang Yuman lay back down, and Yucheng covered her with a blanket. By 6 o'clock, the sky was brightening, and he quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face before heading out on his bicycle. The clear sound of the bell rang sweetly in the quiet morning. In less than half an hour, he returned with dozen tea care buns and soy milk. The soy milk was nutritious and inexpensive, and at that time, it was rich in flavor, unlike the watered-down versions of the future. After satisfying his own hunger, He placed the remaining buns in an aluminum pot to steam. It was still early, and he could not bear to awaken his wife. Subsequently, he took yesterday's dirty clothes to the sink to wash and hang them out to dry. Once he completed these tasks, he glanced at the clock. It was already past 7. Riding his bicycle to the train station would take half an hour, meaning he would arrive around 8. Just in time for ticket inspection and boarding. Cheng then placed several garments he had organized the previous day into his backpack, along with a military-style canteen filled with water. He tucked his identification card into the pocket of his jacket and stashed his money in the small pocket of his underwear, an uncommon feature in trousers nowadays, which he had deliberately purchased 2 pairs of, due to the prevalence of pickpockets. After ensuring everything was in order, he left a note on the dining table, approached the bedside to kiss his wife gently, closed the door behind him, and finally set off on his bicycle. At that moment, Yuman arrived. Cheng quickly briefed her before hastily departing, lest he be late. Chapter 23. Encountering the sisters selling counterfeit cigarettes upon arriving at the train station. Cheng parked his bicycle in the underground garage. He then picked up the travel bag from his bicycle and proceeded directly to the ticket inspection area. The screen above displayed that ticket checks had commenced, and he was fortunate enough to arrive just in time. He presented his identification and ticket to the inspector and placed his luggage on the conveyor belt. The inspector glanced at his ID and ticket, then looked at Cheng and waved his hand, indicating he could pass. Once in the waiting area, he casually chose a spot close to the ticket gate and took a seat. He noticed on the electronic screen that his train would arrive in 10 minutes. It was common for trains to experience delays, as this was not a terminal station. Ticket checks have begun, announced the inspector with a megaphone for the K-154 train to Guangzhou. In this era, traveling by train was quite cumbersome, requiring multiple ticket inspections before boarding during the journey. And upon exiting the station, Cheng picked up his bag and joined the queue. As he boarded, the train attendant took a moment to scrutinize him, perhaps surprised that a young man dressed so simply could afford a soft sleeper, especially the lower berth, which was more expensive. He found his designated bed, number 5, without issue. There was hot water available, and he had thoughtfully packed a bucket of instant noodles at home to avoid spending money on food aboard the train. Occasionally, vendors would approach passengers, offering various items for sale. The hard seat compartments were more chaotic, whereas the sleeper car was relatively better. In this day and age, at every stop, vendors would board with seeds, fruits, chicken legs, instant noodles, bottled water, and drinks, and their business seemed quite prosperous. However, if caught by the train attendants, they would be forcibly removed, only to reappear as soon as the coast was clear, an endless game of cat and mouse reminiscent of the cartoon Tom and Jerry, where the cat could never catch the mouse, who always managed to escape unscathed. Cheng was on a fast train, which would take 7 hours from Chaoda City to Guangzhou. He calculated that he would arrive around 3:30 in the afternoon, perhaps a little later by 4. At this moment, a woman approached him, lowering her voice to say, "Young man, would you like to buy some cigarettes?" Cheng understood that her actions were illegal. Cigarettes could not be sold privately. Selling tobacco required a government-sanctioned business license, and it was clear she was likely peddling counterfeit products, specifically targeting train passengers. The choice of sleeper car passengers was presumably based on the assumption that those who could afford such accommodations were wealthy. "What types of cigarettes do you have?" Cheng asked, feeling a bit bored. "I have everything. Hongsamai, Huangsamai, Waksamai, Mutin, and Kaidai," she replied, pulling the zipper of her handbag slightly open to reveal a glimpse of the cigarettes inside. "What are the prices?" Cheng inquired, glancing at the contents of her bag, which indeed contained a considerable amount of cigarettes. "Don't worry, they are 50 cents cheaper than the market price." "How does that sound?" The woman thought to herself that this deal was likely to close as soon as Cheng asked about the price. "Do you have any fakes?" Cheng asked in a hushed tone. Fashida, a cigarette brand that emerged in 1996, became quite the fashion statement. The little tabs beneath its packaging bore numbers ranging from 1 to 100. At the time, numerous rumors circulated that gathering all 100 numbers could earn one a colorful ribbon or even a refrigerator, with some claiming it could yield a cash prize of 10,000 yuan. Fueled by such tales, the cigarette gained immense popularity, with nearly every smoker eager to purchase it. And naturally, he was no exception. Yet, no one ever won a prize or cash. In reality, it was merely a marketing ploy, devoid of any actual rewards or gifts. "Young man, what you mentioned truly does not exist. You know how scarce this product is. If not, other brands are quite good too," the saleswoman said, her expression tinged with disappointment as she still wished to close the sale. Let me see a pack of Hong Samai, he requested, intending to ascertain the authenticity of the cigarettes. The saleswoman enthusiastically produced a pack of Hong Samai from her bag and handed it to him. He held it to his nose and took a sniff, subsequently returning the pack to her. Madam, if you were selling anything else, I might consider purchasing. But as for cigarettes, I think not. They are merely somewhat pricier than those outside, yet at least they are genuine. These cigarettes are counterfeit. Can you even smoke them? They could be hazardous. Upon hearing that he would not buy, the saleswoman's demeanor soured. You, so young, why harbor such ill intentions? You spent so long questioning me about cigarettes. And now you refuse to buy. Aren't you wasting my time and hindering my earnings? He chuckled softly. Madam, it is quite clear you are the one attempting to sell your cigarettes to me. I did not drag you into this discussion. He detested those who peddled counterfeit goods. Earning money was acceptable, but profiting through deceit was unjust. You just asked me if I had fascida. Would you have inquired if you had no intention to buy? The saleswoman pressed on. Her tone grew more aggressive, as if to declare that she would not leave until he made a purchase. Madam, do you truly need me to articulate why I want tea by your cigarettes? Surely you have some inkling, he retorted, casting a glance at her handbag. The saleswoman's eyes flickered, contemplating whether this young man was aware of the counterfeit nature of her goods. She studied him, thinking that he wouldn't recognize the falsity of the cigarettes due to his youth. Thus, she regained her bravado. You've wasted so much of my time. What shall we do about it? He scoffed internally at her audacity, realizing she was attempting to pressure him into an unwanted purchase. Madam, are you not leaving? Do you intend to linger here until I invite you to lunch? Laughter erupted from other passengers in the train car. But he had no time to indulge in their amusement. You are the one being unreasonable, claiming you would buy and then backing out, she insisted, likely accustomed to being domineering at this station. Your cigarettes are counterfeit. Do you think I'm unaware? Should I summon the train conductor for you to leave? He decided to take a firm stand against her shamelessness. What nonsense are you spouting? Who claimed my cigarettes are counterfeit? The saleswoman's confidence waned, her gaze darting nervously. Conductor, he called out, refusing to engage further in this futile exchange. If you choose not to purchase, why shout for the conductor? The young woman hastily left with those words, and Yu Cheng returned to his bunk. Hey, brother, how did you know that cigarette was fake? Yu Cheng turned to find a young man from the opposite lower bunk speaking to him. You can tell just by the smell, Yu Cheng replied, though he remained vigilant. One must never harbor ill intentions, yet it is prudent to be wary of others. After all, when venturing out, caution is paramount. It's fortunate you noticed, otherwise. If you had bought it, I might have ended up purchasing it too, the young man remarked with a smile. Oh, Yu Cheng replied nonchalantly. Where are you headed? What's your name? I'm Qian Shaohai. The young man introduced himself, seeming completely unfazed by Yu Cheng's demeanor. I'm going to Guangzhou. My name is Yu Cheng. Since the other had introduced himself, it would be rather impolite not to respond. Thus, they had made each other's acquaintance and continued to chat. Unbeknownst to Yu Cheng, the young man in the opposite bunk possessed a remarkable background. Chapter 24. Qian Shaohai arrives in Guangzhou, a voice suddenly called out. And then the train came to a gentle halt. The doors of the carriages swung open, and passengers began to disembark in a steady stream. Upon reaching the ticket checkpoint, the inspector wielded an iron punch, making a notch in the bottom right corner of each ticket, signifying its invalidation. As Qian Shaohai stepped outside, he noticed a young man holding a large sign that bore the name Yu Cheng. Realizing this was likely his ride, Yu Cheng approached and briefly presented his identification. The young man seemed taken aback, perhaps expecting someone older, a seasoned engineer in his 40s or 50s. Are you Yu Cheng? Disbelief was etched across his face. The chairman had never mentioned Yu Cheng's youth, merely extolling his virtues incessantly. Yu Cheng nodded with certainty. Indeed, that's me. Did you not just check my ID? My apologies. I simply did not anticipate you being so young and quite handsome, the young man replied, a bashful smile crossing his face. What did you expect me to look like? An old scholar or a bespectacled intellectual? Yu Cheng chuckled in response. Huh, Yu Cheng, you truly possess a delightful sense of humor. The young man laughed again, entertained by Yu Cheng's wit. How are we getting to Dongguan? He inquired, eager to complete his task and return home to his wife. The chairman has arrived personally, but the vehicle is not permitted to enter, so we will need to walk a bit, the young man explained. Oh, that's perfectly fine. What is your role at the factory? Yu Cheng observed that the young man appeared to be under 20. I am the chairman's personal driver, Li Xiaojiang. I have been driving for him for over a year now. The two engaged in casual conversation. Meanwhile, in a nearby parked car sat two individuals, Chairman Qian Minghuai and his son, Qian Shaohai. Father, how much longer must we wait? I'm starving. Just let me go home. Qian Shaohai half-joked, missing his mother. Don't play tricks on me, you little rascal. Do you think I'm unaware that you plan to meet up with your drinking buddies? Qian Minghuai bluntly exposed his son's intentions. Come on, Dad. Of course. I miss Mom. I haven't seen her in a year. Qian Shaohai was genuinely reluctant to be tethered to his father, anticipating that he would be dragged to the workshop to learn this and that. Why the rush? I have a young acquaintance I'd like you to meet. Qian Minghuai expressed his enthusiasm for introducing Yu Cheng, believing his son could learn much from him. What kind of friend? A girlfriend? Is she pretty? Qian Shaohai teased. His interest piqued at the prospect. After all, he had just graduated from university at the age of 21 and had yet to experience a serious relationship. You foolish boy. If you want a girlfriend, pursue one based on your own merits. Do not flaunt my name to gain attention. If I find out you're trying to pull any tricks, you'll be in for it, Qian Minghuai sternly warned his son. Young Qian Shaohai had just graduated from university, and naturally, he lacked social experience, making him vulnerable to deception. He let out a sigh, pondering how his father underestimated him. Yet, what mysterious person was his father insisting he meet today? The atmosphere seemed unusually grand, with his father personally coming to fetch him. Could it be that his father had lured a technical talent from another company? As he mused, the driver, Li Xiaojiang, announced, Chairman, I have brought the person you requested. Qian Minghuai quickly opened the car door and stepped out, patting Yu Cheng's arm. Yu Cheng, you've worked hard on this journey. Please, hop in. Chairman. It's no trouble at all. It is truly an honor for you to personally come and greet me, Yu Cheng replied courteously. Qian Minghuai took the driver's seat while Yu Cheng slid into the back compartment, only to discover a young man inside, who appeared rather displeased. Yu Cheng. This is my son, Qian Shaohai, Qian Minghuai introduced. Seeing his son with his back turned, oblivious to the presence of the guest, a wave of irritation washed over him. How rude his son was being. You little rascal, what are you staring at? This is the young man I wish to introduce to you, Yu Cheng, Qian Minghuai reprimanded. Dad, why are you yelling? Qian Shaohai finally turned around, and upon seeing Yu Cheng, his face lit up with joy. Yu Cheng, Qian Shaohai, what a coincidence. They both erupted into laughter. Yu Cheng thought to himself that he never expected this young man to be the chairman's son. It could prove beneficial for establishing a connection. After all, he was the future heir of Huaya Group, also known as Huaya Machinery Factory. Yu Cheng, how did you two meet? Qian Minghuai inquired. Chairman, we met on the train. Isn't it remarkable how life brings people together? Yu Cheng replied. Dad, you have no idea. Yu Cheng is quite impressive on the train. Qian Shaohai was clearly exhilarated. Ahem. Yu Cheng coughed lightly. This kid had a tendency to blurt out everything. What interesting thing happened on the train? Qian Minghuai asked with a smile. Qian Shaohai glanced at Yu Cheng and waved his hand dismissively. Dad, it was nothing. Chairman, it was just a small matter. Nothing worth mentioning, Yu Cheng added with a smile. Qian Minghuai ceased his inquiries, contemplating how his son seemed to hold Yu Cheng in some regard. Which was a good thing. It was essential to have someone who could keep him in check, as he had never been intimidated by anyone. Yu Cheng, I will take you to the hotel first so you can freshen up. Later tonight, we will host a welcome dinner for you. The hotel has been booked in advance by my secretary. Very well, thank you, Chairman. Yu Cheng replied politely. Yu Cheng, can I stay with you tonight? Qian Shaohai asked, feeling an inexplicable fondness for Yu Cheng. He sensed a uniqueness about him, a blend of composure and wit without being overly serious or sly. You little rascal. You haven't even returned home yet, and you're already thinking of going out. Your mother is constantly fretting about when you will return. If she knew you were planning to dash out before even stepping through the door, she would be furious. Dad, I never said I wouldn't come home. I'm just going to the hotel to spend the night with brother Yu Cheng, explained Qian Shaohai. In a short span, this young man had taken to calling him brother, displaying quite an endearing familiarity. Qian Minghuai, however, was quite pleased. The more familiar, the better. Yu Cheng's immediate reaction was one of disapproval. The thought of two grown men sharing a bed sent shivers down his spine. Shaohai, you haven't returned home in such a long time. The chairman's wife must be longing for you. It would be best for you to go home and spend some quality time with her. In the future, when you have the chance to visit Qiaoda, I will certainly take you around. All right then, Qian Shaohai replied listlessly. After all, he was a university graduate. Could he not recognize such a blatant refusal? Shaohai, I am not familiar with this area. Perhaps you could show me around when you have some free time? He was troubled by the lack of a guide. And here stood someone perfectly suited for the task. Sure. Absolutely. Brother Yu Cheng, I am free every day. It all depends on your schedule. Now that I've graduated, I am liberated. Great. How will I contact you? Yu Cheng inquired. You can call me. Qian Shaohai pulled out a card imprinted with a name and a series of Arabic numerals, handing it to Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng accepted it and slipped it into his pocket. Suddenly, Qian Minghuai recalled that Yu Cheng did not have a phone, which could often be quite inconvenient. If they secured this deal, future orders would undoubtedly flow in. Their perennial rival, the Everlasting Machinery Factory, was surely infuriated. Initially, the client had intended to award the contract to the Everlasting Machinery Factory and had even prepared to draft the agreement. However, after reviewing the products made by Huaya Machinery Factory, the client changed their mind. For years, Huaya Machinery had been overshadowed by Everlasting Machinery due to the presence of a formidable engineer in their ranks. Who would have guessed that they too would experience a misstep? Chapter 25a. Academic credentials are a hardship. The chairman arrived at the Washington Hotel. The driver, Li Xiaojing, halted the vehicle and then proceeded to open the door for Qian Minghuai. Yu Cheng, intending to push open the door, was taken aback when Qian Minghuai had already done so. His hand lingered in midair, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. Who did he think he was to have the chairman personally open the door for him? Yu Cheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After all, he was merely a junior employee. Truth be told, he was genuinely astonished by the attention he was receiving. Beside them, the driver, Li Xiaojing, was nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. Who on earth was this young man to command such regard from the chairman? Not even the general manager enjoyed such privileges. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it utterly unbelievable. Yu Cheng, what are you dawdling for? Do you expect me to hold the door open for you indefinitely? Qian Minghuai chuckled, noticing the young man's stunned expression. Chairman, you needn't do this. I'm merely a small fry under your command, Yu Cheng exclaimed, somewhat taken aback, as he hurriedly exited the vehicle. He had not anticipated such courteous treatment from the chairman. It's nothing. I merely opened the door as a courtesy, Qian Minghuai replied nonchalantly. Yu Cheng understood that his words were intended to alleviate any undue pressure he might feel. Qian Shaohai, on the other hand, was equally astonished. When had his father ever placed such significance on another individual? Even the engineers at the factory did not receive such esteem. You little rascal, get out of the car. Do you expect me to carry you out on a grand sedan chair? Qian Minghuai remarked, noticing his son still seated inside. Who is your real son here? Qian Shaohai muttered under his breath. No. Yu Cheng could not help but chuckle. Wow, the Washington Hotel. I've heard that the waitstaff here is selected from a beauty pageant. Brother Yu Cheng, you're in for a treat. Qian Shaohai whispered conspiratorially. Is that so? Be sure to take a good look, Yu Cheng teased. At this moment, every woman appeared the same to him, save for his wife, Jiang Yuman. Chairman Qian led Yu Cheng and Qian Shaohai inside, while driver Li Xiaojing remained in the vehicle. Upon reaching the reception, they were greeted by two strikingly tall waitresses, adorned with delicate makeup and lips painted a vibrant red, reminiscent of luscious cherries oozing with juice. Qian Shaohai gently nudged Yu Cheng's hand. What do you think? Each one is a rare beauty. Yu Cheng smiled silently. Had he not lived a second life, he would likely have worn a similar expression. Suddenly, he thought of his wife, who always presented herself with a natural look, and found that her unadorned beauty was far more enduring. Seeing Yu Cheng's calm demeanor, Qian Shaohai found it utterly dull. If you fancy one, feel free to ask for her contact information, Yu Cheng whispered. Pursuing a woman is the very first step. Otherwise, what are you chasing, a ball? Qian Shaohai's eyes lit up with the thought of seizing an opportunity to inquire later. Do you not have any interest? Qian Shaojiang gazed at Yu Cheng with a hint of bewilderment. I have a wife. Why should I harbor any affections? Yu Cheng successfully noticed the flustered expression on Qian Shaohai's face. At that moment, one of the receptionists glanced at them, prompting both men to hastily fall silent. One of the receptionists, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, Excuse me, sir, would you like to check in or dine? This was the esteemed Mr. Yu Cheng, who had previously reserved a luxurious suite. Qian Minghuai gestured towards Yu Cheng, exclaiming, You are Mr. Yu Cheng. Here is your room key. Please take good care of it. Should you require assistance, feel free to use the phone in your room to contact the front desk. The beautiful receptionist handed the key to Yu Cheng, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. It was evident that she held a distinct fondness for him, as his tall and handsome stature naturally captivated the attention of many young admirers. Yu Cheng graciously accepted the room key and replied succinctly, All right, thank you. His response was clear and devoid of unnecessary words. Qian Minghuai nodded in approval, thoroughly satisfied. Yu Cheng, I must return to the office briefly. You should head to your room and freshen up. I will come by at 5:30 to welcome you. He had matters to attend to at the company. All right, Chairman, You go ahead and take care of business." The fact that someone would come personally to greet him indicated a significant regard for him. "Brother Yu Cheng, I want to accompany you upstairs." Qian Shaohai immediately chimed in. "You rascal, hurry back home with me." Qian Minghuai grasped his son by the collar and began to drag him out. "Brother Yu Cheng, save me." Yu Cheng shook his head and chuckled, thinking him merely a child yet to mature. Ascending to the second floor, he found his room there. At 5:30 in the evening, the front desk called to inform him that Chairman Qian was waiting for him in box number 5 on the first floor. Having just finished his shower and taken a brief nap, Yu Cheng changed his clothes. After checking himself in the bathroom mirror to ensure he looked presentable, he made his way downstairs. Upon arriving at box number 5, he found several individuals seated inside, 2 of whom wore glasses and appeared quite scholarly. "Yu Cheng, you've arrived. Come sit beside me," Qian Minghuai beckoned, pulling out a mahogany chair. Seeing that the chairman had already taken the initiative, Yu Cheng felt compelled to approach. To refrain would have been discourteous. Everyone present, with the exception of Chairman Qian, regarded him with incredulity. Who is this young man? They wondered. Given the chairman's evident esteem for him, allow me to introduce this young man. His name is Yu Cheng, and he has been temporarily assigned from the branch factory to assist us. Qian Minghuai solemnly introduced Yu Cheng to the group. "He is not Engineer Xiao." One bespectacled individual whispered. "Did you not hear the chairman refer to him as Yu Cheng?" Another young man with glasses chimed in. "Let us introduce ourselves and get acquainted," Qian Minghuai suggested, seeking to facilitate their interaction. "Hello, Yu Cheng. I am Qiao Yang, an engineer at Huanya Machinery Factory." "Hello, Yu Cheng. I am Hu Ming, also an engineer at Huanya Machinery Factory." The other 2 introduced themselves in turn. One was Zhang Datu, the head of the production department, and the other was Qian Huaya, the factory director. The 2 bespectacled individuals were the engineers. "Greetings, everyone. As a newcomer, I appreciate your guidance. Allow me to propose a toast. Please feel free to enjoy," Yu Cheng said, lifting his glass and taking a sip. Fortunately, the glass was small. He was not averse to drinking, but simply preferred not to. "Chairman, is he the one you mentioned who will guide us in the technology of the CNC workshop?" The speaker was Qiao Yang, whose barely concealed disdain made Yu Cheng quite uncomfortable. Qian Minghuai nodded. "Indeed, you should seek his advice often, as he will not be here every day." Qiao Yang scoffed. "Brother Yu Cheng, may I inquire about your educational background? Do you possess a bachelor's degree? A master's?" He believed himself to be at least a graduate student, while he suspected this fellow might only hold a diploma from a technical college. The question hung in the air, leaving everyone stunned. Who would dare to pose such a question so directly? It was clearly laced with implied humiliation. Unfazed, Yu Cheng replied, "I am but a humble high school graduate." Alas, his educational background was indeed a significant shortcoming. Chapter 26. Sated, hydrated, and ready for a long slumber, Yu Cheng showed no concern for disclosing the nature of his diploma. It was simply the truth. There was no need for him to fabricate a falsehood for the sake of appearances. Were he to do so, he would inevitably look down upon himself. His admission to high school was merely a tenuous achievement, one he had little desire to pursue, finding the pursuit of knowledge rather tedious. It was his father, Yudafu, who had compelled him to attend with a broom in hand. It was only later that he came to realize the true significance of credentials and knowledge. Following the incident involving Jiang Yuman, he began to awaken, enrolling in night classes, subsequently passing the university entrance exams, and later pursuing a postgraduate degree. However, that was where his academic journey concluded. For the demands of his business left him with little time, and a master's degree sufficed. In this new life, he was determined to elevate his educational qualifications. This was a thought he had long contemplated, intending to discuss it thoroughly with Yuman upon his return. However, he had not anticipated encountering such a situation today. When everyone learned that the so-called technical talent mentioned by the chairman was merely a high school graduate, disbelief rippled through the room. Was the chairman jesting? Or did he believe they were all excessively idle? The company had secured a significant contract, yet they were stalling operations to welcome this youth, who had only completed high school, at the prestigious Washington Grand Hotel. The absurdity of it was palpable. The head of the production department frowned and spoke up. "Chairman, I understand your eagerness for talent, yet we cannot simply recruit anyone." It was important to note that the ordinary workers in the workshop were high school graduates, some even possessing associate degrees. This put the engineers Qiao Yang and Hu Ming in an uncomfortable position. Factory manager Qian Huaya, observing the displeasure on everyone's faces, felt compelled to interject. "Chairman, what is the rationale behind this? Are we truly entrusting production oversight to a high school graduate?" This cannot be serious. Qian Huaiye was a cousin of Qian Minghuai and held a 10% stake in the company. Although he was initially pleased that his cousin had secured such a substantial contract, he recognized that it was due to the client's satisfaction with the quality of the trial production that the order was redirected from the Eternal Machinery Factory to them. However, happiness must not cloud one's judgment. Among the assembly, only Huaming remained motionless and silent. He quietly observed the young man, who had borne the brunt of their ridicule. The youth appeared to be in his early 20s, perhaps giving Huaming the impression that they were of similar age. His gaze was resolute, his countenance devoid of any embarrassment or indignation from the humiliation he faced. This composure was indeed remarkable. Huaming had graduated from university. Though not from a prestigious institution, he believed that someone with the chairman's extensive experience in the business world would not engage in such a precarious venture without reason. This young man must possess some extraordinary qualities. Chairman Qian was incensed by the barrage of comments from his colleagues, his temper reaching its peak, leaving him no time to intervene. With the factory manager and department head voicing their concerns, Xiaoyang felt emboldened and brazenly remarked, "Chairman, are you attempting to humiliate both me and Huaming?" Xiaoyang tugged at the side, where Huaming was seated, drinking. "How can you still drink? Why come here if not to indulge in fine spirits? It would be a shame to waste such exquisite wine, especially when the chairman is treating." Huaming poured himself a glass of matai and took a sip. "Young man, I apologize. I'll arrange your ticket shortly," Factory Director Qian Huaiye said, somewhat sheepishly. Indeed, young man, I will procure some food for you to enjoy on the way," Minister Zhang Dagua quickly added. Yuqing offered no reply, merely returning to Xiaoyang's earlier comment, then settled down to continue drinking and feasting. These were indeed fine wines and dishes. Matai, no less. It was regrettable that the bottles had been opened. He wondered if any remained sealed, which he could take home to cherish for his children, a valuable treasure for the future. Everyone observed Yuqing, engrossed in his meal, resembling a country bumpkin in the city, unaccustomed to such opulence. They shook their heads, feeling embarrassed for him. Had he truly been starved for a year? Or was he just released from prison? The chairman glanced at Yu Cheng, feeling a modicum of satisfaction. In the face of their scorn, his refusal to storm out already surpassed the conduct of certain individuals. He then regarded the sneering Xiaoyang opposite him, shaking his head in disbelief. Xiaoyang felt a chill as Chairman Qian cast a disapproving glance in his direction. The group watched as Yu Cheng devoured his meal and drank heartily, akin to a famished soul reborn. Huaming, on the other hand, maintained his composure, savoring his food and drink delicately. Yuqing patted his stomach, unable to consume any more. "I am full now, Director Qian. Please arrange my tickets. And let it be for tomorrow. I cannot let such a splendid suite go to waste. I must stay at least one night. Minister Zhang, could you prepare some fruits and chocolates? My wife enjoys them." Qian Huaiye and Zhang Dagua exchanged startled glances before nodding vigorously. Certainly. We will procure them at once." "Rubbish." Qian Minghuai rose and slammed the table, creating a thunderous sound. "Chairman Qian, do not be angered. It is detrimental to your health. I genuinely thank you for this. Without you, I would not have savored such exquisite cuisine or stayed in such a fine hotel." Yu Cheng, with camaraderie, urged the chairman to sit back down. "You rascal. I invited you here solely for the food and drink, not merely for a night in a hotel." Qian Minghuai observed this fellow as he partnered with those two peering from the door cracks. "Chairman, they speak the truth. I am merely a high school graduate. A jester at best. I should return to my branch and serve as a small team leader," Yu Cheng remarked before taking another small sip of matai. "Delicious. Truly. A distinguished wine. Presently, matai costs over 100 yuan per bottle, and today, Chairman Qian had ordered 2 bottles, which he noted were from 1995. Although from 1995, in later years, they would fetch prices in the thousands. Qian Minghuai cast a sidelong glance at Yuqing, noticing his fondness for matai as he continued to gaze at the bottles longingly. What a pity it was that they were merely from 95. How splendid it would have been to have some from 83. Yuqing set down his glass, declaring he could drink no more. "Chairman, I shall return to the hotel first. Director Qian, Minister Zhang, do remember the promises you made to me." Yuqing, slightly tipsy, decided to leave them to their discussions and retire for the night. "You rascal." Qian Minghuai pondered the late hour. The CNC workshop had already closed for the day. "We shall address it tomorrow. Huaming, assist him back to his room. And tonight you shall stay there as well. If he attempts to abscond, you may return home tomorrow." Qian Minghuai gestured towards Huaming, who was still consuming his meal. Huaming readily responded, "Yes, Chairman, I assure you I will fulfill this task and keep a vigilant watch over him." Soon, Huaming approached and helped Yu Cheng away. The remaining individuals dared not utter a word, having never witnessed the chairman slam the table in person. Director Qian, should that 1 million order fall through, you shall be dismissed. The company cannot afford the penalty for breach of contract. Triple the penalty amounts to several million, a burden he cannot bear. Minister Jiang, if Yu Cheng resigns, you too may take your leave. And you, Xiao Yong, do not presume that your status as a graduate student elevates you above others. There are always greater heights in individuals beyond your kin. The company can manage without you, but it cannot do without Yu Cheng. The chairman's words struck like thunder, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Chairman, do you mean that the 1 million order hinges on Yu Cheng? Minister Zhang finally grasped the implication. If not because of him, then could it possibly be due to you? Qian Minghuai retorted sharply. Minister Zhang's complexion soured instantly, realizing the folly of his recent actions. Cousin, are you implying that the batch of products with excessive quality issues was produced by that young man? Qian Huaya was left utterly bewildered. What had he just said to that youth? Director Qian, what precisely did I say to that young fellow? Minister Zhang, you mentioned purchasing a ticket to send him home. Came the disheartened reply from Qian Huaya. It is over. Zhang Dagua slumped into his chair. Xiao Yong could scarcely believe that he was indeed the creator of that batch of products. He had toiled for an extended period, running the data through hundreds of iterations. Yet discrepancies persisted. Although the outputs remained within acceptable limits, they paled in comparison to those of higher quality. Very well, you all looked down upon him. Drove him away in frustration, and now I shall not concern myself further. We shall all face ruin together. With a flourish of his sleeve, Qian Minghuai departed, leaving them to devise their own solutions. Chapter 27. Is he still a man if his own wife doesn't care for him? Huaming assisted Yu Cheng up to the second floor, and as they rounded the corner, Yu Cheng removed his arm from Huaming's shoulder. Thanks, brother. You can head back now. He had no desire to share a room with a stranger. It was only 6 o'clock, and he still needed to call his wife. You're not drunk, are you? Huaming then noticed that Yu Cheng's eyes were clear and his speech was remarkably lucid. Indeed, he was quite the adept, pretending convincingly. Yu Cheng shrugged, a look on his face that seemed to say, do I look intoxicated? However, he had indeed indulged in quite a bit today. His tolerance for alcohol was commendable, a skill honed through countless business engagements in his past life. You can report back now. I'm not drunk. Even if I were to leave tomorrow, I would still inform the chairman. He understood that Chairman Qian would certainly not let him go. He had no intention of crossing Chairman Qian, but he wanted to temper the enthusiasm of the others. As for the young man before him, he bore no ill will. Throughout their interaction, the young man had never spoken ill of him, despite refraining from offering praise. This was merely human instinct. How could one risk offending familiar colleagues for the sake of a stranger? Were their roles reversed, he would have exhibited a similar indifferent attitude. Very well. Rest well. Huaming smiled and turned to leave. Yu Cheng did not dwell on it. He simply took out the room key and opened the door. Just as he was about to close it, a figure swiftly slipped in. Apologies, brother. The chairman instructed me to ensure you're not left alone. I can't afford to lose my job, Huaming said, half seriously. He genuinely could not afford to lose this position, earning over 1,000 yuan a month. He had spent a considerable amount of his family's money during his 4 years at university, and it was time for him to repay them. His father was the only one employed, a regular worker, while his mother occasionally took temporary jobs at the factory to supplement their income. Huaming settled onto the genuine leather sofa, and indeed, this VIP suite was quite splendid. It boasted a large television, air conditioning, and a variety of beverages. Most importantly, there was a telephone by the bedside, capable of long-distance calls. Today, he could indulge in this experience. He had never stayed in such a luxurious room before. Seeing that someone had entered, Yu Cheng thought it best to let it go, noting that Huaming did not seem malevolent. Then you can sleep on the sofa. I'm not accustomed to sharing a bed with another man, Yu Cheng stated, proceeding to the bathroom to wash his hair and body anew. Otherwise, the scent would keep him awake. All right, Huaming replied cheerfully. As long as he could stay, it mattered not where he slept. Besides, the leather sofa was far more comfortable than the hard bed in the dormitory. Yu Cheng quickly finished his shower and emerged. Aren't you going to wash up? Can you really sleep with the smell of alcohol on you? He remarked, drying his hair with a towel. The room was equipped with a hairdryer, but he was not fond of using it. It left his hair too frizzy. Okay, I'll wash up now, Huaming responded, adhering to the host's preferences. As he was indeed the guest while Yu Cheng was the master of the room, Huaming did not expect that the young Yu Cheng was so fastidious about cleanliness. Once Huaming stepped inside to take a shower, Yu Cheng began to dial a number. just as the call connected. He was interrupted by a voice on the other end. "Yu Cheng, is that you?" "Yes, it's me." "Yuman, how could you arrive so quickly?" "Even if you ran from home, it would take a few minutes," she replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Yuman, why are you being so silly?" "I told you I would call, and I did," Yu Cheng said, feeling a mix of affection and sweetness for his wife. "It's nothing. My mother and I just returned from a walk." She indeed waited for about 10 minutes, but we were out strolling, Yuman reassured him. "Please tell my mother." "Thank you for your hard work," Yu Cheng added, knowing that Yimei was surely by Yuman's side. "Yu Cheng asked me to tell you." "Thank you for your hard work," came the voice of his mother-in-law, Yimei, from the other end of the line. "I'm not tired." "It's quite rare to have some leisure," she replied. "Yuman, have you and your mother had dinner yet?" Yu Cheng wondered if the two of them had eaten at this hour. "We've already eaten." "Have you eaten?" Yuman asked, concerned about Yu Cheng's well-being outside. "I've eaten, and I even had some Moutai," he replied with a chuckle, though he had consumed a fair amount. He thought better of sharing the detail with his wife. "Drink less. It's chaotic out there. Please be careful." Yuman's concern was not without merit. The security in 1996 was far from what it would become in the future. "All right, I understand. The chairman arranged a hotel for me. It's very reputable and safe," Yu Cheng said, hoping to ease Yuman's worries. However, once he mentioned the hotel, Yuman's voice grew softer. "A hotel? I've heard they have special services there." Yu Cheng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting his innocent wife to think in that direction. "Haraha." Huaming, who had just finished his shower, couldn't he help but laugh upon overhearing their conversation. He had been listening for a little while, but Yu Cheng was too engrossed in his call to notice. Yu Cheng shot Huaming a fierce glare, silently urging him to be quiet. It was only then that he grasped the implication of Yuman's words. "Yuman, no. There is no such thing here. The Washington Hotel is a legitimate establishment," he hastily reassured her, panicking at the thought of Yuman misunderstanding him. Given that Yuman was pregnant, he could not be intimate with her, and he worried that such misunderstandings might lead her to overthink things. After all, pregnant women are often more prone to such anxieties. And some may even suffer from depression due to insecurity, fearing their husbands might seek affection elsewhere. "Oh, Yu Cheng, I believe you," Yuman said, reassured by the sound of a man's laughter, indicating that he was with another man, which alleviated her concerns about any inappropriate behavior. After all, Yu Cheng was tall and handsome, now exuding an air of calm and composure. "Yuman, do not let your thoughts wander. Focus on nourishing yourself and getting ample rest. And await my return." He longed to soar back to accompany his wife at that very moment. "All right, Yu Cheng, I shall await your return. Let's end our conversation for now. Make sure to sleep early. I find solace in knowing your safety." The phone call was primarily a source of concern for his well-being. Additionally, long-distance calls incur exorbitant charges, exceeding $1 per minute, yet unbeknownst to her, Yu Cheng was making the call from a hotel where it was complimentary. "Take care and rest well, both you and mother. My dear wife, I love you dearly." Yu Cheng bid farewell to his beloved, emulating the vernacular of future generations. "Goodbye, Yu Cheng." Jiang Yuman hung up the phone. Although she could not comprehend the meaning of the last 3 words, the declaration of love resonated profoundly. Yimei observed her daughter's flushed cheeks, surmising that Yu Cheng must have uttered some sweet nothings. The mother and daughter expressed their gratitude to Mr. Zhang before heading home. Huaming, seeing that Yu Cheng had finally concluded his call, seized the opportunity to speak. "Yu Cheng, you truly cherish your wife, do you not?" Huaming's expression was one of envy. Of course, if one does not cherish their own wife, what kind of man are they? He had once been not a man, but a scoundrel. "Indeed, you are correct. When I find a girlfriend, I shall treat her just as you do," Huaming replied earnestly. Having witnessed his father mistreat his mother throughout his childhood, he often saw her weep quietly, embracing him in sorrow. Though he was young, he understood that his mother endured for his sake, unwilling to abandon a home devoid of warmth. "Then do so promptly, young man. Words must translate into action," Yu Cheng encouraged, recognizing the young man's potential. "Indeed, a true man must honor his word." Huaming silently vowed to fulfill this promise. "Here, take this blanket." Yu Cheng retrieved a spare blanket from the cupboard and tossed it to Huaming. "Thank you, brother Yu Cheng." At that moment, Huaming had already regarded Yu Cheng as a friend. Just as Yu Cheng was about to speak, the doorbell rang. Ding dong, ding dong. Chapter 28. Apologies in line. Yu Cheng pondered the fact that he was unfamiliar with most individuals present, save for the chairman and his son. He mused. Who could possibly arrive at this hour? Surely not that rascal Qian Xiaohai. Shaking his head at the thought, He concluded that the boy was likely engaged in a tearful scene with his mother. It was improbable he would be allowed out, at least not today. Could it be that peculiar service his wife mentioned? Casting a sidelong glance at the enigmatic Ho Ming, who was concealed beneath the covers, Yu Cheng surmised the lad was also thinking along those lines. His gaze unmistakably suggested that the special service had indeed arrived. What an absurdity! Hurry and open the door. Remember, if it's a woman, you must not let her in. Otherwise, you shall find yourself out of this room tonight. Yu Cheng threatened. Ho Ming, resigned to his fate, rose reluctantly, casting a mournful glance at Yu Cheng before sluggishly donning his fuzzy slippers to answer the door. The slippers, provided by the hotel, were quite comprehensive in their amenities. Director Qian, what brings you here? Ho Ming could scarcely believe it was Director Qian Huaiye. Internally, he grumbled, what could he possibly want? Even if he had booked a ticket for tomorrow morning, that would suffice. Was it really necessary to take such drastic measures? How excessive. Little Ho, is Yu Cheng in? Qian Huaiye inquired, disregarding the question entirely. Brother Yu has already retired for the night, Ho Ming replied, somewhat irked. Qian Huaiye, discerning the hostility in his tone, had little time to dwell on it. Who sleeps this early? Surely, he was being deceived. Without hesitation, Qian Huaiye bypassed Ho Ming and entered the room. To his surprise, he discovered Yu Cheng engrossed in a book, a volume he had fortuitously stumbled upon in the nightstand drawer, likely left behind by a previous guest. Director Qian, have you come to deliver the train tickets? Yu Cheng set the book down, exhibiting no intention of rising. If others chose not to respect him, he felt no obligation to extend the same courtesy. Qian Huaiye's expression grew awkward as he forced a smile. Brother Yu, you jest. I previously failed to recognize your worth, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive my ignorance. He was filled with self-reproach, wishing he could slap himself. How could he have been so foolish as to speak in such a manner? He had never witnessed his cousin, Chairman Qian, treating anyone with such deference. Not even the young engineers in the factory. How could he have been so thoughtless? It was indeed easier to invite a deity than to bid farewell. If this young man took offense and departed the following day, the lucrative contract worth 1 million would vanish. Not only would the chairman be furious, but the other shareholders would likely tear him apart. He might as well resign as director and return home. As for the 10% equity, if the company were to collapse, he would be left with nothing. Thus, preserving the young man's goodwill was paramount, even if it meant enduring a loss of face today. He finally recalled the young man's remark about wishing it were a vintage from the 80s. Just at that moment, his father-in-law gifted him a bottle of 1988 Matai, which he had been reluctant to open. Fortunately, he had refrained from drinking it. Otherwise, that million would have vanished in a sip. Director Qian did not come merely to deliver train tickets. He came to offer an apology. Upon seeing Qian Huaiye holding an eco-friendly bag, Yu Cheng surmised it contained wine. Indeed, I have come to apologize, Qian Huaiye quickly affirmed, nodding his head and retrieving a box of wine from the bag. Placing it on the coffee table in the room, Yu Cheng cast a fleeting glance at it and exclaimed, goodness, Matai, and from 88 no less. I never imagined this fellow had such a treasure. He mused that this wine should have been taken home instead. With a nonchalant demeanor, Yu Cheng remarked, Director Qian, such gifts come with obligations. I cannot accept this. He rose from the bed and settled onto the sofa across the room. Yu Cheng, my young brother, your words suggest you are unwilling to forgive me, Qian Huaiye said, recognizing that he had overstepped. I hope you will remain. Qian Huaiye, seeing Yu Cheng's indifference, felt a pang of desperation. Realizing it was time to relent, Yu Cheng had no intention of truly departing. He would feel guilty towards the director and the others if he did. Moreover, Director Qian had treated him well. Therefore, he thought it wise to acquiesce. Since Director Qian insists, I shall accept the wine. I will accompany the chairman to the headquarters tomorrow. Yu Cheng stood, patted Director Qian on the shoulder, and poured him a cup of tea. Qian Huaiye accepted the tea, feeling a weight lift from his heart, knowing that Yu Cheng would indeed stay. After exchanging a few more words, Director Qian bid farewell, his demeanor markedly different from before. Once he departed, Ho Ming exclaimed, Yu Cheng, you are impressive. The director personally came to apologize and even brought a bottle of Matai. He lightly punched Yu Cheng's arm. What is there to be surprised about? Just a trivial matter. Yu Cheng replied dismissively, nearly causing Ho Ming to choke. Cough, cough. Take your time drinking. No one is competing with you. If you die, I shall not take responsibility. Yu Cheng reclined on the sofa, engrossed in his book. At that moment, the doorbell rang again. Why aren't you hurrying to answer the door? Yu Cheng signaled with his eyes. Ho Ming resignedly stood up to open the door. Yu Cheng, Minister Zhang has arrived, Ho Ming announced. This did not astonish Ho Ming. For if the director had come, the minister's arrival was hardly surprising. Minister Jiang had come, but he had brought food for the train ride, which meant Yuchen would likely not finish his book today. It was a financial management book, detailing information about stock funds and K-line techniques. He had intended to peruse it, but it seemed guests were plentiful today. Yuchen, I too have come to apologize. I spoke in error today and failed to recognize a towering figure. I beg for your forgiveness, Minister Jiang said, unaware that Director Qian had already visited. Perhaps they had simply missed each other. Forgiveness is not quite the right term. After all, I am merely a high school graduate. What you say is indeed the truth, is it not? Yu Cheng deliberately emphasized the words high school graduate. One cannot make such assertions. Even Zhu Yuanzhang once lived as a beggar. Yet he later ascended to the throne, would you not agree? Zhang Dada chuckled as he retrieved a bottle of liquor from his tote and placed it on the small coffee table in front of the sofa. Yu Cheng glanced over and, to his astonishment, saw that it was yet another bottle of Maodai, this time from 1986, quite a lavish gesture. He maintained a calm demeanor. Director Zhang, what does this mean? Yu Cheng inquired, gesturing towards the Maodai. It is, of course, a gift for you, my dear brother Yu Cheng. I recall you have a fondness for Maodai, do you not? My brother-in-law is in the hotel sales business and happened to have a bottle on hand. He gifted it to me for my birthday last year, and I had yet to indulge in it. Today seems the perfect occasion. Though I wonder if this lad will appreciate it. So, you mean, you wish for me to accept your wine? It appears fortune is smiling upon me today, with everyone eager to present me with liquor. My intention, young brother, is for you to stay. A substantial deal awaits your guidance. Dismiss our words as mere chatter. If you will, does that sound agreeable? If he does not attend, who could possibly produce the standard of product required? Not to mention the repercussions. Our company's reputation would be tarnished. Who would dare collaborate with them after that? Would the director not be forced to pack up and return home? He has a son in high school, after all, and education requires funding. His wife is also ailing, dependent on financial support. He has struggled to reach the position of director. He cannot let it slip away so easily. Seeing the sincerity in his words, Yu Cheng nodded. Director Zhang, I will accept the wine, and I shall join the chairman tomorrow. It would be unwise to refuse the offerings, as the other party would likely lose sleep over it. Very well, then, brother Yu Cheng, rest well. I shall not intrude any further, Director Zhang said, smiling as he departed. Now, I can finally sleep peacefully. Yu Cheng patted Huaming's shoulder and retired to his bed. What if Qiaoyong arrives later? Huaming mused. With both leaders present, surely he would come. Rest assured, he will definitely not show up tonight. Qiaoyong is young and impetuous. He will not believe without witnessing it firsthand. Thus he will certainly not make an appearance. Chapter 29, Proving Oneself Through Strength Upon Rising in the Morning. Huaming's first words were, Brother Yu Cheng, you were absolutely right, that Qiaoyong did not show up. Indeed, Yu Cheng replied casually, folding the blanket on the bed before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. He pondered whether he could manage to adjust all the equipment at the factory today. And he also wished to stroll through the city center. He intended to purchase a watch and a gift for Yuman. No, he should buy 2 gifts. One for his mother-in-law as well. Otherwise, he would be failing in his social duties. However, he worried that he might not have enough money. Oh well, he thought. He could figure it out later. Let us head down for breakfast. In such a luxurious suite, breakfast was provided complimentary on the first floor. All right, Huaming said, checking his reflection in the mirror before following suit. After inquiring with the receptionist, they proceeded to the dining area. The place was not overly crowded, likely due to the early hour, yet the breakfast spread was lavish. The offerings leaned heavily on sweet dishes, with fewer spicy options available: 8 treasure porridge, mung bean porridge, century egg and lean meat porridge, stir-fried rice noodles with meat slices, as well as steamed dumplings, large meat zongzi, rice rolls, fish porridge, salted duck eggs, and both pigeon soup and pork rib kelp soup. With such an array of delectable foods, it was no wonder this was a grand hotel, Huaming remarked. Miss, may we indulge in all of these? Huaming pointed towards the breakfast items. The young lady chuckled softly, then graciously gestured towards the dishes, saying, You are free to enjoy any of these. Yu Cheng looked at Huaming with a bemused expression, then pointed to a label affixed above. It read, Please cherish food. Serve only as much as you will eat. Huaming rolled his eyes at Yu Cheng. You little rascal, are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? You could have warned me before I asked the server. Yu Cheng served himself a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge, along with a small bowl of pigeon soup. The soup was not plentiful, containing at most half a pigeon, but it was sufficient to fill him. Huaming, on the other hand, took a large meat zongzi and heaped a plate of stir-fried rice noodles with meat slices. As they were enjoying their meal, Chairman Qian arrived. "I figured you would be here," Chairman Qian said, taking a seat beside Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng stood up to serve Chairman Qian a bowl of 8 treasure porridge and a bowl of pork rib soup, placing them before Qian Minghui. "Chairman, you haven't eaten yet." "Have you?" Chairman Qian nodded, not hesitating to pick up the spoon and begin eating. He had purposely instructed his driver, Xiao Li, to bring him to the hotel early, fearing that this young man might stubbornly return without attending to the matter at hand. He would have no place to express his grievances if that were to happen. Once the trio had their fill, they finally exited the hotel. "Chairman, let us first assess the situation at the factory. How can we proceed without understanding the circumstances?" "Very well, you young men have a commendable attitude," Qian Minghui said, patting Yu Cheng on the shoulder, his face filled with admiration. Hu Ming interjected. "Those 2 bottles of Mount are not inexpensive. Xiao Li, drive straight to the factory," Qian Minghui commanded as the 3 of them got into the car. Xiao Li understood well that it was time to commence work, although he was unaware of the events that had unfolded the previous day. All factories are situated in the suburbs. It is prohibited to establish any within the city center. After a half-hour journey, they arrived at the factory premises. Above the entrance, a metal framework bore the grand characters, Huaya Machinery Factory. Li Xiaojiang pressed the horn, and an elderly figure peeked out. "Old Chun, open the door," Li Xiaojiang called out. "Coming right up," Old Chun replied. Although referred to as Old Chun, he appeared to be around 50. The door was automatic. Upon a press from the security personnel, it swung open, allowing Li Xiaojiang to drive in directly. Inside, the ground was adorned with tiles, and numerous trees lined both sides of the path, including osmanthus, camellias, and surprisingly, cherry blossom trees. Chairman Qian provided an introduction. The building on the left is the office block. The first building on the right is the precision machining workshop, followed by the CNC workshop. At the forefront are the canteen and dormitories. Yu Cheng nodded appreciatively, remarking, "It looks quite pleasant here. I wonder how the equipment fares." "Chairman, shall we proceed to the workshop?" He was not particularly keen on learning more about the surroundings, as he neither lived nor worked there. "All right, Hu Ming. Summon all personnel from the CNC workshop to the site." This young man was indeed perceptive. Despite his youth, he was not one to indulge in frivolities. Upon entering the workshop, Yu Cheng observed the spotless, gleaming floor, and the hygienic environment was commendable. The workers were diligently engaged in their tasks, unaffected by their presence. A stark contrast to the factory he had previously visited. Everyone paused their work as Qian Minghui called out loudly. At that moment, Minister Zhang and Factory Director Qian rushed over, panting. It was quite early in the day, and the arrival of this spirited young man was indeed remarkable. Naturally, Xiao Yong was also present. Yu Cheng approached a machine tool and examined the products being produced. "The acceptable standard for this product is 0.2, by my estimation. You have achieved 0.15, which is commendable, yet there is potential to reach 0.1 with absolute precision." "Are you jesting? 0.15 is already our limit. Do you expect us to achieve perfection? Who are you, a high school graduate, to dictate terms here? Go back to your fields," Xiao Yong retorted angrily, seizing the product from Yu Cheng's hands and insulting him without restraint. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. At this juncture, whispers began to circulate. If Engineer Qiao cannot achieve that, who is this young man? Such audacity. It seems he was invited by the chairman. Nonsense. Would the chairman hire a high school graduate to oversee our operations? More laughter ensued. Seeing the crowd rallying against him, Xiao Yong stood tall, looking down upon Yu Cheng with disdain. His fury stemmed from the fact that he was responsible for this product, which had stringent requirements, while other products could afford a tolerance of 0.3. This one could only tolerate 0.2. With all the leaders present, this brash individual had made a fool of himself, embarrassing everyone in the process. "Xiao Yong, leave this instant. You are hereby dismissed," Qian Minghui shouted in anger, expelling him. Yu Cheng, who had managed to stay, found it unbearable to witness Xiao Yong humiliate him in front of so many onlookers. Xiao Yong stared incredulously at the chairman. After all, he was a graduate student. Everyone was taken aback, gazing at the chairman in astonishment. It was well known that the chairman valued talent and held great respect for the 2 engineers in the factory. What had stirred such a tempest today? "Chairman, please remain calm. Do not let your anger take hold," Yu Cheng interjected, concerned that Qian Minghui might suffer a health crisis due to his age. "If I can successfully produce this product, what will you do then?" Yu Cheng knew that to deal with someone of Xiao Yong's caliber, one had to conquer them with skill. "If I fail, You may do as you wish. If you can achieve 0, 1, I will concede defeat. Xiao Yong was skeptical of his ability to accomplish it. Very well, it is settled. Let this be witnessed. Yu Cheng declared. Someone fetch me a new knife. As he spoke, he readjusted the programming data. A new knife was soon brought to him. Yu Cheng replaced the old knife, aligned it anew, and began his operation. 15 minutes later, the final product was unveiled. Minister Zhang, please summon Wang Hui, Qian Minghui commanded. Wang Hui, the quality inspector of the workshop, hurried over. Wang Hui, please inspect these products. Qian Minghui gestured towards the items Yu Cheng had created. Wang Hui meticulously measured each one with a micrometer, repeating the process multiple times. Have you truly finished measuring? Qian Minghui exclaimed in exasperation. This young man was taking far too long. Chairman, all measurements are complete, and they are flawless, Wang Hui replied, his hands trembling with excitement. After nearly a decade as a quality inspector, he had never encountered anything like this before. He was overwhelmed with emotion. Xiao Yong rushed over, snatched the micrometer from Wang Hui's hands, and began measuring repeatedly, only to step back in defeat. He had lost, staggering out of the room. In that moment, both factory director Qian and Minister Zhang felt no lingering doubt, rejoicing that their visit yesterday had not been in vain. That Mount liquor had truly been worth the gift. Everyone gathered to witness the results, astonished by the distinct difference from their own work, gazing at Yu Cheng with admiration. Yu Cheng glanced at the despondent Xiao Yong, his eyes flickering with contemplation. Chapter 30. Chairman Qian presents a watch. Yu Cheng meticulously examined all the CNC machine tools and discovered that they were imported, significantly superior to those in the branch factory. He merely reprogrammed one of the data sets, leaving the rest for the workers to handle, as they had demonstrated commendable skill. The advantage they possessed, which the branch lacked, was the absence of the need for tool sharpening, coupled with the use of imported blades. Although this increased costs, it correspondingly enhanced work efficiency. Different conditions necessitate diverse methods, akin to the principle of adapting to local circumstances. What suits one's needs is invariably the best. Half an hour later, the products crafted were submitted for inspection to Quality Inspector Zhang Hui. The accuracy rate reached an impressive 98%. Much to the delight of the chairman, factory director, and minister, their smiles stretching from ear to ear. Minister Zhang, in particular, regarded Yu Cheng with profound respect, wishing fervently that he would remain indefinitely. However, the chairman noted that Yu Cheng was only present to provide guidance for a few days. Factory director Qian Huaya urged everyone to commence work on this substantial order worth millions. The client had stipulated a delivery time of 2 months, and the branch factory was also tasked with production. Work diligently, and upon completion of this batch, each of you will receive a bonus, Qian Minghui declared. Upon hearing of the bonuses, the workers responded with resounding enthusiasm, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Chairman. We shall certainly work hard. The prospect of financial reward is a powerful motivator. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push the mill. Observing the motivated workers, Qian Huaya felt immense gratitude towards Yu Cheng. It was fortunate to have such a young talent. All right, let us step outside. Huaming, you stay behind to supervise them. Qian Minghui instructed the daydreaming Huaming. Given that they had only just begun, supervision was essential. Huaming nodded vigorously, still feeling as though he were dreaming. He and Xiao Yong had conducted countless experiments without success, achieving at most a fraction of what Yu Cheng had accomplished. Yu Cheng, let us head out. My son wants to take you shopping, he said, knowing Yu Cheng wished to purchase a gift for his wife. Coincidentally, his son had been clamoring to meet Yu Cheng. The father felt as though Yu Cheng had become a paternal figure to his son, rendering him an outsider. Nevertheless, Yu Cheng was indeed impressive. His son could learn much from him. Very well. If any issues arise here, do inform me. Yu Cheng nodded in agreement. He believed that observing for a few days would pose no problem. Chairman, how does Xiao Yong perform in his duties? Yu Cheng inquired, seeking to understand the individual better. Yu Cheng, there's no need to concern yourself with Xiao Yong. He likely feels too embarrassed to remain here. Qian Minghui presumed Yu Cheng was still upset about the earlier incident. Chairman, I harbor no grievances regarding that matter. I merely wish to know about his work ethic. Yu Cheng clarified, sensing the chairman had misunderstood him. He too once experienced youth. It is only natural for the young to possess a fiery temperament and a lack of patience. How can one truly comprehend the vastness of the skies or the depth of the seas without encountering life's trials? Xiao Yong, having been raised in a relatively affluent family, exhibits a touch of pride in his character, yet he remains quite responsible in his work, holding high standards for his products. Qian Minghui sighed. recognizing that this young man is still overly competitive. In that case, let the chairman bring him back. He is young, after all, a graduate student. And it's only to be expected that he harbors lofty ambitions. He will surely mature with time. Yu Cheng believed that he could not remain in this position indefinitely. He could not allow Qian Dongzhang to lose an assistant due to this situation. Are you not angry with him? Qian Minghuai had not anticipated that Yu Cheng would suggest he retain the young man. Why should I be angry? He is merely a hot-headed youth. There is no need for me to make things difficult for Qiao Yong. Qian Huaya, come here. Chairman Qian whispered a few words into Qian Huaya's ear. Qian Huaya nodded and turned to head towards the dormitory. As Yu Cheng and the chairman approached the factory entrance, they noticed a small vehicle parked outside, from which a dark head emerged. Brother Yu Cheng, get in. Upon seeing Qian Shaohai, Yu Cheng wondered who else it could be. Yu Cheng, take this. It will be convenient for you. Qian Minghuai handed a delicate box to Yu Cheng. You should hurry. Come to my house for a simple dinner tonight. Without waiting for a response, Qian Minghuai opened the car door and gently ushered the bewildered Yu Cheng inside. Brother Yu Cheng, quickly see what my dad gave you. Qian Shaohai leaned in with curiosity. Yu Cheng playfully pushed his forehead away. Do you wish to see? Yes, yes. Brother Yu Cheng, please open it. Qian Shaohai nodded eagerly, his single eyelid sparkling with anticipation. Yu Cheng was uncertain about the contents of the box, though it was clear that it housed something of considerable value. Reluctant to accept such a generous gift, he thought to himself that Chairman Qian had already been quite considerate. Oh, let me handle it. Qian Shaohai snatched the box and promptly opened it. After a glance inside, he returned it to Yu Cheng. Brother Yu Cheng, take a look. As Yu Cheng lowered his gaze, he discovered a black genuine leather watch strap cradling a mechanical watch with a white face, emanating a soft blue glow and revealing scattered diamonds within. It appeared both elegant and fashionable. Although it was not a brand from Shanghai, it was still worth over 100. Yu Cheng closed the box and placed it on Qian Shaohai's lap. Shaohai, please give this to the chairman. I appreciate his kindness but cannot accept it. At that moment, Li Xiaojiang, who was driving, interjected, Brother Yu Cheng, the chairman asked me to convey a message to you. What message, Li Xiaojiang? Yu Cheng shifted slightly to inquire. The chairman said if you do not want it, just toss it out of the car window. Li Xiaojiang stifled a laugh. The chairman truly had an astute understanding of Yu Cheng's intentions. Brother Yu Cheng, you don't want it, right? Let me help you throw it out. Qian Shaohai pretended to toss it out the window. Hand it over. This watch seems to be beyond my ability to return. Is that correct? Qian Shaohai, with a playful grin, returned the box to Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng adorned his left wrist with the watch and proceeded to inspect the box, only to discover the absence of an invoice or any other tags. He speculated that Chairman Qian had anticipated this scenario, perhaps intending for him to return it later. He decided to remember this favor. With nearly 200 yuan still in his pocket, he reflected on his marriage to Jiang Yuman over the past 2 to 3 years. Realizing that aside from their marriage certificate, he had given her nothing, he felt a deep sense of guilt towards her. After all, isn't a wedding typically accompanied by at least a ring? The current gold prices should be quite reasonable. In the future, they might soar to several hundred yuan per gram. If given the opportunity, opening a gold shop might be a worthy endeavor. The brand Shanghai Lao Miao comes to mind as a commendable choice. In the future, gold jewelry will be essential for their marriage. Qian Shaohai, do you know where a gold shop is located? After all, I am not familiar with this area. I'm not too sure about that. Qian Shaohai scratched the back of his head. Yu Cheng, my brother, I know a place. I can take you there. The gold there is quite affordable, and you can have it customized at the shop. Li Xiaojiang surmised that this fellow was likely planning to buy something for his wife. All right, thank you, Xiaojiang. Yu Cheng considered checking the price per gram and thought he would look into it later. Chapter 31. Strolling through the old street to buy a gift for my wife, Brother Yu Cheng. This is the place. You two can go in now. This is the original old street, where the goods are both inexpensive and practical. I'll drive the car back to the factory, just in case the chairman needs it. Li Xiaojiang parked the vehicle at the entrance of the old street. Oh, understood. Thank you, Brother Xiaojiang. The warm manner in which others addressed him as brother made him feel somewhat reluctant to use full names. You're welcome. By the way, if you wish to buy jewelry, you might want to check out the old Yang jewelry store inside. Just mentioned that it was recommended by Xiaoli, Li Xiaojiang added before driving away. Got it. Brother Xiaojiang, you can head back now. Yu Cheng responded. Let us go. Qian Shaohai said, draping an arm around Yu Cheng's shoulder. Yu Cheng surveyed the street, noting that the shops on either side appeared rather antiquated, with buildings that were remnants of a bygone era. Although the ground was paved with concrete, it still bore numerous potholes. Fortunately, The weather was pleasant today. Had it rained, there would likely have been puddles. The variety of goods on display was quite comprehensive. In addition to the shops, many vendors had set up stalls laden with items, all covered by awnings. This arrangement was quite practical, offering protection from both rain and sunlight. As water damage could render products unsellable, and prolonged exposure to sunlight could fade colors, thereby diminishing their marketability. The street was lined with stalls selling hats, shoes, and clothing. Further along, there were numerous eateries offering dumplings, wontons, and noodle shops. Venturing deeper, one would find slightly more upscale establishments featuring items such as kipayos, suits, silk garments, and genuine leather boots. Yuching, why haven't we seen any jewelry stores? Qian Shaohai remarked, scanning the surroundings but finding no sign of gold shops, let alone regular jewelry stores. Patience, there are still more stores ahead, Yuching smiled. After all, he was a recent graduate, a little restless. At this, Qian Shaohai fell silent, enduring the walk with patience. After traversing another 4 or 5 meters, they finally spotted 2 gold shops, each situated on opposite sides of the street. One was named Fortune Awaits, while the other was Old Yang Jewelry Store. Qian Shaohai immediately intended to head towards Old Yang Jewelry Store, only to notice Yuching walking towards the opposite shop, Fortune Awaits. He hurried to catch up, puzzled. Yuching, didn't Xiaojiang say you should go to Old Yang Jewelry Store? What's the rush? Isn't it wise to compare prices at different stores? It's not a bad idea to look around a bit more. Inquire about prices and examine the styles. After all, browsing doesn't cost anything, Yuching replied. As they reached the entrance of Fortune Awaits, the young proprietor, appearing to be in his early 30s, greeted them with a broad smile. Welcome. Are you looking to purchase jewelry as a gift for a family member? He had a neatly cropped hairstyle, wore a white shirt paired with dress pants, and sported gold-rimmed glasses. Yuching nodded, just browsing for now. With a single glance, he could discern a shrewdness in the young man's eyes behind those lenses. Although he wore a smile, it was evident that he exhibited greater enthusiasm towards Qian Shaohai while remaining indifferent to himself. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Qian Shaohai was adorned in high-end brands, whereas he was clad in nothing more than a simple casual t-shirt and a pair of jeans. The term jeans began to gain popularity in the late 1980s. And although by 1996 they were not as fervently sought after, they remained a favored choice among the youth. Yuching's attire was quite acceptable, though he personally preferred a more relaxed and casual style. Look here, all the styles are displayed. The left side showcases the older models, while the right features the new arrivals, and at the forefront lies the 24K gold, the proprietor remarked, gesturing towards the gold ornaments in the glass cabinet. Sir, with such a variety, how's the pricing determined? Is it by gram or by piece? How does the calculation differ? Yuching inquired, casting a glance at the items within the cabinet. The proprietor noticed that Qian Shaohai remained silent, while Yuching continued to pose questions. And he realized the true buyer was the one in the t-shirt, not the young man in designer apparel. Immediately, the proprietor's demeanor became even more cordial towards Yuching. Sir, as you may know, gold in large department stores is typically priced around 100 per gram. Our sourcing channels are the same, but since our establishment is modest, we do not aspire to make a fortune. How about this? I can offer you a friendly price of 91 per gram, the proprietor proposed in one breath. Yuching scoffed internally. He truly thought he was an easy mark. 91 per gram? A friendly price? He must think me a fool. Yuching surmised that the proprietor had likely discerned his non-local accent and was attempting to take advantage of him. Are the prices for the old and new styles the same? Yuching asked nonchalantly. Sir, you jest. The older models are naturally a bit cheaper, at 85 per gram. And that is the lowest I can go, the proprietor replied, pointing to the new styles. You see, the new designs are far more attractive and varied. I strongly recommend you consider the new options. Yuching then pretended to examine several new pieces, shaking his head in disapproval. My wife wouldn't like these, my apologies, sir. Shaohai, let us go. Let us look elsewhere, Yuching said, tugging at the bewildered Qian Shaohai. Sir, if you are genuinely interested, I can offer a slight discount, reducing 5 yuan per gram. What do you think? The proprietor called out as Yuching and his companion began to leave. Yuching waved his hand dismissively. Thank you. But I am not interested. Those styles do not appeal to me. Brother you, aren't they rather appealing? Why would you decline? Qian Shaohai, unaware of the true value of gold, questioned. I do not like them. Yuching replied succinctly with 3 simple words. They then proceeded into Old Yang's gold shop. The styles inside were quite similar to those across the street, with the notable distinction that the shop offered customization of designs based on personal preferences. To his surprise, the proprietor possessed such craftsmanship. "Sir, how much is this gold ring per gram?" Yu Cheng inquired. Yu Cheng pointed to a delicate and exquisite ring displayed within the glass cabinet. Jiang Yuman's fingers were long and slender, making it a fitting choice for her. The ring was adorned with 2 heart motifs, reminiscent of Cupid's arrow. Priced at 70 per gram, Lao Yang approached to take a closer look. Yu Cheng nodded discreetly. Recalling that in 1996, the price was approximately 70 to 80 per gram. With no money to spare, he resolved to purchase a simpler piece. He refrained from mentioning that he had been introduced by Li Xiaojiang, mainly because he deemed the owner's pricing to be quite reasonable and preferred to keep it to himself. "Excuse me, could you weigh this for me? It's essential to weigh jewelry," he said. Lao Yang took the ring to the scale, and it matched the label's weight of 2 grams precisely. Following this, Lao Yang carefully placed the ring into a small red velvet box. "That will be 154 yuan, is that correct?" The owner confirmed, and Lao Yang nodded, pocketing the money. "Do you have any silver bracelets or similar items? Preferably something aesthetically pleasing," Yu Cheng inquired, as he had 40 yuan left, intending to buy a silver bracelet for his mother-in-law, Yimei. "Indeed, I make them myself." "Let me show you. I can offer you a discount," Lao Yang replied. "All right, please show it to me," Yu Cheng said, willing to take a look. Lao Yang produced a silver bracelet with an open design, featuring intricate floral patterns that exuded a sense of grandeur while maintaining a classic elegance. The bracelet appeared new and remarkably refined. "Is this quite expensive?" Yu Cheng asked, concerned about exceeding his budget. He believed his mother-in-law would undoubtedly cherish it but worried about the cost. "This one weighs around 30 grams. You can take it for 30, Lao Yang said. "That price is practically a gift. Are you sure you won't incur a loss?" Yu Cheng noticed that Lao Yang had a slight limp, likely a result of polio's after effects. "Not at all. This silver comes from the remnants of pieces I've accumulated over time. I won't lose money on this, and I might even make a small profit," Lao Yang replied with a cheerful demeanor. With this assurance, Yu Cheng paid for the bracelet. Having completed their purchases, the two exited the shop. Yu Cheng had no intention of browsing further, as he was left with only 10 yuan, insufficient for any additional purchases. "Brother you are incredible. Everything here is much cheaper than there," Qian Xiaohai expressed, growing increasingly impressed by Yu Cheng. "Why didn't you mention Xiaojiang's name? You could have gotten an even better deal." Qian Xiaohai was somewhat puzzled. "Xiaohai, did you not notice Lao Yang's disability? Besides, the prices he offers are already quite fair. We cannot exploit his goodwill. He deserves to earn a modest living from his efforts," Yu Cheng explained. Qian Xiaohai nodded, finally grasping the situation. Chapter 32. The Missing Mitai. After completing his shopping, Yu Cheng realized that there was still ample time before dinner, so he returned to the hotel with Qian Xiaohai. Upon entering, he noticed that the bed linens had been changed, although he paid it little mind. He set the gifts aside, glanced at the time, and decided to call his wife. "Xiaohai, feel free to grab a drink." Yu Cheng gestured toward the refreshments. "All right." Qian Xiaohai, noticing Yu Cheng seated at the edge of the bed, understood that he was about to call his family. With practiced ease, Yu Cheng dialed the number, and the call connected swiftly. "Hello, Grandpa Zhang. Could you please call for Yuman?" "Sure, hold on a moment." Within a few minutes, a gentle voice came through the line. "Hello, is this Yu Cheng?" "Yes, it's me, my dear. Why are you calling so early today?" "I wrapped up my errands this morning and went shopping in the afternoon." "What did you buy?" "I can't tell you just yet. It's a surprise for when I return. I even got something for Mom, but I'm unsure if she'll like it." "Keeping secrets, are we? Mom will surely love it. I'll be waiting for you. How are you and the baby? Is everything all right in there?" Qian Xiaohai, sipping his cola, nearly spat it out at Yu Cheng's remark. Yu Cheng shot him a glare. On the other end, Jiang Yuman couldn't help but chuckle. "The baby is still so tiny. There is no such thing as being obedient or disobedient." Then another woman's voice interjected, "Young lady, could you please hurry? I'm waiting to make a call here." Yu Cheng realized someone else was likely waiting to use the phone. "Let us wrap up for today, Yu Cheng. Take good care of yourself." Jiang Yuman apologized with a smile to the woman beside her. "All right, you and Mom should do the same," Yu Cheng replied before hanging up. He thought it inappropriate to monopolize the phone, considering Grandpa Zhang still needed to earn a living. Jiang Yuman quickly ended her call as well. "Thank you, Grandpa Zhang," she said, linking arms with her mother as they headed home. "Mom, Yu Cheng said he bought you a gift," Jiang Yuman remarked, her face beaming with joy. "What gift could he possibly buy? We aren't exactly well off. It's a waste of money." Yu Mei retorted, though secretly pleased. Yu Cheng's thoughtfulness indicated his genuine care. "He mentioned a surprise for me?" She was curious about what it might be and felt a surge of anticipation. "Look at how happy you are. Yi Mei observed her daughter's joyful demeanor, feeling a sense of happiness herself. She had only this one daughter, so how could she not cherish her? If Yu Cheng continued to treat Yuman well, she would rest easy. As for their financial situation, she would offer assistance when possible. After all, she had only this one daughter. As Yu Cheng ended his call, he noticed Qian Shaohai laughing uncontrollably. What is so funny? Have you finished laughing? Yu Cheng remarked, unceremoniously tossing a pillow at him. Rising to his feet, he intended to check on his 2 bottles of Matai, only to discover their absence from the corner where he had placed them. Who had entered this room? Apart from Ho Ming, who had been with him throughout the night. No one else could have done so. It was impossible for Ho Ming to be the culprit, as they had left together. So, who else had the means to access this room? Aside from himself, only the cleaning staff possessed the card to unlock the door. Could it have been the cleaner? Shaohai, my liquor is missing. Please go to the lobby and fetch the hotel manager for me. Yu Cheng meticulously examined the room, finding no signs of disturbance. This indicated that the 2 bottles had been taken on a whim by someone else. What liquor are you talking about? Qian Shaohai inquired, puzzled as to why Yu Cheng had brought liquor to the hotel. Unbeknownst to him, he was unaware that Director Qian and Minister Zhang had gifted the liquor to Yu Cheng, nor did he know about the events of the previous dinner. It's a bottle from 88 and another from 86, Yu Cheng replied casually. Goodness, Matai from the 80s, that's quite a treasure. No wonder it was stolen, Qian Shaohai exclaimed, dashing towards the front desk. Excuse me, I need to speak with your manager. He directly approached the receptionist. How may I assist you? The receptionist replied, suggesting that perhaps they could resolve the matter without involving the manager, as she was not so idle and could handle minor issues herself. My brother lost something in the hotel. Can you help with that? Qian Shaohai grinned at the receptionist. Upon hearing that a guest had lost something, the receptionist immediately understood the gravity of the situation, which could affect the hotel's reputation. Sir, please hold on. The manager will be here shortly. The receptionist's demeanor shifted, her attitude becoming exceedingly polite. As expected, the manager arrived promptly. Sir, which room are you in? May I personally take a look? The manager, wiping sweat from his brow, addressed Qian Shaohai with courtesy. Follow me, Qian Shaohai said, turning and ascending to the 2nd floor. This suite is where my brother lost his belongings. He is waiting for you inside, Qian Shaohai announced before entering the room. The manager hurriedly followed him inside. Greetings, sir. What items have you misplaced? The manager inquired, observing Yu Cheng, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Yu Cheng lifted his gaze, setting the book aside. The manager, a man in his 30s dressed in a sharp suit and tie, with shoes polished to a mirror shine, exuded an air of competence. Are you the manager of the Washington Hotel? Yu Cheng asked, sidestepping the question. Yes, sir. My name is Du Kong, the manager here, Du Kong replied. Perplexed by Yu Cheng's lack of response to his own inquiry, yet he answered truthfully. Upon hearing the manager's name, Yu Cheng nearly chuckled, recalling the famous adage, only Du Kong can alleviate worries. He pondered who else might possess the room key, as it was clear that without it, no one could enter. He had just glanced at the window, realizing that no one could possibly climb up from below. The room manager possessed a spare key card. Du Kong pondered whether he suspected an insider within the hotel. Yet, the Washington Hotel had never encountered such an incident in all these years. With this thought in mind, he inquired once more, Sir, you have yet to mention what you lost. I lost 2 bottles of liquor, Yu Cheng replied leisurely, casting a glance at the manager. Upon hearing that it was merely 2 bottles, Du Kong dismissed the concern, feeling it even less likely that an internal staff member was responsible. The hotel had an abundance of alcohol. However, when he heard Yu Cheng's next words, his legs began to tremble. The lost items were 2 bottles of Maotai, one from 1988 and the other from 1986. Du Kong looked at Yu Cheng, astonished at how such a young man could possess 2 bottles of such exquisite liquor. Each bottle would cost several hundred yuan, let alone 2. Who could possibly have stolen the wine? Chapter 33, The Thief of Wine Caught Manager Do. Perhaps you should summon the manager of your housekeeping department as well? Yu Cheng inquired nonchalantly, casting a glance at Du Kong. Sir, may I ask if you were the sole occupant of this room yesterday? Du Kong remained skeptical, unable to fathom that one of his employees could engage in such misconduct. Was there truly no fear of jeopardizing their own livelihood? I was here with a friend, Yu Cheng replied candidly. Might it be possible that your friend took those 2 bottles of wine? Du Kong pondered this possibility, finding it rather plausible. My friend left with me this morning. And furthermore, he has no room key. How could he possibly enter this room? Yu Cheng scoffed quietly. It was evident that Du Kong was reluctant to hold his employee accountable, prioritizing the hotel's reputation over addressing the issue at hand. What I detest most are those who, faced with a problem, do not seek to resolve it, but rather aim to shield their subordinates, Cheng thought. If Manager Du is unwilling to tackle this issue, I shall have no choice but to report it. He lacked the patience to engage in further dialogue. Please, sir, do not act impulsively. How about this? The hotel will compensate you with 3 bottles of Mao Dai, and we can consider this matter settled. Du Kong had not intended to escalate the situation. He hoped to resolve the issue discreetly, investigate the matter privately, and subsequently dismiss the offending employee. Xiaohai, it seems Manager Du does not comprehend my words. Please assist me in calling the police. Cheng directed towards the intrigued Qian Xiaohai. Young man, please wait. I shall fetch the housekeeping manager immediately, Du Kong said, dejectedly exiting. This young man was impervious to reason. It appeared that the situation would not be easily resolved. Brother, you are truly impressive. Manager Du is going to fetch someone without hesitation. Qian Xiaohai marveled, astonished. It was likely that others would have attempted to negotiate with the hotel for a private settlement. I simply wish to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me, Cheng mused. Some individuals only bully the weak. The only way to deal with such people is to confront them head-on. It seemed that the manager was a local. Believing that as an outsider, Cheng had no support and would prefer a clandestine resolution. Du Kong, what brings you here in such haste? The speaker was none other than Lu Xiaohong, the housekeeping manager. A significant reason for Du Kang's reluctance to escalate the issue was that Lu Xiaohong was the boss's sister-in-law, and he did not wish to offend her. Xiaohong, something serious has occurred, Du Kong exclaimed, his face etched with worry. What calamity could have befallen us? You look utterly terrified, Lu Xiaohong replied dismissively. Having been in her position for several years, she had encountered her fair share of crises. Has a guest in room 203 on the second floor reported a missing item? Du Kong wiped the sweat from his brow with a tissue. Missing items? We are a grand hotel. How could anything go missing? Lu Xiaohong furrowed her brow, realizing that this was indeed a troublesome matter. Was it cash or jewelry? Both are quite valuable. If it were not something significant, the guest would not seek out the manager. It is unfortunate. 2 bottles of Mount I have gone missing, one from 1988 and another from 1986. Du Kong could only speak the truth. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaohong's heart sank. As someone employed in the hospitality industry, she was acutely aware of the disparate values of these 2 bottles, both in terms of monetary worth and collectible significance. Their hotel, however, could not possibly procure such vintage spirits. Please notify the security at the entrance. No employees are to leave until this matter is resolved, she instructed. Fearing that the thief might seize the opportunity to abscond with the liquor at the end of the shift, the first group of employees was scheduled to leave at 5 o'clock, and the hour had yet to arrive. Very well, I shall attend to it immediately. Du Kong acknowledged before departing. Lu Xiaohong hastened to room 203, where she found 2 young men seated, one sipping a beverage while the other perused a book. A glance confirmed her suspicion that the latter was the one who had lost something. May I ask which gentleman misplaced a bottle of liquor? I am the hotel's guest services manager and am here to assist you promptly, she inquired politely, a smile gracing her lips. Cheng nodded, appreciating her professionalism, and replied, Manager Lu, please take a seat. I am Cheng, and my Mao Dai has gone missing from your guest room. Could you kindly inform me what time you departed this morning? Lu Xiaohong settled onto a nearby sofa. I left at 7:30 and returned around 4 in the afternoon. Cheng reflected on the timeline. During this period, did you bring anyone back with you? Lu Xiaohong cast a glance at Qian Xiaohai. No. Xiaohai returned with me in the afternoon, Cheng clarified, understanding the implication behind her words. Lu Xiaohong nodded, her mind already racing with possibilities. Manager Lu, I have heard that you possess a spare room key. May I inquire who else, apart from yourself, has access to it? Cheng's suspicions had begun to crystallize. The housekeeping staff has access. They arrived to clean between 8 and 9 in the morning, Lu Xiaohong responded, recalling that Aunt Zhang, who was on duty today, had a husband with a penchant for alcohol and a violent disposition. Could it be him? Perhaps I should summon the cleaning staff on duty today for questioning, Lu Xiaohong suggested after a moment of contemplation. She had previously inquired at the front desk, learning that 2 individuals had been seen bringing Mao Tai into the hotel, specifically seeking the occupant of room 203. Presumably, the liquor was intended as a gift for the young man before her. That won't be necessary. Simply allow them to finish their shifts as usual. I will wait at the entrance, Cheng replied. Lu Xiaohong's method could inadvertently alert the suspects. Even if they had taken the liquor, they would likely deny it, possibly even concealing the evidence. Without proof, no one would confess. Lu Xiaohong nodded in agreement. Thus, Yucheng followed her downstairs. After changing into a uniform provided by the lobby security, he stationed himself at the entrance, raising his hand as the clock ticked down the final 5 minutes until the end of the shift. He possessed a list of employees scheduled to leave at this hour, alongside their photographs. Each individual was required to clock out at his desk using a paper card that, when inserted into the machine, would display their clock-out time. The absence of a fingerprint clock-in system is somewhat inconvenient, yet manageable. As the workday concluded, one by one, the employees departed, leaving only Zhang Mei, the last remaining individual, noted to be 45 years of age. Yucheng glanced at the clock. Half an hour had already passed. At last, a woman approached, her demeanor tinged with a hint of anxiety, though she did not clock out but instead made her way directly to the exit. "And Zhang, you forgot to clock out," Yucheng called out. "Oh, I completely forgot," Zhang Mei replied with a smile, returning to clock out, a bag in her hand that appeared somewhat heavy. Yucheng mused to himself, she must be the one, for he caught the alluring scent of Matai liquor wafting through the air. His sense of smell was particularly acute. "I don't believe we've met before," Zhang Mei remarked, noting that this security guard seemed unfamiliar. "I'm new here today," Yucheng replied nonchalantly. "And Zhang, what do you have in that bag? It seems rather heavy." He feigned casual interest. "Nothing, just some leftovers," she responded, her expression betraying a hint of panic as she fumbled with her card, holding it the wrong way. Yucheng exchanged a glance with Qian Shaohai, who swiftly emerged and snatched the bag from Zhang Mei's hands. Upon inspection, it indeed contained 2 bottles of Matai, one from 1988 and the other from 1986. "Brother Yu, this is undoubtedly your liquor," Qian Shaohai exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "This is incredible. It rivals the treasures of Kenan." At that moment, managers Lu and Du also appeared. "Shaohai, go, put the liquor away, and let us head to dinner," Yucheng instructed, then turned back to the 2 managers, saying, "I leave her in your capable hands." Yucheng observed Zhang Mei, who sat dejectedly on the floor, feeling no sympathy for her plight. One reaps what one sows. Individuals like her are unworthy of compassion. As for how the 2 hotel managers chose to handle her, that was no longer his concern. Chapter 34. A windfall from the heavens. Yucheng returned to his room with 2 bottles of retrieved Maotai liquor, accompanied by Qian Shaohai. "Brother Yu, why not report this to the police?" Qian Shaohai inquired, somewhat perplexed. He believed that such a thief should be handed over to the authorities. "It is unnecessary. Manager Lu will handle it appropriately," Yucheng replied nonchalantly. His reluctance to escalate the matter stemmed from a desire to avoid being overly harsh. After all, upon learning of the theft, the manager of the housekeeping department did not shield her employee but promptly assisted in identifying the culprit. This indicated her accountability as a leader. Every tree has its dead branches. It is better to prune them than to uproot the entire tree. With so many people involved, it is impossible to guarantee that no mistakes will occur. After all, they are merely human, not deities. Even machines can malfunction and crash at times. Reporting the incident to the police would significantly tarnish the hotel's reputation, as such actions would create a permanent record. There is no wall that does not allow whispers to pass through. News of a hotel employee stealing from their own establishment would inevitably circulate, leading to a dramatic decline in business. The first to suffer would be the hotel owner, followed closely by the 2 managers. In these times, entrepreneurship is no easy feat. Yucheng himself had started from humble beginnings to become a real estate magnate, and the challenges he faced were known only to him. He bore no grudge against the hotel owner, nor did he see the need to jeopardize the livelihoods of others. As the saying goes, if one can spare a person, they should. It is wise to leave room for future encounters, as the world is neither too large nor too small. Of course, Yucheng did not share these thoughts with Qian Shaohai. After all, he was still young and might not fully grasp the complexities of the situation. Qian Shaohai nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Brother Yu makes a valid point. Avoiding unnecessary troubles is indeed preferable." Yucheng casually placed the 2 bottles of liquor on the television cabinet. "Brother Yu, you must hide the liquor well. What if it goes missing again?" Qian Shaohai expressed his concerns about the bottles being left so carelessly. "Rest assured, even with the door unlocked, the liquor will not be lost. Following such an incident, the hotel will undoubtedly tighten its management to prevent a recurrence." Unbeknownst to Yucheng, manager Lu Xiaohong was currently on the phone with the hotel owner. "Hello, brother-in-law. There has been an incident at the hotel," she stated, feeling it necessary to inform him. "What happened?" One Yukai, her brother-in-law, and the hotel owner. Sensed that if she was calling, it must be serious. Although Lu Xiaohong was his sister-in-law, she was diligent and responsible in her work. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted her with such a position. It is always more reassuring to rely on family than outsiders. Their conversation lasted about 10 minutes, during which Lu Xiaohong succinctly relayed the details of the incident. I will come by personally shortly, Wan Yukai decided, eager to meet this young man. All right, brother-in-law, she replied. Lu Xiaohong hung up the phone and proceeded towards room 203. Xiaohai, it's nearly 6 o'clock. Xiao Gang should be arriving soon. Why don't we wait for him at the hotel entrance? Yu Cheng raised his hand to glance at his watch. All right, Xiaohai responded, tossing the empty cola can into the trash. Just as they opened the door, they spotted Lu Xiaohong, who was about to knock, with her hand poised in midair. Manager Lu, do you need us for something? Is there anything else I can assist with? Yu Cheng assumed her inquiry was regarding the earlier incident. Mr. Yu Cheng, that's not it. Are you heading out? Lu Xiaohong smiled, slightly embarrassed. It was rare for her to encounter a man as tall, sunny, and handsome as Yu Cheng, which made her shyly glance at him a bit longer. Yu Cheng pretended not to notice. Yes, I'm off to a friend's house for dinner. I hope that by the time I return, I won't have misplaced anything again, he said, half jokingly, half seriously. Xiaohai couldn't help but laugh at that. Yu Cheng shot him a glare, and Xiaohai immediately stifled his laughter. Brother Yu Cheng speaks so eloquently that it leaves the beautiful lady at a loss for words. TSK, TSK. Some people just don't know how to cherish the delicate. How could that be? Mr. Yu Cheng, you're quite the jokester. Could you possibly delay your departure a bit? Our boss will be here shortly. He expressed a desire to meet you. Lu Xiaohong felt a bit awkward, yet her good upbringing kept her smiling. Very well, Manager Lu, please come in and have a seat, Yu Cheng said politely. A gentleman's demeanor must be maintained. One cannot leave a lady waiting at the door. However, he had not anticipated that the hotel owner would come in person. It was indeed a good opportunity to make an acquaintance. Yu Cheng handed Lu Xiaohong a bottle of mineral water, saying, Manager Lu, please have some water. It's only polite to offer hospitality. He then picked up a financial book from the bedside table and began to read. Brother Yu Cheng, I want one too. Xiaohai grinned mischievously. Have you injured your hand? Yu Cheng retorted with a dismissive eye roll. Resigned, Xiaohai pouted and grabbed a bottle of mineral water to drink. About 10 minutes later, a robust man with a square face, approximately in his 40s, walked in. Hello. You must be Mr. Yu Cheng. I am Wan Yukai, the owner of the Washington Hotel, he said, extending his hand towards Yu Cheng. Some individuals possess a discernible aura after years of navigating the business world. He could read people accurately. The one sitting there sipping water appeared to be a fresh graduate, sunny and innocent yet exuding a hint of restlessness. The other, engrossed in reading, radiated a sense of calm and wisdom. Yu Cheng put down his book and stood to shake his hand. Hello, Boss Wan. I am indeed Yu Cheng. He pondered the reason for this man's insistence on meeting him. I truly apologize for the inconvenience caused. To express our hotel's regret, we shall waive your accommodation fees and additionally present you with 2 bottles of Maotai liquor, Wan Yukai stated, then turned to Lu Xiaohong, saying, Manager Lu, please go to the front desk and refund Mr. Yu's room charges and deposit. Bring it yourself. In the hotel, they addressed each other with a hierarchy of titles. Yes, boss, I shall attend to it immediately. Lu Xiaohong promptly rose and exited. Wan Yukai retrieved 2 exquisite bottles of Maotai liquor from the elegant handbag resting on the floor, placing them upon the coffee table. He had a total of 4 bottles in his collection and decided to offer 2. It was imperative to understand that should the young man report to the police, his losses would extend far beyond mere monetary value. He would not only lose a substantial number of clientele, which equated to a significant loss of revenue, but also jeopardize the reputation he had painstakingly built over the years in the hotel industry, a reputation that no amount of money could restore. Thus, offering 2 bottles of Maotai was hardly a loss. Yu Cheng cast a glance, exclaiming, Good heavens! An 85 vintage, how generous! The affluent clearly had a different approach. Qian Xiaohai was taken aback, thinking, Brother Yu Cheng has truly struck it lucky. Boss Wan, this seems rather inappropriate. I have already recovered my belongings, and there has been no significant loss. Yu Cheng feigned modesty. A semblance of humility was necessary, otherwise, it would reflect poorly on him. Mr. Yu, this is the sincere gesture of the entire Washington Hotel. You must accept it, Wan Yukai insisted. Yu Cheng surmised that if he declined, it might lead to unease on the part of his host. Given Mr. Wan's earnestness, I cannot refuse, Yu Cheng acquiesced. At that moment, Lu Xiaohong returned, holding a sum of money. Boss, the total is 1,500 yuan, 1,000 for the accommodation, covering 5 days, and 500 as a deposit. She handed the money to Wan Yukai. Yucheng felt a pang in his heart. It was not a trivial amount, 200 per day, but given that it was comparable to international hotels, it fell within a reasonable range. Mr. Yu, please take this 2,000. The additional 500 is a token of my appreciation for your understanding, Wan Yukai added, pulling out another 500 yuan from his wallet to place alongside the previous sum. Yucheng was nearly taken aback, wondering if this was a stroke of luck. Boss Wan, this cannot be right. How can you bear to incur a loss in business? He protested, knowing he had already accepted the liquor. You must accept it. Today, I, Wan Yukai, have gained a friend in you. Here is my number. Do not hesitate to call if you need anything, Wan Yukai asserted. Sensing that this young man was not greedy and possessed a commendable sense of propriety, Yucheng, acknowledging the money and business card thrust into his hand, nodded in agreement. So, today he had made a new acquaintance, and perhaps he would be able to assist him in the future. The two engaged in conversation for another quarter of an hour before Wan Yukai and manager Lu finally departed the room. Chapter 35. Visiting the chairman's home. Brother Yu. You've just acquired 2 more bottles of 1985 Matai. Your luck is truly remarkable. Qian Xiaohai's face radiated envy, devoid of any trace of jealousy, as his eyes revealed his sentiments. After all, he too belonged to a wealthy family, a scion of affluence, and as a university student, he had experienced the world to some extent. Indeed, perhaps I have merely stumbled upon a stroke of serendipity, Yucheng replied with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaohai couldn't help but smile in response. Brother Yu, since you no longer have to pay for your stay here, might I impose and stay for a couple of days? Qian Xiaohai's expression was one of eager flattery. His desire was not truly to reside in such luxurious accommodations, but rather to enjoy the comfort of Yucheng's company, as he wished to escape the confines of home. If you don't mind sleeping on the couch, you're welcome to stay, Yucheng offered. After a few days, he would likely return home. Perhaps having someone around would alleviate the loneliness. Sigh. He found himself missing his wife a bit, nothing compared to the joy of falling asleep beside her each night. Though everything here was more pleasant than at home, it still lacked that sense of ease. It is no wonder that people say, a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode. All right then, Qian Xiaohai exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. Yucheng shook his head, still a big kid at heart. However, youth had its advantages, free from burdensome worries. Xiaohai, we should head down, otherwise, Xiao Gang will start to worry, Yucheng remarked before stepping into the bathroom. He slipped 500 yuan into the pocket of his underwear, planning to keep it for himself as a form of moral compensation from Boss Wan. He intended to return the remaining 1,500 to Chairman Qian, as he had covered the hotel expenses himself. Since Boss Wan refused the money, he felt it inappropriate to accept it. He placed the other money into a separate plastic bag and picked up a bottle of 1988 Mutai. Brother Yu, why are you bringing the wine to my house for dinner? We have plenty to drink, Qian Xiaohai said. This wine is a gift for the chairman, Yucheng smiled, realizing that it would be impolite to arrive empty-handed at someone else's home. This was his way of offering a floral tribute to the Buddha. No need. We have more than enough at home. Qian Xiaohai felt embarrassed, recognizing Yucheng's modest attire, which hinted at his family's financial situation. Initially, they had intended to invite him over for a simple meal, and it felt inappropriate to ask him to bring something. Don't worry. It's not as if I spend any money, Yucheng said as he ushered Qian Xiaohai out and locked the door. If they lingered too long, Xiao Gang would come looking for them, likely thinking they had gone missing. With no other choice, Qian Xiaohai acquiesced, feeling more at ease with the thought that his father might not even accept the money. As the two of them reached the entrance of the hotel, they spotted Xiao Gang parking the car. Xiao Gang, have you been waiting long? My apologies, I got held up, Yucheng said while climbing into the vehicle. Qian Xiaohai had already opened the door and slipped inside. It's all right, brother Yu. I just arrived a moment ago, Li Xiaojing responded with a bright smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at the splendid Huaqing, a rather upscale villa district. Although somewhat remote, the environment here is exceptionally pleasant, with lush greenery. Brother Yucheng, we have arrived, said one of them as they stepped out of the car. Qian Xiaohai entered the password, and the opulent, gilded wrought iron gate opened automatically. They walked inside, feeling the softness of the grass beneath their feet. As twilight approached, it seemed the elevation here was higher than in the city, resulting in a slight drop in temperature. A gentle breeze brought a refreshing coolness, making one feel quite at ease. After walking a few meters, Qian Xiaohai called out, Dad, Mom, we're home. Qian Minghuai was the first to hear the voice and opened the door. Yu Cheng, welcome to my home, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, embracing Yu Cheng warmly. Chairman, this bottle of wine is a small token of my appreciation. Yu Cheng presented the bottle. Why bring anything? Just coming is enough, Qian Minghuai remarked. Casting a glance at the bottle, which turned out to be Maodai, a rather expensive liquor. Let this young man take it back later. We can't let him bear the cost. He placed the wine on the coffee table. Yu Cheng, come, let us sit down for dinner. Mom, is dinner ready? Qian Shaoi shouted toward the kitchen. Coming. Seaweed and pork rib soup, came a cheerful voice as a figure emerged. Mom, this is Brother Yu Cheng. Brother Yu Cheng. This is my mother. You can call her Aunt Xin. Qian Shaoi eagerly introduced them. Hello, Aunt Xin. I apologize for the intrusion, Yu Cheng said politely, standing and nodding. You are the young Yu, right? I've heard old Qian speak of you often. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Qin Shuiqin nodded inwardly, thinking the young man looked quite impressive, cultured, and handsome. Everyone then took their seats. During the meal, Chairman Qian opened a bottle of red wine, a rarity in the 1990s. The dinner was a delightful affair. After the meal, as the hostess, Qin Shuiqin naturally began to clear the dishes, leaving the men to chat. Little Yu, I must thank you. The products we rushed out today have all been delivered to the clients, and they are quite satisfied. Since it was the first day of mass production, for safety, Qian Minghuai had directly prepared a batch for inspection. Now, Chairman Qian considered him one of their own, even changing how he addressed him. That's good. That puts my mind at ease. I'll stay here for a few days to ensure everything is running smoothly before heading back, Yu Cheng expressed, not wishing to linger too long, as his wife was expecting a child, and he felt a deep concern. Little Yu, thank you for your hard work. Qian Minghuai understood his worries for his family. A man who values family is indeed a rarity. Dad, you have no idea how impressive Brother Yu Cheng is today. Qian Shaoi interjected eagerly as he found an opportunity to speak. Oh, is there something that happened that I am unaware of? Chairman Qian asked with interest. Yu Cheng could not stop him, and Qian Shaoi excitedly recounted the events. Chairman, don't listen to Shaoi. He tends to exaggerate. Yu Cheng, while speaking, took out a bag, opened it, and pushed the sum of 1,500 yuan towards Qian Minghuai. Little Yu, what is this money? Qian Minghuai inquired, perplexed. Boss Wan refunded my accommodation fee. This is the money you entrusted to me and thus rightfully belongs to you, Yu Cheng elucidated. Earlier, Qian Shaoi had not mentioned anything regarding this money. So this was the situation. It was indeed a fortuitous turn of events, essentially a gain for oneself. Qian Minghuai repackaged the money into the bag and returned it to Yu Cheng. He had grasped the matter his son had just mentioned and held deep admiration for this young man, who, in the pursuit of reclaiming his possessions, had neither reported to the police nor sought compensation. Such integrity is truly rare. Understanding to leave others a way out is also to carve a path for oneself. Achieving this wisdom at such a young age is no small feat. He displayed a commendable lack of greed for what does not belong to him. Thus, he was willing to regard this money as an investment, believing that this young man would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Yu Cheng, once again, attempted to decline the offer, but Chairman Qian insisted on not relinquishing it. Ultimately, Chairman Qian had no choice but to accept the bottle of 1988 Maotai. In the end, Qian Shaoi stubbornly insisted on accompanying Yu Cheng. Upon reaching a location not far from the hotel, Yu Cheng instructed Xiao Gang to halt the vehicle. Wishing to admire the night scenery, there was a bridge nearby, reputed to offer a splendid view at night. Yu Cheng alighted from the car, and naturally, Qian Shaoi followed suit. Chapter 36, Is Bruce Lee Reborn? Standing on the bridge, two individuals gazed at the towering skyscrapers in the distance, along with the shimmering clouds, envisioning the future prosperity of this place. Suddenly, four men emerged, brandishing an assortment of weapons, a fruit knife, a carrying pole, a wooden stick, and a kitchen knife. The sight struck him as amusing. It was evident they were not seasoned thugs accustomed to robbery. Likely, the middle-aged man leading them had summoned these individuals. Hand over your money, or else. One of the men, in his 40s, waved the glinting fruit knife menacingly. He regarded them with a nonchalant expression, a smirk playing on his lips. In stark contrast, Qian Shaoi felt out of his depth. Having spent several years in university, he had never encountered such a scene. He glanced around, noticing the absence of bystanders, then moved closer to Yu Cheng, whispering, Brother Yu, when I shout, you must run, regardless of the circumstances. Yu Cheng was a guest. He could not allow harm to befall him. No rush. The show has just begun, Yu Cheng replied, surveying the four men, confirming he had never seen them before. Observing Yu Cheng's calm demeanor, Qian Shaoai felt perplexed. Brother Yu, they are armed with sharp weapons, and we are unarmed. A wise man does not court danger. We should make our escape while we can. He assumed Yu Cheng was paralyzed with fear and reiterated his warning. What are you two babbling about? If you don't leave behind some toll today, none of you will leave with me. The leader of the group menacingly brandished the fruit knife, as if to assert his prowess. A sudden thought struck Qian Shaohai. He had 200 yuan on him. With trembling hands, he spoke, I have 200 yuan. Take the money and leave us be. Ah, well, money makes conversation easier. You're a sensible lad. The middle-aged man smirked. And you, brat, hand over your cash too, or I'll take a finger. Upon hearing that someone was willing to pay, the man's expression grew increasingly smug. Brother, please don't. He my brother. We barely have this much money between us. Qian Shaohai thought to himself that he must not let them discover that Yu Cheng possessed over 1,000 yuan. He noticed his father did not take Yu Cheng's money. As Qian Shaohai reached for his cash to toss it over, Yu Cheng stopped him. He had realized the leader was targeting him specifically. Why do you want my finger? If you take the money, won't you just leave? Yu Cheng suspected these men had come with the intent to confront him. Huh, you little brat. Losing a finger would be a light punishment for you. Considering you have caused my wife to lose her job. The middle-aged man spat viciously. The speaker was none other than Su Kuei, Zhang Mei's husband. Zhang Mei had returned home and disclosed her dismissal from the hotel to her husband. Upon inquiry, he learned the details of the incident and had been lurking around the hotel, fortuitously stumbling upon this encounter. Upon hearing this, Yu Cheng grasped the situation at once. Upon hearing that revenge was afoot, Qian Shaohai's concern for Yu Cheng deepened. Brother Yu, you must flee. They are after you. Fear not, Shaohai. Today, I shall treat you to a free martial arts spectacle, Yu Cheng reassured as he patted Qian Shaohai's shoulder. A skilled amateur in combat sports, Yu Cheng had devoted himself to honing his abilities, forsaking other pastimes save for the pursuit of wealth. In his leisure, he practiced with others and even enlisted the guidance of a coach alongside his business partners, attending classes with fellow students when time permitted. He had also taken on a true master of martial arts as his mentor, learning a multitude of techniques. It was said that this master had once graced the stage of a martial arts drama. Dealing with these few ruffians was well within his capabilities. Brother Yu, is this truly the time for theatrics? Qian Shaohai exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. What will you do if I refuse to pay? With a grin, Yu Cheng regarded them jovially. Kuei Ge, this lad is impervious. Let us simply take matters into our own hands and relieve them of their funds. A younger man trailing behind Su Kuei suggested. In truth, these men were merely villagers from the nearby outskirts, idling away their days in aimless pursuits. Back in 1996, many cities had yet to undergo significant urban planning, and numerous urban villages thrived. Su Kuei had once been a delinquent himself, only to find unexpected fortune when he married. However, after 2 years of marital bliss, his true nature emerged. He succumbed to drinking, gambling, and mistreating his wife and children, engaging in petty thievery as well. The camaraderie among these men was built upon shared vices. Aside from Su Kuei, who had a wife and children, the others were all middle-aged bachelors. You accuse my wife of stealing your liquor and have her dismissed from her job. Why come to me? Yu Cheng retorted, perceiving such men as utterly worthless. Living off the hard work of their spouses. Reflecting on his own past, he realized he was no different, save for the fact that he refrained from abusing his partner. Humph. If it weren't for you, my wife would still be gainfully employed, earning hundreds a month, enough for my drinking and gambling, Su Kuei boasted shamelessly. At this, Yu Cheng could no longer contain his fury. With a swift kick, he sent Su Kuei flying over a meter away. Ah! The others were momentarily stunned by Yu Cheng's sudden display of strength. Now it is your turn, Yu Cheng sneered, advancing towards them. With a deft move, he executed a shoulder throw, sending another crashing to the ground with a cry of pain. The remaining two attempted to flee, but Yu Cheng performed an impressive flying kick, knocking them down in unison. Ah, my teeth. Spare me, noble sir. Qian Shaohai stood transfixed, unable to tear his gaze away from the spectacle. Let us go to the police station, Yu Cheng declared, gathering the 4 men together and binding them with a length of rope. These scoundrels, the dregs of society, deserve to spend a few years in prison to learn the error of their ways. Brother Yu, allow me to hold them. You have worked hard, Qian Shaohai said, admiration shining in his eyes. My word, Brother Yu is truly formidable, especially that last flying kick. It was simply magnificent. A reincarnation of Bruce Lee. 2 individuals arrived at the police station. What brings you here? Inquired the officer, observing the 4 individuals, bruised and bound, and then glancing at the two clean-cut, dashing young men. An understanding began to dawn upon him. "Officer, these 4 attempted robbery." Yu Cheng succinctly elucidated the matter, placing the burden of evidence, a carrying pole, a fruit knife, a wooden stick, and a kitchen knife, upon the table. "We did not engage in violence. As you can see, we are the ones who were assaulted." Su Kuei interjected, clearly anxious to avoid incarceration. The officer regarded Yu Cheng, who, with a few carefully chosen words, asserted, "Self-defense." "Officer, what my brother Yu Cheng stated is entirely accurate. They intended to rob us, and this individual was the ringleader." Qian Shaohai pointed towards Su Kuei. "You two may proceed to record your testimonies, and then you are free to leave." The officer gestured, having grasped the situation with clarity. 10 minutes later, the two emerged from the interrogation room. "Well then, shall we return?" Yu Cheng stretched, only to be called back by the officer, who hurried out from within. Chapter 37. For the remainder of my life, I only wish to cherish my wife and raise our children. As Yu Cheng turned around, he noticed that the police officer who had previously attended to them was beckoning them over. "Officer, is there anything unclear regarding the case we discussed?" Yu Cheng mused, wondering if the officer still had inquiries to make. "Young man, my name is Lu Jiangwo. You may call me Uncle Lu. It's rather inconvenient to converse here at the entrance. Let us step inside to chat," he suggested. Yu Cheng felt a slight discomfort with the term officer. "All right, Uncle Lu," Yu Cheng replied with a nod and re-entered the building. Naturally, his companion, Qian Shaohai, followed closely behind. "Please, take a seat, comrades," Lu Jiangwo offered, handing each of them a bottle of mineral water. Yu Cheng settled into a chair while Qian Shaohai took a seat beside him. "Move a bit farther away. There are no villains around now. Sitting so close is stifling in this heat," Yu Cheng remarked, feeling the warmth of the day. Qian Shaohai chuckled as he shifted his position slightly. "I would like to inquire, was it truly the two of you who subdued those 4 individuals?" Lu Jiangwo's eyes held a glimmer of disbelief. He had heard from Shaochen that 2 had faced off against 4 armed adversaries. "Uncle Lu, it was not the 2 of us. Rather, it was my brother Yu Cheng who single-handedly dealt with each one of them. I didn't lay a finger on anyone," Qian Shaohai declared, portraying Yu Cheng as nothing more than a delicate scholar, incapable of inflicting harm. "I merely witnessed a spectacular display of martial arts. Just as Yu Cheng said, he invited me to enjoy the show. And what a splendid performance it was." Lu Jiangwo's astonishment grew. A lone individual, unarmed, had managed to confront 4 assailants wielding weapons, and he had dispatched them one by one? Even graduates from a formal police academy would not possess such prowess. "You have no idea how formidable my brother Yu Cheng is. 1 kick for each," Qian Shaohai exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Yu Cheng discreetly nudged him, disapproving of his exuberance. Did he not understand the importance of humility? Why was he shouting to the world? Lu Jiangwo scrutinized Yu Cheng. The young man appeared to be about 185 centimeters tall. Handsome, with an air of righteousness, and possessed remarkable skills. Was he not an ideal candidate for law enforcement? "You are Yu Cheng, correct?" Lu Jiangwo inquired, pondering the possibility of keeping such talent within their ranks. Yu Cheng nodded in affirmation. "Could you share your educational background?" "A career in policing requires certain qualifications." "High school," Yu Cheng responded, wondering why Lu Jiangwo was so inquisitive. Was he considering recruiting him as an officer? That notion held no appeal for Yu Cheng. His singular ambition was to earn a living to pamper his wife and nurture their children. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangwo noted that while Yu Cheng's qualifications were somewhat lacking, he could still be specially recruited. Such talent was rare. To put it bluntly, even the SWAT team would likely find ways to bring him on board. Just as Yu Cheng contemplated excusing himself, a young officer approached. "Director, the 4 individuals have confessed. They claimed they intended to retaliate against this young man and stated that he acted alone." Yu Cheng furrowed his brow. It turned out that Lu Jiangwo was the chief of this police station. "I understand now. It's nothing. They were merely acting in self-defense." With this confirmation, Lu Jiangwo was even more determined to retain Yu Cheng. "Xiaoyu, would you be willing to work at the police station?" Lu Jiangwo asked directly. "Uncle Lu, no." "Director Lu, it's not that I am unwilling, but rather that I do not belong here. I am merely staying temporarily for a few days," Yu Cheng tactfully declined. Lu Jiangwo habitually tapped the edge of the table, indicating his rejection, while still allowing him some dignity. "I can find a way to transfer your household registration here." Lu Jiangwo was reluctant to let go of such a promising candidate. At that time, urban household registration in Guangdong was highly sought after, and working in the police department was particularly advantageous. "I apologize, Director Lu. I appreciate your kindness, but I really cannot come," even though I genuinely wish to. My wife is an only child, and both our parents reside in Xiaota City, so it is simply not suitable for me to relocate. Yu Cheng once again declined politely. Beside them, Qian Shaohai persistently tugged at his sleeve, urging him to accept the offer. This was essentially a civil service job. And at that time, Yu Cheng actually turned it down. If it had been the old Yu Cheng, he would have readily agreed 100 times. Now, however, he only wished to stay with his wife and parents. Lu Jiangwo noticed this change in the young man. His aspirations lay elsewhere. He could only shake his head in regret. Everyone has their own ambitions, and I won't pressure you. Here is the station's contact information, whenever you change your mind. Give me a call. You are always welcome, he said, patting Yu Cheng on the shoulder and handing him a card. Thank you, Director Lu. We won't take up any more of your time. We'll be on our way, Yu Cheng said politely, placing the card in his pocket. Lu Jiangwo escorted them to the door before turning back inside. Once they were outside, Qian Shaohai could no longer contain himself. Brother Yu, that was such a great opportunity. Why did you refuse? He pondered, utterly baffled. You'll understand once you have a wife and children, Yu Cheng replied, having learned through experience what truly mattered. While a wife and children were indeed important, so was work. He believed the two did not necessarily conflict, but when one could only choose one, the clarity would emerge. Yu Cheng gazed at the sky. The moon tonight was beautiful, and the stars twinkled above. He wondered if his wife had fallen asleep yet. Glancing at his wrist, he realized it was already past 8. She was likely asleep by now. Since becoming pregnant, Yuman had been increasingly fond of sleep. Thankfully, he had called her earlier to check in. Qian Shaohai, unable to fathom Yu Cheng's decision, decided to stop overthinking it and instead recalled the few moves Yu Cheng had demonstrated earlier. Brother Yu, you possess legendary martial arts skills. How wonderful it would be if I could learn even a fraction of that. Well, I know a little about martial arts, Yu Cheng replied casually, glancing at the sky. Just a little? You took on 4 people, one by one. You call that merely a fraction? Qian Shaohai exclaimed, sticking out his tongue in disbelief. Shaohai, it's not that impressive, just average, really. I only learned a portion, around 2 or 3/10 from a master with real skills, Yu Cheng said playfully. Qian Shaohai stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face. This was merely an ordinary occurrence. He exclaimed, I cannot bear this any longer. Passers-by regarded the two of them with the same incredulity one reserves for a lunatic. Qian Shaohai, your nocturnal wailing is alarming. Keep your distance from me. For I have no desire to be mistaken for a madman and carted off to a psychiatric hospital. Yu Cheng, filled with disdain, quickened his pace. Brother Yu Cheng, wait for me. Chapter 38. A smile to dissolve grudges. Upon returning to the hotel, Yu Cheng took a refreshing shower, indulged in a brief reading session, and then retired for the night. To his surprise, Qian Shaohai refrained from chattering, comfortably resting on the sofa. The following morning, after they had breakfast, Xiao Gang arrived punctually at 8, ready to drive them to the factory. During the ride, Xiao Gang engaged them in casual conversation, to which Yu Cheng responded with measured replies. In contrast, Qian Shaohai, like a boisterous horn, animatedly recounted the events of the previous night. Yu Cheng chose to disregard him, lamenting the absence of headphones to block out the noise. It was perplexing how such trivial matters could elate him so. Xiao Gang, glancing in the rearview mirror, noted Yu Cheng with his eyes closed, seemingly uninterested in Qian Shaohai's exuberance. Perhaps he preferred to keep this matter discreet, exhibiting a level of composure beyond that of most young individuals. It was no wonder the chairman held him in high regard. He had reportedly been instrumental in securing the recent $1 million deal. Upon arriving at the factory, Yu Cheng proceeded directly to the CNC workshop, meticulously inspecting each machine with unwavering attention to detail, leaving no small aspect overlooked. He methodically checked one workshop after another, assessing the quality of their products. Some bolder employees dared to inquire about professional knowledge, to which he responded with a warm smile and thoughtful answers. Nearby, the chairman nodded in satisfaction, appreciating Yu Cheng's humility, steadiness, and modest demeanor. He bore no semblance of arrogance. Meanwhile, Qian Shaohai approached his father, eagerly divulging the events of the previous night. Qian Minghuai was taken aback, unaware that this young man possessed such remarkable skills. It appeared that appearances could be deceiving. What are you trying to achieve by telling me this, you rascal? He mused, wishing his son had even half of Yu Cheng's qualities. Dad, I want Yu Cheng to teach me martial arts. He's incredible. He can take on 4 people at once. Qian Shaohai exclaimed, his face brimming with admiration. You little rascal, why don't you ask Yu Cheng yourself? Qian Minghuai retorted, suspecting that his son wanted him to intervene. Well, I was afraid he might decline. Qian Shaohai admitted, hesitant to approach Yu Cheng directly. Forget about it. He'll be leaving in a few days. Qian Minghuai dismissed the notion, deeming it implausible. Then how about I stay with Yu Cheng for a while? I just graduated, and I don't have a suitable job. Besides, the branch factory is over there. Qian Shaohai persisted, unwilling to give up. He yearned to explore and experience new things. We'll discuss this later. Qian Minghuai replied noncommittally after a moment of contemplation. Qian Shaohai ceased his insistence, recognizing that his father's words hinted at a glimmer of hope. As Yu Cheng concluded his inspection of the last workshop, he encountered Qiao Yong. He attempted to avoid him, as he felt no significant ties to Qiao Yong, nor harbored any animosity. To him, it was merely the overinflated self-perception of youth. He was aware that later on, Qiao Yong was initially set to leave. But the chairman had asked factory director Qian to persuade him to stay. Unexpectedly, Qiao Yong approached personally at that moment. Hello, my name is Qiao Yong. May I get to know you again? Qiao Yong extended his hand, a sincere smile adorning his face. Greetings, I am Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng, not one to be petty. Reciprocated with a handshake. The two exchanged smiles, a silent reconciliation taking place. Regarding the previous incident, I must sincerely apologize for my behavior. Through this experience, he realized that there are always greater talents beyond one's own. He had once held himself in high esteem due to his privileged upbringing, viewing others from a lofty perspective. He initially felt he had no face to remain there, but he learned from the director that it was Yu Cheng who had urged him to stay. Moreover, he had misunderstood Yu Cheng that day. He had no intention of seeking personal revenge or embarrassing him in front of others. His focus was solely on the product itself. The quality of the products he produced left Qiao Yong in awe, but what he respected even more was Yu Cheng's capacity for inclusiveness. Thus, as they toured the workshop, they occasionally engaged in discussions. Whenever Qiao Yong encountered something he did not comprehend, Yu Cheng generously offered his insights. As Qiao Yong swiftly grasped concepts that had long puzzled him, he exclaimed, "Thank you, Yu Cheng. I have learned so much from our conversation." This was a heartfelt admission from Qiao Yong. Qian Huaiye, witnessing this exchange, could hardly believe his eyes. The two individuals, once at odds, now conversed like longtime friends. He hurried over to inform the chairman of this remarkable transformation. Qian Minghuai smiled and nodded. This is the best outcome possible. I was fortunate to heed Yu Cheng's advice and convince him to stay. Just as Yu Cheng and Qiao Yong were enjoying their conversation, Huaming approached. He had come specifically because Qian Shaohai was broadcasting Yu Cheng's remarkable skills everywhere. Yu Cheng, Qiao Yong, it's almost 11 o'clock. Let's all go out for a meal. Huaming said, placing an arm around their shoulders. Not far from the factory entrance, there were two decent restaurants. Although the ambience did not compare to that of a grand hotel, the food was quite good. Both men were aware that Yu Cheng would only be staying a few more days before returning to Qiaota City. Isn't there a cafeteria? We could just grab something there. Yu Cheng understood their implication. They merely wished to treat him to a meal. The cafeteria's dishes can't compare to those prepared in the restaurants, he mused, although he typically ate at the cafeteria. Still, he recognized that some expenditures were worthwhile. His intentions were simple. He sought to befriend Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng, please do me a favor and let's dine out. Qiao Yong chimed in. Naturally, it was appropriate for him to treat, as he felt he had been too excessive in previous encounters and owed an apology. Furthermore, his family circumstances were far better than Huaming's, and he did not wish for Huaming to bear the cost. Yu Cheng discerned their intentions. Since they were so earnest, to refuse again would seem overly affected. All right then, let's go now. The three of them exited the workshop in single file. As they approached the factory entrance, the boisterous call of Qian Shaohai resonated. Yu Cheng, wait for me. Yu Cheng shook his head, bemused. The lad had nearly become his shadow, following him wherever he went. Naturally, the presence of an additional diner posed no concern for Qiao Yong and Huaming, especially considering the other was the esteemed son of the chairman. Aren't you dining with your father and his entourage? Yu Cheng inquired, glancing at the perspiring Qian Shaohai. I would never sit with that bunch of old men. It would be utterly dull, Qian Shaohai replied nonchalantly. Very well then. Pray tell. How many times have you mentioned it today? Yu Cheng remarked, amused by the boy's incessant chatter. Hiki. Just 3 times, Yu Cheng. Qian Shaohai retorted, playfully raising 3 fingers. The meal was enjoyable for all, and a sense of camaraderie blossomed among them. After dining, Qiao Yong and Huaming returned to the factory, while Yu Cheng escorted Qian Shaohai back to the hotel, as he had no need to linger there for the entire day. Chapter 39. Returning home to embrace my wife, the following days unfolded with remarkable smoothness. and the quality of the products received high praise from the clients. Yuchen was set to return home tomorrow. At 4 o'clock that day, he made a phone call. He had been calling at this hour for several days, and thus Jiang Yuman had learned to be ready by the phone at that time. This way, there was no need for old Jiang to fetch her. It was acceptable a time or two, but it became awkward after repeated instances. After all, they had business to attend to, and missing an opportunity would be regrettable. Old Jiang didn't mind, but Jiang Yuman felt a twinge of embarrassment. Hello, Yuman, I have some delightful news for you. The thought of returning home tomorrow filled Yucheng with joy. Yucheng, what good news? It had been 5 days since Yucheng had left, and she hadn't realized how much she had missed him until now. Guess what? Yucheng began to tease his wife over the phone. I guess. You're coming home tomorrow. For her, that was the best news imaginable. Alas, my wife is so clever. It seems you've been looking forward to my return as well. How annoying. Have you bought your ticket? She was concerned about the difficulties of purchasing a last-minute ticket. I have. Rest easy, my dear wife. You needn't worry about such matters. Yuchen was becoming increasingly charming, often referring to her as my wife, hardly using her name anymore. That's reassuring. Now I can relax. With a ticket in hand, there is nothing to fear. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She wondered if there would be a seat available. If standing for such a long duration, his feet would surely ache. Yucheng, does your ticket have a seat? She inquired further. Yes, indeed. It's a sleeper ticket. So my dear wife, you do care for me after all? Yucheng felt as if he were basking in honey. On the side, she and Xiaohai listened in bemusement, casting a look of disbelief at Yucheng. Brother Cheng, chatting with your wife has turned you into a lovesick puppy. Ugh, who cares for you? I'm just worried you'll end up limping home, Jiang Yuman retorted, though a blush crept onto her cheeks. Fear not, my wife. I shall return to you whole and hearty, lively and well. This little wife was clearly concerned for him, yet she refused to admit it. That's good. Yucheng, I must go now. Someone is calling. I'll hang up. Jiang Yuman hastily ended the call. Seeing the line go dead, Yucheng reluctantly placed his phone down. TSK. Brother Cheng, you're about to become a father, yet you still act like a love-struck youth, showering her with sweet nothings. I'm covered in goosebumps over here, Qian Xiaohai remarked. If he were to date someone else, he could never utter such words. Kid, take a page from this. It will serve you well in the future. Besides, what is there to fear when speaking to your own wife? It's not like he would give other women a chance. Forget it. Brother Cheng, I have no desire to emulate you. You're simply a slave to your wife. Qian Xiaohai dismissed. Brother Cheng, you must adore your wife immensely. Is she truly as beautiful as a celestial being? Otherwise, why would he, Yucheng, be so cherished? That said, with his remarkable qualities, his height, looks, and talent, what kind of woman could possibly captivate him? Qian Xiaohai was eager to catch a glimpse. To me, your sister-in-law is undoubtedly the most beautiful, unparalleled in her allure. Haven't you heard that beauty is perceived through the eyes of the beholder? Nonetheless, Jiang Yuman is indeed quite a stunning woman. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken notice back in the day. Aware of his own good looks, he had high standards for his girlfriend's appearance. Jiang Yuman, standing at 165 centimeters, possessed a curvaceous figure, an oval face, enchanting fox-like eyes, and a petite cherry blossom mouth. He adored her eyes, which had the power to ensnare his very soul. TSK. Yucheng, you ought not to boast, after all. I shall see her in just a day or two. Qian Xiaohai regarded Yucheng with skepticism, believing he was being somewhat exaggerated in his praise. Enough with the flattery. Now let's tidy things up. We have a train to catch tomorrow, and we mustn't leave anything behind. Yucheng decided to cease this discussion. He was content with whatever appearance his wife possessed. As he spoke, he began to gather his clothes and belongings. Once everything was packed, he took a shower and, after drying his hair, went to bed early. A good night's sleep was essential for a fresh disposition the following day. He was determined to return home and thoroughly check on his wife. Finally, the dawn arrived. Alas, it was time for him to depart. Although this place was more vibrant than his own city, it ultimately was not his home. Home was the most comforting harbor. He had arrived alone. Yet he was leaving with a burden. Qian Xiaohai, stubborn as ever, insisted on accompanying him, claiming he would assist the chairman in inspecting the branch factory. Yucheng had no intention of bringing him along, but the chairman had spoken favorably of him, which left Yucheng feeling somewhat obliged. The return sleeper tickets were purchased by factory director Qian, who indeed kept his word. Minister Zhang had brought an assortment of local specialties, including precious tea leaves. Yucheng wished to decline, but the other party insisted, and he could only graciously accept. The chairman's wife had bought a set of baby clothes, one for a boy and another for a girl, presumably in response to the chairman's remarks. She certainly had a thoughtful disposition. Xiao Yong and Huaming also arrived, having bought platform tickets and assisted them with their luggage until they boarded the train, at which point the two departed. Yu Cheng realized that this trip was worthwhile, yielding abundant rewards. Observing the space beneath his berth filled with various items, he pondered whether his wife would be overwhelmed by such a haul. Would she think he had gone not for work, but to commit a heist? Yu Cheng, you're heading home. You must be thrilled, Qian Shaoi remarked, noticing the perpetual smile on Yu Cheng's face. Why did he seem reluctant to remain at home? Was it perhaps because he had yet to marry? The thought of seeing Yuman soon filled him with an indescribable sensation. He longed to be instantaneously transported to that modest rental apartment. With this in mind, Yu Cheng vowed to acquire a home of his own before the baby's arrival. Fortunately, the current housing prices are not exorbitant in thriving metropolises. They hover just above 1,000, while in smaller locales, they merely reach a few hundred. Yuman, expecting twins, is determined to acquire a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room abode. As for Shaoi, I reside in a rented space with merely a single room, and I fear it may be an inconvenience for you to stay in the factory's solitary dormitory. Suddenly, Yu Cheng pondered this dilemma. You are welcome to dine in our home. I shall personally prepare the meals. Yu Cheng felt a bit awkward. Yet staying at a hotel would be too costly for him, while refusing would seem impolite. No worries, I will remain at the factory and simply join you for meals. Prior to my arrival, my father had briefed me on Yu Cheng's circumstances. Despite his boisterous demeanor, he is not oblivious to matters of propriety. After all, several years of university education were not in vain. Indeed, take a moment to rest. A good sleep will bring you to the destination. Yu Cheng nodded in agreement. Chapter 40. Is this fellow engaging in smuggling? Yumian, why must you wait here? Couldn't you wait at home? You may cast a reproachful glance at her daughter. At this age, her son-in-law shouldn't be lost. It turned out that Jiang Yuman was worried about Yu Cheng. So the mother and daughter came to the small shop to wait after dinner. Mom, since we've already eaten, it's fine to come out for a stroll. Jiang Yuman replied with a smile. Her mother loved to scold her, yet her heart was tender. Recently, her mother had been tirelessly preparing delicious meals for her, though she had little appetite, likely due to her severe morning sickness. Now, she only cared about protecting that scoundrel. She better not cry later. You may observe the frequent phone calls between the young couple, sweet as honey, yet she still harbored concerns for her daughter. Not at all, Mom. Yu Cheng has changed for the better, Jiang Yuman cooed, linking her arm with Yumei's. Yuman, are you two waiting for a call? Inquired old Jiang. Why hasn't that fellow called yet? Normally, he would have called by 4 or 5 o'clock. I hope nothing unfortunate has occurred. Not at all, old Jiang. We're just waiting for Yu Cheng to come home, Jiang Yuman responded, helping old Jiang bring the items from outside into the store. They were all small items, and it was no trouble at all. Another hour passed, and old Jiang was about to close the shop. In the evening, fewer people came to buy things, as the foot traffic was not substantial. Is that scoundrel Yu Cheng coming back? Old Jiang chuckled as he tidied up the items inside. Yes, he should be almost home, Jiang Yuman remarked, glancing at the darkening sky. It was probably around 7 o'clock. Fortunately, old Jiang had a light. Old Jiang brought out 2 rectangular wooden stools. You two should sit and wait. Thank you, old Jiang, Yume replied, taking a stool and handing one to her daughter. She could stand, but it was not good for Yumian, who was pregnant, to stand for long periods. The three of them engaged in light conversation, and about half an hour later, they spotted Yu Cheng riding his bicycle unsteadily from a distance. As he drew closer, they noticed a young man perched on the back of the bicycle, his hands laden with bags, and the front basket was also filled to the brim. Upon seeing Yumian, he quickly dismounted and stopped the bicycle. Mom, Yumian, why are you here? Why isn't my wife waiting at home? It's dark outside. With nightfall, the mosquitoes were abundant, and the roads were uneven, often waterlogged, creating a perfect breeding ground for them. It's because your wife fears you might be snatched away by a tiger. She insisted on waiting here, Yume interjected before her daughter could speak. Mom, Jiang Yuman felt a bit embarrassed, just as he returned. Her mother's words made the situation awkward. Yu Cheng felt happy that his wife was concerned for him, yet he brushed off his mother-in-law's comments, understanding that she was merely worried for Yumian. A mother's concern for her daughter is entirely natural. Mom, Yumian, this is my friend, Qian Shaoi. Yu Cheng refrained from disclosing that Qian Shaoi was the son of a chairman, fearing it would make them uncomfortable. Hello, auntie. Hello, sister-in-law. Qian Shaohai dismounted from his bicycle and politely greeted, "Hello." Upon seeing this young man, Yimei immediately sensed he was not from an ordinary family. "Hello." Jiang Yuman responded courteously, though she inwardly wondered why Yu Qing had brought someone home so late at night. "Don't linger here. Let's head back for dinner. The food is still warming on the stove." Yimei, knowing Yu Qing would return today, had prepared an abundance of dishes, although they had an additional guest. There was still enough to eat. "Zhang Grandpa, we're heading back now. This is for you. A little something to brew." Yu Qing retrieved a can of walnut powder from the bicycle basket and placed it atop the glass counter in the small shop. "Yu Qing, you shouldn't," Zhang Grandpa protested, recognizing the expensive packaging. "Just accept what Yu Qing has given you," Yimei interjected, having been there for nearly a week and having heard about Zhang Grandpa's situation. Therefore, she felt there was nothing inappropriate about Yu Qing gifting him something. If Yu Qing treated an outsider so well, he would surely be even better to his own children in the future. The four of them then walked back together. Zhang Grandpa nodded and began assembling the wooden boards to close the shop. Upon returning home, Yu Qing brought all the items inside, and Yimei gazed at the pile, secretly astonished. How much had her son-in-law purchased? How much money had he spent? She knew he had only carried 200 yuan when he left, having given the rest to their daughter, Jiang Yuman. Jiang Yuman, however, paid no mind to this, serving the dishes onto the table. "Shaohai, there isn't much food today. Please bear with it." Jiang Yuman felt it was not ideal to serve leftover food to a guest, but it was too late to change things. Qian Shaohai took a casual glance at the two dishes and soup on the table and found them acceptable: a seaweed and pork rib soup, stir-fried green peppers with meat, and smashed cucumber. "It's quite good, sister-in-law. We're all family here. No need for formalities. Shaohai, please help yourself to rice." Yu Qing offered him a pair of chopsticks and a bowl. "All right." Qian Shaohai replied with a cheerful grin as he went to scoop rice from the aluminum pot. After finishing his meal, Yu Qing took him to the factory, leaving the rest to the manager's arrangements, so there was no need for concern. Once Yu Qing departed, Jiang Yuman noticed the floor piled high with items. "Mom, am I seeing things? How could there be so much?" She was astonished to find 3 bottles of Maodai liquor among the items. Yimei approached to inspect the years on the bottles and nearly dropped one in shock. Heavens! These are from 86 and 85. Whether the liquor was expensive was another matter. The crux was that even with money, one could not easily acquire such treasures. Jiang Yuman, not quite understanding, approached and asked, "Mom, what's wrong? Is this liquor very expensive?" "Yuman, this is Maotai. Each bottle costs at least several hundred yuan. And it's hard to come by. Where could one find bottles from the 80s? She was acutely aware of how much Yu Qing had. Yimei wore an expression of mutual confusion, and Jiang Yuman hurried off to examine the other items. Imported Australian milk powder, malt extract, calcium tablets for pregnant women, Westlake Longxing tea from Hangzhou, as well as red wine, baby clothes, and even longan, lychee, and mango. Mother, with so many items, how could Yu Qing manage to procure all this while working? Jiang Yuman felt a surge of discontent within. Although she had little knowledge of alcohol, she was quite familiar with the other items. After all, she had previously worked in the retail industry. Upon seeing these items, Yimei wondered if this young man had resorted to smuggling. None of these items were inexpensive. Even the fruits were astonishingly costly, which she and old Jiang usually hesitated to purchase. "Yuman, when Yu Qing returns, should we encourage him to turn himself in? Smuggling would be a grave matter." Yimei pondered, considering that if her son-in-law were truly implicated, their daughter's unborn child would be in jeopardy. What grave matter? Yu Qing stepped in just in time to overhear those last words. Why did his mother-in-law seem to have an unpleasant expression? Jiang Yuman's face reflected both worry and fear. Yu Qing was puzzled. Everything had seemed fine just moments ago, so what had transpired in such a short time? Chapter 41. The first intimate encounter with my wife after rebirth. Jiang Yuman approached the door, closed it gently, and then took Yu Qing's hand. Her expression a blend of concern, anxiety, and a hint of disappointment. "What is the matter, Yuman?" Yu Qing sensed that something significant had transpired. "Yu Qing, could you explain where all these items came from?" Yimei gestured towards the assortment on the floor. "Mom, what is wrong with those things?" Yu Qing was momentarily taken aback. "These items are precious. How could you possibly afford them? Where did the money come from?" Yimei's tone was insistent. "Mom, please speak calmly. These items were likely gifted by Yu Qing's friends." This possibility eased Jiang Yuman's worry considerably. After all, Yu Qing had brought a friend over today. Though young, one could tell by his attire that he hailed from affluence. "Mom, Yuman, I assure you, none of these things cost me a penny. Besides, I couldn't possibly afford them." He finally understood why his mother-in-law was upset. She must have thought he had engaged in some reckless behavior that could tarnish Yuman's reputation. Indeed, the gifts came from the young man who visited today. He appeared to have just graduated from university. But why would this young man bestow such lavish gifts upon Cheng? While the other items were acceptable, the Maotai liquor was particularly perplexing. Where could a young man acquire such a thing? It wasn't a gift from him. However, the liquor was given by the hotel owner. And the 2 sets of children's clothing, along with the prenatal vitamins and milk powder, were sent by his parents. Cheng, fearing Yimei might not believe him, produced the business card from Wan Yukai, the hotel owner, and handed it to his mother-in-law. Yimei, still skeptical, accepted the card. It indeed belonged to the proprietor of a prestigious establishment. She had heard of the Washington Hotel, recalling that a young female teacher from their community had stayed there during her honeymoon and returned to boast about her experience. At this revelation, Yimei's doubts began to dissipate. Jiang Yuman, upon hearing this, finally felt reassured. Mom, Yuman, during my stay, all my meals and accommodations were fully covered by the chairman. You needn't worry. I didn't spend a single cent of my own. It was the misfortune of being impoverished that led to such misunderstandings. Had he been affluent, his mother-in-law would not have harbored such suspicions. Oh, I see. That's a relief. Yimei finally relaxed, contemplating the chairman's willingness to incur such expenses for Cheng. She surmised he must possess exceptional qualities. Jiang Yuman felt immense joy knowing that Cheng had not engaged in any wrongdoing. She dared not entertain the thought of what might happen if something were to befall Cheng. What would become of their child? Noticing the late hour, Yimei remarked that their shared room was not conducive to sleep. Cheng, since you've returned, I shall take my leave. I wonder how things are at home. Mom, it's too late. You should stay here tonight. I can manage at the factory for just one night, Cheng insisted, concerned for her safety in the dark. Jiang Yuman shared his concern and interjected, Mom, if you must return, it would be wiser to wait until tomorrow. Otherwise, I would worry about you. Yimei contemplated this and nodded. It was indeed nearly 9 o'clock, and the streets would be sparsely populated. It was certainly unsafe for a woman to travel alone at this hour. Mother, Yuman, I have purchased gifts for you, using my own money. With that, Cheng carefully retrieved a plastic bag from the inner pocket of his clothing. He gently opened it and placed it on the bed. Then, he handed a plush red box to Yimei, saying, Mother, this is for you. Please have a look and see if you like it. Upon seeing such an exquisite box, Yimei immediately understood that its contents were of considerable value. She remarked, What a waste of money. I'm already of this age. Yet a smile graced her face as she accepted the box, opening it to reveal a delicately crafted silver bracelet with intricate filigree work. Under the illumination, the bracelet radiated a silvery sheen. Mother, you are not old at all. You look merely in your early 30s. In reality, Yimei was only in her early 40s. Yet she appeared to be in her 30s, clearly adept at self-care, her face free of blemishes save for some fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, which were hardly noticeable from a distance. Mother, do put it on and see how it looks, urged Jiang Yuman, who also found the bracelet beautiful, classical yet refined, elegant yet luxurious, perfectly suiting her mother's temperament. Yimei secretly cherished it, recognizing it as a style she adored, one she had not seen in their city. Prompted by her daughter, Yimei donned the bracelet on her wrist and admired it under the light, realizing it was indeed lovely. Mother, it looks wonderful. Yimei nodded in agreement, saying, It is quite beautiful. However, upon noticing Cheng's intense gaze fixed upon their daughter, she quickly comprehended the situation. If she received a gift, her daughter surely had one as well. Thus, she clutched her stomach and exclaimed, I have a stomachache. I need to use the restroom. And it may take me a while. You two carry on with your conversation. She hurriedly exited, closing the door behind her. Cheng understood that his mother-in-law was granting him and Yuman some privacy. Once Yimei was gone, he embraced Jiang Yuman tightly, exclaiming, My dear, I have missed you dearly these past few days. Cheng, Jiang Yuman murmured softly. She too had longed for him, nestling into the warmth she had missed. Cheng's heart finally felt at ease again. Unable to resist, he lowered his head and swiftly captured her soft, sweet lips with his own. Jiang Yuman trembled in surprise. Thinking she was unwilling, Cheng spoke softly, My love, I truly missed you. Assuming she was hesitant to let him get close, he reluctantly released her. Jiang Yuman shook her head, lifting her enchanting eyes to gaze at her tall and handsome husband. She stepped forward, leaping into Cheng's embrace. Rising on her toes and tilting her head slightly back, her eyes shimmering with a pool of affection, gazing at him with a dreamy, endearing expression. Cheng smiled. And no longer able to restrain himself, he kissed her captivating red lips. Their kisses were tender, sometimes deepening, sometimes soft. As they listened to the rhythmic beats of their hearts, such joy was beyond the capacity of words to convey. After a prolonged moment, when both felt they were running low on breath, they reluctantly parted. Cheng leaned against the bedpost, drawing his wife into his arms, retrieving the red gift box, and placing it in Yuman's hands. "My love, open it and see if you like it. I personally selected it for you." Jiang Yuman nodded gently, opening the box to reveal a ring adorned with 2 hearts, her face radiating joy beyond words. "Cheng, it's truly beautiful. I adore it. It must have cost a fortune, right?" Jiang Yuman cherished this gift immensely. They had not purchased rings when they married, for no woman wishes to be without a ring on her wedding day. "My dear, the cost is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you love it." It seemed his taste was quite commendable. She was delighted. Today marked his rebirth, the first intimate moment shared with his wife, filling him with elation. "My love, let me place the ring on your finger." "All right." Jiang Yuman shyly nodded in agreement. Cheng lifted her to the head of the bed, positioning her comfortably, while she gazed at him in confusion, uncertain of his intentions. Nevertheless, she obediently remained seated. Kneeling on one knee upon the mat, Cheng held the ring aloft, his eyes brimming with affection as he asked, "Yuman, will you marry me?" Jiang Yuman chuckled softly, but in an instant, her eyes glistened with tears, and she nodded, "Yes." Extending her delicate fingers, Cheng smiled as he slid the ring onto her hand. "My dear, you are now my wife," he whispered tenderly, embracing Jiang Yuman close. She was puzzled by Cheng's demeanor, assuming he was simply overcome with joy, and did not inquire further. Jiang Yuman reciprocated his embrace. Cheng mused that this was merely the beginning. In the future, he would grant her a wedding ceremony unlike any other, grand and splendid. Chapter 42. A new abode. The two shared a tender kiss, intermittently whispering sweet nothings to one another. Concealed outside the door, Teacher Yuman felt her cheeks flush and her heart race as she listened. Suddenly, a mosquito buzzed by. Yuman, initially inclined to swat it away, hesitated, pondering the potential noise it might create. Instead, she merely waved her hand, yet still ended up with several itchy bites. "Daughter, son-in-law, are you finished yet?" she thought, having already fed the mosquitoes outside. Considering her daughter's pregnancy, she believed that a mere kiss would suffice. "Why is it taking so long?" Inside, the couple remained intertwined for quite some time. Cheng, aware of the need to avoid lingering too long, remembered that his mother-in-law was waiting outside. They adjusted their clothing, and Cheng stepped out to open the door. Upon hearing the sound of the door, Yuman swiftly darted into the restroom. Cheng peered outside but saw no sign of his mother-in-law. "Why is she taking so long in the restroom? I hope she has tea caught a chill," he mused, assuming she had simply not emerged yet. "Surely she is fine. She seemed perfectly well all day." As they conversed, Yuman entered, exclaiming, finally relieved, "I think that green bean popsicle I had this afternoon gave me a chill. Age is catching up with me. I can't keep up with the youth. Mom, should we go to the hospital for some medication?" Jiang Yuman said anxiously, rushing towards her. "Yes, Mom, let me take you for a checkup," Cheng added, stepping forward. "Hospital? What a fuss. It was just a trip to the restroom. Everything is fine now." Yuman waved her hand dismissively. She wasn't truly ill. It was merely the mosquito bites on her arms that troubled her. "Yuman, do you have any cooling oil? Those pesky mosquitoes got me while I was squatting in the restroom." She scratched at her bites, feeling the sting despite wearing long sleeves. "Summer clothing is quite thin." "I have some, Mom, just a moment," Jiang Yuman replied as she hurried to retrieve it. "Here it is, Mom," Cheng said, having quickly located the cooling oil and passing it to her. Yuman applied it, and a refreshing sensation washed over her, providing substantial relief. "Mom, Yuman, there is something I wish to discuss with you both." Cheng glanced around the cramped single room, feeling an additional pang of guilt. "Cheng, just speak your mind. What are you planning?" Yuman wondered, sensing something was afoot. "Mom, considering that Yuman is now pregnant, the living conditions here are inadequate, and my factory is quite far away. I wish to find a new place to live." He contemplated reporting the situation to the factory director the following day before searching for a new home. "Moving? We were living just fine. Why do we need to relocate? Although the environment here is somewhat lacking, the rent is remarkably affordable, merely 30 yuan per month. I concur with your suggestion to move." Yuman glanced at the house, noting the severe wear and tear surrounding it, as well as a faint musty odor emanating from within. Despite her daughter's diligent cleaning, the scent lingered. Such an environment is detrimental to a child's development. Thus, When she heard her son-in-law express the desire to seek new accommodations, she wholeheartedly supported the idea. Mother, you're indulging Yu Cheng's whims. The home has only just begun to feel comfortable. Jiang Yuman voiced her reservations. Do not fret about finances, Yuman. Yu Cheng understood that his wife was concerned about the future expenses of raising their impending twins. After all, twins entail significant costs. He stepped away briefly to use the restroom, ensuring to close the door upon his return. Yuman, here are 2,000 yuan. This should suffice for our new rental, he stated, placing the money in her hands. Jiang Yuman looked down at the cash, her first thought being how Yu Cheng had acquired such a sum. Yuman was equally astonished. Yuman, allocate a portion of this money for the new house and save the remainder. Yu Cheng then recounted his experiences at the headquarters. Omitting the incident of his robbery, he refrained from sharing it not only to avoid boasting, but also to prevent Yuman from worrying. Yimei discreetly observed her son-in-law, noting his newfound composure and determination in his speech and actions. Jiang Yuman remained indecisive. Yu Cheng exchanged a knowing glance with his mother-in-law. Yimei understood and took her daughter's hand, saying, Yuman, Yu Cheng is right. A better environment will benefit the baby. Upon hearing the mention of the baby, Jiang Yuman nodded in agreement, reassured by the presence of some funds. Rest assured, I will have a monthly salary of 1,000 yuan. That should suffice. He reassured her, confident that their future would improve. Very well, I will follow your lead, Jiang Yuman replied obediently. Now we're making progress. Yimei beamed, affectionately ruffling her daughter's hair. At last, her daughter seemed to be reaping the rewards of her struggles, having chosen wisely. Mother, Yuman, it's getting late. You should rest. I must return to the factory, Yu Cheng remarked, mindful that the dormitory gates would soon close. Go ahead, I and mother will turn in as well. Jiang Yuman replied, handing Yu Cheng 2 bills, aware that he had little money on him. Yu Cheng accepted the money with a smile, contemplating the rental payment due the following day. The next morning, Yu Cheng rose early, briefed Director Liu on work matters, and inspected all the equipment in the CNC workshop. He then rode his bicycle to scout for housing. He reviewed nearly all the residences near the factory and discovered a rather decent apartment. The owners had immigrated to Hong Kong, leaving behind this unit, which was equipped with a color television, refrigerator, and washing machine. An elderly woman oversaw the property, though she resided elsewhere, likely finding it inconvenient to live there. She had no desire to immigrate, believing that if she were to pass away, it should be on her native soil. Such is the sentiment of the elderly, a deep-rooted affection for their homeland. The elderly woman requested a monthly rent of 60 yuan. And without a second thought, Yu Cheng paid 160 yuan, 100 yuan as a deposit and 60 for the rent. Although this rent was double the previous amount, he felt it was a worthwhile investment given the furnishings within. He understood that such an apartment in a major city would not be rented for less than 200 yuan. Upon inspecting the apartment, he noted that everything was still about 80 new, featuring 2 bedrooms and a living room, with tiled flooring. The sofa was of the soft variety, and the bed was a comfortable spring mattress. There was also a private bathroom and kitchen. After acquiring the keys, Yu Cheng took his mother-in-law, Yimei, and his wife, Yuman, to view the apartment, and both were exceedingly pleased. That afternoon, Yu Cheng borrowed a van from the factory, packed up their belongings, and moved into their new home. In truth, there wasn't much to pack, just some quilts and clothing. The apartment was already equipped with all necessary items, including a rice cooker and a pressure cooker. Subsequently, Yu Cheng and his mother-in-law cleaned the entire space, rendering it immaculate and splendid. Later that afternoon, Yu Cheng ventured out to purchase some new dishes and utensils. The location was conveniently close to his workplace, with a nearby market and a natural stream not far away, making it easy for Yu Cheng to commute, shop for groceries, and prepare meals while caring for Yuman. Chapter 43. A new way to earn money. On the day of moving into their new residence, Yu Cheng's mother-in-law left after dinner. He sent her off with a considerable amount of nutritional supplements, fruits, and a bottle of 1985 Matai, knowing that his father-in-law, Jiang Haichuan, enjoyed a sip of fine liquor. Yet, Yimei declined the alcohol, suggesting instead that Yu Cheng bring it next time, an unmistakable hint for him to curry favor with the old gentleman. Yu Cheng nodded in understanding. After bidding farewell to his mother-in-law, Yu Cheng noticed Yuman washing the dishes and hurriedly changed his shoes to join her. Yuman, let me wash the dishes. You should rest, he insisted, seizing a loofah sponge to begin his task. The loofah sponge proved effective in cleaning and degreasing. Jiang Yuman had no choice but to dry her hands and sit on the sofa. Once Yu Cheng finished the dishes, he prepared to store the leftovers in the refrigerator, mindful of the warm weather that could spoil the food. To his surprise, he discovered 300 yuan on the table, accompanied by a note. "You man, is this money left by your mother?" he inquired, handing the cash and note to Jiang Yuman. Upon reading it, she confirmed, "Yes, it is from Mom." She then passed the note back to Yuqing, saying, "Look, she left you a few words." Curious, Yuqing examined the note, which read, "Yuman, keep this 300 yuan for some good treats. Your father and I have salaries now, so we are not short on money. Yuqing, you better be a good man and treat Yuman well, or I will simply take my daughter back home. I will bring Yuman back on my birthday." Unable to contain his laughter, Yuqing realized that his mother-in-law had indeed accepted him as her son-in-law. Otherwise, she wouldn't have invited him to celebrate her birthday with Yuman. "You man, you should take this for now, and when they need money later, we will give it to them," Yuqing suggested, continuing to tidy up the small kitchen. Subsequently, the two settled on the sofa to watch television, finally experiencing a sense of homeliness. He believed that soon he too would possess a residence like this. After watching a few episodes of a drama, Jiang Yuman leaned against the sofa and fell asleep. Yuqing smiled gently, lifting her to bed. The mattress was newly purchased, as the previous bamboo mat was too small. After covering his wife with a blanket, he sat back on the sofa, lost in contemplation. With a monthly salary of 1,000 yuan, after deducting living expenses and rent, he figured he could save around 600 each month, totaling about 7,000 a year. Adding this to his previous savings, he estimated he would have nearly 10,000. As the class monitor, he enjoyed the advantage of not having to work late. The late shift ran from 5 to midnight, while the day shift was from 8 to 5. He pondered the need to undertake additional work. He resolved to utilize his evenings to set up a stall near the university. The only institution of higher learning in Xiaoda City was Tali University, home to thousands of students. With no classes in the evenings, many students would venture out to socialize, and each possessed a fair amount of pocket money. He recalled the popularity of spicy crayfish in later years and remembered how the rivers had once teemed with them, while fields were abundant with these delightful crustaceans. The creature possesses an exceedingly robust reproductive capacity and wreaks havoc upon crops, capable of severing the stems and leaves of rice plants. Consequently, many farmers resort to capturing them and selling them at the local market. Rising early, he recalls that in the past, numerous individuals expressed concerns about shrimp allergies, deterring many from purchasing them. Priced affordably, at just over $1 per pound, this creature is not fish, and the average person is unaware of how to prepare it. With a resolution in mind, Yuqing decided to pursue this venture. At the break of dawn the following day, Yuqing made his way to the nearby market. After wandering about, he stumbled upon several vendors selling crayfish, their size quite impressive. Approaching a middle-aged man, he crouched to inspect them. The blackish-red creatures, with their formidable pincers, were scuttling about in a wooden basin. "Sir, how much for these crayfish per pound?" Yuqing inquired, gesturing towards the basin. "Young man, are you interested? These creatures are mostly shell, with little flesh. If you want them, I can offer them to you at $1.50 per pound," replied the middle-aged man. After a brief conversation, Yuqing learned that the man's surname was Fu, and he was known as Fu Dago, hailing from a village where everyone bore the same surname. The name, it seemed, was chosen by elders who believed it to be auspicious and easy to raise. "Is there an abundance of such crayfish in your area?" Yuqing sought to gather more information. "Indeed, there are many, as these pests devastate crops and multiply year after year," Fu Dago sighed. Yuqing perceived that he was a straightforward farmer. "How many pounds do you have in that basin?" he asked, estimating the contents to be around 20 pounds. "Approximately just over 20 pounds, Fu Dago confirmed after inspecting the basin. "If I were to purchase all of them and require such a quantity daily, or even greater, what would be your price per pound?" Yuqing pondered whether he could negotiate down to $1 per pound. "You want that many? Young man, are you joking?" Fu Dago looked at Yuqing incredulously, questioning the young man's sanity. "I assure you, I am quite serious. Let us agree on a price, and I will provide the cash immediately," Yuqing said, producing $20 for Fu Dago to see. Only then did Fu Dago begin to believe Yuqing's intentions. "Very well. If you require that quantity, I can offer you a price of $1.20, Fu Dago replied cheerfully, feeling fortunate to have encountered such a significant customer. Typically, he would return home with half of his stock unsold by nightfall. "How about $1 per pound? I will need them daily and will procure them from you. What do you think?" Yuqing suggested with a smile, bargaining confidently. He felt a strong inclination that Fu Dago would acquiesce, considering the ease with which these creatures could be caught in fields, rivers, and ditches, so abundant and resilient in various environments. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Dago recognized that although he was conceding 50 cents, the volume Yu Cheng sought would make it worthwhile. After all, these creatures were essentially free to gather, amounting to $500 or $600 monthly with a daily catch of 20. With this reasoning, Fu Dagu readily nodded in agreement. All right, we shall settle on that price. After weighing the catch, it totaled 21 pounds, yet Fu Dagu happily counted it as 20 pounds for the transaction. Yu Cheng readily handed him 2 large bills, causing a radiant smile to blossom on Fu Dagu's face. He then visited a grocery store to purchase 2 plastic buckets, approximately 30 centimeters in height, ensuring that the crayfish would not escape. Considering that the wholesale department selling spices had yet to open, he took the crayfish home. On his way, he passed by a breakfast shop and decided to buy some soy milk and steamed buns to bring back for his wife. Upon returning home, he placed the crayfish in the buckets for safekeeping before riding his bicycle to the factory. He first went to the workshop, relieved to find everything operating smoothly. The assistant team leader, Liu Xiaobo, was performing quite well. Yu Cheng engaged Liu Xiaobo in a discussion about work matters before heading to the single dormitory to find Qian Xiaohai. Wasn't this fellow just idling around? Chapter 44. All set, who is it? Why are you awake so early? Have you eaten too much and become restless? Qian Xiaohai grumbled loudly, then buried his head under the blanket, intending to resume his slumber. He was not accustomed to rising at such an early hour. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking persisted. Which brat is deaf enough to disturb my sleep? Reluctantly, Qian Xiaohai got out of bed to answer the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Yu Cheng, and he quickly donned a smile. Brother Yu Cheng, what brings you here? Get dressed quickly. I have something to discuss with you. Yu Cheng gestured toward Qian Xiaohai's attire. Looking down, Qian Xiaohai realized he was only wearing a pair of briefs, which was indeed quite inappropriate. His face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly searched for his trousers and then put on a shirt. My apologies, Brother Yu Cheng. I wasn't cursing at you. I didn't realize it was you. Qian Xiaohai thought back to his earlier loud complaints and felt somewhat guilty. No worries, let us get down to business, Yu Cheng replied. Unfazed. Young people are often like this. I was the same in my youth. We all have our moments of grumpiness. Who enjoys being awakened so early? All right. Brother Yu Cheng, what is it you wish to discuss? Qian Xiaohai inquired, noticing that Yu Cheng seemed different from usual. Since you are currently unemployed, why not join me in a small venture? Yu Cheng suggested, thinking that having a partner would be beneficial. After all, Qian Xiaohai had no pressing engagements at the moment. He could spend his days in the nearby countryside catching crayfish, which would serve to pass the time and earn some money. Upon hearing the mention of business, Qian Xiaohai's interest peaked. Brother Yu Cheng, what kind of business are we talking about? After all, he had no formal job currently. First, go to the wholesale market and vegetable market to gather these items for me. Yu Cheng instructed, handing him a list of required goods. Brother Yu Cheng, what are all these items? Qian Xiaohai asked, glancing at the list that included star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, Sichuan pepper, dried chili, small chili, garlic, and ginger. While he recognized garlic and ginger from watching his mother cook, the others were unfamiliar to him. Don't worry about that. Just make sure to procure everything on the list. Use my bicycle to get there. In the evening, after work, I'll take you to my home for dinner, Yu Cheng concluded before departing. He made his way to the factory manager's office, having yet to meet the manager in person. This could not continue. Others might mistakenly think he was putting on airs. Manager Gu, I'm back. This is a small token of respect for you, he said, placing a pound of lychees and a pound of longans on the manager's desk. He had brought 2 portions, leaving one for Lu Wenfeng. Upon seeing the lychees and longans, which were quite a luxury in their region, Gu Dezai exclaimed, Yu Cheng, you've really treated me to something extravagant. He smiled and immediately peeled a lychee, popping it into his mouth. Delicious. Gu Dezai couldn't help but indulge in another 2 or 3. Not extravagant at all, just some local specialties. Yu Cheng replied, but, Manager Gu, do try to eat less. These can be quite heating. He felt compelled to intervene as he watched the manager consume 4 or 5 lychees in quick succession. A single lychee could induce considerable heat. After all, I shall refrain from eating any further, not due to the delectable nature of the dish, but rather to preserve a morsel for my wife and children at home. He is aware of the heat associated with lychees. Yu Cheng then proceeded to discuss matters pertaining to the main factory. Gu Dehai nodded in approval, stating, Yu Cheng, you have performed admirably this time. The chairman from that side had already called to commend Yu Cheng profusely, expressing the client's utmost satisfaction with this batch of products and encouraging continued diligence. Director, this is merely my duty, Yu Cheng humbly replied. I shall return to my work now. He rose to head towards Director Lu's office. Very well. Do attend to your tasks. Gu Dehai waved him off. Yu Cheng then carried another basket of fruit to Lu Wenfeng's office, where Lu received Yu Cheng's thoughtful gesture with a cheerful demeanor. They exchanged a few words regarding work matters before Yu Cheng returned to his own office. Before long, Qian Shaohai returned with the purchased items and summoned Yu Cheng to his dormitory. Yu Cheng had not gone home for lunch, as there remained some leftovers in the refrigerator from the previous evening. He merely needed to prepare some rice. Brother Yu Cheng, do these items seem suitable? Qian Shaohai inquired, pointing to the contents of the bag. How much did it all cost? Yu Cheng glanced at the purchases and confirmed they were indeed correct. With this quantity, it should last for at least 10 meals without issue. All this for merely 10 yuan, Qian Shaohai exclaimed, finding it quite a bargain. Yu Cheng handed him the 10 yuan. Brother Yu Cheng, you are being too formal. It's not a significant amount. Besides, I will be dining at your place for the next few days. Should I also pay you for my meals? Qian Shaohai teased, making a playful face. Seeing his jest, Yu Cheng decided against insisting on giving him the money, contemplating future business ventures and profit sharing instead. Let us leave these items here for now. I shall take them home after work, Yu Cheng stated before departing. He then conducted a tour of the workshop, discreetly gifting 2 packs of cigarettes to Lu Xiaobo, which he had specially purchased along the way. Class monitor, I cannot accept this, Lu Xiaobo protested shyly. You've worked hard during this period. This is but a small token of my appreciation. If you refuse, it would imply you look down upon your class monitor, Yu Cheng remarked, patting him on the shoulder. Lu Xiaobo then accepted the gift graciously. During lunch at the canteen, Lu Xiaobo distributed a cigarette to each person. Yu Cheng nodded in approval, noting the young man's adeptness in social interactions. After work, Yu Cheng packed his belongings and, accompanied by Qian Shaohai, headed to their new residence in Xinxin community. Qian Shaohai was astonished, exclaiming, Brother Yu Cheng, have you moved? You truly are impressive. In just one day, you have relocated to a new home. Yu Cheng deposited his items into the storage room. This apartment came with a storage area of over 10 square meters, a feature that had initially attracted Yu Cheng to this rental. It was rumored that the homeowner had purchased the storage space specifically for storage purposes. Presently, it stood empty, housing only about 7 or 8 plastic stools. A smile spread across Yu Cheng's face. There was no need to buy stools now. Shall I accompany me to my previous residence? Yu Cheng suggested, intending to retrieve the old table and coal stove for placement in the storage room below. When the time comes, they will prepare the crayfish and sell them at the university gate. It is sure to be a lucrative venture. Excellent. Qian Shaohai was filled with curiosity. The two then returned to their rented room to settle the remaining rent. They took the table and the coal stove with them, distributing the other belongings to their neighbors. Everyone gazed enviously at Yu Cheng, astonished by the significant transformation he had undergone in less than a month. He now had the means to rent a larger house. Yu Cheng also purchased a case of beer from Uncle Zhang, as beer is an essential accompaniment to boiled crayfish. Otherwise, the flavor would be significantly diminished. Only then did the two return to the Sinan community, everything prepared. A glimmer sparkled in Yu Cheng's eyes, filled with eager anticipation. Chapter 45. Setting up a stall to earn money for my wife and children. Yu Cheng ignited the stove, utilizing the honeycomb coal that had been stored in the storage room. Initially, he intended to gift these coal balls, as the house was now equipped with liquefied gas, rendering the stove unnecessary. However, Jiang Yuman was reluctant to part with them, given that they had been purchased at a cost of 30 cents each, totaling 500 pieces for a sum of 150 yuan. The price of honeycomb coal varied across regions, and it was likely more expensive in colder areas. They were fortunate that their locality was relatively affordable. During the move, 300 pieces remained, equating to 90 yuan, which Jiang Yuman was naturally unwilling to discard, reasoning that they might still be of use in the future. Thankfully, she had insisted on keeping them, or else they would have had to repurchase the coal. What business are you planning to engage in, Yu Cheng? Qian Shaohai, still oblivious to Yu Cheng's intentions, inquired. Yu Cheng glanced at the flames in the stove, contemplating that he would need to wait a while for them to rise. He locked the storage room and said, Let us first prepare a meal. After we eat, you will understand what business I intend to pursue. Oh, Qian Shaohai nodded, following Yu Cheng upstairs. Yu Cheng rented the 3rd floor, which boasted good lighting and ventilation, oriented to the south, thus possessing favorable feng shui. Here we are. This is where I currently reside, Yu Cheng announced as Qian Shaohai retrieved his keys to enter. The two changed into clean slippers upon entering. Yuman, I'm back, Yu Cheng called out as he stepped inside. Cheng, you've returned. I've prepared the meal, but I haven't stir-fried the dishes yet, Jiang Yuman replied, having just finished washing the last vegetable. Hello, sister-in-law. Qian Shaohai greeted politely. Oh, Shaohai has arrived? Jiang Yuman thought to herself, slightly annoyed that he hadn't informed them of his visit beforehand, but then realized that it was difficult to do so. Fortunately, they had cooked a substantial amount of food that evening. Yuman, in the future, let us prepare more food at night. Shaohai often joins me for dinner. Yu Cheng observed his wife's thoughts with keen insight. Understood. Jiang Yuman responded brightly, her voice melodious. Yu Cheng skillfully removed the apron from Jiang Yuman and draped it over his own neck. Shaohai, please make yourself comfortable. The dishes will be ready shortly. There's a television over there. Feel free to adjust it to your liking. He indicated towards the remote control on the rosewood coffee table. Qian Shaohai surveyed the surroundings. While this apartment may not rival their villa, it was a veritable paradise compared to Yu Cheng's previous dwelling. It was equipped with a color television, refrigerator, and washing machine, along with a spacious balcony perfect for sunbathing during winter. Nearly all modern appliances were present. Suddenly, Yu Cheng realized he had yet to purchase disposable tableware. Shaohai, could you please go to the wholesale store and buy some disposable plates and utensils for me? He handed Qian Shaohai 20 yuan, noting that in this era, disposable tableware was quite inexpensive, with hundreds of pieces available for merely 10 yuan. All right. Although Qian Shaohai initially hesitated to accept the money, he feared that Yu Cheng would be displeased if he refused. I'll ride my bicycle, Yu Cheng said, tossing the keys to Qian Shaohai. The bicycle was kept in the storage room to prevent theft if left outside. Great. Brother Yu Cheng, I will head out now. Qian Shaohai swiftly approached the door to put on his shoes. Hurry back. Dinner is almost ready, Yu Cheng added. I understand. Qian Shaohai replied, then hurriedly descended the stairs. Yu Cheng, why did you buy disposable bowls and chopsticks? Jiang Yuman inquired once Qian Shaohai had left. Dear, could you check what's in the bucket in the bathroom? Yu Cheng replied with a mysterious smile. Jiang Yuman, filled with curiosity, went to the bathroom and discovered 2 buckets filled with small crayfish. These creatures appeared quite intimidating. Why had Yu Cheng purchased them? She had never bought such things while grocery shopping, partly because she didn't know how to prepare them, and partly due to her fear of how to eat them. Gazing at the large, red claws waving menacingly, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Jiang Yuman hurried back to Yu Cheng, asking, Yu Cheng, why did you buy so many crayfish? To sell, Yu Cheng replied with a knowing smile. Stop joking. Who would eat these? There's hardly any meat, and I've heard people say they can make you sick, Jiang Yuman said, her concern evident. Besides, they're not easy to sell. Those vendors at the market barely sell a few pounds a day. My dear, you'll see soon enough. How could I possibly engage in a losing venture? Yu Cheng said, stealing a quick kiss on Jiang Yuman's cheek. Flushing with shyness, she remarked, Yu Cheng, you've become quite mischievous. This fellow had taken to kissing her at every opportunity, quite unlike before, when he hardly paid attention even to their conjugal life. She pondered over what had caused this change in him, suspecting it might be the influence of their child. With that thought, Jiang Yuman sat down on the sofa. Yu Cheng smiled to himself. This was the true essence of home. Once they had a child, it would be even more perfect. Soon, a dish of eggplant with minced meat, stir-fried cucumbers with ham, and a tomato and egg soup graced the table. At that moment, Qian Shaohai returned. Brother Yu Cheng, I bought 500 of them and also 10 packs of disposable chopsticks, he reported as he entered. Well done. Now wash your hands and let us eat. It's simple fare, but it will suffice, Yu Cheng commended, feeling pleased with Qian Shaohai's work ethic. In just a few days, he had memorized the address perfectly. After dinner, the 2 men carried the 2 buckets of crayfish downstairs, with Jiang Yuman deciding to follow, thinking she might lend a hand. Upon reaching the storage room, Yu Cheng checked the fire in the stove, which had begun to rise steadily. He opened the lid a bit to expedite the process. To his surprise, the storage room was equipped with a faucet, which meant they wouldn't have to haul the crayfish upstairs anymore. Yu Cheng found 2 new toothbrushes and handed one to Qian Shaohai, saying, Here, watch how I clean them. Grasping the crayfish by the sides, just below the head with 2 fingers, he demonstrated brushing them, much like one would brush teeth. Finally, he showed how to extract the dark intestine from the belly and rinse it clean. Yu Cheng performed several slow-motion demonstrations before starting to clean one after another at a rapid pace. Yu Cheng, is there anything I can do to help? As Jiang Yuman beheld the formidable pincers, she mused that such a task was beyond her capabilities and pondered the possibility of engaging in an alternative endeavor. Yuman, please wash the ginger and garlic in the basin, Yu Cheng instructed, aware that leaving her idle would likely cause her discomfort. He thus assigned her a lighter chore. Brother Yu Cheng, are you planning to cook these and sell them? Qian Shaohai finally grasped the nature of the business Yu Cheng had alluded to. Indeed, shall I? Do not be deceived by their fearsome appearance. Their flavor is exquisite, guaranteed to leave you craving more, Yu Cheng replied with a cheerful demeanor. This delicacy was indeed delightful, albeit laborious to prepare. Oh, it hurts so much, my hand. Before long, Qian Xiaohai's cries filled the air. Haha, you're gripping it incorrectly. Just lower your hand a little, Yu Cheng chuckled as he guided him through the process once more. Despite being pinched a couple of times, Qian Xiaohai eventually discovered the trick and managed to evade further clutches from the crayfish. The trio swiftly washed and chopped the ingredients, arranging them neatly in a large basin. Yu Cheng then borrowed a cart from the landlord, loading it with the stove, pots, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and an array of other spices and ingredients. Yuman, hurry back home. Xiaoai and I are off to set up a stall to earn some money, Yu Cheng urged as he locked the storeroom. Concerned for her safety while alone outside at night, Jiang Yuman nodded. Yu Cheng, Xiaohai, do take care. Brother Yu Cheng, where are we setting up the stall? Qian Xiaohai inquired, assisting with the cart. At Tali University, Yu Cheng replied, glancing at his watch. It's 7 o'clock now. We should arrive by 7:30. Just in time for the students to emerge. They planned to stay until 10:30, as the university's curfew was at 11. Yu Cheng's heart brimmed with joy, envisioning the prospect of earning money to support his wife and raise their children. Chapter 46. The booming sale of crawfish. Yu Cheng and Qian Xiaohai pushed their cart to the right side of the entrance of Tali University. The area was illuminated by streetlights on both sides, which remained lit throughout the night, presumably for the safety of the students. The brightness of the lights was impressive. Yu Cheng mused that there was no need for additional bulbs. Together, they unloaded their goods. Qian Xiaohai arranged the tables and stools, while Yu Cheng placed the pot on the stove and opened the door, causing flames to leap up eagerly. The heat of the season was palpable, yet the prospect of earning money made it bearable. Next, he poured in the oil, waiting until it reached a temperature where small bubbles began to emerge. He added spices, ginger, and garlic, and within a minute, the rich aroma began to waft through the air. Yu Cheng then added a portion of crawfish, starting to stir-fry them, and the delightful scent spread rapidly. Even the elderly guard at the security station peeked his head out, intrigued by the enticing smell wafting from the cooking pot. Brother Yu Cheng, it smells incredible. It looks so delicious, Qian Xiaohai exclaimed, eyeing the vibrant red crawfish, saliva nearly escaping his lips. You'll find out how good it is once you have some, Xiaoai, Yu Cheng replied, flipping the crawfish in the pot while casting a glance towards the university entrance. Students began to emerge in droves. What is that smell? It's so fragrant. Let us go check it out. Two classmates approached. Boss, are you frying shrimp? A female student pointed at the crawfish in the pot. Indeed, my fellow student, Yu Cheng responded with a cheerful smile. He then poured in some beer and water, covering the pot with a lid. Can we eat this? Another female student asked, her cheeks slightly flushed, having noticed that the vendor was rather handsome and tall. Are you teasing me? If it's not edible, what am I selling it for? Yu Cheng chuckled as he lifted the lid, releasing an even more tantalizing aroma, drawing in an increasing number of students, likely attracted by the fragrance. Come, fellow students. Freshly made spicy crawfish is ready if it's not tasty. You don't have to pay. Yu Cheng began to call out. In business, one must have a thick skin. Without the courage to promote oneself, one cannot earn a profit. Boss, how much for your crawfish? Someone inquired, unable to resist the enticing scent. 5 yuan per serving. I guarantee you'll crave more, absolutely no regrets. Yu Cheng proclaimed, advertising as he spoke. 5 yuan might seem a bit pricey in this day and age. Yet some students were willing to indulge. Boss, I'll take a serving. Xiaoai, hand me a bowl. Yu Cheng called out to Qian Xiaohai, who hastily passed him a bowl. The first customer arrived. Hey, opening day. You're the first customer today. I'll give you 2 extra, Yu Cheng said, adding 2 more crawfish to the bowl. Thank you, boss. The student beamed as he carried the bowl to a table and began to eat. Wow, boss. Your crayfish is absolutely delectable. Once my classmates took a bite, they could hardly stop. Naturally, we invested quite a sum in the seasonings, didn't we? Qian Xiaoai interjected promptly. Xiaoman, is it truly that delicious? Another classmate inquired, thoroughly engrossed in their meal. It is indeed, extraordinarily so. I've never tasted anything quite like it, Xiaoman replied while savoring her dish. Boss, please bring me 2 servings for myself and my friend. Upon hearing this, the classmate quickly urged her good friend to order 2 portions. Certainly. Please have a seat at the table, and I will serve you shortly. Yu Cheng indicated towards the table while deftly dishing out the crayfish. Oh my, it is genuinely delightful, The flavor is so intriguing. Spicy, numbing, fragrant, and fresh, simply exquisite. As more classmates arrived, Yucheng found himself quite overwhelmed, cooking batch after batch. 21 pounds of crayfish still proved insufficient. Boss, do you have any more crayfish? My dorm mates are eager to partake. A female classmate hurriedly approached. I'm sorry, young lady. We're sold out for today. Please come back tomorrow. Yucheng replied apologetically. Will there be any tomorrow? Initially disheartened by the news of being sold out, her spirits lifted upon hearing there would be more the next day. Yes, rest assured, there will be plenty every day, Yucheng assured her. How about I give you 10 yuan, and you save me 2 servings for tomorrow? She was worried about missing out due to late studies. Certainly. Bring a note tomorrow to exchange for the crayfish, Yucheng agreed, taking the money and writing a receipt for 10 yuan, which he handed to the young lady. Otherwise, with so many people, how could he remember? The girl joyfully accepted the note and left. Shall I saved a bowl for you. Please enjoy. Yucheng retrieved a bowl of crayfish he had reserved earlier from beneath the oilcloth and handed it to Qian Shaohai, who had been busy attending to customers and managing payments. Qian Shaohai gratefully accepted the crayfish and sat down to relish it. Yucheng, this is so delicious. Would you like to try some? He knew Yucheng had been preoccupied and hadn't eaten yet. No, I've had too much already, Yucheng replied. Having eaten considerably, Yucheng then carried a small bowl to the security room. Sir, this is for you. Please give it a try. It is essential to curry favor with the guardians at the school gate. Young man, how much is this? The elder inquired, assuming it must be quite expensive. It's on the house. Please enjoy, Yucheng replied. The elder, being of humble means, was reluctant to accept such generosity. He waved his hand, saying, This is not right, young man. You must have incurred costs. Sir, it's the first day. Consider this a taste test. It's not as if I'll be providing free meals every day. Wouldn't you agree? Yucheng chuckled as he placed the crayfish on the security desk. Well, thank you then. The elder finally acquiesced upon hearing Yucheng's words. Upon returning to the stall, Yucheng began to tidy up his belongings. Lifting his left wrist, he glanced at the time. It was only 9 o'clock. He contemplated acquiring a greater quantity of crayfish for the following day. Qian Shaohai had just finished savoring the last morsel of crayfish, lingeringly licking his lips. Yucheng chuckled. Shaohai, is it truly that delectable? Indeed, brother Yucheng. You have no idea how exquisite your cooking is. Qian Shaohai assumed Yucheng had never tasted his own creation. Next time, pairing it with some beer would elevate the experience, he added, having forgotten to mention it earlier. However, they had already sold out of beer for the day. Male students enjoyed beer, while female students did not partake. Perhaps next time, they could offer some orange soda or similar beverages, which the female students would surely appreciate. Together, they diligently packed up the remaining items and wheeled the cart back. Upon returning, Yucheng meticulously counted the money in front of Qian Shaohai. 1 pound of crayfish could be divided into approximately 3 bowls, and they had sold a total of 21 pounds, equating to around 60 bowls. The total earnings reached 320 yuan, augmented by some beer sales as well. Yucheng was astonished by the substantial sum. After deducting 50 yuan for costs, they were left with 270. Yucheng offered 130 to Qian Shaohai, who adamantly refused, insisting he had merely assisted with errands and had done nothing substantial. Eventually, he agreed to accept 50, but Yucheng insisted on giving him 80. In the end, Yucheng found himself with a profit of 190 yuan for the evening. Imagining the potential earnings of 190 per day filled him with joy. After bidding farewell to Qian Shaohai, who returned to the dormitory, Yucheng happily made his way home, money in hand. Chapter 47. What reward do you desire? Upon hearing the sound of the key turning in the lock, Jiang Yuman swiftly dashed from the sofa. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Yucheng, who noticed his wife standing there. Darling, why are you standing here? He asked. I heard the door open and thought it must be you returning. It was Yucheng's first venture into the business world, and it was nighttime, which made her a tad anxious. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was precisely 9 o'clock. He had just spent some time cleaning the items in the storage room. Yuman, aren't you going to sleep? Pregnant women should retire early, Yucheng remarked, taking her hand and leading her to the sofa. The sofa was quite comfortable and could even be converted into a bed. Yucheng, I couldn't sleep, so I decided to wait for you, she admitted, relieved to see him home safe. Wife, were you worried about me? Yucheng pulled Yuman closer, allowing her to lean against him. Yucheng, what is that smell on you? Jiang Yuman asked, feeling slightly nauseous. Only then did Yucheng realize he reeked of cooking oil and hurriedly stood up. My apologies, dear. I must have overwhelmed you with the smell. You go lie down, and I'll take a quick shower. He chided himself for being so careless, realizing his clothes were not only cumbersome, but also carried an unpleasant odor. All right, I'll wait for you in bed, Jiang Yuman said casually. Immediately after she spoke, her face flushed, feeling the oddity of her words. Sure enough, when she glanced back, she caught Yu Cheng smiling, prompting her to shoot him a glare before retreating to their bedroom. Once she was inside, Yu Cheng picked up the clothes his wife had prepared for him on the sofa and headed to take a shower. He contemplated purchasing a second-hand tricycle tomorrow, as they were fairly inexpensive, while new ones were only slightly over 100. This would save time and effort compared to borrowing the landlady's cart. As he showered, he pondered how his business endeavors would prevent him from attending night school, specifically adult education. At 26, he could only enroll in adult classes. After deliberating, he decided to register, take the books home to study, and allocate an hour each evening for review, with the possibility of squeezing in some reading during his midday break. In his previous life, he excelled in mathematics and science, though his English and language skills were somewhat lacking. However, through his business dealings with numerous foreign merchants, he had significantly improved his English. He was confident that the exams in this life would pose little challenge for him. Yes, it's settled, he concluded. He could not afford to neglect his business. Making money was paramount. After swiftly cleansing himself with a bar of Safeguard soap, he felt considerably refreshed. Contrasting sharply with the earlier combination of the aroma of crayfish, the scent of cooking oil, and perspiration that had undoubtedly repulsed his wife, he quietly entered the bedroom, only to discover that Yuman had not yet fallen asleep. Her bright, fox-like eyes were turned towards him. Yu Cheng chuckled. Darling, don't you think your husband is handsome? Jiang Yuman pretended to scoff, making room for him on the bed. With remarkable speed, Yu Cheng discarded his outer garments and pants, slipping into the bed clad only in his boxers. He switched on the bedside lamp, casting a dim and gentle glow. Yuman, can you guess how much we earned today? Yu Cheng embraced the delicate figure in his arms and planted a gentle kiss on her smooth back. Jiang Yuman turned her face and inquired, how much did we earn? She wondered if all those small crayfish had been sold. We made 270. I received 190, and Xiao Hai took 80. Yu Cheng replied candidly. Is it really that much? Jiang Yuman's face was a picture of disbelief. Those little creatures, which people often disdainfully rejected, surprisingly brought in such a profit. Are they all foolish? We sold out today, but I'll set some aside for you tomorrow. However, you mustn't indulge too much, all right? They're quite spicy, and the seasoning is overwhelming. I worry it won't be good for you as a pregnant woman. He only promised to let Jiang Yuman taste a bit. I want to eat. I'll save it for money, she remarked dismissively, feeling it wasn't particularly delicious. It's just a matter of selling a couple of dollars less. Yu Cheng responded nonchalantly. Are these small crayfish really that marketable? Jiang Yuman asked skeptically once more. Yuman, please prepare the rice tomorrow. When I return from work, I'll cook. He thought about needing a larger quantity for the next day, planning to procure 30 pounds of crayfish. All right, I understand. Jiang Yuman nodded obediently. My dear, here's 100 yuan for you. From now on, I'll give you 100 each day. He still had a total of 100 yuan left. After spending 200 on rent and necessities, he was down to 10, but tonight's earnings brought him to exactly 100. He intended to keep it as working capital and see how much second-hand tricycles cost. Yu Cheng, you don't need to give me this 100 today. Let us start from tomorrow. Jiang Yuman declined his money, aware of his limited funds. The 200 she previously gave him had been spent on rent and other purchases, leaving him with little. All right, starting tomorrow, Yuman, I want to buy a second-hand tricycle. He felt it necessary to inform his wife. Yu Cheng, you really don't have to discuss these trivial matters with me, Jiang Yuman smiled. For some reason, ever since that night he got drunk and woke up, Yu Cheng had transformed entirely. He used to never seek her opinion, always acting on his own accord. You are my wife. If I don't share with you, should I confide in another woman? Yu Cheng teased. Yu Cheng, how dare you? Jiang Yuman playfully swung her tiny fist at him. Yet, before it could reach his chest, it was enveloped by his large hand. Yu Cheng, let go. Jiang Yuman feigned annoyance, her expression a mix of irritation and bashfulness as she pushed against him. My dear wife, are you teasing your husband? Yu Cheng pulled her tightly into his embrace, the warmth of his breath caressing Jiang Yuman's fair neck, sending delightful shivers down her spine. Yu Cheng, stop it, that tickles. Jiang Yuman, who despised being tickled, instinctively withdrew while stifling her laughter. Yu Cheng, spare me, she pleaded in mock surrender. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Yuman, I need to discuss something with you. He wanted to be transparent with her about everything. What is it? Speak, she urged, sensing the seriousness in his demeanor as he prepared to address a matter of importance. I possess only a high school diploma and aspire to enroll in an adult university, with the ultimate goal of obtaining a bachelor's degree. The significance of educational credentials cannot be overstated in the future. Jiang Yuman herself is merely a high school graduate, and being the daughter of a middle school teacher, she is acutely aware of the importance of academic qualifications. Indeed, Yu Cheng, I wholeheartedly support you. But do you truly have the time to study? He works during the day and operates a stall at night. Where would he find such energy? Yuman, if you squeeze your time a little, it will become available. He is not particularly daunted by the lack of time. A bit of revision and consolidation is all that is needed. Jiang Yuman nodded, confident that Yu Cheng could manage his schedule effectively. My dear, doesn't your husband seem quite ambitious? Yu Cheng smiled mischievously. Jiang Yuman, oblivious to Yu Cheng's triumphant expression, nodded in agreement. Shouldn't there be a reward for such a devoted husband? Yu Cheng shamelessly leaned in closer. What kind of reward do you desire? Jiang Yuman's voice was barely above a whisper. I want this. Yu Cheng's voice was laced with temptation. Before Jiang Yuman could fully comprehend, her cherry lips were sealed by Yu Cheng's kiss. Chapter 48. The purchase of a tricycle. The following day, Yu Cheng awoke punctually as was his custom. Glancing at his peacefully slumbering wife, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. He leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. Jiang Yuman seemed to sense something. Murmuring, Yu Cheng, don't cause a fuss. Within Yu Cheng's heart, there resided an abundance of emotions, and he recognized it as happiness, a simple, yet profound happiness. He tenderly tucked Jiang Yuman's exposed hand beneath the thin blanket, then quietly rose, gathering his clothes. Stealthily, he made his way outside, gently closing the door behind him. Once at the sofa, he swiftly donned his attire. Next, he retrieved 4 eggs from the refrigerator, washing them carefully before placing them into the newly acquired small clay pot. He turned on the gas and lit the flame, commencing the process of boiling the eggs. After completing this task, he hurried into the bathroom to brush his teeth, wash his face, and relieve himself. Each morning, without fail, he engaged in this ritual. Having addressed this essential matter, he returned to the kitchen, extinguished the flame, pocketed 2 eggs, and grabbed his keys before descending the stairs with a brisk gait. He left 2 eggs for his wife, noting there was milk in the fridge. That should suffice. He retrieved his bicycle from the storage room and, braving the morning mist, made his way to the market. Upon arrival, he noticed several farmers already selling their produce. Yu Cheng headed straight to his usual spot, where he indeed found Uncle Fu selling crayfish, his eyes scanning the area expectantly. Yu Cheng understood he was waiting for him. Uncle Fu, he called out as he parked his bicycle nearby. Uncle Fu immediately stood up. Young man, you're here? I thought you might not come today. How could I not come, Uncle Fu? I promised I would, and I never deceive you, Yu Cheng replied with a smile, glancing at the wooden basin filled with crayfish. The catch appeared larger than the previous one, and the quantity seemed notably increased. Please weigh the crayfish. Let us make this quick, as I have to head to work soon, Yu Cheng urged. Young man, I assure you there are considerably more than yesterday. If you don't wish to take them all, I can sell the remainder gradually, Uncle Fu suggested, sensing that Yu Cheng might not require such a large quantity. I will take all of them, Uncle Fu. It appeared to weigh around 30 pounds, an increase of 1.5 times compared to yesterday. Considering that the market had closed early the previous day, he was confident they would sell out. The market had already opened up, and classmates were aware of the availability of these crayfish, so there was no need to cook them all on the spot. Some could be prepared at home and kept warm on the stove, resulting in a more flavorful and delectable dish. Upon hearing that Yu Cheng wanted them all, Uncle Fu's face broke into a broad smile. The scales soon indicated a weight of 29.8 pounds, and Yu Cheng generously paid for 30 pounds. Not bothering to haggle over the slight difference. Such is the nature of business. While waiting for Uncle Fu to weigh the crayfish, Yu Cheng consumed the 2 still warm eggs he had set aside in his bicycle basket. He nearly choked. Next time, he should remember to bring a bottle of water along. With the crayfish secured, Yu Cheng hurried home, placing them in the storage room and locking the door. After completing these tasks, he glanced at his watch. It was now 7:35. There was ample time to reach the factory. Upon clocking in for work, I proceeded to the workshop to review the employees' work schedules. It appeared that everyone adhered to their shifts punctually, reflecting commendable discipline. A glance at the product quality revealed that the workers were diligent in their tasks. Yu Cheng even imparted his experience in sharpening tools to the assistant team leader, Lu Xiaobo, leaving Lu Xiaobo beaming with delight. At noon, like everyone else, Yu Cheng headed to the cafeteria for lunch. At that moment, Qian Shaohai approached him. "Brother Yu Qing, shall we dine together?" Yu Qing replied, "Shaohai, take your time eating. I have matters to attend to." He casually took a few bites before rising to leave. "Wait for me, brother Yu Qing." Qian Shaohai hurriedly finished his meal, quickly following him out. Aware that Yu Qing was engaged in serious business. "Shaohai, I genuinely have things to do. You should return to your meal." Yu Qing surmised that the young lad had likely left his meal unfinished. "Brother Yu Qing, just let me accompany you. I know you're going to handle something important." Qian Shaohai insisted, eager to tag along. Reluctantly, Yu Qing decided not to waste time on idle chatter and took Qian Shaohai to the only second-hand market in Qiaoda City. The market was a treasure trove of diverse second-hand goods, ranging from large items like televisions and refrigerators to smaller utensils. After securing his bicycle, Yu Qing entered a shop specializing in used motorcycles, electric bicycles, and tricycles. The proprietor was a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a rather unkempt beard. Upon noticing Yu Qing, he approached and inquired, "Young man, are you looking for a motorcycle?" Yu Qing shook his head. "Boss, do you have any second-hand pedal tricycles in good condition?" The owner replied, "We do have some pedal tricycles. I'm not sure if you'll like them. They're at the back. Come take a look." Following the owner inside, Yu Qing and Qian Shaohai discovered a spacious area filled with various tricycles and bicycles. Yu Qing examined a bright red tricycle that appeared to be in excellent condition, at least 90 new, with a large rear cargo area suitable for transporting items. "How much for that tricycle?" he inquired, pointing to the red one. The owner shook his head. "Young man, this tricycle has a bad omen. You might want to consider another." Upon hearing this, Yu Qing wondered if the tricycle had a troubled past, prompting its sale. "No worries, boss. I'm not superstitious. It's just an object, after all," he reassured. "The previous owner asked me to help sell it for 30 yuan. If it weren't for family ties, he wouldn't part with such an ill-fated item. He'd be glad to sell it quickly to avoid his wife's constant displeasure over its presence." Hearing the price for such a new tricycle was merely 30 yuan felt like a stroke of luck. He promptly handed over the money to the owner and rode the tricycle out. "Brother Yu Qing, this tricycle must have some unfortunate history. We should consider another," Qian Shaohai remarked, feeling uneasy about the vehicle's past. "What a misfortune it is. Surely, the cyclist must have taken the turn too sharply, resulting in the loss of balance and the subsequent overturning of the vehicle. Lacking skill, one cannot simply blame the vehicle for their misfortune. Three-wheeled bicycles are inherently less stable than their two-wheeled counterparts, particularly when navigating corners too hastily." Upon hearing Brother Yu's remarks, Qian Shaohai chose to hold his tongue. "Brother Yu, since I find myself rather idle, why not assign me some other tasks?" Qian Shaohai mused, recognizing that returning home would only lead to slumber. Having slept too much during the day, he found himself restless at night. Brother Yu contemplated this, acknowledging his own boredom. "How about this? You ride the three-wheeled bicycle back and store it in the shed. Then, when you have time, you can clean the crayfish. But do not kill them just yet. Wait for me to return after work. This way, we can save a considerable amount of time. I will have the opportunity to prepare them properly." Qian Shaohai felt that this arrangement would spare Brother Yu from undue hardship upon his return. "Are you a simpleton? If you kill them this early, they won't be fresh, and the flavor will be diminished." Brother Yu playfully tapped Qian Shaohai on the back of the head. "Ah, indeed. In such hot weather, freshness is paramount." Qian Shaohai chuckled foolishly, feeling somewhat foolish in Brother Yu's presence. "I'll take the keys and head back to the factory now." With that, Brother Yu tossed the keys to Qian Shaohai before pedaling away on his bicycle. Chapter 49. The Indulgent Husband Yu Qing with the Acquisition of a Tricycle. Life has become significantly more convenient. The students of Tali University are well aware of a vendor selling crayfish right outside the school gate, who has garnered the moniker Crayfish Prince due to his handsome looks. Every afternoon, Qian Shaohai diligently arrives to prepare chopped scallions, ginger, and garlic, while meticulously cleaning and nurturing the crayfish. In addition to crayfish, they have also started selling freshwater snails, which are quite affordable at merely 30 cents per kilogram, though they require 2 to 3 days of soaking to expel the sand. The cooked snails, known as sualuo, are immensely popular, selling for 2 yuan per serving, with daily sales exceeding 100 portions. A steady clientele has emerged, with many local residents strolling by purchasing a serving to take home for their children. They have established reliable connections with several farmers for their supplies, as relying solely on to-go is insufficient. Yu Qing no longer needs to rise early to procure goods. Instead, deliveries are made directly to the Xianan community in the afternoon, with Qian Shaohai overseeing the receipt of goods. Payments are settled on the same day. Qian Shaohai proposed a monthly salary, as he found it difficult to resist spending his earnings. Currently, Yu Cheng and his team are generating a net profit of 500 yuan each night, with weekends proving even more lucrative, sometimes reaching 1,000 yuan in just 3 hours of sales. Qian Xiaohai suggested a salary of 2,000 yuan per month, but Yu Cheng generously offered him 3,000. Qian Xiaohai called his father to inform him of his decision to stay and run the business, earning 3,000 yuan monthly. His parents, unable to sway him, reluctantly accepted his choice. Yu Cheng chose not to resign from his factory job, considering it a reliable source of income and believing in not burning bridges. Even if he decides to leave in the future, that is a matter for another day. Today is Saturday, and Yu Cheng indulged in a leisurely morning. Rising around 8 o'clock, Jiang Yuman followed suit shortly after. "Dear, why don't you sleep a little longer?" Yu Cheng asked as he emerged from the bathroom to see Jiang Yuman approaching. "I can't sleep anymore," she replied, entering the bathroom. Seeing his wife awake, Yu Cheng took some meat from the refrigerator to prepare a delicate lean meat congee. He sliced the meat into thin pieces and set them aside. The century egg and lean meat congee is nutritious and easily digestible. He first washed the rice and then began cooking it in a clay pot, which he had specifically purchased for making soups and congees, as it enhances the flavor. Once the congee was nearly ready, he added some minced ginger to eliminate any fishy odor. Then he incorporated the lean meat, stirring gently with a ladle, allowing the high temperature of the congee to cook the meat slices, ensuring they remain tender and sweet rather than tough. Finally, he sprinkled some chopped scallions on top and turned off the heat. Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Yu Cheng wiped his hands and walked over to open the door. "Xiaoai, what brings you here? Decided not to sleep in today?" Yu Cheng teased, tossing a pair of slippers in front of Qian Xiaohai. "Change your shoes." He had little time for cleaning. In the past, he mopped the floor every 2 days. But now that he is engaged in business, he only manages to do so twice a week. At times, Yin Man would secretly mop the floor, despite usually refraining from doing so for fear of disturbing the children. Bending down to mop, she remained cautious about the children, feeling bored alone in the factory. I decided to see what arrangements Brother Yu Cheng had for today. On weekends, many people would gather at the factory to play cards, an activity he found uninteresting. Once, he was dragged into a game and received a thorough scolding from Brother Yu Cheng. He never understood why Brother Yu Cheng was so furious, and from that point on, he dared not join again. In truth, he never had much fondness for it anyway. Back in university, his dormitory often saw classmates engaged in card games, but he rarely participated. "Xiaohai, you're here." Jiang Yuman had finished freshening up and came out of the bathroom, greeting Qian Xiaohai as he arrived. Qian Xiaohai respectfully called out, "Sister-in-law, good morning." He didn't dare look directly at Jiang Yuman, as she resembled an ancient beauty. He was quite enamored with the classical beauties depicted in martial arts dramas. He found modern beauties with larger mouths and faces unappealing. He thought to himself how discerning Brother Yu Cheng was. He resolved that when seeking a wife, he too would look for someone like his sister-in-law. "Xiaohai, come over and have some congee." "What are you dawdling there for?" Yu Cheng ladled 3 bowls of lean meat congee onto the table. "Coming." Qian Xiaohai responded and hurried over. "Well, lean meat congee. Brother Yu Cheng, no need to say, this is yet another masterpiece of yours." Qian Xiaohai had been visiting for quite some time now and had witnessed the extent of Brother Yu Cheng's affection for his wife. He practically forbade her from lifting a finger at home, whether it was cooking or doing chores. With food around, who cared who prepared it? Yu Cheng was concerned that his wife might have her own thoughts on the matter. "Of course, it's your brother Yu Cheng who made it. He won't even let me lift a finger. I'm becoming quite useless," Jiang Yuman said with a smile as she took a sip of congee. Secretly nodding, she acknowledged that his culinary skills were significantly better than hers had ever been. She was astonished at Yu Cheng's prowess in the kitchen and wondered how he had managed to eat her previous meals. Yu Cheng shot a glare at the person joyfully sipping congee, then looked at his wife, relieved that she wasn't upset. Qian Xiaohai chuckled, "Sister-in-law, you're merely providing Brother Yu Cheng with an opportunity to showcase his talents." Yu Cheng then withdrew his gaze, thinking that this was a more agreeable statement. Jiang Yuman smirked, realizing that Qian Xiaohai was clearly flattering her. It seemed that he had completely become Brother Yu Cheng's little follower and fanboy. Having traveled such a distance to be here, he had stayed for quite a while without returning. Nonetheless, this young man had alleviated some of Brother Yu Cheng's burdens. As Jiang Yuman sipped her congee, she glanced at Yu Cheng, noticing that he had indeed lost weight during this period. Witnessing Yu Cheng's hard work touched her heart, and she felt grateful that she hadn't left in a fit of anger. "Brother Yu Cheng, today is Saturday. How about we take sister-in-law to the riverside to catch some crayfish?" Qian Xiaohai proposed, recalling all the times they had talked about going but never had. Upon hearing this, Cheng thought it was an excellent idea, both for enjoyment and for a bountiful catch. Taking Yuman out for some fresh air sounded delightful as well. Typically, she merely strolled through the community garden, yearning for a more refreshing experience outside. My dear, what do you think? Shall we venture out? Perhaps to the countryside, where the air is remarkably pure. Jiang Yuman glanced at Cheng's hopeful gaze and Qian Xiaohai's beseeching eyes, and she nodded in agreement. In truth, she too desired to escape. Remaining at home day after day felt stifling. Thus, the group joyfully reached a consensus. Cheng placed a sun hat on his wife's head, donning a cap himself, before cycling with Jiang Yuman towards the outskirts. Meanwhile, Qian Xiaohai followed behind on his second-hand bicycle, a bargain at merely 20. He opted not to carry any passengers but brought along 2 buckets instead. Chapter 50. Unintentionally, my wife became my little fan. A gentle breeze swept through, heralding a delightful day. Jiang Yuman sat comfortably on the cushioned backseat of Cheng's bicycle, embracing his sturdy waist, her cheek resting against his firm back. Inhaling the familiar scent that mingled with a hint of perspiration. Despite the slight odor, she found it not unpleasant, after all. She knew Cheng had risen early to prepare a savory congee with lean meat and preserved egg for her, and now, pedaling along, it was only natural for him to sweat. Yuman, are you feeling hot? Cheng queried, glancing back at his wife as he pedaled. I'm not hot, Jiang Yuman replied softly, her voice melodious and enchanting. Have some water. I'll ride slowly, Cheng said, retrieving a bottle of mineral water from the bicycle basket. Twisting off the cap and offering it to Jiang Yuman. She accepted the bottle and took a few sips. Cheng, you should drink some too. He took the bottle back, drank a couple of gulps, recapped it, and tossed it back into the basket. Behind them, Qian Xiaohai, who was riding his own bicycle, called out, Brother Cheng, I'm thirsty too. Feeling thirsty? Can't you fetch one for yourself? Cheng replied, knowing that his basket also contained 2 bottles of water. The young man was clearly being mischievous. Oh, Brother Cheng, I forgot. Qian Xiaohai laughed in response, fully aware of his antics. As they rode, the golden hues of the lush rice fields unfurled before them, and Cheng reflected on the promise of a bountiful harvest this year. After about half an hour of cycling, they arrived at a serene riverside, where they found a spot adorned with large stones and shaded by a grand willow tree. Offering refuge from the sun, they parked their bicycles nearby, ensuring they wouldn't be easily stolen by passers-by. Xiaohai, go over to that bamboo grove and bring back a couple of empty bamboo stalks, Cheng directed, pointing to the bamboo a few meters away. The bamboo there was slender and tall, known for producing a type of bamboo shoot called ma san, which was neither palatable nor enjoyable, having a somewhat bitter taste and a fibrous texture. Qian Xiaohai hurried to comply, soon returning with 2 or 3 long, slender stalks. Yuman, you sit here while we prepare to fish for crayfish, Cheng said, pulling out a foldable stool from the basket and placing it on the stone. All right. You all go ahead. I'll just watch, Jiang Yuman replied, content to observe. Are there crayfish here? She inquired, glancing at the river, where abundant water plants swayed gently in the current. Indeed, crayfish love to hide among the grass, Cheng assured her, drawing on his past experience of fishing for them. Brother Cheng, you're quite impressive. You seem to know everything, Qian Xiaohai remarked, genuinely in awe. This is nothing, Xiaohai. You grew up in the city and never encountered such things, so it's understandable that you're unaware. We, who were born in the 70s and 80s, spend our childhoods outdoors, naturally learning about these things. Every child in the countryside would either be running across the hills or rolling in the mud, returning home covered in dirt. The girls exhibited gentler demeanor, tending to the pigs and foraging for mushrooms, often displaying more decorum and understanding than the boys. The boys, on the other hand, revel in the river, catching fish and gathering snails from the rice paddies, often plunging into the water during the summer without a stitch of clothing. Some mischievous ones engage in muddy skirmishes in the fields, returning home caked in dirt. Of course, this is followed by a delightful meal of bamboo shoots stir-fried with cured meat. There are also those who find themselves relentlessly pursued by their mothers, armed with brooms, throughout the village. Yet, such efforts prove futile, for the lessons learned are quickly forgotten in the mischief resumes. Cheng, were you like this as a child? Jiang Yuman inquired, her curiosity piqued about Cheng's childhood. Cheng paused momentarily, then chuckled sheepishly. Yuman, I was quite the rascal myself. Once, I almost set fire to a haystack at a neighbor's house. My father chased me around the village 3 times for that escapade. He was out of breath, exhausted from the effort, as I was taller and had longer legs than my peers. Just when I thought I had evaded punishment, My father, wise in his years, waited until I was sound asleep and then gave me a thorough thrashing. The following day, he twisted my ear and took me to apologize, and that was that. Ha. So, you were quite the troublemaker too, Yu Cheng. Qian Shaohai laughed heartily. But why did you set fire to their haystack? By the way, what is a haystack? Jiang Yuman asked, intrigued. Growing up in the city, she had never encountered such amusing experiences. She found Yu Cheng's childhood so entertaining, so joyous. A haystack is essentially a mound of dried rice straw, resembling a small tower, Yu Cheng explained, reflecting that city children likely had never seen a real cow. Yu Cheng, why do they go through the trouble of stacking the straw? Qian Shaohai inquired with curiosity. Rice can be hulled and cooked into fragrant white rice. But what use is the straw? Such details were seldom covered in books. Indeed. Yu Cheng, what purpose does the straw serve? Jiang Yuman echoed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at him. Yu Cheng, enchanted by her adorable demeanor, felt an overwhelming urge to pinch her cheek. He glanced at Qian Shaohai, who was also gazing at him with anticipation, wishing he could package him up and send him home. If only he had known better than to bring this unwelcome companion along, an exceedingly bright light bulb at that. He sighed, cursing his momentary lapse in judgment. Unaware of being a burden, Qian Shaohai pressed on. Yu Cheng, what is the straw really for? With a resigned expression, Yu Cheng asked, Shaohai, do you know what cows eat? Of course, they eat grass. He replied confidently. Cows, sheep, and horses are all herbivores, feeding on grass. Well then, Yu Cheng replied, looking at him incredulously. So, it's meant for feeding cows. Qian Shaohai exclaimed, enlightened. Jiang Yuman nodded in agreement, realizing that rice plants are indeed valuable from root to tip. She suddenly perceived Yu Chi as quite knowledgeable. Little did she know that children raised in the countryside often possess wisdom beyond books. These are the most fundamental aspects, known even to the children in the countryside. When he caught a glimpse of his wife casting an admiring look in his direction, Yu Cheng felt a rush of warmth and shyly turned his head aside. To his surprise, he had inadvertently transformed his wife into his little admirer. How delightful! In the future, he would share with her the intriguing tales of rural life whenever he had the chance. Chapter 51. The Fortunate Couple Soon. Yu Cheng managed to craft a fishing rod with remarkable ease. The process was quite simple. He tied the fishing line to a bamboo pole, with a section of a reed affixed at its midpoint. The reed was sourced directly from the riverbank. He then attached a small fishhook and finally hung a morsel of fatty meat. Qian Shaohai observed the piece of meat dangling from Yu Cheng's hook with curiosity. Brother Yu, aren't you supposed to use earthworms for catching crayfish? Why the fatty meat? Isn't it customary to use worms for fishing as well? I would presume the same applies for crayfish. Earthworms would suffice, but I found it bothersome to dig for them, so I opted for the fatty meat instead. Yu Cheng replied, deeming the search for worms too laborious. He simply retrieved a chunk of fatty meat from the refrigerator, cut it into small pieces, and stored it in a plastic bag. In their childhood, they would often catch small frogs from the fields or vegetable patches, mercilessly smashing them to a near-death state before tying them to the fishing line to catch crayfish. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuman watched with great interest, realizing that fatty meat could serve not only for frying but also for fishing. She wondered if they might actually catch something soon, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yu Cheng quickly averted his gaze, fearing his wife might notice his lingering stare. How intriguing it is that one can use fatty meat to catch crayfish. This is truly my first encounter with such a notion, Qian Shaohai remarked, mimicking Yu Cheng by attaching a piece of meat to his own hook. Yuman, are you not worried about the sun? Although you have a sun hat, this willow tree provides some shade, yet the temperature is still over 30 degrees. I'm not bothered, Yu Cheng. Can we start fishing for crayfish now? Jiang Yuman shook her head, feeling quite comfortable despite the heat, as a gentle breeze occasionally swept by, adding to her ease. All right, let us prepare to fish, Yu Cheng declared, plopping down on a stone and casting his line into the water. Meanwhile, Qian Shaohai moved to a slightly cooler spot beneath another tree, casting his rod with a semblance of expertise. Yuman, could you fetch that fish net? Yu Cheng noticed the reed pole stirring and assumed he had caught something. He had inadvertently forgotten to bring the fish net. This so-called fish net was not the large type used for fishing, but rather the size of an old fruit bag, fashioned around a wire hoop, with the handle inserted into a long bamboo pole. This simple contraption could easily be made with a thicker wire, a bamboo stick, and a small net bag. Alternatively, a rice sack could serve as a substitute, albeit with slower drainage. Many preferred not to invest the time and opted to purchase one for a mere 2 yuan. Jiang Yuman swiftly dashed over with the fish net. Here you go, Yu Cheng. She handed the net to him. Taking the net, Yu Cheng dipped it into the water. While the water was not crystal clear, it was still passable. Jiang Yuman remained fixated on the water below. Yu Cheng gradually pulled the hook out, keeping it just below the surface. At that moment, Jiang Yuman distinctly observed a red crayfish beneath the water, just a centimeter below the surface, voraciously gnawing on a piece of meat. She found it rather peculiar that the crayfish appeared so daft, seemingly oblivious to the danger of escape. Yu Cheng deftly maneuvered the fish net beneath the crayfish and lifted his fishing rod. Strangely, as soon as the crayfish was drawn above the water, it immediately released its formidable pincers and plummeted precisely into the net. Yu Cheng then submerged the fishing rod again and transferred the crayfish from the net into a nearby bucket. Yu Cheng, could this crayfish be a bit foolish? Don't animals typically flee when confronted with peril? Just like fish do, she inquired. My dear, this crayfish differs from other creatures. It will not relinquish its meal until it is entirely consumed. However, after being fished from the same spot multiple times, crayfish can become as astute as fish. Initially, they are unaware of the dangers, mistaking the net for a fresh catch. But why does it let go of its grip once pulled above water? Jiang Yuman tilted her head in curiosity. That is because it senses the impending threat, Yu Cheng replied, affectionately ruffling Jiang Yuman's hair. She had long since hung her sun hat on her back, as the shade of the trees offered respite from the sun's glare. Oh, now I understand. It seems there is much wisdom in crayfishing. In truth, these insights stemmed from Yu Cheng's past experiences. Continuing his efforts, Yu Cheng caught one crayfish after another, occasionally achieving double catches. Perhaps due to the lack of competition in the area, the bounty was plentiful. Within half an hour, he had amassed 7 or 8 pounds, leaving Jiang Yuman utterly dazzled, yet thoroughly entertained. Yuman, would you like to give it a try yourself? Yu Cheng asked, noticing the excitement and envy in her eyes. Can I really? Jiang Yuman's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She had never engaged in such activities before. Of course you can. You certainly can, for you are my beloved wife, Yu Cheng declared, planting a playful kiss on her cheek. Jiang Yuman cast a shy glance at him before looking towards Qian Xiaohai's direction, relieved that he was not watching them. Take your time, Yuman. No need to rush. I'll check on Xiaohai, Yu Cheng suggested. After a considerable silence without hearing Qian Xiaohai's voice, he wondered how his friend was faring. He suspected that Xiaohai had not quite grasped the technique and likely had little to show for his efforts. All right, go see Xiaohai. I'll experiment at my own pace. Jiang Yuman nodded. She felt a bit nervous with him nearby, so his departure would be a relief. Yu Cheng, understanding her feelings without needing to articulate them, cautioned her to be careful and not to fall in, before striding over to Qian Xiaohai. Xiaohai. Yu Cheng glanced into the bucket, estimating its contents at 2 or 3 pounds. Brother Yu Cheng, what is going on with these crayfish? Every time I try to lift one, it just slips away. They've escaped so many times. It's infuriating. Qian Xiaohai's expression resembled that of a child who had just had their candy snatched away. Xiaohai, stand up. Let me demonstrate, Yu Cheng said, quickly discerning the issue at hand. He lifted the fishing rod, causing the crayfish to release its claws. His movements were too slow, and most of them escaped. Upon hearing Yu Cheng's remarks, Qian Xiaohai promptly stood up and shifted aside, his gaze fixed intently on the scene. In just a few minutes, Yu Cheng had caught over a pound of crayfish. After observing several times, Qian Xiaohai finally discerned the technique. Yu Cheng, I've figured it out. The crayfish release their claws as soon as they leave the water, but while in the water, they keep feeding. It appears that there is indeed a knack to catching them. Let me give it a try. These creatures are rather foolish. Qian Xiaohai expressed his eagerness to attempt it himself. Foolish, you say? Yu Cheng chuckled, rising to his feet and moving to a different spot, handing the fishing rod to Qian Xiaohai. All right, go ahead and give it a shot. Indeed, it was too long before Qian Xiaohai also managed to catch quite a few, his laughter revealing his delight. Yu Cheng then returned to his own area, curious to see how Jiang Yuman was faring. To his surprise, he saw her pulling back with great effort. Yu Cheng dashed over to his sister with the fishing rod. It's so heavy, Jiang Yuman exclaimed, questioning whether she had hooked something else entirely. Don't worry, I'm here, Yu Cheng said, straining to pull and swing the rod. Together, they beheld a large, dark object plummeting from above. Yuman, come, let us see what it is, Yu Cheng urged, leading his wife toward the grassy bank by the river. Ha ha, dear. You are truly remarkable. It's a giant soft-shelled turtle. It appears to weigh 3 to 4 pounds. This is a nourishing catch, perfect for making soup for Yuman. Yu Cheng embraced his wife, showering her with affection, but Jiang Yuman quickly pushed him away, reminding him of their surroundings. Qian Xiaohai, having heard the commotion, rushed over to see, his expression one of astonishment. This couple had indeed struck a stroke of luck. He resolved to stay closer, hoping that perhaps fortune would smile upon him as well. Chapter 52. The soft-shelled turtle gifted to the mother-in-law sister-in-law. You truly are remarkable. Managing to catch such a large soft-shelled turtle, this one is wild. Qian Shaohai could not help but admire the luck of this couple. He had heard from his mother that this creature is a great tonic, capable of fetching a considerable sum. Nowadays, affluent city dwellers are increasingly mindful of health and are willing to spend on nourishment. Yu Qing, this soft-shelled turtle could sell for a handsome price. It must weigh around 4 or 5 pounds. It's not easy for a wild one to grow this large. Sell it? You're more obsessed with money than I am. This should be taken home to make soup for your sister-in-law. Yu Cheng playfully tapped Qian Shaohai on the head. Oh, I see. Yu Cheng, you really are generous. Most families wouldn't be so willing, Qian Shaohai thought. Do you not know? Your sister-in-law is pregnant. He presumed Yu Cheng had forgotten this important detail. Surely, even the chairman's wife must have mentioned it, and as a son, he surely must have heard. My apologies. Yu Cheng, I truly forgot. How could I overlook such a matter? Yu Cheng, why did you scold Shaohai? I can't eat the turtle anyway. Let us keep it to sell, she mused, estimating it might bring in a few dozen yuan. Yuman, you caught this turtle. It should be for you to nourish yourself. Why can't you eat it? Yu Cheng assumed his wife intended to sell it. Indeed. Sister-in-law, Yu Cheng said it's for your nourishment. You should always think about selling it, Qian Shaohai chimed in, also believing Jiang Yuman was reluctant to eat it. Seeing their adorable exchange, Jiang Yuman felt a twinge of emotion and explained, it's not that I don't want to eat it, but pregnant women cannot consume soft-shelled turtle. She had learned this from a senior colleague at work, who mentioned that soft-shelled turtle invigorates the blood and is too cold for expectant mothers. Oh, I see. Then it's true that Yuman cannot eat this turtle. I was unaware and nearly made a mistake, Yu Cheng acknowledged. Sorry, sister-in-law. I didn't know either. Qian Shaohai admitted, now enlightened, vowing not to let his wife eat it during her pregnancy again. It's all right. What do two men know about such matters? Jiang Yuman chuckled. Well then, Shaohai, it's nearly 10 o'clock. We should head back. Hurry and pack your things. It's almost time to prepare lunch. Yu Cheng said as he began to gather his belongings. All right, Yu Cheng, I'll get right on it. Qian Shaohai replied, dashing off. Yu Cheng contemplated the afternoon, envisioning a cozy nap with his wife before they set up their stall again in the evening. Jiang Yuman had grown accustomed to a daily afternoon nap, and he intended to keep her company at home. Once everyone had gathered their things, they made their way back. Today, Jiang Yuman was exceptionally happy, perhaps the happiest day since her marriage to Yu Cheng. Upon returning home, they weighed their catch. Yu Cheng and his companions had caught 15 pounds, while Qian Shaohai had 8¼ pounds. The soft-shelled turtle weighed 4 pounds and 8 ounces, with deliveries now made directly to the door. Yu Cheng had purchased a scale for convenience. Adding up the crayfish, they had over 20 pounds, and with it being Saturday, he anticipated a profitable day ahead. At noon, Qian Shaohai had his meal here again, and Yu Cheng suggested he rest in the guest room to avoid the hassle of running around. Usually, Yuman was home alone, which was certainly inconvenient, but today it was fine since he was present. In the afternoon, Yu Cheng stealthily delivered a soft-shelled turtle to his mother-in-law, who was teaching at the school. Yi Mei received it with great delight, thinking it would be a nourishing treat for her husband. She was well aware that her daughter, being pregnant, could not consume such delicacies, so she also purchased some apples for Yu Cheng to take back to her daughter. Although Yu Cheng contemplated mentioning that they already had some at home, he decided to accept it joyfully, appreciating his mother-in-law's thoughtfulness. After dinner, Yu Cheng and Qian Shaohai hopped onto a tricycle to set up their stall at Tao University. As anticipated, the evening crowd was particularly bustling, making them busier than usual. However, with effort comes reward, and that night they earned over 900 yuan, in addition to the 20+ pounds they had caught themselves. Later that evening, Jiang Yuman counted the money, her smile uncontainable. After having taken a nap earlier, she found herself unable to sleep again and opted to sit outside, watching television while waiting for Yu Cheng to return. She had not expected such a profitable night. Yu Cheng, do you know how much you earned tonight? Jiang Yuman waved the cash in her hand. How much? He asked, already aware of the amount, but wanting to elicit joy from his wife. 966. Jiang Yuman exclaimed, thinking that number was particularly auspicious. Such a substantial sum. Yu Cheng dried his hair with a blow-dryer to hasten the process, as he intended to read a book afterward. He had salvaged some old books from a recycling station, finding new ones too costly and impractical. I counted 3 times. It can't be wrong, Jiang Yuman thought about saving the money by the end of next month. Yuman, next Saturday is Mom's birthday, and I have the day off. Shall we celebrate it together? Cheng mused, recalling that his salary would be disbursed on the 20th of next month, amounting to 1,000 yuan. That was quite a sum indeed. He calculated that July 20th fell on a Saturday, and he realized he wouldn't need to take a day off after all. Great. Jiang Yuman thought to herself that it was rather neglectful to have forgotten her own mother's birthday without Cheng's reminder. Yuman, it's getting late, my dear. Let us head to bed, Cheng said, pressing the remote to turn off the television. Jiang Yuman was about to protest that she wasn't sleepy. But in the next moment, Cheng swept her up in a princess carry, taking her straight to their room. He gently set her down and climbed into bed beside her. Jiang Yuman, with her fox-like eyes fixed on him, silently accused him of her sleeplessness. My dear, close your eyes. I'll read for a bit. You go to sleep, Cheng coaxed tenderly. Upon hearing that he was going to read, Jiang Yuman nodded obediently and shut her eyes. Although she felt unable to do much at the moment, she resolved not to disturb Cheng while he read. With that thought, she unexpectedly drifted off to sleep. Only then did Cheng begin his reading. He was enrolled in a night school. And since this was a regular admission, the time for this year's college entrance examination had already passed. If he intends to apply for a public school, he must wait until next year. However, he is reluctant to do so. He does not wish to squander any more time on his studies, as he is already 26 years old. In the case of a night school, which is a private institution, attendance is not rigorously enforced. Should he fail, he can always retake the examinations. There is an exam at the end of July this year, followed by 2 more next year, and then another 2 in the 3rd year, after which he can obtain his diploma. By that time, he will be 28 years old, having been born on the 26th day of the lunar month, which means he will have just turned 28. Thus, he must seize the time to review his studies. Fortunately, he remembers most of the material, making the revision process less arduous. He aims to enhance his value and strengthen his abilities, all in order to cherish Jiang Yuman and provide for the future children they will have together. After approximately an hour of study, he glanced at the watch on his bedside table and realized it was already 11 o'clock, with just an hour remaining until midnight. Setting aside his books, he adjusted the lamp, removed his clothing, and lay down. He gently pulled the sleeping Jiang Yuman into his embrace, tenderly pecked her lips, and softly whispered, "Wife, sweet dreams." Chapter 53. Celebrating my mother-in-law's birthday soon. The date of July 20th arrived, marking the birthday of my mother-in-law, Yimei. On this day, both of them rose early and ventured to a grand shopping mall, where they purchased various nutritional supplements, as well as some apples and bananas. Additionally, they brought along a bottle of Mount liquor from 1985. Cheng had initially intended to buy a birthday cake, but was dissuaded by Jiang Yuman, who remarked that her parents did not favor such confections, considering them foreign delicacies that they found unpalatable. They deemed them both costly and unappetizing. Cheng reflected that children typically adored such treats, with their delightful creaminess, yet acknowledged that they were not suitable for the elderly, given their high sugar content. He secured the items onto his bicycle, placing the Mount carefully in the basket to prevent it from being damaged. Jiang Yuman took a seat on the rear of the bike. The new residential area where Cheng resided, Xianan Community, was not too far from his mother-in-law's home in Kuaishan Community, approximately a 15-minute ride. Due to the proximity, Yimei would occasionally take the time to visit her daughter, sometimes bringing along nourishing soups made from bones or chicken to supplement her daughter's diet. As a dutiful son-in-law, Cheng naturally benefited from these gestures, often enjoying a small bowl for himself. In truth, Yimei would always ensure to bring a portion for Cheng, understanding that he worked hard throughout the day and also ran a stall in the evenings, making his efforts quite taxing. She recognized her son-in-law's willingness to endure hardship, noting that all his earnings went to support her daughter, Yuman. Before long, they arrived at Kuaishan Community, where Cheng asked Jiang Yuman to lead the way. Throughout their relationship, her parents had never approved of their union, and Cheng felt a sense of disdain directed towards him, leading him to avoid further discomfort. At that time, he had little regard for Yuman's feelings, primarily motivated by his desire to evade any humiliation. Reflecting on his past actions, he recognized his selfishness. My home is just ahead, Building 10, Unit 1, 3rd floor, Room 301. Jiang Yuman pointed to a nearby building. The community boasted commendable greenery, and the buildings appeared relatively new. Yuman, you didn't live here before, did you? These buildings should be no more than 5 years old, Cheng inquired. Previously, we resided in the family dormitory of the hospital, Jiang Yuman explained. The family dormitory was allocated by the institution for married couples. commonly referred to as couples' quarters, a practice many institutions adopted to accommodate those with families. Ah, that explains it. No wonder these buildings are so new. They were built only a few years ago. However, the exterior's rather unattractive yellowish hue is truly an eyesore, he commented as they ascended to the third floor, where Jiang Yuman began to knock on the door. Lacking a doorbell, they had no choice but to announce their arrival in this manner. Yuman, Cheng, you've arrived. Come in. Yuman greeted them warmly, adorned in an apron and wearing a cheerful smile that reflected her excellent mood. Mom, happy birthday. Jiang Yuman exclaimed sweetly. Mom, happy birthday. Cheng added with genuine warmth, extending the items he had brought. You didn't need to bring anything. Just your presence is enough, Yuman replied graciously. Though her heart was brimming with joy upon receiving the thoughtful gifts, each of which was of considerable value. Old man, Yuman and Cheng are here. Do come out and entertain them. Yuman called out into the room. The old yellow cow had just been watching television in the living room, and now, in a matter of moments, it had retreated into the room, clearly on purpose. It must have overheard their conversation. Yuman, please invite Cheng. Mother will go prepare dinner. There are just 2 dishes left to be made, so you all sit for a while. Your father has this temperament, Cheng. Please don't take offense. After Yuman finished speaking, she headed into the kitchen to cook. Cheng glanced at the dining table, which already held 6 or 7 dishes. It was quite sufficient. Mother, you need not trouble yourself. There are plenty of dishes already. Having too much food would be wasteful. Fortunately, there was a refrigerator at the mother-in-law's house. Otherwise, if the food spoiled, it would be inedible. Upon entering, Cheng surveyed the house: 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The dining area connected to the living room, with the dining area being smaller and the living room more spacious. The balcony appeared quite large, surprisingly separated by a small room. Cheng, how could those few dishes be enough? Just wait a moment. It will be ready soon. Yuman thought the dishes were too few. Mother, it's sufficient as long as there is enough to eat. Cooking is quite laborious. Today, Mother was the birthday celebrant, while Father was hiding in the room. Looking at Cheng, she suddenly felt that he was quite commendable. Generally, he did not allow her to handle household chores and often took her out for leisure when he had the time. Mother, what are the 2 remaining dishes? Cheng pondered whether he should go to the kitchen and prepare the dishes himself. There's sweet and sour spare ribs and braised fish. Yuman was unsure why Cheng asked this, but she answered truthfully. Mother, today is your birthday. Let your son-in-law cook a couple of dishes for you to taste. Cheng stood up. Is that appropriate? Yuman thought it was unseemly to ask a guest to cook on such an occasion. Mother, just let Cheng give it a try. You sit down and rest. Jiang Yuman said as she removed the apron from her mother and deftly tied it around Cheng. Yuman, keep your mother company for a chat. Oh, by the way, let her try on the cheap how I bought for her. After Cheng finished speaking, he entered the kitchen. He knew that his mother-in-law adored classical crayfish, which he had specially asked director Gu Dehai to bring back from a business trip. The size was informed to him by Yuman mother. Hurry and try it on. Let me see. It must look beautiful. Jiang Yuman retrieved a qipao adorned with a blue and white porcelain pattern, featuring a stand collar, frog buttons, narrow sleeves, a fitted waist, and side slits. Yuman immediately cherished it. She had always had a fondness for crayfish. This particular piece was both innovative in style and design while retaining classical beauty. Yuman, is this too expensive? Yuman felt the fabric, and to her surprise, it was silk. It must indeed be costly. Jiang Yuman quickly smiled and said, Mother, this was specially brought back by Cheng from Suzhou. Please don't ask about the price. I don't know. She guessed it must cost over 100. In reality, Cheng had spent over 200, but he would not disclose the full amount, seeing that her son-in-law had already purchased it and it could not be returned. Yuman took the garment and went to try it on. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yuman emerged. Yuman stands at a height of 165 centimeters. Her hair elegantly styled in an updo, adorned with a plum blossom hairpin made of peachwood. She complements her attire with a pristine pair of approximately 5-centimeter high heels. As a teacher, she naturally exudes an aura of scholarly elegance, and in this qipao, she appears nothing short of breathtaking. Mother, you look so beautiful. I can hardly recognize you, Jiang Yuman sincerely praises. This qipao undeniably highlights her mother's superb figure and grace. Concealed within the house, Jiang Haichuan peeks out, equally astonished by the transformation. His partner seems to have been transformed into an entirely different person, rendering him unable to recognize her. My goodness! Those high, prominent curves. That S-shaped silhouette, and that full, pert dairy re. Suddenly, he feels something trickling from his nose. Oh dear, I'm bleeding. Jiang Haichuan hastily grabs a tissue to wipe it away, thinking, why has she suddenly become so alluring? He continues to observe, undeniably captivated. Mother, if you wear that out, you'll surely attract attention, Jiang Yuman remarks, believing her mother could easily pass for someone in their 20s. Such attire, my mind is flooded with images. Jiang Letu muses, no, you cannot wear that outside. I forbid it. Jiang Haichuan suddenly bursts forth. The abrupt voice startles both mother and daughter. You think I won't wear it just because you say so? Yimei defiantly lifts her chin, her alabaster neck subtly revealed. You are a teacher. This diminishes the image of a people's educator. Jiang Haichuan finally manages to produce a justification after a long pause. Haha. Dad, you're too funny. This isn't ancient times anymore. Jiang Yuman can't help but laugh heartily. It is clear that her father is simply uneasy about her mother venturing out in such attire. Chapter 54. Father-in-law. You wretched girl, do you still remember this home? Ever since the rift, my daughter has not returned. She is my only daughter, cherished dearly. Yet I never anticipated that she would be taken away by a mere boy. It is only natural for me to feel a surge of indignation. More importantly, I have secretly inquired about that young man. He is an ne'er-do-well, not a good match at all. Hence, my spouse and I oppose the union, fearing that if she married him, she would not lead a good life. Who could have known that my daughter would be so obstinate, declaring that she would marry no one but him? She even audaciously stole the household registration book to obtain their marriage certificate. In a fit of anger, I severed ties with her verbally, uttering harsh words that if she married that boy, she should not return home. Over the past 2 to 3 years, I have been aware that my daughter has not fared well, yet out of pride, I refrained from visiting her. Recently, however, Yimei unexpectedly requested a week off from work, something that had never occurred before. Subsequently, she would occasionally prepare soup to take out, claiming that a colleague's husband was away and she needed to care for her during her pregnancy. Finding this peculiar, I once clandestinely followed her and discovered Yimei strolling with my daughter in the neighborhood. Upon returning, I inquired about it and learned that the boy had actually turned over a new leaf. During those days, it was Yu Cheng who had been pleading with Yimei to allow him to see her, and Jiang Haichuan had also come to know of it. I found my perception of that young man slightly shifting. Deep down, I felt a flicker of joy, yet pride prevented me from showing it. Dad, I was wrong. I caused you worry. Jiang Yuman knelt before her father, her eyes glistening with tears as she noticed the strands of gray in his hair. You old man. Yuman is pregnant, and you still let her kneel. Yimei scolded Jiang Haichuan, her heart aching as she attempted to lift her daughter. At that moment, Yu Cheng rushed in from the kitchen, lifting Yuman into his arms and placing her gently on the sofa. Yuman, you are pregnant. You must not kneel. If anyone should kneel, it is I, Yu Cheng said, having just completed the last dish of braised fish. He caught sight of the scene unfolding in the living room and rushed out without a second thought. Yimei was momentarily taken aback, silently giving Yu Cheng a thumbs up in her heart. Well done, son-in-law. Yu Cheng knelt before Jiang Haichuan, exclaiming, Dad, it is all my fault. Do not blame Yuman. She has not been able to show filial piety in front of you both over the years, but I will make it up to you in the future. He had heard Yuman mention that her father was the one who cherished her the most. Perhaps it is true that love runs deep and criticism is sharper. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Yuman's tears streamed down her cheeks. Jiang Haichuan remained silent, thinking to himself that after allowing his daughter to be taken away for several years, it was only fitting that he should kneel for a while. Did he think that my precious daughter was so easily given away? Yimei, observing the scene, grew anxious and kept signaling Jiang Haichuan, her intent clear. Old man, just put on a show. Do not make it difficult for our son-in-law, nor let our daughter suffer. Jiang Haichuan pretended not to notice. Yu Cheng remained on his knees, motionless, his back straightened, contemplating that the elder was upset, and it would be wise to allow him to vent his frustrations. Once the pent-up feelings were released, the elder's heart would be at ease, leading to a better mood. A good mood ensures good health. It was indeed his own fault. He had been fortunate enough to marry a beauty, someone who had toiled for 2 decades. What did his kneeling amount to? Regardless, he had earned everything through his own efforts. As he caught the slightly pained gaze of his wife, Yu Cheng shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Jiang Haichuan discreetly observed this young man from the corner of his eye, nodding silently in approval. The lad displayed no hint of impatience. His sincerity was evident, as was the love reflected in his eyes when he looked at his daughter, an affection that could not be concealed. It is often said that a man rarely sheds tears, yet this young man remained composed, neither feeling humiliated nor wronged. Dad, Yu Cheng knows he was wrong. He still has to set up his stall tonight. What if he injures his foot? Jiang Yuman could no longer hold her tongue. Old man, the dishes are getting cold. Am I even celebrating my birthday today? Yi Mei shot a glare at Jiang Haichuan, who had brought his hospital demeanor home. All right, get up. Time to eat. Jiang Haichuan declared, sensing that enough time had passed, and he proceeded to the dining room. Jiang Yuman and Yi Mei each assisted Yu Cheng to his feet. Yu Cheng, are you all right? Don't take it to heart. That old man has been holding in his frustrations for far too long, Yi Mei remarked. Knowing that once her husband vented his feelings, he would be fine. Mom, I don't blame Dad. Let us go eat. Yu Cheng understood that his father-in-law had accepted him. From now on, he could confidently bring Yuman home. Yu Cheng, are you okay? Does your leg hurt? He thought to himself, reflecting on how tough his father was, having knelt for nearly half an hour. Yuman, I'm fine, just a bit sore in the legs. Yu Cheng smiled as he rubbed his aching knee. Finally, they made their way to the dining room. The table was an oval, solid with peace. Yuman, why don't you open that bottle of Matai you brought for your dad? Yi Mei called out playfully. Oh, I'll go get it right now, Yuman replied cheerfully, standing up to fetch the wine. Yuman, stay seated. I'll go. Yu Cheng stood and pulled out a wooden chair, intending to retrieve the wine himself. Wait. Yi Mei, what kind of wine did you mention? He thought he heard Matai, and he hoped he wasn't mistaken. He had few passions beyond his medical research, and one of them was indeed wine. Old man, I was referring to Matai, Yi Mei proudly stated. Son-in-law, which vintage is it? She inquired teasingly. Mom, it's from 1985. Jiang Yuman interjected, smiling as she spoke before Yu Cheng could. She knew her father had a fondness for wine. Dad, I'll go bring the wine over for you to taste. Yu Cheng had not anticipated such a strong reaction from his father-in-law. 1985 Matai? Young man, don't move. I'll get it. Jiang Haichuan exclaimed, promptly hurrying over to the pile of gifts to find the wine. He worried that the young man might mishandle his precious treasure. Ha. Yi Mei and her daughter exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter. Yu Cheng, hurry and eat. Have plenty, don't worry about that old man. As long as he has his wine, he'll be fine. Yi Mei laughed as she served a piece of rib to Yu Cheng. Today, I noticed that he has become a bit slimmer since our last encounter. Indeed, this period has been quite arduous for him. Thank you, mother. Your son-in-law wishes you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity surpassing that of the southern mountains. Yu Cheng poured a glass of beer and presented it with both hands. This marks the first time he is celebrating his mother-in-law's birthday. Mother, your daughter also wishes you good health and a long life. Jiang Yuman poured a glass of juice and respectfully offered it as well. Thank you, Yuman, thank you. Yu Cheng. Yi Mei's eyes glistened with tears. This birthday truly feels complete. Witnessing her daughter's happiness today brings her unparalleled joy. And as for me, my dear wife, I also wish for you to temper your temper, reduce the salt in your dishes, and ultimately, may you grow ever younger. Jiang Haichuan rushed over with a bottle of Maotai, pouring another glass of beer while cheerfully uttering some blessings. You old fool, if you can't speak well, then don't speak at all, Yi Mei playfully scolded. Jiang Haichuan replied, I am merely speaking the truth. Laughter and merriment resonated once more among everyone. Chapter 55, Father, Mother. Please lend a hand after dinner. Yu Cheng took the initiative to clear the table. Yu Cheng, go keep your father company. I can handle the dishes. Yi Mei said with a smile, ready to start tidying up. Mom, today you're the birthday star. You should truly enjoy yourself. Jiang Yuman playfully intertwined her arm with her mother's, embodying the innocence of a little girl. You child, you truly lack understanding. How can we let our guest wash the dishes? Yu Mei gently chided. Today, Yu Cheng cooked 2 dishes. How could I possibly allow him to keep entering the kitchen? She cast a glance at her husband, sighed. For while he was admirable in every way, he had little inclination for household chores, especially cooking. Dear, come here quickly. Let us explore where to hide this Matai liquor. The younger ones can take care of the dishes, Jiang Haichuan exclaimed, examining the Matai with great delight. An 85 vintage. Those old scholars in the neighborhood will be envious. This community was home to many retired officials from the hospital, who were privately referred to as old scholars. Upon hearing this, Yi Mei promptly retorted, You old man, you are obsessed with liquor day in and day out. Jiang Yuman and Yu Cheng couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Yu Cheng found the dynamic between his in-laws quite amusing. Mom, please take a seat on the sofa. I will assist Yu Cheng, Jiang Yuman insisted, gently pushing Yi Mei toward the sofa. She then returned to the dining area to help Yu Cheng with the dishes. Yu Cheng stopped her, saying, Yuman, go keep Dad and Mom company for a bit. I can manage the dishes alone. It won't take long. In the end, Jiang Yuman could not resist Yu Cheng's insistence and was gently pushed back onto the sofa beside Yu Mei. Within a few minutes, Yu Cheng had finished clearing the table and entered the kitchen, where the sound of running water soon echoed. "You old man, look at Yu Cheng. He cooks and washes the dishes," Yu Mei complained, casting a disapproving glance at her husband. "Hey, old lady, don't be upset. Frowning will only lead to wrinkles, which are not flattering." Jiang Haichuan chuckled, adding, "Yu Cheng is young. A bit of hard work won't harm him." While he spoke these words, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction with Yu Cheng's performance. If this young man continued in such a manner, they would certainly lend a hand whenever possible in the future. Of course, he would never express such sentiments to the young lad at present. It was commendable for the youth to endure hardships. Balancing work and street vending, he displayed humility and diligence. It was said he was preparing for exams, demonstrating ambition, a commendable trait that boded well for his future. As the reform and opening up had progressed for nearly a decade, the days of relying on a secure job for life were long gone. Times in society were advancing, and the youth ought to strive for achievements and embrace hard work. At that moment, Yu Cheng emerged from the kitchen, having finished washing the dishes. "Yu Cheng, your mother claims I am making you work too hard." Jiang Haichuan seized the opportunity to complain. "Dad, how could that be? I'm young. Washing a few dishes is hardly tiring." Yu Cheng replied with a cheerful smile as he sat beside Yuman. "By the way, I heard you were preparing for an exam. How is your preparation coming along?" Jiang Haichuan finally broached a serious matter. It seemed that everything was nearly settled, and he presumed that his mother-in-law, Yu Mei, had already informed him. That was reassuring. Obtaining a diploma would undoubtedly benefit him in the future. Being prepared is never a mistake. With the rapid development of New China, educational requirements are bound to rise. His father was indeed correct. Yu Cheng nodded, pouring a cup of tea for his father-in-law. Sipping some tea would alleviate the effects of alcohol and prove beneficial for one's health. He contemplated that the factory would soon grant a harvest break, and he intended to return home to assist his parents with the rice harvest. In the past, he had been a reckless fool, oblivious to the hardships and struggles his parents endured. It had always been Yuman returning alone to aid her parents, while he took it for granted, devoid of any gratitude. Reflecting on this now filled him with shame. In this new life, he vowed not to let her suffer such burdens anymore. Considering Yuman's pregnancy, he decided to leave her at her parents' home for their care, fearing he would lack the time to attend to her in the countryside during the busy harvest season. They needed to swiftly gather the rice, plow the fields, and plant the seedlings. Late July often brought tumultuous thunderstorms. One moment the sun would shine brightly, and the next, a dark cloud would sweep in, unleashing a torrential downpour. Once the storm passed, the sun would re-emerge, inciting frustration among the villagers. During this hectic time, with everyone occupied with cutting rice, drying crops, and planting seedlings, he feared there would be little time to look after Yuman. Although her parents also had jobs, it was preferable for Yuman to stay here rather than alone at home, where she might feel frightened. With these thoughts in mind, Yu Cheng spoke up. "Dad, Mom, I have a request I would like your assistance with." Yu Mei quickly interjected, anxious that her husband might refuse. "Yu Cheng, please, tell us what you need." Jiang Haichuan cast a glance at his wife before adding, "What is it? Go ahead and share." His wife underestimated him, for he was indeed her son-in-law. Out of respect for his daughter, he would certainly lend a hand. Yuman looked at Yu Cheng in confusion, wondering if there was something she was unaware of. Why hadn't he mentioned any matters today? Yu Cheng glanced at Yuman and continued, "Dad, Mom, tomorrow the factory will begin the harvest break, and I wish to return to my hometown in Yong'an County to help my parents with the rice harvest. With Yuman expecting, I worry I want to be able to care for her properly there." As soon as he spoke, the elderly couple understood his intent. He was asking them to look after Yuman. "That's no problem at all. While you're back in your hometown, Yuman can stay here." Yu Mei readily agreed. She couldn't bear the thought of her daughter suffering under the scorching sun in the countryside. It was that she held rural folk in disdain, but the July sun was particularly harsh, and one could easily succumb to heatstroke, given her daughter's special condition. What if something were to happen? Jiang Haichuan remained silent, lost in deep thought. With a contemplative glance at Yu Cheng, one could not help but admire the young man for his ambition, resilience, and filial piety towards his parents. The discerning taste of his daughter was indeed commendable. "No, Yu Cheng, I must accompany you back to our hometown. Rest assured, I shall take great care of myself. I will remain at home, not venture out, and prepare meals for everyone." Jiang Yuman firmly declined Yu Cheng's arrangement. As a wife, how could she stay at her parental home alone without sharing in the burdens? Even if it meant cooking for them, now that the child was nearly 3 months along, It should be stable enough, right? Yuman, you must listen to me, be obedient. I will return in a week, Yu Cheng coaxed patiently. I will just arrive in time for the exams. Nothing can be delayed. As for the market stall, I will inform them. There will be no need for deliveries these days. They will likely be busy with the harvest, leaving no time for catching crayfish or gathering snails. Yu Cheng, this time I will not heed your words. Please allow me to accompany you. Yuman began to pout, disregarding her parents' presence. Jiang Yuman, who had been silent until now, spoke up. I support Yuman's decision to go. How can a daughter-in-law remain idle in such matters? Even if she cannot contribute significantly. Cooking is certainly within her capabilities. After all, she is now a member of the Yu family. Would the in-laws truly assign a pregnant daughter-in-law to labor in the fields? Yet, to not go at all would be unreasonable. Hearing her husband's perspective, Yu Mei found it reasonable as well. Ultimately, the majority prevailed. And Yu Cheng could only nod in agreement. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yu Cheng and Yuman rose to bid farewell and return home. As they had a market stall to attend to that evening, the in-laws escorted them to the entrance of the community, only turning back once the young couple's figures had vanished from sight. Chapter 56, Mom and Dad, I have returned with my wife Xiaohai. I will not be setting up my stall these days. Tomorrow, the factory will commence its agricultural break. You should take some time to rest. You have been working hard lately. Yu Cheng, while bent over sweeping the floor, conversed with Qian Xiaohai, who was busy tidying up his belongings. I've heard about the factory's break, but why can't I set up a stall? Qian Xiaohai was puzzled about the apparent conflict between the two situations. Because those uncles delivering rice snails and crayfish also need to harvest rice and transplant seedlings. Moreover, I need to return home to assist my parents with the double harvest. Yu Cheng replied candidly. During this period, he had not realized how resilient this young man was, devoid of any airs of a wealthy heir. Oh, I see. Qian Xiaohai, having grown up in a bustling city, was unfamiliar with the concept of the double harvest. Why don't you return to Dongguan for a few days? Go home and visit your parents, Yu Cheng suggested, as he placed the remaining items onto the tricycle. He mused that perhaps the chairman and others missed this son dearly, making it a suitable time for a family gathering. However, Qian Xiaohai had no intention of returning home. He had never experienced a true rural setting and was oblivious to what the double harvest entailed. Everything was novel and intriguing to him. Brother Yu Cheng, I don't wish to go home. May I accompany you to your hometown? Rest assured, I won't be a burden, he implored, his face filled with anticipation. Xiaohai, don't you miss your parents? What would you do in the countryside? It's not exactly entertaining there. Yu Cheng outrightly rejected the idea, knowing he wouldn't have the time to entertain him. Of course, I miss them, but there will be plenty of opportunities to return. However, I have never been to your hometown. Qian Xiaohai continued to persuade him. Just pretend I'm not there. Life in my village is not as convenient as in the city. I fear you might not adapt, Yu Cheng replied, contemplating that this young man had likely never witnessed rice harvesting or seedling transplantation. He imagined that even using the restroom would pose a significant challenge for him. Back in '96, rural toilets were rudimentary squat pits. They dug a large hole, piled a few clods of earth, and secured it with wooden planks along with dried reeds. A simple cover was placed atop, and a few wooden boards were laid over the pit, leaving 2 slightly larger gaps for use. In winter, it was manageable, but in summer, the area teemed with plump white insects, some even crawling onto the boards, frightening children into seeking secluded spots outdoors. I'm not afraid. Brother Yu Cheng isn't afraid, so why should I be? Qian Xiaohai thought Yu Cheng was merely exaggerating to dissuade him from going. Observing Qian Xiaohai's unwavering determination and fearless demeanor, Yu Cheng sighed and shook his head. This young man was likely stubborn enough to persist until he felt the harshness of reality. Let him endure. Perhaps this profound experience will remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. Xiaohai, let me make this clear. Once you are there, you must not cry for help. Nor should you expect to lounge around. There are no idle hands to cater to you there. It was essential to clarify this point, lest the young man demand to return prematurely. Understood. Yu Cheng, I assure you I will not cry out for help. I will assist you in your tasks. Qian Xiaohai, delighted by Yu Cheng's agreement to take him along, was as joyful as a child. Excellent. Make sure to retire early tonight. We shall take the early bus back tomorrow morning. Come by at 6:30 for breakfast, Yu Cheng reminded him once more. Understood, Yu Cheng. Today, I shall ride this tricycle. Qian Xiaohai exclaimed. Usually, it was Yu Cheng who carried him and his belongings. He observed how Yu Cheng often perspired profusely, yet never complained of fatigue, maintaining an ever-cheerful demeanor. This aspect deeply impressed him. as even attending to guests left him feeling sore and weary. Yu Cheng glanced at Qian Shaohai and nodded. All right. Today you shall carry me. Be cautious. Do not let me tumble into a ditch. That evening, Yu Cheng and Jiang Yuman prepared their clothes. Yu Cheng noticed the malted milk and royal jelly, along with fish liver oil on the coffee table. Yuman, did you go to the mall today? These items are only available at large department stores. Jiang Yuman shook her head. I initially planned to buy some things for my parents on the way back tomorrow. But my mother sent these over tonight, saying it was a small token of their affection. Yu Cheng felt grateful, resolving to treat the elderly couple with greater kindness in the future. Indeed, my mother insisted I accept them, saying it was also my father's wish. He is in the hospital and could not come. Jiang Yuman understood her parents' intentions were to save them some expense, so she decided to accept the gesture, recognizing it as a sign of their love. Since it is their goodwill, we should accept it and in return, treat them better later. It would be appropriate to send back what my mother specifically delivered, right? Jiang Yuman nodded, agreeing that it was the only course of action. Having organized their belongings, the two washed up and prepared for bed, knowing they had to rise early the next day. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Yu Cheng rose quietly. He completed his morning routine of using the restroom and brushing his teeth with methodical precision. Then, he retrieved a package of dried noodles from the cupboard, weighing 500 grams. Precisely 1 pound. He rinsed the pot with a dash of water before filling it with clean water to about 2/3 full. Once the water boiled, he added the noodles and stirred them with chopsticks to prevent sticking. While some might simply cook the noodles as is, he preferred to rinse them first, ensuring a fresher taste upon cooking. As the noodles softened, he drained them and rinsed them under cold water. Next, he scrubbed the pot again, added a drizzle of oil, and sauteed the minced garlic and ginger until fragrant, optionally adding salt. Finally, he poured in fresh water, and once it boiled, he added the rinsed noodles back into the pot. In the meantime, Yu Cheng took the opportunity to fry 4 eggs in a skillet, 2 for Jiang Yuman and 1 each for himself and Qian Shaohai. As the noodles neared completion, he diced a tomato and added it, finishing with a sprinkle of scallions. At that moment, Jiang Yuman awoke. Good morning, Yu Cheng, she greeted before heading to the bathroom. Sensing the enticing aroma, she knew Yu Cheng had prepared a delightful meal once again. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. Yu Cheng, upon hearing the sound, extinguished the flame, wiped his hands, and stepped out to open the door. Glancing at his wristwatch, he noted it was precisely 6:30. This lad was remarkably punctual. Good morning, Yu Cheng Gu. Qian Shaohai greeted with a cheerful tone. Morning, go wash your hands. We have noodles for breakfast, Yu Cheng nodded. He proceeded to the kitchen and served 3 bowls of noodles, each adorned with a tender poached egg. Yuman approached. Yuman, eat your noodles. Once you're finished, we'll head to the bus station, Yu Cheng offered as he handed the chopsticks to his wife. All right, Yu Cheng Gu, how did you fry this egg? It's so delicate, Qian Shaohai remarked, pondering that it would take him years to reach such proficiency. Practice makes perfect, Yu Cheng simply replied. The 3 of them fell silent, consuming their noodles with great relish. After gathering their belongings, they mounted their bicycles and pedaled towards the bus station. Upon arrival, Yu Cheng purchased 3 tickets to Yong'an County. The trio boarded the bus, with Yu Cheng and Jiang Yuman seated together, while Qian Shaohai occupied a separate seat. Embracing Jiang Yuman, Yu Cheng silently whispered to himself, Mom and Dad, I am bringing my wife home. Chapter 57A brief interlude on the minibus. The minibus of 1996 was rather low, lacking the spacious comfort of its later counterparts. Inside, the atmosphere was stifling, necessitating the opening of the windows for some relief. During this era, boarding the vehicle often resulted in a scramble, particularly during the spring festival rush, when the bus was packed to the brim, making it difficult to even shift one's feet. The air was thick and unpleasant. For those fortunate enough to find a seat, it was manageable, but for others, it was a case of being pressed against one another, with pickpockets lurking to snatch away the fruits of a year's hard work. Truly a perilous situation. The cement roads of the county could not compare to the asphalt streets of the city, riddled with potholes, and approaching rural areas, many were still mere dirt paths. A sudden break from the driver sent a wave of bodies lurching forward. Chaos ensued within the bus. Some men seized the opportunity to take advantage of women. Damn scoundrel. Who touched my backside? Ouch. Who stepped on my foot? For heaven's sake, you haven't even grown up, and you dare to act so brazenly. Who would want your dry, flabby tofu when you pressed against me? The onlookers burst into laughter, amidst the shouts and jests, creating a scene of utter disarray. While the driver continued his route and the ticket collector remained firmly in her designated spot, as long as no one pulled a knife. Both parties turned a blind eye to the antics. This illustrates why Yu Cheng preferred the early bus. First, the sun was not as fierce, and second, there were significantly fewer passengers. Even though the ticket collector would still seek to attract customers mid-journey, the situation was much improved. At least there were seats available. Once aboard, Yu Cheng opened half of the window, allowing a refreshing breeze to flow in, which was much more pleasant. He was confident that Jiang Yuman would not suffer from motion sickness, which put him at ease. He himself felt a slight queasiness, though it was not severe. However, he had forgotten to inquire whether Qian Shaohai was prone to car sickness. Halfway through the journey, Qian Shaohai suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Yu Cheng, I feel awful. I think I might be about to vomit." Surprised by Qian Shaohai's motion sickness, Yu Cheng scanned the bus for available seats. "Shaohai, go sit in that window seat. Open the window and lean against it to get some fresh air. It should help alleviate your nausea. Just remember, don't stick your head out. Safety first," he advised, gesturing towards the empty seat by the window. Thankfully, it was the earliest bus of the day, and there were not many passengers. The ticket collector, overhearing Yu Cheng's words, turned to look and remarked, "Young man, just don't throw up on the bus. It was cleaned just yesterday." Qian Shaohai, too preoccupied to respond, dashed to the window seat, opened the glass, and was immediately greeted by a rush of fresh air. "How delightful! I feel revived," he exclaimed. "Shaohai, are you feeling better?" Jiang Yuman inquired with concern. "Sister-in-law, I'm much better now. Brother Yu Cheng has a way with things. I was feeling quite ill just moments ago," Qian Shaohai replied with a smile. "Shaohai, it's not that he has a special method. It's just that you lack experience," Jiang Yuman observed, sensing that Qian Shaohai had likely never traveled on such a minibus before. "Don't think too highly of me. This is the typical minibus for trips to the county. You simply haven't experienced it." Yu Cheng chuckled in response, noting that despite his reluctance, Qian Shaohai had insisted on joining. "Place it in your mouth. It will bring you some comfort." Yu Cheng tossed a packet of ginger slices over. Qian Shaohai received it, contemplating the small packet in his hand, wondering how ginger could be consumed in such a manner. Wasn't ginger typically reserved for cooking? "What are you staring at? Hurry and open it. This is vinegar ginger, a remedy for motion sickness and vomiting." At 3 cents a packet, he purchased 2, fearing his susceptibility to car sickness. Upon hearing it was a remedy for motion sickness, Qian Shaohai eagerly tore it open and tossed a slice into his mouth. The flavor was a delightful blend of sour and sweet, surprisingly palatable. He devoured several slices and instantly felt his queasiness dissipate. "Yumans, you should have some too." Yu Cheng offered a slice to his wife, Jiang Yuman, who accepted it and placed it in her mouth. "It's a bit spicy. Just hold it in your mouth. Don't chew." Yu Cheng urged her to lean against him. He sat sideways, close to the edge, allowing Jiang Yuman to recline comfortably. "My dear, does this feel better?" Yu Cheng shifted his feet slightly. Jiang Yuman, for reasons unknown, felt a slight dizziness, though it was not pronounced, attributing it perhaps to her pregnancy. "Darling, why don't you take a nap? It'll take about an hour to reach our destination. It's enough time for a little rest." Jiang Yuman nodded and closed her eyes. Yu Cheng retrieved a coat from his bag and draped it over her. "Perhaps all pregnant women have a penchant for sleep," he mused, as Jiang Yuman quickly fell asleep, emitting soft breaths. Yu Cheng glanced at Qian Shaohai, who had also succumbed to slumber. "Better to sleep. It prevents motion sickness and discomfort." At that moment, several people began boarding, and the ticket collector instructed them to purchase tickets. Upon noticing Yu Cheng and the sleeping Jiang Yuman on his lap, her face twisted with derision, perhaps disapproving of their display in broad daylight. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke up, "Young man, this isn't right, is it? There are so many people watching." Yu Cheng feigned ignorance, adopting a bewildered expression. "What's wrong, Maya? What have we done incorrectly?" He smiled warmly. In truth, the ticket collector appeared to be no more than 25 or 26. Yu Cheng intentionally addressed her as Maya. Inevitably, the collector's face flushed with indignation. "Who are you calling Maya? I'm only 25, you know." Yu Cheng offered an apologetic smile. "My apologies. As a country bumpkin, my eyesight is poor, and I mistook you for 46. The other passengers couldn't help but chuckle. "You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. I'm merely trying to point out that your wife's behavior is rather inappropriate." The ticket collector gestured towards the reclining Jiang Yuman. "What's all this noise? Who's arguing?" Jiang Yuman, still in a haze, sensed a commotion. "It's nothing. You're dreaming, sweetheart. Just ignore it and continue sleeping." It was merely an annoying crow cawing. Yu Cheng reassured her, gently patting her to continue her slumber. "Who are you calling a crow?" The ticket collector, seething with anger, could only grit her teeth in silence, unable to resort to violence. Whoever responds, I shall name, she muttered. Yu Cheng's face clearly displayed his displeasure. The commotion had disturbed his wife's slumber, naturally inciting his irritation. If you're unhappy, allow us to alight and refund our fare, Yu Cheng remarked indifferently. The ticket collector immediately faltered, aware that her salary was directly tied to the daily passenger count, including that of the driver. Xiaolu, come here. Do not argue with the passengers, the driver ahead interjected, having heard Yu Cheng's remark. Previously feigning deafness, he spoke up when his own interests were at stake. Only then did the ticket collector, Xiaolu, cast a glare at Yu Cheng before proceeding to the front. In this day and age, it suffices to fulfill one's duties. Why meddle in others' affairs? Yu Cheng asserted, closing his eyes to rest. This minor incident swiftly passed, and indeed, a brief slumber made time fly. The bus arrived in Yong'an County, and the ticket collector called out for passengers to disembark. Yu Cheng roused Xiaohai, while Jiang Yuman had already awakened, likely due to the loudspeakers at the front. The three of them descended from the vehicle, carrying their belongings. Chapter 58, Daxing Village. I have returned, Brother Yu Cheng. This is Yong'an County. Qian Xiaohai observed his surroundings, realizing that the area was rather modest. With narrow streets and a Huimin store across the road, accompanied by a nearby vegetable market. Yu Cheng noticed the subtle surprise in Qian Xiaohai's eyes. Likely not expecting the county seat to resemble this. Indeed, this is Yong'an County. It pales in comparison to the city and certainly to larger metropolises. Qian Xiaohai nodded in agreement. This county town appears significantly smaller. He pondered the necessity of bringing something when visiting others and suggested, Brother Yu Cheng, I shall purchase a bottle of water. Having just finished all the water on the bus, Yu Cheng nodded, assuming he genuinely intended to buy water without giving it much thought. He recalled that in rural areas, purchasing fresh meat was often inconvenient. During busy farming seasons, families typically prepared their meat in advance, storing it in the wells located in their backyards. Nearly every household had a well, which made fetching water much easier. In this era, many rural regions lacked running water and were devoid of liquefied gas. Most households relied on firewood, although a few utilized coal briquettes, which they were often reluctant to part with, instead scavenging for twigs and branches in the mountains. Yu Cheng contemplated his parents' financial constraints, surmising they would be reluctant to purchase meat. He was aware that Yumian sent money home, yet he understood his parents well enough to know that even if they did buy meat, it would not be in abundance. It was likely they would purchase some only because Yumian was returning home. With this in mind, Yu Cheng resolved to buy some vegetables to bring back. Yumian, there probably isn't much meat at home. We should buy some ingredients in the county. Holding Yumian's hand with one and carrying the purchases with the other, he added, Let's go? All right. Jiang Yuman nodded obediently. She had the same intention and was pleasantly surprised that Yu Cheng not only took the initiative to help his in-laws, but also thought to buy vegetables for the return journey. Observing the items in Yu Cheng's hands, she offered, Let me help you carry something. No need. I can manage this. Come, let us buy the vegetables. He then called out to Qian Xiaohai, who was at the store buying water. Xiaohai, we are off to buy some vegetables. You stay there and wait for us. I understand, Brother Yu Cheng. I will wait right here. Qian Xiaohai responded loudly. Yu Cheng nodded, concerned that if he didn't inform him, the young man might wander off out of curiosity and risk getting lost. Yu Cheng, do you seem worried about Xiaohai getting lost? Jiang Yuman remarked. Sensing that Yu Cheng was overly concerned. Xiaohai is nearly 20, he cannot possibly get lost in such a small county. True, but he is young and naturally curious. Should he wander off and fail to find us, it would delay our return. Yong'an County, though small, had a maze of streets, including many old thoroughfares, making it entirely possible to lose one's way. Jiang Yuman nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his concerns. As they entered the vegetable market, they were greeted by rows of stalls brimming with fresh produce. The market was adorned with discarded clothing and tarpaulins, serving as makeshift surfaces upon which vegetables were displayed for sale. Yu Cheng gazed upwards, noting that the overhead cover was also crafted from waterproof tarpaulin, albeit slightly thicker. Below, a rudimentary wooden framework formed the structure of this simple vegetable market. The exterior featured an array of fresh produce, while the interior housed various meats. The selection was rather limited, comprising primarily pork, beef, eggs, fish, and chicken, with both fish and chickens being alive. Rain Man, would you like to eat? He inquired, feeling compelled to consult his wife regarding her preferences. Recently, her appetite seemed to have improved considerably, likely a result of having passed the nausea of early pregnancy. I am flexible, Perhaps we should purchase some extra meat for Dad and brother to nourish them, he suggested, considering that those engaged in hard labor required substantial and hearty sustenance. All right. Cheng nodded in agreement. Thus, he procured 5 pounds of premium pork belly, 3 pounds of lean meat devoid of fat, and 3 pounds of beef. As they exited the market, an elderly gentleman caught their attention, selling 2 home-raised ducks. Observing the sun gradually rising, Cheng proposed, "Rain Man, why not buy these 2 ducks from the old man?" She nodded enthusiastically yes. Her fondness for Cheng deepened, recognizing his increasing compassion and gentleness. "Sir, how much do you sell your ducks for?" Cheng inquired, crouching down to assess the ducks' glossy feathers, indicative of careful nurturing. He examined their plumage closely and determined that they were indeed older ducks, weighing approximately 6 to 7 pounds each. In this era, the price of ducks paled in comparison to that of pork or beef, as they were less filling and had more bones, making them difficult to sell. 8 yuan each. "Young man, if you take both, I can let them go for 15 yuan, the elderly man offered, clearly anxious that Cheng might decline his ducks. "Very well. I shall take both. Here's the payment. No need for change," Cheng declared, producing 2 large bills. He contemplated how the cooling properties of old duck soup would be refreshing in the warm weather for everyone to enjoy. "Young man, let me give you your change." The old man insisted, rummaging through his inner pocket to produce a handkerchief filled with small denominations, with only a couple of 1 yuan notes. "I have said no need for change. Quickly, put the money away and do not lose it," Cheng urged. As Jiang Yuman assisted in neatly repacking the old man's wallet, ensuring the large bills were safely tucked inside, the elderly man expressed profound gratitude, placing the ducks into a nylon bag with openings left for their heads, ensuring they would not suffocate. Glancing at his watch, Cheng noted it was 9:30. With approximately half an hour until the bus to Daxing village would arrive. At that moment, Qian Shaoai came rushing over. Cheng and Jiang Yuman observed the young lad, whose hands were overflowing with items. "Shaoai, I thought you went to buy water. It looks more like you've gone on a heist," Cheng jested. "The water is right here," Qian Shaoai replied, lifting one of the bags to reveal several bottles of mineral water within. Upon witnessing that Qian Shaoai had purchased an array of nutritional supplements intended for the elderly, such as sesame paste, oatmeal, lotus root powder, and 2 bottles of calcium tablets, Cheng couldn't help but conclude that this young man was indeed buying for his parents. "Ah, this lad is too considerate," he mused. "Shaoai, there are too many items. Allow me to assist you with some." Jiang Yuman, with a cheerful demeanor, stepped forward to offer her help. However, Qian Shaoai sidestepped gently, saying, "Sister-in-law, what is this trifling amount? Besides, the vehicle will arrive shortly, and it won't tire me out." He felt it inappropriate to let his pregnant sister-in-law carry anything. Moreover, despite the considerable appearance of the items, they were not particularly heavy. "Yuman, let him handle it. He is young, and it won't be a burden. Let us wait for the car over there. It should be arriving soon," Cheng remarked, knowing well that a 20-year-old lad could easily manage such a load. With no alternative, Jiang Yuman followed behind the 2, apprehensive that they might inadvertently drop something. The bus to the countryside departed from a fixed point in the county town, making this the starting station, thus alleviating any concerns about finding a seat. Gradually, a few other passengers began to gather. Cheng glanced around, relieved to see that the crowd was manageable. Approximately 10 minutes later, the bus arrived. Cheng ushered Jiang Yuman aboard first before following with the items. Jiang Yuman, wise and experienced, chose a seat near the front by the window, placing Cheng's belongings behind her on the adjacent window seat, effectively claiming the spot. Recognizing that Qian Shaohai was prone to motion sickness, she ensured he would sit by the window. As a few more passengers boarded, Qian Shaohai appeared, carrying the items. "Shaohai, sit here," Jiang Yuman called out, gesturing to the seat behind her. Upon seeing this, Qian Shaohai understood immediately, smiling as he bent down to take his seat. "Thank you, sister-in-law," he thought, appreciating her cleverness. "No need to thank me. I have my experience," Jiang Yuman replied playfully, her voice a soft whisper. About 10 minutes later, the bus set off. Cheng gazed fondly at the charming Jiang Yuman, his lips curling into a slight smile. "Daxing village, I have returned," he thought to himself. Chapter 59. Mother is growing old. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at Daxing village. "Shaohai, prepare yourself. We are about to disembark," Cheng remarked, glancing out at the familiar, long-missed expanse of golden rice fields. Indeed, this year has yielded another bountiful harvest. As if on cue, the ticket collector squeezed through from the front, calling out, "Daxing village has arrived. Those disembarking, please hurry." He then approached the door, propping himself up with one hand while pulling the latch open with the other. With a creak, the door swung open. The 1996 rural passenger minibus still operated with such manual latches, lacking the advanced convenience of future models where a mere button press would suffice for automatic opening and closing. At this time, these minivans proved to be quite lucrative. One should not underestimate the earnings. With 5 or 6 trips a day, the income could be substantial. Cheng shouted, "Everyone, please make way. Do not bump into my wife. She is with child." Upon hearing this, everyone promptly stepped aside, including the ticket collector, who also moved to the side. No one wished to encounter a mishap, so they all hurriedly avoided any potential trouble. Jiang Yuman smiled softly, gracefully stepping off the bus. Followed by Cheng and Qian Shaohai, who exited without hindrance. The bus door closed with a swift motion, departing into the distance. As there were still numerous villages along the route. "Brother Cheng, you truly have a way with words. Your shout made everyone dutifully clear the path," Qian Shaohai remarked, feeling that these 2 short journeys had imparted a wealth of knowledge. "Shaohai, do not emulate your brother Cheng. He merely calculated that others would not dare to provoke ill fortune." Jiang Yuman shot a glance at Cheng. "Dear wife, you are indeed the astute one." Cheng replied with a playful grin, attempting to flatter her. Jiang Yuman deliberately ignored him and continued walking ahead. "Brother Cheng, this road leads directly to Daxing village." Qian Shaohai pointed to a wooden signpost beside the road, where the name Daxing village was elegantly inscribed in calligraphy. Upon seeing the sign, Cheng recognized the handwriting of the former village head, Yu Aigua, one of the rare middle school graduates from their parents' generation, now 55 years old. 80% of the households in Daxing village bore the Yu surname, hence it was also known as Yujia village. Cheng nodded, "Yes." Walking down this path leads to Daxing village, also referred to as Yujia village. Below, there lay a straight path covered in gravel, leading directly into the village. Beneath this gravel was a natural path of yellow mud, which the villagers had diligently carried from the river to ensure it remained manageable even during the rain. "These rice fields are breathtaking," Qian Shaohai exclaimed in awe. The golden waves stretched endlessly, resembling a shimmering ocean of gold, even more beautiful than illustrations found in books. "Indeed. I suppose you have never witnessed such beauty before?" Cheng replied with a hint of pride, lifting his chin slightly. "Never. I am grateful to have accompanied you this time, brother Cheng. Otherwise, I would have missed this natural splendor," Qian Shaohai expressed. Cheng mused to himself. "You may find it beautiful now, but when you descend to harvest the rice and the stalks prick your skin, that beauty will fade. The pain it brings will surely etch itself into your memory. Shaohai, you have yet to witness the splendid bloom of rapeseed flowers. That is true beauty." Jiang Yuman, overhearing their conversation, turned back with a smile and interjected, "Really? Sister-in-law, how about you and brother Cheng take me to see them later? Would that be all right?" Upon hearing that there was something even more beautiful, Qian Shaohai could hardly contain his excitement. He. Jiang Yuman couldn't help but laugh. Qian Shaohai looked bewildered. Had he said something wrong? Nevertheless, his sister-in-law's laughter was truly enchanting, though he dared not gaze for too long, stealing only a glance. "Shaohai, you really are quite oblivious. Do you even know when rapeseed flowers bloom?" Cheng thought that Qian Shaohai must have absorbed little knowledge from his studies. "I don't know," Qian Shaohai replied, shaking his head. No one had informed him. The rapeseed flowers bloom every March, generally lasting for a month. By that time, you can come here. Daxing village plants vast fields of rapeseed flowers each year. It's truly breathtaking. Seeing that Qian Shaohai was genuinely unaware, Jiang Yuman took it upon herself to explain. "Oh, that's a bit unfortunate. It's already July, well past the blooming period. I shall return when the rapeseed flowers blossom," Qian Shaohai lamented slightly. Though he found the golden rice fields before him equally beautiful, the 3 continued their conversation as they strolled, soon arriving home. Their abode remained the same old earthen brick house, constructed brick by his father and brother. The clay was painstakingly transported down from the mountain in carts, mixed with chopped dry rice stalks to form the bricks, which were then set out to dry in the sun. Each brick represented countless hours of toil from his father and brother. The roof was covered with the cheapest tiles, and the beams were fashioned from fir trees sourced from the mountains, with the villagers lending a hand in the construction. To the left were 2 rooms flanking a living room, while to the right were also 2 rooms, adjacent to the kitchen. The kitchen was spacious, serving as the dining area most of the time, with the main living room utilized only during festive occasions. At the far end of the kitchen was a pig pen, each side housing a pig, with a latrine in the middle, covered by thick camphor wood planks. The waste from the pigs was flushed into the latrine, and naturally, Humans also relieved themselves there. In these times, parents were reluctant to spend money on pig feed, opting instead to gather pig fodder, chop sweet potato vines, and mix a bit of rice with a generous scoop of rice bran to cook and feed the pigs. The house had been standing since 1985, and now, 11 years later, it remained unchanged. Cheng sighed inwardly. Xiaohai, this is my home. Let us go inside. He unfastened the rope, and the two small bamboo doors swung open. The purpose of the small doors was to prevent chickens and ducks from entering, as their droppings would be everywhere. Yuman, watch your step on the threshold, Cheng cautioned. Old houses typically featured thresholds. Most were constructed this way. I understand. Jiang Yuman nodded. Now that she was with child, she would naturally be more cautious. Mother. I'm home. As Jiang Yuman stepped inside, she immediately noticed her mother-in-law, Pan Dafeng, washing vegetables. At the age of 50. Pan Dafeng appeared to be 55 due to her excessive labor, looking considerably older than her peers, with more than half of her hair already turned white. Upon hearing the familiar voice, she paused her task and lifted her head, only to be pleasantly surprised to see her daughter-in-law, Jiang Yuman, returning home. Each year, Yuman made it a point to visit around this time. Yuman, you've come back, Pan Dafeng said, hurrying over with a warm smile that radiated affection. However, as she approached, she noticed two young men accompanying her daughter-in-law, one of whom was her own son. This son rarely returned home except during the new year. It was quite unexpected for him to be back now. Meanwhile, his dutiful wife consistently sent money each month to help support them and would return to lend a hand during the busy autumn harvest, making her far more reliable than her own son. Mother, your unfilial son has returned, Cheng choked out, observing the weathered lines on his mother's face and her dry, sunken skin. Mother has aged, he thought, struggling to hold back tears, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. Ah, it's good that you're back, Pan Dafeng replied, trying to maintain a semblance of decorum in front of others, unwilling to completely diminish her son's pride. Her feelings were undeniably complex. She was indeed happy to have her son back, yet there was a tinge of frustration. She was somewhat aware of his circumstances and had discreetly advised him to treat his wife better and to work diligently. Yet her words seemed to fall on deaf ears. His father had been so distressed over this matter that he had suffered from heart problems several times, constantly sighing in despair. Nevertheless, the fact that her son had returned with his wife this time could signify a positive change. It is undeniable that parents always hope for the well-being of their children. Chapter 60. This son has finally grown up. Jiang Yuman discerned her mother-in-law's mood and promptly shifted the conversation. Mom, during our visit, Cheng has purchased numerous nourishing items for you. She refrained from mentioning that these gifts were procured by her parents, hoping to alter her mother-in-law's perception of Cheng. Pan Dafeng mused that she had little interest in the supplements her son bought. What mattered was that he and his wife lived contentedly. Why waste money on such things? You should save it for your own well-being, she thought, suspecting that these items were yet another result of Yuman's frugality. Jiang Yuman exchanged a discreet glance with Cheng, who noticed the slightly awkward presence of Qian Xiaohai, who was carrying items behind them. Cheng had been absorbed in his emotions until Yuman's gesture reminded him of the guest he had brought along. Mom, this is my friend, Qian Xiaohai. He is a recent university graduate. You can just call him Xiaohai. Cheng introduced Qian Xiaohai to his mother, knowing she held a deep admiration for educated individuals. And a university student certainly qualified as such. Hello, Auntie. I am Qian Xiaohai, a good friend of Cheng. I brought these items for you and Uncle to help rejuvenate your health. Qian Xiaohai respectfully addressed her. Xiaohai, you are too kind. We warmly welcome you here. But you need not have gone to such expense, Pan Dafeng replied amiably, accepting the items while contemplating how to return the favor when the young man left. Although they were not wealthy, they upheld their dignity and refused to take advantage of others. Despite her warm demeanor towards Qian Xiaohai, her smile did not extend to her son. It's nothing, just a few items I picked up in the county. Please don't feel burdened by them. Qian Xiaohai felt that the offerings were rather meager. Mom, please continue your conversation. I will prepare lunch. Dad and my elder brother will be back soon, Jiang Yuman said deliberately, knowing that her father-in-law and brother-in-law were out working and would not return until mealtime. In truth, mealtimes in the countryside rarely commenced so early. It was only around 11 o'clock. During busy farming seasons, lunch might not be served until 1 or 2 in the afternoon. And dinner could be as late as 7 or 8. Yuman, you must be tired from the journey. Why not chat with them while I cook? Pan Dafeng said as she turned to the large earthenware pot to wash rice. She pondered the limited vegetables available at home and wondered if the butcher, Zhang, still had any meat for sale at this hour. Jiang was known for his family's long-standing profession of pig slaughtering. Each day, he would go to a neighbor's house to slaughter a pig, having agreed on a price the day before. Rising early at around 4 in the morning to begin his work. After weighing the meat and receiving payment, he would sell it beneath the large banyan tree at the village entrance. Pan Dafin considered how she could not simply serve a few fried eggs and stir-fried vegetables to guests. The young man appeared to be from the city, and surely he would find a lack of meat unpalatable. Yuman, I'll check with Uncle Zhang to see if he has any meat left. Please entertain our guest in the meantime, Pan Dafin whispered to Jiang Yuman, ensuring her words remained discreet. Mother, it's unnecessary. Yu Cheng has purchased a plethora of meat and vegetables, sufficient to last us for several days. Jiang Yuman chuckled, gesturing towards the snakeskin bag on the ground. Pan Dafing observed the bulging bag filled with an abundance of produce, pondering the cost of such a bounty. From another nylon bag, the distinct quacking of ducks echoed, their heads protruding and pecking at the ground. Mother, look, we also bought ducks. In this heat, a pot of old duck soup would be quite refreshing. Now that we have the ingredients, I shall proceed to prepare the meal. As Yu Cheng conversed with Qian Shaohai, he rose and approached. Mother, Yuman is pregnant. Please keep her in Shaohai company. His tone was remarkably gentle and affectionate. Chengzi, you mean Yuman is with child? Pan Dafing could hardly fathom her ears. Chengzi was Yu Cheng's pet name, affectionately used by family and villagers alike. Indeed, mother, Yuman is truly expecting, almost 3 months along, and it's twins. Yu Cheng beamed as he removed the apron from his mother and deftly tied it around himself. The news of twins filled Pan Dafing with even greater joy. She had previously harbored concerns that her son, lacking reliability, might lead Yuman, so beautiful and graceful, to seek a divorce. After 2 or 3 years of marriage, she had not seen them pursue parenthood, fearing Yuman might be disinterested in having children, worried that motherhood would hinder her. After all, what woman does not desire a husband with ambition, one who can endure hardship, free from the vices of gambling, domestic violence, and debauchery? Yuman. Pan Dafing's gaze shifted to her daughter-in-law. Jiang Yuman nodded, affirming, Mother, everything Yu Cheng said is true. He is not deceiving you. Nearby, Qian Shaohai sat, sensing that Yu Cheng appeared to be viewed as a ne'er-do-well in his mother's eyes. He felt a peculiar impression that Auntie did not hold Yu Cheng in high regard. Yet she seemed quite fond of his sister-in-law. He was utterly perplexed by the situation. Mother, I will prepare lunch today, Yu Cheng declared before heading to rinse the rice. He was well aware of where everything was placed, proceeding to scrub the pot and boil water. As he tended to the fire, his movements exuded familiarity, reminiscent of the times he visited his mother in the countryside, often engaging in such tasks. Watching her son perform these actions with such skill, Pan Dafing was astounded, scarcely believing this was indeed her son. Yuman, has Yu Cheng been possessed? She mused, having never tasted a meal prepared by her mischievous offspring. Mother, is he not your Chengzi? You raised him. Surely you wouldn't mistake him, Jiang Yuman replied with a smile. Shaohai, are you truly a good friend of Yu Cheng? Pan Dafing turned to inquire of Qian Shaohai. This young man, a university student, seemed an unlikely companion for her son. Moreover, he appeared to hold a certain admiration for Yu Cheng, which struck her as rather peculiar. Indeed, Auntie, Yu Cheng is my brother. He is quite remarkable. My father holds him in high esteem, Qian Shaohai exclaimed with excitement. Who is your father? Pan Dafing's curiosity deepened, finding the situation increasingly bewildering. Mother. Shaohai's father is the chairman of Yu Cheng's company, the highest leader among them all. Jiang Yuman, fearing her mother-in-law might not comprehend, elaborated carefully. Over there. Yu Cheng had already fished the rice from the pot using a strainer and poured it into a large wooden barrel. This barrel was crafted by the village carpenter at her father's behest, perfect for steaming rice that tasted delightful. The rice would be ready to eat after steaming for about half an hour. After completing these tasks, Yu Cheng sliced a piece of beef and pork and chopped some chili peppers. He then stored the remaining meat in a well in the backyard, ensuring it would not spoil. Upon hearing that Shaohai was the son of a high-ranking official, Pan Dafin felt even more incredulous, her speech becoming noticeably more reserved. Observing her son skillfully engaged in his work, she reflected on how much he had truly changed. Mother, Yu Cheng has indeed transformed, for the better. That is why the boss values him. I am now pregnant, and he has advised me to resign from my job and focus on nurturing the baby. As Jiang Yuman spoke, she could not help but feel her eyes welling with tears. Yuman, if Chengzi is doing well, I am happy. You should cherish your life together. Do not worry too much about us. My joy comes from knowing you both are thriving. Pan Dafin finally revealed a smile of contentment. Her son had finally grown up. Chapter 61. Father and elder brother. Around 12:30, the Yu family men returned home, wielding their hoes. Presumably, they came back a bit earlier as the rice harvest had yet to commence. At that moment, Yu Cheng placed the final dish on the table. The dining table was a square eight immortals table. Father, brother, you've returned just in time for the meal, Yu Cheng remarked while removing his apron. Yu Dafu and Yu Zhou gazed at him as if he were a curious creature. Yu Dafu mused, could this fellow be anything but my son, merely resembling him? Yu Zhou questioned, what was that younger brother of his doing just now? Cooking? This is a ghostly sight. I have never seen him prepare a meal in all these years. Dafin, what is going on? Is that our troublesome boy? Yu Dafu pulled his wife aside, whispering, ask your daughter-in-law, and you shall know if he is indeed your son, Dafin replied, casting a glance towards Jiang Yuman's seat. It was then that Yu Dafu noticed his daughter-in-law had also returned, rendering any doubt moot. Don't worry, it's your son, I should know since I bore him. Dafin chuckled softly and added, hurry up, don't linger, there are guests in the house. Yu Dafu scanned the room and noticed an unfamiliar face. Father, mother, brother. Please come and join us for the meal, Jiang Yuman called out. The 8 immortals table could accommodate 8 people, and with only 6 present, it was ample. This table had been passed down from Yu Cheng's grandfather, previously reserved for ancestral worship. Seating arrangements were traditionally observed, with the highest elder facing south from the northern seat, followed by others according to their generation. Children were not permitted at the table, nor were they allowed to clatter chopsticks against bowls or the table. However, in this new era, such strictures had relaxed. Gazing at the array of dishes, Yu Dafu could not help but inquire, Chengzi, did you prepare these dishes? They appear delightful and smell fragrant. Indeed. Father, do have a taste, Yu Cheng beamed, offering his father a pair of chopsticks. Brother, you should try as well. He called it his elder brother, who sat in silence. Yu Zhou seemed momentarily dazed, as if still in a dream, before responding, very well. I shall sample your culinary skills. Shall I? Consider yourself one of us. Feel free to eat whatever you desire, Yu Cheng said to Qian Shaohai, who appeared somewhat shy. Wishing to ensure his comfort as 2 unfamiliar faces joined the gathering, Yu Cheng then introduced Qian Shaohai to his father and brother, who politely addressed them as uncle and elder brother. Everyone settled down to begin the meal. Yuman and her mother-in-law sat together, while Qian Shaohai joined Yu Cheng. And Yu Dafu paired with Yu Zhou. Chengzi, did you truly prepare this? It is simply delectable, even surpassing the dishes from fine restaurants, exclaimed Yu Dafu after savoring a piece of braised pork, immediately reaching for another. It is truly exquisite. The meal was far more delectable than the last time he accompanied the village chief to the county town for fertilizer and dining out. However, he lacked the funds to dine at a restaurant, as the village chief was treating. Yu Zhou picked up a piece of braised pork and intended to savor it slowly. But it was so delicious that he swallowed it in an instant. This is truly delightful. Even the usually reticent Yu Zhou gave a thumbs up. Dafun, quickly bring me some wine. Such exquisite dishes cannot be enjoyed without a drink. Pandafin scolded, you're craving alcohol again. You have a heart condition and shouldn't drink excessively. Just a little, just a small cup, Yu Dafu replied, extending a finger and smiling charmingly. Within moments, Pandafin produced a long-preserved bottle of erguotu. Yu Cheng had originally planned to bring back a bottle of Matai but had forgotten in his haste. Uncle, why not drink the wine I bought? Qian Shaohai glanced at the remaining third of the erguotu on the table and hesitated before speaking. Ah, you brought some wine. Let us see what it is. Yu Dafu asked cheerfully. This young man was perceptive, knowing his fondness for alcohol. He felt this lad had more consideration than his own son, who had brought back any wine. Yu Cheng remained silent, retreating into his shell. He was unaware when this youngster had procured the wine. You old fool, are you already tipsy before even drinking? Stop rambling. Pandafin shot a glare at Yu Dafu, and then smiled apologetically at Qian Shaohai. Don't mind him, just let him enjoy this erguotu. Qian Shaohai shyly smiled. It's all right. And, Mom, let Dad have a drink. He is rarely this happy, Jiang Yuman urged her mother-in-law. Pandafin fell silent, though she felt uneasy about it. Yu Cheng rummaged through the pile of gifts for the wine. His mother had moved the gifts to the adjacent kitchen room, which was where they slept. Upon retrieving the wine, he was pleasantly surprised to find it was Matai, albeit from 1996, it was still quite expensive. Over $100 a bottle. This lad was willing to spend. He hadn't noticed this young man had bought wine, only the nutritional products. Clearly, he had purchased it for his father, Yu Dafu, who was in for a treat today. Come on, can you hurry up? Stop dawdling like an old woman. Yu Dafu's booming voice echoed again. I'm coming. The Yu family replied in unison, turning to leave. Yu Defu observed his younger son, who was enjoying the dishes he had personally prepared. His culinary skills could easily earn him a place in a restaurant. This lad appeared to have lost weight and darkened a bit, yet he seemed more spirited. Watching his daughter-in-law smile sweetly at his son, he realized something had changed. His son was no longer the carefree, aimless youth he once was. Here, Dad. Xiaohai got you this mitai, Yu Cheng said, casting a glance at Qian Xiaohai. Qian Xiaohai smiled broadly. In truth, it was his father's idea. Prior to his arrival, he had spoken with his parents on the phone. His father urged him to buy a bottle of mitai liquor, while his mother insisted he purchase some nutritional supplements, advising him not to arrive empty-handed. Thus, he complied. Chengzi, your culinary skills are impressive. I have never tasted such delectable dishes, Yu Shou remarked, believing his younger brother must have invested considerable effort in learning to cook. He was aware that, given his brother's capabilities, merely managing to cook the dishes thoroughly was commendable, let alone achieving a level of expertise. Brother, as long as you enjoy it, I shall prepare meals for you every day during your stay, Chengzi replied. However, in his heart, he pondered when he could persuade his elder brother to visit a major hospital in the city to examine his leg, hoping for a remedy. His brother, afflicted by polio in his youth and unable to afford timely treatment, now walked with a slight limp due to a minor imbalance in his left leg. Although Yu Zhou stood at a height of 180 centimeters, this ailment had thus far hindered him from marrying. As Chengzi contemplated his brother's condition, his father's voice interrupted his thoughts. Chengzi, is this mitai liquor? Yu Dafeng exclaimed, taken aback by the expensive nature of the drink. Though a native farmer, he had accompanied the village chief to town on several occasions and was aware of the liquor's price. Chengzi nodded in affirmation. Xiaohai, this liquor is too costly. I cannot partake. Such fine spirits are wasted on a rough old man like me, Yu Dafeng expressed, feeling it inappropriate to indulge in such luxury. Uncle, if you insist on saying that, then I shall cover the meals and accommodation for you, Qian Xiaohai declared, feigning formality. You, young man, are being overly formal. How much could meals possibly cost? Others would surely mock me if they knew, Yu Dafeng replied. Indeed, uncle, that is the case. Yu Cheng and I are good brothers. So please do not stand on ceremony, Qian Xiaohai insisted, casting meaningful glances towards Yu Cheng. After much persuasion from both Yu Cheng and Yu Man, they ultimately convinced Yu Dafeng. After their meal, Yu Dafeng took Yu Shou out again, claiming he needed to irrigate the fields in preparation for the rice harvest the following day. Since 2 people were sufficient for the task, Chengzi chose to remain behind and engage in conversation with their mother. Chapter 62. Watching TV and enjoying watermelon this evening. Likely due to the return of their son and daughter-in-law, along with the presence of guests, Yu Dafu and his son returned home earlier than usual. As the evening unfolded, it was Yu Cheng who took to the kitchen, while Jiang Yuman insisted on assisting with tasks within her capabilities, such as selecting the vegetables, removing the old ones, cleaning them meticulously, and washing them before cutting. At this time of year, cucumbers, eggplants, and green beans were abundant in the fields. Yu Dafu had also planted watermelons and melons. Just that afternoon, upon returning from work, he had harvested 2 sizable watermelons and several pounds of melons, which are also referred to as sweet melons in various regions, showcasing a multitude of names across different locales. Furthermore, there exists a variety that is green when young but turns plump and white as it matures. The ones cultivated at home, nourished by organic farm fertilizers, boasted an exceptionally sweet and delightful flavor. Their sweetness was not cloying like sugar, but rather embodied the fragrant sweetness characteristic of fresh fruit, far surpassing the taste of those grown in greenhouses using chemical fertilizers. Moreover, sweet melons contained numerous seeds, which some individuals would consume along with the flesh, as the inner pulp was quite delectable. Swallowing the seeds, however, posed no issue as they would be expelled undigested during a visit to the restroom. Subsequently, the discarded seeds would be used to nourish the soil for the next crop of chili peppers, resulting in a second yield of sweet melons known colloquially as autumn melons. Some individuals, aware of this, chose not to ingest the seeds, discarding them along with the pulp and only eating the flesh. In contemporary times, people have become more discerning, opting to eat the flesh with the skin peeled away. However, if one grows their own produce, concerns about pesticide residues become negligible. A thorough wash ensures they can be consumed with peace of mind. In the backyard, Pan Dafeng had also planted several tomato plants, specifically for her daughter-in-law, knowing she would return around this time each year. After dinner, everyone gathered together to watch television. The set, a 17-inch color screen, had been procured by Yudafu through the village chief, brought back from town. The funds for the television had been a collective effort, sourced from the earnings of Yusho's odd jobs and Pan Dafeng's cotton sales, all to ensure that the family could enjoy some television together during the festive season. For otherwise, the atmosphere could become quite stifling, especially with guests present. Currently, the television was airing Journey to the West, a beloved series cherished by audiences of all ages. One that could be watched repeatedly without losing its charm. Cheng was particularly fond of this show. Pan Dafeng sliced a large watermelon and brought it out for everyone to enjoy. She first offered a piece to Qin Xiaohai, saying, "Xiaohai, enjoy this watermelon. Grown right from our home in the countryside. These fruits are truly native to our land." As a guest, he was certainly to be indulged. "Thank you, Auntie." Qin Xiaohai replied with a beaming smile as he accepted the watermelon and took a hearty bite, exclaiming, "Auntie, your watermelons are truly sweet. Much sweeter than those sold in the city, even if they have a few more seeds." The next piece Pan Dafeng offered was to Yuman. Selecting a slice from the center, which is usually the sweetest part, as the ends tend to be less flavorful. "Yuman, enjoy a slice of watermelon. But remember to spit out the seeds. Be careful not to swallow them," Pan Dafeng advised as she placed the watermelon in Yuman's hands. Jiang Yuman smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Mom. Gentlemen, please help yourselves." Pan Dafeng, having taken a piece of watermelon, settled beside Yuman. The so-called gentlemen were left to fend for themselves. The term gentleman is a colloquial reference to adult men in rural areas. "Is this melon sweet, Yuman?" Pan Dafeng inquired, munching on her watermelon while engaging in conversation with her daughter-in-law. "Yes, Mom, it's delightful and very sweet," Jiang Yuman replied with a smile. However, she noted that being pregnant, she should not overindulge, as it could lead to discomfort. "It's delicious, but moderation is key. I've also prepared some tomatoes for you," Pan Dafeng mentioned. This year, she had specifically sent Yudafu to the county to procure seeds, the kind meant for consumption as fruit, small yet succulent. Noticing that Qin Xiaohai had nearly finished his piece, Pan Dafeng set down her own watermelon, stood up, and offered him a larger, more vibrant slice. "Xiaohai, don't be shy. Treat this place as your home." Concerned that the young man might feel embarrassed, she insisted. "Thank you, Auntie. You're so kind," he exclaimed, realizing he hadn't had his fill yet. To his surprise, Annie offered him another piece. The watermelon was indeed delicious. Typically, he would only have one slice at home. "Xiaohai, here you need tea stand on ceremony. Consider this your homecoming," Yudafu said, gnawing on his watermelon with slurred speech. "You and my brother are friends. So feel at ease," Yusho added, rarely contributing to the conversation. Xiaohai nodded, appreciating the warmth and sincerity of the Yu family, which starkly contrasted with the guarded nature of city dwellers. "Xiaohai, be more relaxed. This isn't the city. Whatever we eat, you should feel free to enjoy," Cheng stated candidly. "Understood, Brother Cheng. You are like a brother to me. I'll treat this place as my own home," he expressed, relishing the camaraderie of their gathering. Pan Dafeng brought over a small plate of cherry tomatoes and placed it in Jiang Yuman's hands. "Yuman, enjoy. These are just for you. They aren't tea for anyone else." She was unsure why the tomato yield had been scant, thus allowing only her daughter-in-law to partake. Upon seeing the cherry tomatoes, Cheng realized his mother had grown them specially for Yuman. "Thank you, Mom." Jiang Yuman felt a wave of gratitude. Her in-laws had always treated her kindly, and her elder brother acted as if she were his own sister. "I thought these would be just right for you, sweet and tangy, so I planted a few," Pan Dafeng replied with a smile. "Mom, you should try one too," Jiang Yuman insisted, forcing one into her mother-in-law's mouth. Pan Dafeng's face contorted in surprise, thinking to herself how exceedingly sour it was. Yet her daughter-in-law savored them with delight. Sour men and spicy women. As everyone gathered around the television, enjoying the fruits and engaging in cheerful banter, a harmonious atmosphere enveloped them. Even Qin Xiaohai found this simple life quite agreeable. Chapter 63. Discussing with parents the matter of eldest brother's leg time is of the essence. Everyone should retire early for the night. Yudafu mused, contemplating the early start required for harvesting rice the following day. A good night's rest is essential for a spirited morning. "Dad, I will accompany you and my brother to the fields tomorrow, while Mom and Yuman can prepare the meals at home," Cheng interjected. In previous years, Yuman had assisted their parents before returning home to cook. However, this year was different. She had returned home herself, and with her pregnancy, it was out of the question for her to toil in the fields. Now, in late July, the sun blazed with an unforgiving intensity, capable of scorching one's skin and causing it to peel. Their mother's rheumatoid arthritis would flare up after prolonged exposure to the muddy fields, and on particularly dreary days. She had struggled even to rise from her bed. Thus, he was resolute in not allowing her to partake in the arduous task of harvesting rice. Xiao Hai, you should remain at home and assist with drying the rice instead. It is far more comfortable to help at home than to labor in the fields. Yu Dafu nodded in agreement. Chengzi, let us follow your plan, but do not complain of fatigue later. While he spoke with a teasing tone, he felt a swell of joy within. His younger son had taken the initiative to offer his help, a significant step forward. As for his daughter-in-law, Jiang Yuman, he would not permit her to work in the fields either. His late wife had discreetly informed him of her pregnancy, and it made sense why she appeared a bit fuller this time. Indeed, they were expecting their first grandchild, a precious addition to the Yu family, deserving of utmost care. Upon hearing Yu Cheng's insistence that he stay at home, Qian Xiaoai immediately protested. Brother Yu Cheng, I, too, wish to join you in the rice fields. How can I be left behind at home? As a young man, he could not fathom idling away at home. He had come not merely as a visitor, but to experience the rigors of rural life. Despite being a university student, he felt no sense of superiority. Xiao Hai, harvesting rice is laborious and exhausting. It would be best for you to remain at home, Pan Dafeng interjected, doubting the capabilities of a city-bred student to handle such strenuous work. After all, he was a guest. The lad had likely never engaged in such labor and might underestimate its demands, thinking it to be a novelty. In this sweltering heat, merely standing idle could lead to unbearable sunburn. Not just you, even my own son. I wonder if he could endure half a day of such toil, she reflected, recalling how her son often sought to avoid work, unlike his diligent brother. Aunt, we are young and unafraid. You need not worry, he insisted, resolved not to remain idle at home. Xiao Hai, with Chengzi going to the fields, it is sufficient. You should heed your aunt's advice and assist her at home. Yu Dafu thought to himself that the young man likely had no knowledge of how to dry rice. However, with his wife and daughter-in-law at home, a little assistance would certainly be welcome. Dad, Mom, please allow Xiao Hai to join us. I will keep an eye on him, Yu Cheng said, well aware of his parents' concerns regarding Qian Xiaohai's ability to endure such labor. Seeing Qian Xiaohai's determination to join them, Yu Cheng felt compelled to intervene. Xiao Hai, it would be prudent for you to retire early. Tomorrow, we must rise at 5 o'clock. It is advisable to leave sooner to avoid the scorching sun. Pan Dafeng instructed her elder son. The room designated for her eldest, the largest and most spacious, was separated by 2 adjoining rooms, accommodating 2 beds for guests. She had replaced the bedding with new items, as she routinely washed and sun-dried the linens after visitors departed. Xiao Hai, let us proceed. Mind the threshold, Yu Shou cautioned. The threshold of their home was somewhat elevated, and one unaccustomed could easily stumble. I understand, Brother Yu Shou, Qian Xiao Hai replied, carefully observing the ground. Yu Cheng watched his elder brother's imposing figure, his gaze lingering on his left leg, deep in thought. In a past life, Yu Shou had met a young woman named Ma Xiaohong in 1998 through an introduction. After a few months of courtship, they decided to marry. However, the bride's family demanded a dowry of 10,000 yuan, a considerable sum in rural areas at that time. Their parents believed that with his circumstances, Yu Shou could find a suitable partner for companionship in his later years, and they reluctantly agreed. They cobbled together the sum and presented it as a wedding gift. On the day of the wedding, however, the bride left a letter, eloping with another man, declaring her apologies to Yu Shou and admitting she was already with child, marrying him solely for the dowry. Yu Shou could not bear the blow and tragically took his own life by ingesting pesticide. At that time, Yu Cheng was struggling elsewhere and only learned of the event later, but it was too late. His brother was gone. Their mother was nearly blinded by grief, and their father suffered a heart attack, undergoing surgery to save his life. The elderly couple lived in perpetual guilt. The death of Yuman only deepened their emotional distance. Yu Cheng had endured a suffocating existence, burdened by remorse for much of his life. Now that he had returned, he was determined to prevent a similar tragedy from occurring. With this resolve, Yu Cheng declared, Father, Mother, once the harvest is complete, I wish to take brother for a thorough examination at the city hospital. We cannot allow him to suffer in this manner for a lifetime. He glanced at Yuman, concerned that she might be displeased, as treatment would undoubtedly incur significant expenses. Jiang Yuman felt delighted that Yu Cheng was showing concern for the family, dispelling any notion of displeasure. Previously, her elder brother had always taken care of her, often shouldering the heavier tasks and defending her against others. She lamented the misfortune of her tall brother, whose leg hindered him from seeking employment, as he faced constant rejection. Yu Cheng, Pursue whatever you wish. I shall support you, Jiang Yuman encouraged, exchanging glances with the elderly couple, aware they might worry about her aspirations. Thank you, Yuman, Cheng said, squeezing his wife's hand. Chengsi, a visit to the city may require substantial funds. Pan Dafeng finally voiced her concerns. With Yuman expecting another child and not currently employed, only Yu Cheng was earning a wage, which was scarcely sufficient. In their humble abode, they toiled throughout the year, scraping by in a meager existence. The father and son occasionally took on odd jobs, yet their income was scant, barely sufficient to sustain their livelihood. The elderly man's heart condition required monthly medication, adding to their financial burdens. Yu Dafeng raised his head and declared, Dafeng, if there is hope for Josie's leg, we shall exhaust all our resources to seek treatment, even if it means selling half of this house. Indeed, as long as there is hope, we shall pursue it, affirmed Pan Dafeng with a resolute nod. She felt a profound sense of regret for her eldest son throughout her life. Father, mother, you need not worry about finances. There is no way I would allow you to sell the house. Where would you live if you sold it? I could never let you part with this home, built from every drop of sweat shed by father and my elder brother. Please, do not sell the house. Let us first assess my brother's situation, he implored. The in-laws harbored deep guilt regarding Yusho, as financial constraints in his youth had delayed necessary treatment, resulting in his disability. His education had ended prematurely after middle school. Perhaps we could inquire with my father to see if he knows any qualified orthopedic specialists, suggested Jiang Yuman, recalling that her father was the deputy director and likely had connections. That would be splendid, Yuman, but concerning your parents, Pan Dafeng was initially elated. Yet her joy waned at the thought that her daughter-in-law's parents had never approved of their union and might be reluctant to assist. Yuman, do you think your father would agree to help? It is truly embarrassing that our son has wronged your daughter, and they did not even provide a wedding gift. Yu Dafeng had always felt a sense of indebtedness towards his in-laws. Jiang Yuman could easily discern the apprehensions of the elder couple. In the past, her parents would have certainly disapproved, but she was now confident they would wholeheartedly agree. She nudged Yu Chen and said, Yu Cheng, you speak. Yu Cheng nodded and reassured. Father, mother, rest assured, my in-laws have already consented to our marriage, so they will undoubtedly lend their assistance. That is wonderful indeed. The elderly couple chimed in unison. Thus, the matter was settled. They exchanged a few more words before retiring for the night. For tomorrow they would face the arduous labor ahead. Chapter 64. My Beloved. My silly wife Yu Cheng and Jiang Yuman continued to sleep in the same room as before. After freshening up, they climbed into bed. The bed remained the same hard-board one, and as they lay upon it, even the slightest movement elicited a sound. Yuman, please stay home with your mother tomorrow. Do not venture outside, especially not in the glaring sun. If you must go out, ensure that she accompanies you, and do not forget to wear a sun hat. Yu Cheng advised, his concern evident. Rest assured, Yu Cheng, I am not a delicate panda from a zoo, Jiang Yuman retorted, sensing his overprotectiveness. At nearly 3 months pregnant, she had begun to show a slight roundness, a natural consequence of carrying twins, which made her appear larger than those expecting just one. In our family, you are as cherished as a panda. You are our national treasure, Yu Cheng playfully remarked, blowing gently against her neck, sending delightful shivers down her spine. Yuman recoiled slightly, casting an annoyed glance at him. It was clear he was well aware of her ticklishness and was teasing her deliberately. As she squirmed to free herself from his embrace, she realized she remained firmly held in his arms. Darling, please refrain from moving too much, Yu Cheng rasped. Unbeknownst to him, her slight movements had ignited a fervor within him, akin to a ball of dough about to burst in hot oil. Yu Cheng stifled his desire, remaining still. Upon hearing the unusual tone in his voice, Yuman raised her head slightly to find his face flushed, instantly understanding the situation. She obediently stilled herself, not daring to move again. It had been 3 months since they had shared intimacy. For a spirited young man like Yu Cheng, such restraint was tormenting. How about? Jiang Yuman whispered, her voice barely audible. Yet, Yu Cheng caught her words. What is it? He inquired hoarsely. At 26, he was no longer an innocent youth. He had gleaned a thing or two from the stories shared by a colleague at work who often entertained everyone with playful anecdotes. Well, Jiang Yuman leaned closer. Yu Cheng cupped her delicate face in his hands, showering her with fervent kisses, on her hair, eyes, nose, earlobes, finally lingering on her crimson lips. Perhaps due to her growing trust in him and the deepening of their feelings, she gradually reciprocated his tender yet audacious kisses. After a while, they parted, gasping for oxygen, their breaths mingling in the air. Yuman's face was flushed, and she was slightly breathless. Darling, I feel a bit warm. I'll take a shower. Cheng announced, rising from the bed, mindful of avoiding any awkward encounters with his mother the next day. Jiang Yuman shyly nodded, burying her face in the blankets. Thank you, my love. You've worked hard. Cheng affectionately pressed a kiss to her forehead before heading to the well in the backyard. Jiang Yuman lay in bed, awaiting his return, her mind restless and devoid of sleep. Upon hearing the gentle sound of flowing water from the backyard, she realized that it must be Cheng washing with well water. Why did this fool not know to use the hot water from the pot on the kitchen stove? The pot, situated near the chimney, contained warm water specifically intended for washing. Recalling the earlier incident, Jiang Yuman felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. This was the first time she had taken such initiative since marrying him. These notions were not innate to her, but were discreetly imparted by a senior female colleague at her workplace, who advised her to prevent her husband from being enamored with other women during this period. As for the possibility of her husband straying, Jiang Yuman had not considered it, perhaps subconsciously choosing to trust him. Yet, she found herself feeling a touch of pity for him. Consequently, she employed the method suggested by the aforementioned colleague. Oh no. She wondered if Cheng would think she had learned something inappropriate or perceive her as a wicked woman. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Jiang Yuman began to fret. Alas, having already acted, what could she do now? Had she known it would come to this? Perhaps it would have been better to disregard him altogether. Just as Jiang Yuman tossed and turned in bed, lost in her thoughts, Cheng entered after his shower. Yuman, why are you still awake? He heard the creaking of the bed as he stepped in, indicating her wakefulness. I can't sleep, Jiang Yuman replied, peeking her head out from under the covers. Cheng, are you finished washing? As soon as she uttered the question, she regretted it. Wasn't it rather redundant to ask? Given that if he hadn't finished, why would he enter the room? Cheng paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes, I'm done. Yuman, you should get some rest. It's getting late. He remained oblivious to Jiang Yuman's unease. Cheng, do you think I'm a bad woman? Unable to restrain herself, Jiang Yuman blurted out, as the thought had been nagging at her all night. Yuman, why do you ask such a thing? Cheng, caught off guard, inquired with innocence. It's just that way. Jiang Yuman wished she could bite her own tongue. Haraha. Only then did Cheng grasp the situation, unable to suppress his laughter. Cheng, if you keep laughing, I won't talk to you anymore, Jiang Yuman retorted, turning her back in embarrassment and indignation. My silly wife. Cheng gently turned her around and embraced her. Jiang Yuman gazed at Cheng with her enchanting fox-like eyes. Wife, I actually really like it, his deep, husky voice whispered in her ear. You are so naughty. Realizing his playful intentions, Jiang Yuman playfully punched him a few times. Wife, don't be angry. I was just teasing you. It's late. Let's sleep, or else I won't be able to get up in the morning. And my father will come at me with a broom, Cheng said, half joking yet sincere. All right, let's sleep. Acknowledging that they needed to rise early the next day, Jiang Yuman obediently nodded, snuggling into Cheng's embrace with her eyes closed. Thus, they drifted into a peaceful slumber together. Outside, the moon quietly ascended the treetops, casting its gentle light upon the windowsill. Chapter 65. Harvesting rice. The following day, Cheng rose quietly, donning his clothes with care. Casting a glance at Jiang Yuman, who lay peacefully asleep on the bed, he could not help but smile. Leaning down to plant a gentle kiss upon her cherry-like lips before heading to the kitchen to freshen up. Mother, you are up so early, Cheng remarked, glancing at his watch, which read 4:50, still shy of 5 o'clock. Rising early to prepare breakfast, gather meals, and later chop fodder for the pigs and mix feed for the chickens, Pan Doffing replied, as she stoked the fire in the stove, her eyes falling upon her son. You've risen without needing a call. That's quite rare, she noted. Cheng agreed, reflecting on the numerous tasks ahead. Once they returned with the harvested grain, there would still be drying to do. Mother, where are father and brother? He inquired while brushing his teeth and washing his face. They are in the hall, preparing baskets, sickles, and such, Pan Doffing answered, shifting the last pieces of wood with a pair of tongs, revealing several plump sweet potatoes. She brushed off the ash covering them, allowing them to cool. The aroma of roasted sweet potatoes wafted into Cheng's nostrils, a familiar and comforting scent. His eyes brightened at the realization that his mother had prepared sweet potatoes, a poignant memory from his childhood and an essential snack during their youthful days. Mother, the sweet potatoes smell delightful. Take some with you for the journey. There is no time for a proper meal this early, she advised, having thought that porridge alone would not suffice to stave off hunger. The sweet potatoes, well preserved in the cellar, were fresh and likely sweeter now due to slight moisture evaporation. During the busy farming season, many families in the countryside forego breakfast to begin work early, often returning around 8 o'clock for their first meal. Life in the countryside differs from that in the city, where breakfast is focused on nutrition and simplicity. In rural areas, it is merely about filling the stomach to gain strength for labor, hence it is referred to as early rice rather than breakfast. Chingzi, take this basket. It contains sweet potatoes and a few boiled eggs. You can snack on them during your journey. Also, grab that kettle of water from the table. You'll want something to drink later, Pan Dafeng instructed, wrapping the sweet potatoes in an old garment and placing the eggs in a bowl, gathering everything into the basket. Understood, mother. I'll take these right away. By the way, let Yuman sleep a little longer. Pregnant women need ample rest. I know. No need for you to remind me. You finally learned to care for your wife. It's a wonder you didn't tea before, Pan Dafeng teased with a smile. Mother, I was just a foolish child before. I won't be like that anymore, Cheng replied with a sheepish grin, acknowledging his past carelessness. All right, off you go. Your father and brother are likely almost ready, she waved him off. Nodding, Cheng sighed, lifting the basket and making his way to the hall. The hall was spacious. Typically used for drying harvested grain before it was stored in a large wooden container known colloquially as a grain bin. As he entered the hall, he noticed the main door had already been opened, revealing the faint light of dawn. The path ahead was visible, yet the distance beyond remained shrouded in a gray haze. Father was organizing the baskets for harvesting grain, which contained several sickles and a few straw hats. Wearing a straw hat was essential. The summer sun was exceedingly harsh, capable of causing heat stroke. Meanwhile, my elder brother Yujo was outside tending to the threshing machine, applying a few drops of oil to the axle to ensure ease of operation later. At that moment, Qian Shaoai also arose, preparing to wash up in the kitchen. Shaoai, are you really going to harvest rice dressed like that? Cheng remarked, noticing the boy in a short-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of shorts. It was one thing to get tanned, but to risk being cut by the prickly stalks was another matter entirely. In this sweltering weather, are you suggesting I wear long sleeves and pants? Qian Shaohai retorted with a dismissive smile, only to realize that everyone else was clad in long sleeves and trousers. Did you forget to bring any long-sleeved shirts or long pants? Qian Shaohai nodded, acknowledging that he had only packed 2 or 3 sets of summer clothing. You can wear mine, though it might be a tad large, Cheng offered, as he was slightly taller than Qian Shaohai, who was approximately 178 centimeters. All right, Qian Shaohai agreed, trusting Cheng's judgment. I'll fetch the clothes. You go wash up in the kitchen. We're about to leave. Cheng glanced at the time. It was already 5:10. Upon hearing they were about to depart, Qian Shaohai hurried to the kitchen to wash up. Within 2 minutes, he returned, and Cheng handed him the clothes. Qian Shaohai quickly went to his room to change, planning to wear his own clothes again after taking a shower that evening. After washing his clothes, he would be able to wear them again the next day. Father, brother, Shaohai, have some sweet potatoes and eggs. Cheng called out. Mother prepared them this morning. It's best to eat well before working. He distributed the sweet potatoes and eggs from the basket. It was the first time Qian Shaohai tasted sweet potatoes cooked over a wood fire from their own farm, and he couldn't help but exclaim how delicious they were. Seeing him finish, Cheng offered him another helping. You're certainly at the age where you can eat a lot. Once everyone was satisfied, they set off. Elder brother Yujo carried the threshing machine on a pole, while father pulled a cart that held 2 bamboo trays. The cart was intended for transporting the grain, allowing them to haul it back without the burden of carrying it on their shoulders, which would be far too laborious. A load of freshly threshed rice could weigh over 100 pounds, enough to chafe the skin on one's shoulders. In severe cases, it could lead to swelling, making it difficult to sleep at night. Those who had never farmed would not understand the toil involved. Thus, it was vital to cherish every grain. Indeed, the saying holds true, who knows the toil behind every morsel on the plate? This phrase perfectly encapsulates the reality of their labor, without a hint of exaggeration. Qian Shaohai carried 2 baskets, which held straw hats, sickles, and 2 large oilcloths about 2 meters wide. The oilcloth was used for sifting the grain. The grain from the threshing machine needed to be sifted with a perforated bamboo tray before being packed into the baskets. Cheng also carried 2 baskets, placing a water bottle and a drinking bowl inside one of them. They only took 1 bowl, as country folk do not have many such luxuries. Their family possesses approximately 8 acres of land. It takes a week to harvest 1 acre each day. Initially, they did not have so much land, however. In pursuit of greater income, the parents cultivated a bit of someone else's land as well. The specifics of their surplus remain unclear, as he has never taken an interest in such matters at home. Along the way, Qian Shaohai was exuberant, engaging in lively conversation with Yudafu, creating a sense of camaraderie that transcended their age difference. They occasionally encountered acquaintances from the village, who gazed at Yu Cheng with expressions of astonishment. Yu Cheng has returned to harvest rice? Isn't it usually his wife who comes to help? Indeed. The sun must have risen in the west for this fellow to return home to assist. I doubt he will last half a day. Yu Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, forcing himself to greet them. Hello, Uncle Fu. Hello, Uncle Lu. Hello, Aunt Chunhua. Yudafu shot a glare at his younger son. Yu Cheng. Ah, it is all my fault. Chapter 66. The rice harvest. The fields belonging to their family were quite expansive, with even the smallest plot measuring 5 tenths, while 10 tenths equated to an acre. Typically, the rice closest to home would be harvested first, leaving the distant fields for later. However, if any rice had already begun to bend under its own weight, it was imperative to harvest it promptly. Otherwise, the moisture in the soil, coupled with the slight presence of water, would cause the drooping grains to sprout, rendering them useless except for fodder for chickens and ducks. Fortunately, their rice stood tall and straight, with only the ears bending gracefully. Upon arrival, Yuzhou set down the threshing machine and began the assembly. Yudafu removed his liberation shoes, brandishing a sickle as he ventured into the field. Crouching low, bending at the waist, he wielded a gleaming sickle, cutting the rice stalks in the direction where they leaned slightly, one by one. He gathered them neatly, aligning pairs on the bund, forming small piles of rice. To make room for the threshing machine, also known as a grain thresher, the freshly cut rice needed to be placed on the bund, ensuring that the ears faced one direction and the stalks another. This arrangement would facilitate the threshing process later. Each handful was stacked in an orderly, crisscross fashion for convenience. Ideally, each bundle contained 7 to 8 stalks. However, for more robust rice plants, 4 to 5 stalks sufficed. Too many in a grass became unwieldy, leading to a less efficient threshing process and potential waste. Yudafu was an adept farmer, his speed remarkable. Rows of rice fell in succession, and within moments, 7 or 8 piles emerged on the bund, leaving a clear patch of land in the field. Shaohai, wait until I and my brother set down the threshing machine before you come down, Yu Cheng called out as he noticed Qian Shaohai, eager to join them in the field. Envious of Yudafu's swift harvesting, Qian Shaohai watched in admiration, wishing to try his hand at it. All right, he exclaimed, standing by the small ditch, watching the clear water where little fish swam playfully. Before long, the threshing machine was set up. The 2 adjacent fields belonged to their family, encompassing approximately 1 acre and 2 tenths. The presence of a harvesting machine would have expedited the process significantly. However, in this era, such machinery was not widely accessible, necessitating manual labor. Even if a harvesting machine were available, his parents would hesitate to spend money on its services. Shaohai, you can come down now, Yu Cheng called to Qian Shaohai. Eagerly, Qian Shaohai scampered down, removing his shoes and placing them on the bund. At this moment, Yuzhou had already stepped onto the threshing machine and began the threshing process. Threshing was not particularly challenging. Yu Cheng was familiar with it from prior experience. Grasping the heads of the rice, he fed them into the machine, ensuring his grip remained firm. Caution was essential. A moment's lapse could result in a dangerous situation. As he rhythmically pressed the pedal beneath his feet, the grains fell with a satisfying crackle into the rectangular wooden barrel below. The hands must turn the rice back and forth repeatedly, and after 2 rotations, the grains are nearly threshed clean. Many individuals habitually strike it twice more for a thorough cleaning. Then, the threshed rice stalks are spread out and tossed into the field to dry. It is crucial not to scatter them haphazardly, as they will be dried for later use as fuel for enriching the soil. However, the stalks from the late rice harvest are not burned. Instead, they are reserved as fodder for the plowing oxen throughout the winter. Shaohai, observe how I cut it. Later, you will try it yourself, but take your time at first. What if you cut too quickly and hurt yourself? All right, Qian Shaohai replied earnestly from the side. Yudafu, listening to his younger son, thought to himself that he was only half knowledgeable yet was teaching others. Nevertheless, he refrained from speaking up, allowing his son to teach, thus preserving his enthusiasm. In truth, Yudafu overthought the matter. Yu Cheng was merely lazy, not incapable. Yuzhou glanced curiously at his younger brother. A smile gracing his lips, this brother of his was finally learning to do something. Shaohai, your left hand should grasp the rice stalk about 1/3 of the way from the ground, while your right hand holds the sickle, gripping the handle 2 centimeters away. This way, you won't cut your hands while harvesting. Yu Cheng demonstrated as he spoke. Qian Shaohai nodded repeatedly. surprised that what appeared so simple had so many intricacies. And your feet should be slightly apart, not too close together, or you risk cutting your feet instead of your hands. Cheng further illustrated the proper stance. I understand. Brother Cheng, can I start now? Xiao glanced towards Dafting, who had already harvested a substantial area, feeling a bit anxious. What's the rush? I haven't finished explaining yet. When cutting rice, it should be done in one direction for efficiency and uniformity. Watch me demonstrate, and then you can proceed at your own pace. There's no need to hurry at the beginning. With that, Cheng began to harvest the rice, starting slowly to allow Xiao to observe clearly. I got it. Brother Cheng. Xiao attentively watched the demonstration twice before starting himself. Cheng nodded and began cutting as well. Dafing and Zhou listened, amazed by Cheng's detailed instruction to Xiao, reminiscent of a teacher guiding a student. Was this truly the same Cheng from their family? His explanations were remarkably clear. One wondered how he would perform in practice. Swish, swish, swish. In no time, a pile formed, then another. Cheng swiftly cleared a large area, surpassing Dafing in the blink of an eye. After all, he was youthful. Dad, I'm surpassing you. You're getting old. Cheng declared triumphantly. Dafing widened his eyes in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this impudent lad had indeed outpaced him. If his memory served him right. This boy had hardly harvested rice before, yet his speed. Dad, little brother has truly surpassed you. Zhou chuckled, taking a breather as his feet grew weary. Though his left foot had issues, standing for long periods was uncomfortable for it. Seizing the moment, he glanced over at Cheng and the others. Wait for me. For I am still in my prime. Let us engage in a contest, said Dafu, his spirit unyielding as he quickened his pace. Uncle, brother Cheng, you both are exceedingly swift. Xiao watched in envy as they worked with such fervor, feeling himself lag far behind. Take your time, Xiao. This is your first attempt. And merely avoiding injury is a fortune. Cheng recalled his own inaugural experience, where he had inadvertently cut his finger and promptly refused to continue. Xiao, in comparison to Cheng's earlier self, was indeed making significant strides. Determined, he thought to himself, I must exert myself further. I cannot allow myself to be embarrassed. The three of them began an unspoken competition, swiftly cutting down a vast expanse of crops. Cheng glanced at the abundant rice in the field. There was an overwhelming amount, and his elder brother was struggling to keep up. The rice could not be left to dry for too long, lest it become soft and difficult to thresh. With this thought, he took a handful and approached, saying, Brother, take a break. Let me assist. He wished for his brother to rest, as he could not stand for extended periods. However, he had never considered such matters before. It's fine. I'm not tired. Zhou chuckled foolishly. Brother, you should step aside and let this young rascal take over. Dafu called out from a distance. Allowing the elder brother a moment of respite was a welcome idea. At least the youngest son was beginning to display some sense. Look, brother, even father has spoken. Cheng finished the task at hand and promptly seized the rice from his elder brother's hands. Zhou, with no alternative, moved to the ridge of the field, where he sat and took a moment to rest, sipping some water. Xiao, take a breather. Go drink some water, Cheng shouted to Xiao. Cheng. I am not thirsty, Xiao replied, resolute in his determination to finish the section before taking a break. This lad was indeed unafraid of hard work. Chapter 67. Feeding the pigs, drying the rice around 6 o'clock. Jiang Yuman also rose from her slumber. She made her way to the kitchen, preparing to brush her teeth and wash her face, when she heard her mother-in-law's voice behind her. Yuman, why not sleep a little longer? Pan Dafin thought it best to let Yuman wake naturally, as she could handle the household chores herself. Mom, I've had enough rest, Jiang Yuman replied, scooping a ladle of hot water from the stove to wash up in the backyard. Pan Dafin retrieved 2 boiled eggs that she had kept warm in a pot and placed them in a bowl. She also took out 2 sweet potatoes that had been simmering, still warm from the residual heat of the stove. By this time, Jiang Yuman had finished washing up, neatly placing the basin and hanging the towel. Yuman, come quickly. Eat something to fill your stomach. Breakfast will be ready in a little while. If you feel sleepy after eating, you can take another nap. There are still 2 hours until breakfast. This should suffice. Looking at the eggs and sweet potatoes on the table, Jiang Yuman asked, Mom, have you eaten? I have eaten, but you haven't. Hurry and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. I'll go feed the chickens. You sit for a bit. She had indeed eaten, but had not boiled her own egg, opting instead to prepare an extra one for her daughter-in-law. Knowing that a pregnant woman must supplement her nutrition, she sighed, contemplating the possibility of slaughtering a chicken that afternoon to nourish Yuman. Mom, I can't eat that much. Could you do me a favor and help me eat one? Jiang Yuman playfully suggested, placing an egg directly into her mother-in-law's apron pocket. She was well aware that her mother-in-law had not eaten an egg. You silly girl. How can you eat so little? There are two little ones who need food as well. Pan Dafin insisted, trying to offer the egg back to her. Jiang Yuman quickly dodged, saying, Mom, I still have sweet potatoes. They're my favorite. If I eat 2 eggs, I won't have room for sweet potatoes. And I may not even manage to eat breakfast later. Seeing her daughter-in-law's reluctance, Pan Dafin finally sat down to join her for a meal. Mom, I can help you chop the pig feed later, Jiang Yuman remarked, enjoying her sweet potatoes. The family raised 3 pigs, the largest weighing nearly 200 pounds, and the smallest around 70 or 80 pounds. She had noticed them while using the restroom, often hearing their snorts and grunts from her position. Pigs typically needed a year before they could be sold, and although Jiang Yuman had not directly cared for them, she understood a bit about their needs. They were fed 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, similar to humans. Many farmers relied on selling pigs to earn a little money during the new year. It had been a long time since she had tasted sweet potatoes grown in her own fields. They were truly delightful. Jiang Yuman could not resist licking the remnants of sweet potato from the corner of her lips. No need. I've already chopped and cooked the pig feed. Once I feed the chickens, I will take care of the 3 pigs, Pan Dafin shook her head. Then I will go feed the pigs, Jiang Yuman insisted. After all, sitting idly was not an option. She was the last to rise in the household, feeling quite embarrassed about it. Just moments ago, her mother-in-law had suggested that she eat something before returning to bed. It was not merely a matter of being unable to sleep, but even if she could, the thought of it made her feel awkward. No need. I shall feed the chickens first and let them out shortly, Pan Dafin thought, hoping that the pigs would not frighten the daughter-in-law. Each time she poured the pig feed, the pigs would dive headfirst into the trough, their mouths filled with food. They would occasionally grunt, and when displeased, they would nudge the trough with their snouts, appearing rather fierce. Usually, at such times, she would strike the trough with a spoon to restore order, allowing them to continue eating. Jiang Yuman glanced at the basket of sweet potato vines on the ground, aware that this would serve as the pig's midday meal. With a quick thought, she resolved, All right, mother, you tend to the chickens. I shall sit for a moment after I've had my fill. In her mind, she estimated that her mother-in-law would take at least 20 minutes to feed the chickens, as she needed to ensure that they finished eating before letting them out to frolic. The household also kept 2 geese that required feeding. They primarily consumed vegetables and some grass, which needed to be chopped finely for feeding, making it a bit of a challenge for cleanliness. Seeing her daughter-in-law relent, Pan Dafin finally carried the prepared chicken feed to the backyard. The innermost part of the yard was divided by a rectangular passageway, approximately 1 meter wide and 3 meters long, allowing the chickens to move freely while foraging. As Jiang Yuman observed her mother-in-law enter the backyard, she hastily grabbed a small stool and took a handful of sweet potato vines, placing them under the cutting tool. This tool, specifically designed for slicing sweet potato vines, had been crafted by her father-in-law and was exceptionally effective. In rural families, it was common for households to create such cutting tools. The sweet potato vines were bundled, making them convenient to cut. In the past, Yuman had assisted with these tasks when returning to Daxing, initially taking her time but becoming quicker with practice. In less than 20 minutes, Jiang Yuman had finished slicing the entire basket of sweet potato vines. She swiftly gathered them back into the container. And just as she completed her task, she heard Cheng calling from the doorway, Mom, we're back. Jiang Yuman opened the small bamboo gate and stepped outside, spotting Cheng and Qian Shaohai pushing a cart back home. Cheng was pulling from the front while Qian Shaohai pushed from behind, both drenched in sweat. Where's Mom? Cheng inquired. Dad said we should hurry and spread this grain out to dry. We need to return to help. Cheng set the cart down steadily and asked, Mom is feeding the chickens. She should be nearly done. Jiang Yuman estimated the timing. Why are you 2 back so early today? The cart was laden with 4 baskets filled with grain, likely weighing around 300 pounds. Yuman turned to fetch 2 towels from the bamboo pole under the eaves, handing them to Cheng and Qian Shaohai. You 2 should wipe off your sweat. Rest for a bit. After a brief respite, they felt considerably better. This heat is unbearable, Cheng remarked. You and Shaohai, please carry the drying mats from under the eaves to the large lawn behind the house, Jiang Yuman instructed, pointing to the 3 or 4 rolled-up mats. Cheng immediately understood, recalling how he had often watched his mother spread the grain out to dry during his childhood. The two hurriedly carried their load to the expansive lawn behind the house, a designated area for drying grain and other items. As it was the closest spot for their family, with others from farther away reluctant to come, they untied the ropes securing the drying mat, spreading it apart and laying it out side by side. Jiang Yuman had already brought a clean broom to sweep the mat, although it had been swept during packing. Time had accumulated a layer of dust. "Yuman, let me do the sweeping. Stand back a bit so you don't choke," Cheng said, taking the broom and began to sweep briskly. Then, he and Xiao pushed the cart over together. They poured the grain onto the mat, using the grass rake brought by Jiang Yuman to spread it out. Each mat held a load of grain, spread thinly to facilitate drying. "Yuman, we'll head back to help out now. Just let your mother know here. She knows what to do," Cheng said with a smile, gently ruffling Yuman's hair. "Chengzi, you're back and didn't call for Mom." "Oh dear. Yuman, you mustn't do such heavy work," Pan Dafeng exclaimed, having come to find Yuman after feeding the pigs. "Mom, I didn't do anything. It was you Cheng and Xiao who did it," Jiang Yuman explained. "Xiao, thank you for your hard work." Pan Dafeng felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the young man. "Mom, enough talk. Please hurry and prepare dinner. We're hungry and need to eat when we get back," Cheng said, as he and Xiao pushed the cart away. Chapter 68, My Dear Wife. The soup is yours on the first day. Everyone was fully committed to their work, and astonishingly, for individuals managed to complete 2 acres of land. Although they were all exhausted, akin to deflated balloons, they had expended all their energy without any means of replenishment. Yudafu and Yusho fared slightly better, as they toiled daily in the fields. However, Cheng and Xiao suffered the most, particularly Xiao, who was accustomed to the comforts of the big city and had never endured such hardship. "Chengzi, Xiao, go wash up in the backyard. Dinner will be ready soon," Pan Dafeng advised her younger son and Xiao. "A bath will certainly make you feel more comfortable." "Got it, Mom," Cheng replied, nudging the muddy Xiao. Xiao nodded in understood, and Cheng helped Xiao to his feet, and they proceeded to the backyard to bathe. "Old man, you really ought to ease up on Xiao. Look how exhausted the poor child is," Pan Dafeng lamented, feeling somewhat guilty. "How could it be my fault? That young man insisted on competing with me. Xiao is quite capable, hard-working, and does not fall short compared to youths raised in the countryside," Yudafu chuckled heartily. Throughout the day, they were engrossed in a fervent competition, with none willing to concede. Occasionally, the younger son would urge the elder brother to take a break, and though he perceived that the younger was doing so deliberately, he felt pleased. This young lad had never shown concern for his elder brother, always taking care of the mischievous little one instead. Now, it seemed he was finally considering his elder brother's well-being by contemplating seeking medical treatment for him in the city. Regardless of the outcome, it was the thought that mattered, and they felt they had done their utmost, alleviating their sense of indebtedness toward their elder son. "Oh, there was a time when our family was truly impoverished. We are still poor now, though certainly better off than before," they reflected. "Why don't you offer some advice instead? What if that child wears himself out?" Pan Dafeng shot a glare at Yudafu. "Mom, don't blame Dad." He said Xiaohai wouldn't listen. Anyway, Yuzhou interjected, coming to his father's defense as he noticed their mother clinging to this issue. Pan Dafeng then refrained from further comments. "Everyone should eat well tonight. I've prepared stir-fried pork, spicy scrambled eggs, minced eggplant, and stewed chicken. You all should enjoy some meat to regain your strength." The soup is reserved for Yuman. Pan Dafeng thought about the arduous farming season and wanted to nourish everyone. "Dafeng, you actually killed a chicken? You normally don't allow anyone to touch your precious birds," Yudafu remarked, surprised. Pan Dafen's precious birds were the chickens she had carefully raised, numbering around a dozen or 20. After the harvest, she often collected grains from the rice fields, accumulating 5 or 6 pounds daily. When not busy, she frequently gathered wild vegetables to chop and feed her chickens. Indeed, Yuman is pregnant, so she needs proper nourishment. "We owe her daughter so much," Pan Dafeng expressed sincerely. "This daughter-in-law is truly remarkable. One would be hard-pressed to find someone as wonderful as her in the entire region." Though raised in a city, she possesses none of the typical urban frivolities. She is obedient, filial, and remarkably sincere. Their family has been devoted to their traditions for generations. "Dafeng, you are right. This child deserves proper care, and we have no complaints about Yuman as a daughter-in-law. We shall forego the chicken. Let it all be reserved for our daughter-in-law." Yudafu took a puff from his cigarette and tapped the ashes from the tip. The villagers of Dashing typically cultivate a bit of tobacco for their own use, saving the expense of purchasing it, as they often lack the funds. Their family too grows a small patch, not much, as Yuzhou does not smoke, and Yu Cheng is away from home. It suffices for the elderly man, who is the sole smoker, to have a modest plot. He dries the leaves himself, cuts them into fine strands, and enjoys a pleasant smoke. The mouthpiece is crafted from aged bamboo. Mother, we won't consume the chicken. It is for our younger daughter-in-law, who has endured quite a bit of hardship over the years. Yuzhou felt indifferent about whether they ate the chicken, acknowledging that his sister-in-law had indeed faced considerable struggles since marrying his brother. Very well. It shall all be reserved for her. I will heed your wishes. At first, Pandafan worried that if everything was left for the daughter-in-law, it might cause. But such concerns were unfounded now. At this moment, Jiang Yuman, who had just reached the doorway, overheard the conversation and felt a swell of emotion. Her eyes glistening. This family was genuinely kind-hearted and considerate towards her. Aside from Yu Cheng's mischief during those 2 years, he had since improved. And she suddenly felt a profound sense of happiness. At 5 in the afternoon, after harvesting the rice, her mother-in-law brought out the chicken that had been kept in the coop since morning for slaughter. Initially, she thought it was meant for everyone, but to her surprise, "Mother, that chicken weighs 5 or 6 pounds. I cannot possibly finish it. If it goes uneaten, it would spoil, and that would be wasteful," Jiang Yuman interjected. Wiping her nose as she stepped inside, she found herself with little to do at home, as her mother-in-law rarely allowed her to work, permitting her only to sit under the 100-year-old camphor tree to tend to the chickens that pecked at the rice. The villagers held this ancient tree in great reverence. "It's all right, Yuman. They have plenty to eat. I have also prepared braised beef and a dish of peanuts. They have enough to drink and dine." Pandafan recognized her daughter-in-law's good intentions, which only deepened the affection she felt for her. The braised beef was made with dried chili and wild Sichuan pepper, seasoned with soy sauce, white wine, and ginger, simmered slowly for half an hour. While it may not rival the fare found in restaurants, it was still quite palatable. Just as Jiang Yuman was about to speak, Yu Cheng and Qian Shaohai emerged from their bath. "Mother, Yuman cannot eat so much. Let us all share," Yu Cheng remarked, understanding that if she were to eat alone, it might weigh heavily on her conscience. Pandafan suddenly recalled that she had forgotten to reserve a bowl for the young man, feeling rather remiss. "How about this, Yuman? Later, serve a bowl of chicken soup and a portion of chicken for Shaohai, and the rest will be yours. Does that sound agreeable?" Pandafan believed this arrangement would be best. Upon hearing that the nourishing chicken soup prepared for his sister-in-law was intended for him, Qian Shaohai promptly shook his head and said, "Andy, I do not wish to partake in the chicken soup. It is not to my liking. I am looking forward to the braised beef you have made." How could he possibly compete with his sister-in-law for food? Furthermore, he found the stewed chicken far less delectable than the spicy fried chicken, which he did not particularly enjoy. Seeing Qian Shaohai's earnestness, Pandafan realized he was not merely being polite, but genuinely disinterested. With a warm smile, she replied, "Very well, Shaohai, do make sure to indulge in the beef later." She planned to prepare a cold dish of sliced beef, wherein the braised beef would be thinly sliced and combined with a touch of chili peppers, chopped scallions, minced garlic, ginger, salt, and sesame oil, creating an utterly delightful aroma. Jiang Yuman gazed at Yu Cheng with an expression of helplessness. Yu Cheng affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "Dear, the chicken soup shall be yours." Laughter erupted among everyone, dissipating the fatigue of the day. The evening feast was bountiful, and all enjoyed a satisfying meal. Chapter 69. Stargazing with my wife. As night fell, the temperature dropped significantly. In this era, environmental degradation was not as severe, and the rural air remained quite pleasant. Qian Shaohai was utterly exhausted. Despite wearing long sleeves and pants, he had still suffered some cuts. Pandafan brought over some medicine for Yu Cheng to apply, expressing her concern and insisting that he should not go out tomorrow. Qian Shaohai shook his head resolutely. He was determined to go. Although he felt utterly spent, he found the experience to be rather enjoyable. "Shaohai, you've worked hard today. Get some rest early. I'll accompany your sister-in-law for a stroll around the village to aid digestion." Yu Cheng, recognizing that Qian Shaohai was more fatigued than they were, encouraged him to retire early. Qian Shaohai nodded in agreement. "All right, you and sister-in-law go ahead. I want to join you." Today had truly drained him, and for the first time in his life, he needed to rest well and sleep early to rejuvenate his strength for another day of harvesting rice. He had never realized how arduous the journey of food production was. Merely cutting the rice had left him hunched over in exhaustion, his calves aching painfully. In the past, he often wasted food, discarding leftovers without a second thought. Now, he felt a deep sense of shame reflecting on such behavior. He silently vowed never to waste food again. Lost in thought, Qian Shaoai soon drifted off to sleep. Yu Qing tucked a blanket around his abdomen, mindful that even in warm weather, one should keep the stomach covered to avoid catching a chill. Sleep well, he thought, appreciating the notion of having a brother like Qian Shaohai. After leaving the room, Yu Qing sought out his wife, greeting his parents and older brother before stepping outside. Yu Qing, aren't you tired? Harvesting rice is hard work. And you still want to accompany me for a walk, she said, though honestly, she had overeaten that evening. A large bowl of chicken, 2 bowls of soup, half a bowl of rice, and even some beef had filled her plate, all meat dishes. After dinner, her mother-in-law had even washed her 7 or 8 small tomatoes. She felt as though her stomach might burst from the excessive consumption. Yet, ever since she became pregnant, her appetite had doubled, resembling the voraciousness of a pig raised at home. She wondered if this voraciousness would persist after giving birth. I'm not tired. I'm just taking a leisurely stroll with you. It's not like I'm doing any heavy lifting. As for any physical exertion during sleep, I certainly can't manage that, no strength for it. Yu Qing teased his wife with a smile. Jiang Yuman, momentarily perplexed, responded, Yu Qing, what kind of exercise is there during sleep? Why would it require strength? She had never considered the matter in such a way. To her, exercise was simply sleep, commonly known as bedroom exercises. Ha ha ha. Yu Qing burst into laughter and playfully dashed away, finding his wife's innocence amusing. Yu Qing, you naughty boy, Jiang Yuman exclaimed, finally realizing the implication, and chased after him. Stop right there. Don't run. Wait for me. Suddenly remembering her condition, she hesitated, realizing she shouldn't be running. Jiang Yuman stood still, waiting for Yu Qing to catch up. He quickly approached, taking her hand as they strolled forward at a leisurely pace. My dear wife, I confess my folly. I was merely jesting. Observing your pouting lips, I could not help but wish to steal a kiss. Humph. You are becoming increasingly mischievous. Where did you learn such behavior? Is it from your time spent teasing those university girls at the market? Jiang Yuman's remark was made in jest. Yet she pondered that with Yu Qing's tall stature and handsome appearance, it was indeed plausible that he might attract the attention of university maidens. Wife, how could I dare? You are all I desire, he exclaimed. Besides, I am but a penniless fellow. Why would a university student look my way? The only one who sees me is my esteemed wife. It is often said that pregnant women tend to be more suspicious and prone to fanciful thoughts. Yet Yu Qing was determined not to allow Yuman to dwell on such notions, as it could adversely affect her mood. The doctor had advised that a pregnant woman's emotions directly impact the child within her. This notion resonated deeply with Yu Qing. Otherwise, the concept of prenatal education would not exist. In truth, during his time at the market, a few female students had indeed cast him flirtatious glances and even slipped notes his way. Yu Qing either incinerated them in the furnace or playfully tossed them to his friend Qian Shaohai, causing the young women to storm off in frustration. Some are more subtle, visiting daily to savor crayfish and snails, occasionally stealing glances at him. He was indifferent. After all, a fool would turn away from easy earnings. He was no fool. However, he had never shared these encounters with Jiang Yuman, fearing it would stir unnecessary thoughts in her mind. Ah, you silver-tongued charmer. Jiang Yuman believed Yu Qing's words. Hee, my dear wife, I reserve my charming words solely for you, he said with a playful smile as he leaned in to plant a kiss on her cheek. Jiang Yuman glanced around to ensure no one was watching. In the countryside, there were no streetlights, but the moonlight tonight was splendid, illuminating their surroundings. As they gazed at the sky adorned with countless stars, a sudden thought struck Yu Qing. Yuman, shall I take you to see the stars? Yes. Jiang Yuman nodded obediently. Hand in hand, they made their way to the hilltop behind their home. Although it was referred to as a hilltop, it was merely a modest elevation of about 10 meters. The area was a lush meadow, leading further into the mountains. They sat together, the stars shimmering above them as if they were within arm's reach. Tonight, the stars are numerous and bright. Jiang Yuman nestled into Yu Qing's embrace. Gazing skyward, listening to her words, Yu Qing looked up and suddenly spotted something remarkable. He was thrilled to see the legendary star. Yuman, do you know which is the brightest star in the sky? He asked, excitement evident in his tone as he pointed to the most luminous star. Jiang Yuman shook her head. I do not know. The rural night was enchanting, the sky filled with stars that were a rare sight in the city, where only a few scattered glimmers could be seen. Here, the brightest star is known as the 7th-generation star. Yu Qing marveled at the sight of this star, which seldom appeared. The elders had claimed that one might go a lifetime without witnessing it. What is the 7th-generation star? Jiang Yuman inquired, puzzled. Yet, she sensed that Yu Cheng seemed unusually excited. I am uncertain as well. The older generation claims that if a couple witnesses it together, they may become lovers for 7 lifetimes. If a married couple sees it, then, in the past, Yu Cheng merely regarded this as a tale. Now, he suddenly contemplates that if it were indeed as the elders suggested, it wouldn't be so bad. Yu Cheng, are you implying that since we saw it together, we could be married for 7 lifetimes? Jiang Yuman finds this notion rather absurd. Is it truly possible, just because of a single star? My dear, do you not wish for this to be true? Yu Cheng notices that Jiang Yuman appears somewhat indifferent, reflecting on their current circumstances. Jiang Yuman considers that if this were the case, it would be quite wonderful and blissful. She nods and replies, Yu Cheng, of course, I hope it is true. Being with you is quite delightful. With this, she shyly burrows into Yu Cheng's embrace. He holds her close, silently whispering to himself, Yuman, I sincerely hope it is true. Chapter 70. A heavy downpour the following afternoon. The group was so occupied that they did not return home for lunch until 1 o'clock. As Yu Dafu entered the door, he bellowed, Dafin, is the meal ready? I'm famished. Pan Dafin playfully scolded him, You old rascal, have you just been released from prison? Why must you shout for food the moment you step inside? Jiang Yuman stepped forward to take the straw hat from Yu Dafu's hands, smiling gently, Grandfather. Grandma has already prepared the meal. That's splendid. That's splendid. Yu Dafu chuckled, only to see several dishes laid out on the table, stir-fried pork with chili, scrambled eggs with chives, cold cucumber salad, and a stir-fried zucchini, accompanied by a large bowl of old duck soup. Given the warm weather, Grandma had taken the time that morning to prepare a duck for soup, hoping everyone could enjoy a warm bowl to alleviate the heat. The old duck soup even contained goji leaves, though the goji berries are warming, the leaves are cooling, provided they are tender and not old. Grandma had planted 2 goji bushes in the garden, though she had yet to see them bear fruit. As Yu Dafu gazed at the array of dishes, he could barely contain his saliva. After swallowing hard, he glanced at his partner and quickly reached for a piece of meat to toss into his mouth. He thought to himself how his wife's culinary skills had only improved. What he did not realize was that Pan Dafin had added a bit more oil and seasoning since they had guests, naturally enhancing the flavor of the dishes. One piece was not enough to satiate him. He reached for a second, only to have his hand slapped away with a sharp sound, followed by Pan Dafin scolding. You naughty old man, have you washed your hands? How shameless of you, stealing bites before the 3 children have returned. Hey Dafin, I only had a piece. They're out threshing the grains and will be back soon. I was merely tasting to check the seasoning. Yu Dafu defended himself with a clever excuse. Jiang Yuman watched the exchange with amusement. In truth, the meal had been prepared long ago with her assistance to Grandma. She had no desire to sit idly by when she had come to help during the busy farming season. Before Pan Dafin could say more, Yu Cheng and the others entered, prompting her to hold her tongue and merely cast a reproachful glance at Yu Dafu. Turning back with a beaming smile, she addressed Qian Xiaohai and the others. Xiaohai, and you too. Quickly go wash your faces in the backyard. It's time to eat. All right, Aunt. Yes, Mom. Got it, Mom. The 3 responded in unison before heading to the backyard to wash up. After lunch, it was nearly 2 o'clock. They could rest until 3:30. For the sun between 1 and 2 was particularly scorching, making it easy to suffer from heat stroke. They planned to work until about 7:30 and return home by 8 for dinner. This was the routine for most rural families during the busy harvesting season. You gentlemen should take a good rest. Yuman, you should also take a nap, Pan Dafin advised everyone. With such heavy labor, one cannot afford to skip an afternoon rest. The body cannot endure it. Then we shall rest. The remainder is up to you, Yu Dafu replied, rising to return to their room. Go ahead. With several children in tow, they all sought a restful slumber. Yu Cheng wished to assist in washing the dishes but was promptly dismissed by Pan Dafin. Ultimately, the men retreated to rest, as even a brief respite was welcome after such exhausting labor. Observing their departure for sleep, Pan Dafin began to tidy up the dishes. And Jiang Yuman came over to lend a hand. Yuman, go rest for a while. I can manage the dishes, Pan Dafin insisted, not allowing her daughter-in-law to assist. Unable to argue with her mother-in-law, Jiang Yuman discreetly donned a straw hat hanging from the eaves and slipped outside. She ventured to the back lawn to thresh the grain. Threshing involved using a wooden board to push the grain down in rows. Once adequately dried, she would change direction, facilitating the drying process under the blazing sun of midsummer, where 3 suns could thoroughly desiccate the grain. The final step involved using a windmill to separate the empty kernels and chaff from the good grain. The windmill, crafted from wood, featured a trapezoidal hopper where the grain was poured in. A large side exit was designed for expelling impurities and lightweight debris, anything inedible. Below, 2 exits existed, a larger one for the good grain and a smaller one for the inferior grains. The empty kernels were not to be discarded. They held their own value as they could be ground into powder, commonly known as rice bran, suitable for feeding chickens, ducks, and pigs. Jiang Yuman quickly finished threshing 3 or 4 mats of grain before finally resting beneath the grand camphor tree. Once Pan Dauphin completed the dishwashing, she utilized the dishwater and rice washing water to boil the chopped sweet potato vines. The dishwater, containing some grease, was not to be wasted. Assuming Jiang Yuman had gone for a midday nap, she paid little heed to her absence. After tending to the pigs, she intended to check on the grain drying in the back, only to discover her daughter-in-law seated beneath the camphor tree, vigorously fanning herself with the straw hat. "Yuman, why aren't you sleeping? What brings you here? Hurry back," Pan Dauphin exclaimed, torn between concern and frustration. Her daughter-in-law had been surreptitiously helping her with various tasks since her return, unable to remain idle. "Mother, it's fine, there's a breeze here. So it's not too hot," Jiang Yuman replied, her eyes twinkling with a smile. "Not hot. You were just secretly threshing the grain. Why must you be so disobedient?" Pan Dauphin shook her head, chuckling helplessly. "Mother, I sleep all day, yet I cannot fall asleep at night. Perhaps other pregnant women experience the same? Then sleep less during the day, take a half-hour nap at noon, and then rise," Pan Dauphin suggested, believing that if one could not sleep at night, it was not ideal. Less daytime rest might ensure better sleep at night. "Mother, it seems the sun has vanished." Jiang Yuman observed the sky darkening. Pan Dauphin then looked up and noticed a few clouds drifting by. With a slap to her thigh, she exclaimed, "Oh no, it's going to rain. Yuman, I'll gather the grain. You go wake your father and the others to help." With that, Pan Dauphin began to lift the drying mats, prompting Jiang Yuman to hurriedly return to call them. A voice echoed behind her, that of her mother-in-law. "Yuman, walk slowly, don't trip." "Mom, I understand," Jiang Yuman replied loudly. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated through the sky, startling everyone awake. Jiang Yuman had just begun to call out, "Dad, elder brother, Cheng, it's raining." The 3 men had already dressed and were hastily making their way to the back of the house to gather the harvested grain. Qian Shaohai lagged slightly, but soon joined their hurried pace. Just as they finished collecting all the grain and rolled up the drying mats, they stepped inside. Torrential rain poured down in torrents, obscuring the view outside. Chapter 71. How wonderful it is now, the family together. It is fortunate that the harvest was timely. Otherwise, the grains would have been completely soaked, rendering today's efforts futile. Pan Dauphin brushed off the dust from her clothes, for harvesting grains inevitably brings some dirt. Experienced individuals understand that when collecting the last remnants, a fine layer of dust always lingers, necessitating a thorough sweeping. However, even after cleaning, dust tends to reappear. Yet one cannot afford to be lazy in such matters. What a peculiar weather phenomenon. The rain descends suddenly. If one were outside, it would be impossible to keep one's eyes open. Yudafu glanced at the downpour outside. "Cheng, with such heavy rain, will we still go out to harvest the rice this afternoon?" Qian Shaohai pondered the intensity of the rain. Jiang Yuman could not help but chuckle at this remark. Seeing the expressions of disbelief on everyone's faces, Qian Shaohai felt as though he had posed an utterly foolish question. "Shaohai, with such torrential rain, would the grain sprout if we brought them in?" Cheng could not suppress his laughter either. "Hey, Cheng, I didn't know. I was merely inquiring." Qian Shaohai sheepishly scratched the back of his head. If it were rice transplanting, one could don a raincoat and proceed, but with such a deluge, it would be impossible. Who knows, a lightning strike could very well be fatal. It was said that a few years ago, a middle-aged man in the village was struck by lightning while transplanting rice in heavy rain. It was rumored he died on the spot. After the rain ceased, it was only then that he was discovered, by which time his body had already stiffened. "What shall we do now?" Qian Shaohai inquired again. "We could watch television or take a nap. What else can one do in such torrential rain?" Cheng raised his hand to check the time. It was 3:30. And it seemed that the rain would not relent any time soon. "Oh dear. I must see if my chickens have returned," Pan Dauphin exclaimed as she dashed to the backyard. The area where the chickens are kept is secured by a bamboo gate, yet there are gaps below allowing the chickens to squeeze through. They enter from there at midday to feed. However, one must keep a watchful eye during feeding, for not far behind lies the mountain, where weasels may come to prey on the chickens. Weasels are notorious. They kill the chickens and carry them away. Additionally, one must fend off sparrows, which often swoop in to scavenge alongside the chickens. Larger chickens can bully the smaller ones, so it is essential to protect the chicks. In truth, animals possess remarkable intelligence. During heavy rain, they instinctively return to shelter, particularly mother hens, who would rather endure the rain themselves than let their chicks get wet. The chicks huddle beneath their mother's wings, warm and shielded from the rain, while the roosters, having fulfilled their duties, seek new companions. Approximately 10 minutes later, Pan Dafin returned, exclaiming, "Fortunately, not a single chicken is missing." Yudafu could not help but remark, "Those chickens are your lifeline." "Old man, you have misjudged." Pan Dafin retorted, "In what way have I erred? Unless you are incapacitated, you would not forget about those chickens. During the spring festival, when you had a severe cold, you meticulously cared for them. You have certainly made a mistake. You ought to say that watching is more vital than my very life." Pan Dafing wore a triumphant expression as she gazed at Yudafu. "Father, you have lost again." Yu Cheng could not help but utter a candid truth. Observing the cheerful banter between his parents, he felt a profound sense of reassurance and authenticity. Reflecting on his previous life before his rebirth, when Yuman was lost and his elder brother faced calamities, it pained him to remember how his parents existed like soulless shells. Their health deteriorated early, and no amount of imported medicine seemed to yield any benefit. The mere thought of these memories pierced his heart like a knife, leaving his eyes slightly reddened. Yet now, how wonderful it was to have the family united. "You little rascal, 3 days without a beating, and you think you can run amok?" Yudafu, having removed his slippers, prepared to strike Yu Cheng. In his youth, Yu Cheng's mischief had earned him many a reprimand. "Father, I was wrong. Mother, help. Father is about to hit me." Yu Cheng exclaimed as he darted towards the living room. Each time his father raised a hand against him, his mother would intervene. As expected. "All right. Chengzi merely spoke a truth, and you call for violence? We have guests. You could at least spare him some dignity." Pan Dafing stood firm at the doorway, preventing Yudafu from pursuing. Yudafu turned to the amused Qian Xiaohai, chuckling, "Xiaohai, you are a good lad. This one at home deserves a good spanking." "He's quite the troublemaker." Qian Xiaohai, however, thought little of it. His own father used to chastise him frequently. "Uncle, aunt, truly. Brother Yu Cheng is quite wonderful and takes great care of me. I have learned so much from him." Qian Xiaohai sensed a misunderstanding regarding how Yu Cheng's parents perceived him. "Indeed, Xiaohai, they are merely jesting. Do not take it to heart." Pan Dafing suspected that Xiaohai might have discerned something. Regardless, he was her son, and since he had changed for the better, the past held no significance. And there was no need to inform outsiders of their son's previous transgressions. After all, he still had a future to navigate. Yes, and is correct. We simply enjoy a bit of playful banter, Yudafu quickly grasped. Sometimes, it was essential to afford one's son a measure of respect. At that moment, Yu Cheng approached. "Xiaohai, why not rest a bit longer?" This boy had many admirable qualities, though he tended to chatter excessively. "Brother Yu Cheng, I have already rested. I do not wish to sleep any longer." Qian Xiaohai believed Yu Cheng was genuinely asking him to take a nap. "This afternoon, let us refrain from work and enjoy a respite." Yudafu observed the sky, noting the heavy rain, even if it ceased. The fields would be too wet for any labor. "Brother Yu Cheng, I truly do not want to sleep." Qian Xiaohai protested, as Yu Cheng pulled him into the living room. "Who said you were to sleep? Soon, I shall take you to partake in something delightful, something thrilling." Yu Cheng patted Qian Xiaohai's shoulder with an air of mystery. "What thrilling adventure, Brother Yu Cheng? Pray tell me." Qian Xiaohai's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Chapter 72. The rain has ceased. Let us go fishing. Upon observing the eager and impatient expression of the young lad, Yu Cheng mused that indeed, young people cannot remain idle at home. He glanced at the sky outside, estimating that the rain would soon abate. Today, it was likely that many fish from the upstream reservoirs would emerge, for those waters were home to wild fish, unstocked by human hands. The ditches downstream were probably abundant with fish today, and with a stroke of luck, they might even catch some sizable ones. Yu Cheng contemplated that since he need not work this afternoon, it would be delightful to go fishing and provide a sumptuous dish for his family. He pondered whether he might catch a few substantial crucian carps to nourish his wife with calcium. Having heard it said that crucian carp soup is beneficial for pregnant women and children, though he remained uncertain of its veracity. "Brother Yu Cheng, do speak up," Qian Xiaohai exclaimed, witnessing Yu Cheng's silence as he gazed outside, filled with impatience. "Patience, Xiaohai. The rain has yet to cease." Yu Cheng indicated towards the rain-soaked world outside. "Until it stops, we cannot fish." "Oh, then please share what intriguing news you have." Xiaohai's curiosity was palpable, akin to a cat scratching at his insides. The interesting news I speak of is fishing. We shall enjoy a delightful meal tonight. Cheng chuckled, amused by Xiaohai's eagerness, though he too felt a tinge of excitement. Fishing? How do we catch them? It must be thrilling. Upon hearing about fishing, Xiaohai was invigorated. He had never fished before, having only witnessed it on television. Yet it had always appeared quite exhilarating. How to catch them? You shall soon find out, Cheng replied, unable to articulate the details at that moment. Nodding in anticipation, Xiaohai's gaze remained fixed on the outside, murmuring, "Rain? Cease soon. Rain? Cease soon." Cheng could not help but chuckle at their impatience. "You two need not fret. The rain will likely stop in about 10 minutes, interjected Yusho, who had approached. "Hey, brother, did you hear us?" Xiaohai exclaimed, delighted that their conversation had reached Yuzhou. "Since we have no plans this afternoon, I was just thinking of going. I didn't expect you to overhear. Brother Yusho, will you join us? It would be more enjoyable with more people," Xiaohai suggested, eager for companionship. "Come on, you should go. It's a rare opportunity," Cheng encouraged, sensing his brother's hesitation. Yuzhou, due to a leg ailment, was not fond of mingling with others, preferring to work in solitude. His only close companion was the village chief's son, with whom he had grown up, facilitated by the cordial relationship between their fathers. Noting the earnest gazes of his younger brother and Xiaohai, Yusho nodded. "Very well, once the rain has stopped, we shall go. Let us ask mother to prepare us a heartier meal tonight." He considered the prospect of adding a meaty dish to their dinner quite appealing, especially since idleness at home was not productive. "Brother, keep Xiaohai company while I inform my wife," he remarked, intending to notify Jiang Yuman about their fishing excursion. "Do not forget to mention it to our parents as well," Yuzhou called out behind him. "Understood, brother." Cheng waved his hand in acknowledgement as he made his way to the small living room, where his father, mother, and wife were engaged in conversation. "Father, mother, Yuman, once the rain ceases, my brother and I, along with Xiaohai, intend to go fishing to provide some fresh vegetables for the family," Cheng stated directly. "Fishing? With such heavy rain, the waters must be rising everywhere. It may not be safe." Pan Dafin expressed her concerns. "Given the downpour, it's likely that water levels have risen everywhere. Dafin, the rising water is precisely what makes fishing better. The fish from upstream will have moved downstream. We might even catch some big ones." Yudafu replied with evident excitement. "Fishing is something I also do during the farming off-season, regardless. Fish is still a form of meat. Although it cannot compare to pork, it is at least a protein source. People of this era seem to prefer pork, not recognizing the nutritional value of fish. Their reasoning is simple. Having oil in their bellies prevents hunger." Cheng, is fishing safe? Jiang Yuman, unfamiliar with fishing, felt uneasy given the heavy rain. "Yuman, it will be fine. We will go after the rain stops," he reassured her, fully aware of her worries for his safety. "Daughter-in-law, there is no need for concern. I will accompany them, and I'll keep an eye on them," he added, secretly wishing to join them himself. "You old man, at your age, still eager to join in the fun," Pan Dafin remarked, seeing through Yudafu's intentions. "Dafin, I have nothing to do at home anyway. I might as well join. You and your daughter-in-law are conversing, and I wouldn't have anything to contribute to your discussion," he explained, acknowledging that as a man, he wouldn't fit into their topics. Besides, with the others going out, he had no desire to remain home alone. "Mother, just let father go. We will be together. And it will be fine," Cheng urged, aware that his mother was truly concerned for his father. "It's slippery on the roads in the rain. At his age, a fall could be serious. Father is 52, just 2 years older than mother, neither young nor old." Yudafu thought, while discreetly giving Cheng a thumbs up behind Pan Dafin's back. Cheng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Though his father was of that age, his disposition remained cheerful. He never complained or lamented. Each day, he worked happily, ate joyfully, and engaged in playful banter with mother. He was a man who did not wear his worries on his face, and his love for his children was profound. As for mother, she fretted too much, worrying about her eldest son and herself, her temples now showing numerous strands of gray. She often liked to nag, yet her words were filled with concern and love for her family. Pan Dafin, pondering the village's muddy roads, considered how difficult it would be to traverse them after such heavy rain. Jiang Yuman noticed the pleading look in her father-in-law's eyes and nodded. "Mother, please let father go. It's fine. Cheng and my brother are going, and Xiaohai is with them. They are all young," she insisted, sensing her father-in-law's eagerness to join. "Well then, old man, you may go, but be sure to choose paths with grass," Pan Dafin conceded. She knew well that if she forbade him, he would likely sneak out anyway. It was better to allow him to go openly, knowing those young ones would take good care of him, which eased her worries. Dafin, I will certainly select the right paths, Yu Dafu responded with a cheerful smile, pleased that his partner had agreed. Father, the rain has ceased. Let us gather our tools and embark. Yu Cheng glanced outside, and indeed, the downpour had abated. Splendid. Yu Dafuka responded with exceptional enthusiasm. Brother, Xiao Hai, come quickly and retrieve the equipment. We are off to catch fish. Yu Cheng shouted towards the corridor. Brother Yu Cheng. We are on our way, came the resonant voice of Qian Xiao Hai. Yu Cheng looked outside once more, and to his astonishment, the sun had emerged. Curiously, just as the rain had stopped, the sun decided to make its appearance. Truly, the temperament of children is as fickle as the weather. Thus, armed with buckets, fish nets, and sieves, the cheerful group set forth with radiant smiles. Chapter 73. Little Hai learns to catch fish. Father, why are you carrying a hoe? Yu Cheng suddenly noticed that his father, who had been lagging behind, was inexplicably shouldering a hoe. You young lad, you'll understand soon enough. It will prove quite useful. Yu Dafuka replied with an expression that suggested they would soon be amazed. Uncle, can a hoe even catch fish? Qian Xiaohai asked, his curiosity piqued by the novelty of the idea. Father, we are going to catch fish, not till the fields. Why on earth are you bringing a hoe? Yu Zhou couldn't help but interject, concerned that onlookers would find it laughable. Yu Dafuka snorted dismissively, this hoe is a valuable tool. Soon you will no longer regard me with such skepticism. The four of them continued on their path, occasionally greeting acquaintances with cheerful smiles. At this moment, they donned their straw hats again. Although it had recently rained, the temperature remained quite warm, with the ground radiating heat. The rain had ceased, the clouds dispersed, revealing a brilliantly blue sky that looked remarkably clean and inviting. After walking for approximately 20 minutes, they paused beside a long irrigation ditch. One side of the ditch bordered a road while the other met a field, though the ditch was considerably lower than the fields. The upstream section of the ditch was wider and higher, leading down into a deep pit, beyond which the ditch narrowed to about the width of a dustpan. The banks were overgrown with aquatic vegetation, as fish often sought refuge among the reeds. Following the heavy rainfall, it was certain that a number of sizable fish would have emerged. Yu Dafuka placed the hoe on the ground. Father, the water upstream is quite deep. It may be difficult to catch fish, Yu Shou observed, estimating that the water could reach waist deep. Such depth makes fishing quite challenging. Brother, let us catch fish downstream where the water is shallower, Yu Cheng suggested, noting that the water there barely reached the knees. Good. Yu Shou agreed. You foolish boys. Any large fish will certainly be in this deep pit. Yu Dafuka pointed towards the abyss. Father, with so much water in that pit, it will be hard to catch anything. The upstream flow is too strong. If only there were some large stones to block the water, Yu Cheng remarked. Your father has a plan. Just wait and see. You go down and catch some smaller fish first, Yu Dafuka declared, waving his hand grandly as he rolled up his pant legs. Father, be careful not to fall in, Yu Cheng called out, aware that while the water was not deep enough to drown, getting wet would be undesirable and could lead to a chill. You rascal. Did you forget to brush your teeth today? Not a single kind word from you. Yu Dafuka laughed as he began to dig along the edge of the ditch with the hoe. Father, what are you digging for? Yu Shou asked, worried that his father might slip into the murky water, a consequence of the recent downpour. Don't mind me. Hurry and help your brother catch fish, Yu Dafuka replied impatiently, shaking his hand in dismissal, his expression one of mild annoyance. The eldest son was far too anxious. He was not in his twilight years, after all. Did they really think he was incapable? Yu Shou let out a sound of acknowledgement and proceeded downstream. Brother, you take the fishing net upstream and catch fish as you go. It's sufficient for me and Xiao Hai to stay here. Yu Cheng observed that the downstream area was too narrow for more than one person to stand. The handle of the fishing net was adjustable, capable of extending and shortening. By lengthening it and standing at the water's edge, he could catch fish without entering the water himself. All right, Yu Zhou exclaimed as he picked up the fishing net and walked upstream. Brother, let us see who catches more fish, Yu Cheng cheerfully called out. Sure. Yu Zhou thought to himself that as long as his brother was happy, it didn't matter who caught more. Yu Cheng jumped into the water with a scoop in hand, placing it into the water while using both hands to hold the sides. He raised his head and shouted to Qian Xiao Hai, from the top, use your feet to stir the water plants on both sides as you walk down. Driving the fish down. Brother Yu Cheng, how do I stir? How do I drive the fish? Qian Xiao Hai looked at the narrow waterway, bewildered. He wondered how fish could possibly exist in such a small channel. Yu Cheng realized that this boy had never done this before and likely didn't he understand. So he decided to take the lead. Xiaohai, come over here, Yu Cheng beckoned. She and Xiaohai hurriedly ran over. Now, hold the scoop in the water with your hands, and remember not to lift it until I'm in front of you. Yu Cheng instructed before climbing onto the bank to start driving the fish. I understand, brother Yu Cheng. I promise I won't lift the scoop until you come down. Qian Xiaohai nodded earnestly. Yu Cheng jumped back into the water and began vigorously stirring the water plants with his feet, making the water murkier. Xiaohai, watch closely. This is how you drive the fish. Pay attention, and you'll do it later, he explained while continuing his task. I understand, brother Yu Cheng, he thought to himself, marveling at how knowledgeable his brother was. There were so many methods to catch fish. Minutes later, Yu Cheng reached Qian Xiaohai's side. All right, Xiaohai, lift the scoop with both hands. Keep it steady and be quick. Qian Xiaohai immediately raised the scoop above the water, causing a cascade of water to flow out. Inside, a flurry of small fish and other colorful creatures appeared. Wow, brother Yu Cheng, there are indeed fish, so many. Qian Xiaohai exclaimed. Delighted by the lively fish in the scoop, Yu Cheng glanced at the catch. There were more than a dozen small crucian carp, about the size of a thumb. Alongside wild African fish, colorful little flatfish, jumping fish, and even 2 small loaches. Look at you, so astonished. This is quite a catch. Yu Cheng remarked while transferring the fish into a container filled with clean water. Brother Yu Cheng, these fish are truly beautiful, so colorful, but they are too small. Qian Xiaohai pointed at the tiny flatfish in the water. There are plenty of these fish, but they don't grow large. They probably have good breeding capabilities. Brother Yu Cheng, let me give it a try this time. Qian Xiaohai expressed eagerness. All right. This time you can give it a go and see how lucky you are, Yu Cheng replied. It was evident that the young lad was eager to try his hand at something. Yu Cheng, holding a dustpan, descended further. As the narrow stream stretched long from one end of the village to the other. Yu Cheng, why are you going down there? Questioned Qian Xiaohai, puzzled by his intentions. The fish from above have all swum down below, Yu Cheng explained. Fish are not foolish. They instinctively seek safety in deeper waters. Oh, I see. Qian Xiaohai exclaimed, feeling enlightened. All right, that's settled. You go on ahead and herd the fish, Yu Cheng instructed, placing the dustpan in the water for support. Without hesitation, Qian Xiaohai leapt in, mimicking Yu Cheng's actions as he began to gather the fish, doing so with surprising dexterity. Just as Qian Xiaohai was nearing Yu Cheng, the latter swiftly lifted the dustpan and tossed it onto the bank. Yu Cheng, what's wrong? I haven't finished yet. Chapter 74, A Bountiful Return Xiaohai. Do you see that? Yu Cheng pointed to a large, dark creature flopping on the grass where he had thrown it ashore, just a meter away from him. Xiaohai sensed something powerful had surged in. Anticipating the arrival of a sizable fish, he swiftly lifted the scoop and flung it outward, fearing that if it were indeed a big fish, it might leap back into the water and escape. Large fish possess immense strength. Brother Yu Cheng, what kind of fish is that? It looks enormous, Qian Xiaohai remarked, gesturing towards the fish. He observed its flattened mouth, small eyes, whiskers, and a slimy sheen covering its body. It bore a striking resemblance to something, although he had forgotten the name. It is rather large, probably weighing around 4 to 5 pounds. This fish is called catfish, or 8-bearded catfish, due to its 8 whiskers, Yu Cheng mused, already envisioning preparing a substantial portion as braised fish chunks, while reserving a smaller part to make soup for his wife. He reminded himself to consider not only his wife but also his parents. One must care for their spouse while also honoring their parents. Rich in protein, this fish is beneficial for pregnant women, promoting the growth and development of the fetus. Thus, his wife could enjoy both the braised dish and the soup, a double delight. Upon hearing Yu Cheng's words, Qian Xiaohai counted the catfish's whiskers. Hey, you're right. There are indeed 8, neither more nor less. Xiaohai, would I deceive you? Quickly, place it in the bucket before it dies. If it dies, it won't be fresh, and if it's not fresh, it won't taste good, Yu Cheng instructed. Oh, all right. You catch the other fish. I'll handle the catfish. Suddenly, Yu Cheng recalled that this lad had never caught such a fish before. If he were to be pricked by the catfish's sharp spines, it would be quite unfortunate. Getting pricked by a catfish spine is painful, and in severe cases, it can draw blood. Catching catfish requires a certain finesse. One must be cautious. Brother Yu Cheng, our haul is quite impressive this time, Qian Xiaohai exclaimed, continuing his efforts to capture fish. Indeed, Yu Cheng glanced over. They had 7 or 8 crucian carp and various other smaller fish. Brother Yu Cheng, look. There are even some crayfish. Qian Xiaohai was surprised to discover these creatures in the ditch. What is so strange about that? Yu Cheng observed, noting there were indeed several. Varying in size, perhaps 7 or 8 in total. At that moment, elder brother Yuzhou approached. Brother Yuzhou, how many fish did you catch? Qian Xiaohai asked with great curiosity. All of them are right here, Yuzhou replied, emptying the net onto the ground, revealing a tangle of weeds and other debris. Wow, are those 2 large crucian carp? Yu Cheng exclaimed upon sighting the 2 sizable fish. They appeared to weigh around 7 to 8 taels each. It was no small feat for wild crucian carp to grow to such size. He contemplated the calcium-rich crucian carp soup, planning to let his wife enjoy the catfish soup first before indulging in the crucian carp soup. Wow, brother Yuzhou, you have a lot of crayfish here. Qian Xiaohai's attention fixated on the crayfish. I have no idea why there are so many of them. They are not particularly tasty. Perhaps we should just release them. Yuzhou suggested. In this village, no one partakes in such delicacies. Brother, how could we possibly let it go? This is a fine treasure. Tonight, I shall prepare a feast for you and our parents, and I assure you, it will delight your palates. Yu Cheng promptly tossed all the crayfish into the bucket, estimating it to weigh around 2 to 3 pounds. With what we already have, it should total 4 pounds, ample for a large stir-fry. Later, I will venture to the village chief's small shop to procure a few bottles of beer. This village has but one shop, owned by the village chief himself. Crayfish paired with beer is a sublime combination. Qingzi, you have also caught a sizable catfish, quite impressive. You outshine me. Yuzhou remarked upon noticing the large catfish in the bucket. Is father over there digging mud to build a dam? Let us go lend a hand. Upon approaching, Yuzhou observed that their father had already constructed a significant portion of the dam, though he remained uncertain of his father's intentions. What is this dam construction about? I wonder what father is truly up to. The 3 of them hurried upstream with their tools. Upon arrival, they witnessed their father excavating clumps of turf, which he was using to block the large water hole. Yu Cheng soon grasped the purpose of his father's labor with the hoe. Father, allow me to dig. You should take a break. As he spoke, he descended to assist. Very well, my boy, take over, Yudafeng replied, feeling a touch fatigued. It seems I can no longer resist the toll of age, alas. Yu Cheng swiftly removed several clumps of sod and placed them strategically. Yuzhou, accompanied by Xiaohai, miraculously fetched some large stones from somewhere and pressed them down firmly atop the sod. Before long, the dam was completed, rising significantly above the water level, prompting the group to cease their efforts. They then proceeded to construct a small dam at the outlet of the large pit. As the water level below was lower and narrower, requiring less elevation. Now, you 2 young lads, take turns with the buckets to empty the pit, commanded Yudafeng, confident that sizable fish resided within. The pit was vast and deep. When the water rose, the fish had all surged into this large reservoir. And once the rain ceased and the water receded, they settled in, unable to escape. Yuzhou descended first to remove the water, and after he had emptied half, Yu Cheng took his turn. No wonder father insisted on bringing 2 buckets. He had been puzzled at the time. Could there really be so many fish to catch? It turns out this was the intended purpose. Indeed, experience prevails over youthful exuberance, as father well knows. Brother Cheng, come up. Let me have a go, Xiaohai exclaimed, finding the endeavor quite enjoyable. All right, here you go, Yu Cheng said as he handed the bucket to Xiaohai. In less than half an hour, the 3 of them had nearly emptied the pit of water. What a tremendous splash. There must be large fish. Dive in and catch them. Stop bailing. Yudafeng shouted. Yu Cheng was the first to leap into the water, net in hand, ready to catch fish. Yuzhou shortened the handle and followed suit, beginning his own fishing endeavors. Xiaohai, seeing he had no tools, simply jumped in to feel for fish with his hands. Meanwhile, Yudafeng perched on a dry stone at the water's edge, watching them, reflecting on the joys of youth. Look at these 3 young men, so full of vigor. Wow, I've caught a big crucian carp, Xiaohai exclaimed joyfully, clutching the fish in his hands. Well done, Xiaohai, Yudafuku exclaimed with delight, praising the young lad for his commendable choices, remarking that this time his youngest son had not befriended any undesirable companions. Father, look at the grass carp, Yu Cheng shouted with excitement, hastily rushing to the shore to transfer the carp into another bucket. In a swift motion, he also seized a large catfish, wary of being pinched by the claws of the crayfish. Ha ha ha, I told you, there must be a bounty within. Yu Defuku beamed with joy. Being in the company of the youth invigorated him, making him feel several years younger. "Father, I've caught a hefty black-headed fish. It's enormous," Yu Zhou exclaimed in astonishment. Everyone turned to behold Yu Zhou supporting the net with his hands, seemingly concerned about its integrity. The fish was indeed colossal, likely weighing around 7 to 8 pounds. Qian Shaohai was increasingly amazed. Each fish was larger than the last. Subsequently, the group managed to catch several sizable crucian carp, along with 2 grass carps weighing 3 to 4 pounds each and 2 more carp weighing 2 to 3 pounds. In an unexpected turn, Qian Shaohai triumphantly caught a 2 to 3 pound bass, leaving him overjoyed and momentarily disoriented. The steamed bass promised deliciousness and high nutritional value. Thus, on their journey home, the father and elder brother carried 1 bucket of fish, while Yu Zhou and Qian Shaohai bore another. The 4 of them walked home in high spirits, truly returning with a bountiful harvest. Chapter 75. Purchasing wine from the village heads home. On their way, they encountered familiar faces from the village, who, upon seeing the fish in Yu Cheng's bucket, expressed their admiration with exclamations of praise. They showered compliments upon the group, and Yu Dafuku could hardly contain his joy. Observing his father's elation, Yu Cheng felt a surge of happiness within himself. As they neared their home, Yu Dafuku bellowed, "Daffin, Daffin, come quickly. We've caught something big." "Father, are you intent on announcing to the entire village that you caught a large fish?" Yu Cheng thought to himself, recognizing the pride on his father's face. "You rascal. Can't I be happy?" Yu Dafuku playfully delivered a light-hearted thump to his younger son's head. "What are you shouting about, old man?" Pan Daffin emerged in response to the commotion, her apron tied around her waist, likely preparing to cook. It was nearly 6 o'clock, not too late, and the timing was just right for dinner. Since they did not have to work that afternoon, Pan Daffin hoped to have an early meal so everyone could rest afterwards. Jiang Yuman soon followed her out. The 2 women were taken aback at the sight of the fish in the bucket. "How did you catch so many? And so many large ones too?" Pan Daffin exclaimed, astonished by their haul. "Father, you are amazing," Jiang Yuman genuinely praised. "Tonight, I'll prepare fish for you all. This catfish will be made into soup for the daughter-in-law." Pan Daffin knew that catfish was beneficial for pregnant women. "Mother, this catfish weighs at least 4 or 5 pounds. I won't be able to finish it as soup. It would be better to braise it." "I prefer braised fish," Jiang Yuman replied, her words a mix of sincerity and jest. She thought that if they braised it, everyone could enjoy it, whereas if it were soup, it would be reserved for her. She felt a bit embarrassed. Being pregnant, she was being pampered by the whole family. What other woman could claim such happiness, especially in the countryside? On another note, she truly did not wish to drink soup daily, finding its flavor too bland and unexciting. "Mother, Yuman cannot consume that much alone. Why not make a small portion as soup and the majority braised?" Yu Cheng thought, considering that his wife would have fish soup tomorrow, and the head of the fathead fish could be stewed with tofu as well. "Very well, we'll do as you suggest," Pan Daffin nodded. Noting the bucket still contained a fathead fish and a dozen or so small crucian carp, which could be raised for later meals for her daughter-in-law. "Mother, have you already started cooking?" he inquired, unsure if she had begun. "The rice has been washed and the water is boiling. Once it boils, the rice can be added. Dinner can be prepared early today." "Mother, I will take charge of cooking tonight. You and Yuman can chat," he declared, intending to personally handle the preparations. He also planned to make spicy crayfish for his parents and elder brother to taste. He had another idea in mind, though he was uncertain if it would come to fruition. "Eldest brother, could you run to the convenience store and buy a few bottles of beer? With all the dishes we have tonight, it would be a shame not to enjoy a drink together. The weather is so hot, and with so many dishes, how could we not indulge in some beer?" Seeing his father take charge, Yu Zhou was just about to head to the village head's home. "Wait. Invite Uncle Village Head to our home for dinner, and bring some fish along to share." Yu Dafu pondered for a moment before adding, "All right, Dad, I shall go now." Yu Zhou responded affirmatively and prepared to gather the items for fishing. "Father, perhaps I should visit Uncle Village Chief to purchase some liquor. I might as well invite him over." Yu Cheng thought it wise to cultivate a favorable impression, as the village chief had previously held a rather unfavorable view of him and had not hesitated to reprimand him, while the village chief, despite being merely a local official, wielded considerable influence within the community. Fostering a good relationship with him could prove advantageous. Although his father's rapport with the chief was decent, it ultimately was not his own. Establishing a connection would facilitate matters for both him and his elder brother. Yu Dafu observed his youngest son, who had previously been reluctant to run errands to the village chief's house for oil and condiments. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Cheng had dreaded the chief's stern lectures during each visit, which had deterred him from going. Today, however, He had proactively volunteered to procure beer. Since you wish to go, then go ahead. Yu Dafu thought it would be beneficial for his son to make a good impression on the village chief. Brother Yu Cheng, could we perhaps prepare spicy crayfish tonight? He inquired, his appetite for the delectable dish piqued. Certainly, just wait for my return. Yu Cheng nodded in agreement. Then I shall clean and prepare these crayfish in anticipation of your arrival. Qian Xiaoai joyfully turned to ask Pan Dafing for a clean toothbrush. Xiaoai, that dish is not particularly filling. It hardly contains any meat. Tonight, I shall prepare fish for you. Pan Dafing assumed he was merely craving snacks. Auntie, this dish is truly delightful. You will see tonight, Qian Xiaoai replied with a smile as he took a basin to wash the crayfish, placing them inside before heading to the backyard for preparation. My goodness, this child seems to be perpetually hungry. Perhaps we should also prepare some braised pork for dinner. Pan Dafing remarked to Yu Dafu, who was leisurely smoking beside her. No need for that, mother. We have an abundance of fish tonight, far more than we can consume. So let us forego the meat. Xiaohai enjoys that dish, Yu Cheng interjected. He gathered 2 carp, a 3 to 4 pound grass fish, and an assortment of small crucian carp, placing them into a bucket. Father, mother, Yuman, brother, I am off to buy beer, Yu Cheng announced, lifting the bucket as he made his way towards the village chief's home. The village chief resided centrally, a convenient distance for everyone to procure goods. Go on. Be a bit more charming. Don't be like a pumpkin with a sealed mouth, Yu Dafu advised. I understand, father, you can rest easy. Yu Chen waved his hand and strode forward confidently. Upon arriving at the village chief's residence, he found Chief Yu Igwa relaxing under the shade of a large tree at the entrance. The adage about the comfort of resting against a big tree held true, as the expansive canopy provided significant relief from the heat. Uncle Village Chief, this afternoon, my father and I caught some fish and brought you a few. Yu Chen called out cheerfully. Chengzi has arrived. So many fish, you should take them back for yourselves, the village chief replied. Fully aware of Yu Dafu's family's circumstances and feeling reluctant to accept such a generous offering. One is acceptable, but this many is too much. Village chief, you must accept them. Otherwise, my father will surely scold me upon my return. Rest assured, we have caught plenty of fish this time. There is still more at home. He found an excellent excuse. Haha, you little rascal, do you still fear your father's wrath? This boy has grown up before our very eyes, yet it is unfortunate. Uncle Village Chief, you jest. Please take the fish inside to nurture them. We must not let them perish. The bucket is too small, and the fish may succumb to oxygen deprivation. Yu Jiangwo, fearing for the fish's fate, called out from within, Xiaomei, come out quickly and bring the fish inside. Yu Xiaomei, the village chief's youngest daughter, had but 1 brother and 1 sister. At the age of 20, she was a full 7 years younger than her brother, Yu Xiaozhong, who was 27 and 1 year senior to her. Dad, I'm coming. A delicately featured girl, slightly tanned, emerged from within. Upon seeing Yu Cheng, she momentarily appeared taken aback, but this expression swiftly faded, and she softly greeted, Brother Cheng, hello. Hello, Xiaomei, Yu Cheng responded politely. Why hasn't Brother Zhou come? Xiaomei inquired again as she grasped the bucket. Xiaomei, Uncle Village Chief called out. Xiaomei promptly carried the fish inside. Yu Cheng remained momentarily bewildered. Before long, Xiaomei reappeared with the empty bucket, returning it to Yu Cheng. Hesitating, she glanced at her father before turning back inside. Yu Cheng sensed an underlying disquiet but could not articulate precisely what was amiss. Uncle Village Chief, please fetch me a case of beer. My father also invites you to dinner tonight. After some contemplation, Yu Cheng decided to prioritize the matter at hand. Very well, I shall come by this evening. Yu Jiangwo emerged with a case of beer, his countenance suggesting he bore a hidden burden, as he occasionally cast glances inside. Uncle Village Chief, I must take my leave. Please arrive early. My father awaits you for a drink. Noticing Yu Igwa's apparent distraction, Yu Cheng dared not inquire further. Understood, you mischievous lad, hurry home. Otherwise, your father might think you've wandered off again. Yu Jiangwo composed his expression, returning a smile. As Yu Cheng departed, he couldn't help but glance back. Observing the village chief sitting there, sighing deeply, Yu Cheng pondered, what on earth could be the matter? Chapter 76. The fragrant little lobsters. Yu Cheng arrived at the doorstep, a bottle of beer in hand, as delightful aromas wafted from within, indicating that dinner was well underway. He hastily entered the house. Brother Yu Cheng, I've already washed the little lobsters, and I've prepared the other ingredients as well, Qian Xiaoai said, approaching to take the beer from Yu Cheng's grasp and placing it on a vacant spot on the table. Well done, Xiaoai. You've worked hard. I'll take care of the rest, You should rest well and await a sumptuous feast tonight, Yu Cheng encouraged, giving Qian Shaohai a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Brother Yu Cheng, it's no trouble at all, Qian Shaohai replied, feeling flattered by the praise. This little task hardly counts as hard work. Everyone in this household toils. Dad, did you see the village head? Yu Dafeng, freshly bathed and attired in clean clothes, approached them. Yes, I did. Uncle Village had mentioned he would come over to share a drink with you shortly. Yu Cheng answered jovially, casting a casual glance at his elder brother, who was engrossed in plucking water spinach and seemingly oblivious to their conversation. Haha, that old fellow is eager to challenge me to a drinking contest again. Yu Dafeng chuckled heartily. The two often found themselves enjoying a drink together in their leisure time. By the way, I also saw Xiao Mei. I was surprised to see how gracefully she has grown. She's turned into quite the young lady, Yu Cheng remarked in a conversational tone, seemingly casual. Upon hearing Xiao Mei's name, Jiang Yuman's eyes flickered with interest, noting that Yu Cheng rarely spoke of girls and was now offering compliments. Unbeknownst to Yu Cheng, his attention remained fixated on his elder brother, who continued to remain as still as a statue. Perhaps he had misjudged the situation. Xiao Mei was indeed a fine girl. Charming and gentle, one could only wonder which fortunate family would gain her affection. Yu Dafeng, glancing at his elder son, who sat like a block of wood, sighed inwardly, contemplating how much better it would be if his eldest son's leg were in good condition. Such a fortunate match should surely be drawn to their family. Yet, alas, it was undoubtedly a family of fortune. Yu Cheng smiled and began to prepare the dishes. He selected a large grass carp, cleaned it, deboned it, and sliced the fish into thin pieces. Are you planning to make fish slices and hot sauce? Jiang Yuman inquired as she approached. Yuman, I intend to prepare fish slices with pickled mustard greens, Yu Cheng replied while marinating the fish slices. I'm not certain if we have any pickled mustard greens at home. If not, it's no matter, as the fish is ample. Mother, do we have any pickled mustard greens? Yu Cheng called out. Yes, Pan Dafeng replied. Last winter, I planted some mustard greens and made a couple of jars, which remain unopened. Mother, could you bring out a jar of pickled mustard greens? I'll be using it shortly. With the mustard greens, the fish will be exquisite, sour, spicy, aromatic, and fresh. I'll accompany you to fetch it, Jiang Yuman offered, taking a plate to collect the mustard greens. There's no need, Yuman. I can handle it myself. You should rest, Pan Dafeng insisted, taking the plate from her daughter-in-law's hands. Soon, Pan Dafeng brought over the sauerkraut, thoroughly washed, and placed it on the chopping board. Yuman, let Chengzi manage on his own today. We shall relish our leisure and await the meal, she remarked. Pan Dafeng then pulled her daughter-in-law aside, settling herself at the door to enjoy the breeze. With the sun now set, the heat had subsided, and a gentle wind wafted through. Approximately half an hour passed before an enticing yet pungent aroma wafted from the kitchen, a scent completely unfamiliar to them. Qian Shaohai and Jiang Yuman naturally recognized it, as Yu Cheng frying crayfish. What on earth are you cooking? It's choking me, Yu Dafeng grumbled as he ambled over. Upon seeing the vibrant red crayfish in the pot, he realized it was this unappetizing fare. As he stirred the dish, Yu Cheng replied, Dad, this is crayfish, and I promise you won't be able to stop eating them. Uncle, these crayfish are truly delectable. I've grown quite fond of them, added Shaohai, who was assisting with the fire. Shaohai, don't tend to the fire. Otherwise, I'll call your aunt, Yu Dafeng said, feeling somewhat embarrassed at seeing Qian Shaohai laboring while the host rested. No need. I enjoy it, Qian Shaohai insisted, pushing the firewood further in. Yu Cheng had taught him how to stoke the fire. Initially, he found it challenging, but after observing a few times, he had mastered it. Dad, let Shaohai stay here. Why don't you check if the village head has arrived? Yu Cheng suggested while he bit open a bottle of beer and poured it into the pot. He was soon met with a kick to his backside, startling him enough to nearly drop the spatula. Why did you kick me? Yu Cheng exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Even Qian Shaohai was taken aback by Yu Dafeng's sudden action, sitting there in a daze, almost dropping the firewood. Shaohai, it's fine now. Just let the remaining firewood burn out and simmer for a bit, Yu Cheng reminded, concerned he might evaporate the broth. You reckless child, do you think beer is free? Pouring an entire bottle in like this. Yu Dafeng lamented, visibly distressed at the thought of wasting a whole bottle of beer. Dad, there's plenty left. Besides, adding beer enhances the flavor of the crayfish and eliminates any fishy smell, Yu Cheng replied, both amused and exasperated. His father had nearly kicked him into the pot over a bottle of beer. Isn't there rice wine at home? Why must we use this? Yu Dafeng still felt it was too extravagant to use a bottle of beer on such unappetizing fare, deciding he wouldn't partake in it anyway. Just then, the village head, Jiang Yuman, entered. "Doffing, what are you cooking? It smells delightful," he remarked, having caught the aroma even before stepping inside. At that moment, Cheng lifted the lid from the pot, ready to serve. "What do you call these crayfish?" Doffing pointed to the large iron pot. "Uncle, please take a seat. The dish will be ready shortly." Cheng greeted him with a smile, then fetched a large basin to scoop out the crayfish with the spatula. "Chengzi, these are the crayfish you've prepared." Yuzhou was also drawn by the enticing aroma. It appeared rather delightful. A large bowl of vibrant red that involuntarily stimulated the salivary glands. "Indeed, brother, it looks delectable. I shall indulge in a couple more later." Chengxin thought to himself that everyone would surely compete for a taste. "Mom, Yuman, dinner is ready," Cheng called out towards the outside. The crayfish was the final dish, as all the others had already been served. "Wow, Defu. The spread at your home tonight is even more lavish than during the New Year," Jiang Yuman remarked, surveying the table overflowing with dishes. Arriving empty-handed, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Chapter 77. The elder brother disagrees with treating his leg. He seems upset. Upon the 8 immortals' table lay a dish of steamed perch, a plate of sour pickled fish, a braised catfish, and a large bowl of vibrant, spicy crayfish in the center, accompanied by a catfish soup, a serving of water spinach, and a refreshing cucumber salad. Come, let's eat." "Aigua, take your seat." Dafu urged the village head to sit in the honored position. "Dafu, how can I sit here? You should take this place." Aigua waved his hand, attempting to rise. Dafu firmly pressed him down, saying, "You must sit here today." "Village head, since Dafu insists, please do sit down. Otherwise, the dishes will grow cold," Pan Doffing remarked, noticing their back and forth. "Uncle village head, just take your seat. Otherwise, we won't be able to drink or eat," Cheng chimed in, pouring a bowl of beer and placing it before Aigua. "Indeed, Uncle village head, see, Cheng has poured you a drink. You cannot refuse," Jiang Yuman added with a smile. Reluctantly, Aigua acquiesced. "All right, let us drink." Thus, everyone settled down, with the men each pouring themselves a bowl of beer. As in the countryside, drinking from bowls was customary and unceremonious. Pan Doffing and Jiang Yuman each had a bowl of rice and a bowl of soup before excusing themselves from the table, leaving the men to indulge. "Is this the shrimp found in the fields and ditches?" Aigua remarked, picking up a crayfish. He observed the young fellow devouring them with gusto. Even Yuzhou had consumed quite a few. "Yes, Uncle village head, do give it a try," Cheng encouraged while peeling a shrimp. Noticing his father staring at the crayfish that had already been devoured by a third, he questioned, "Dad, why aren't you eating?" Cheng was puzzled by his father's reluctance. Before Dafu could speak, the village head interrupted. "Dafu, oh my. These are absolutely delicious, so spicy and satisfying." Aigua imitated their peeling technique and savored one, quickly piling several onto his small plate before continuing to peel and feast. "Aigua, is it truly that good?" Dafu inquired suspiciously, eyeing the village head's exaggerated expression. "Why not try it yourself?" Aigua grinned, tossing a freshly peeled crayfish into his mouth. Unable to resist, Dafu grabbed one and began to mimic their peeling. Hesitating for a moment before, with a spirit of reckless abandon, he tossed it into his mouth and began to chew. From then on, he could not stop, filling his small plate with a dozen crayfish. "Dad, how does the crayfish taste?" Cheng asked teasingly. "You little rascal. You didn't even tell me how delicious this is. Tomorrow, make sure to prepare a large bowl for me," Dafu grumbled while eating. "Chengzi, make sure to prepare more. Uncle will be coming again tomorrow," he thought, planning to bring 2 bottles of beer, knowing they couldn't go without food or drink. Primarily, these crayfish were simply exquisite. By the way, when did this fellow's culinary skills improve so remarkably? Cheng pondered, aware that they would be harvesting rice tomorrow and wondering what time it would be when he returned home. Everyone is utterly exhausted, with no one possessing the energy to take on additional tasks. Yet, since the village chief has spoken up, it would be impolite to decline. Perhaps we could have Qian Shaohai return early to clean the crayfish, and then I can handle the rest. But who will catch the crayfish? The village chief, worried about tomorrow's rain and the need to harvest rice, expressed concern about finding time to catch them. Cheng pondered for a moment and remarked, "It's quite a challenge to make a meal without the necessary ingredients." "Not to worry. I can spare some time tomorrow to catch them," he assured. "There are plenty of crayfish in the fish pond behind my house. I can easily catch 7 or 8 in one scoop. A dozen scoops should suffice. And it won't take long, half an hour will be ample." "Very well," Cheng thought to himself, seeing the resolve of the others. She and Xiaohai mused that the village chief was indeed a true gourmand. To the village chief, I raise a toast in respect. Yu Cheng lifted his beer to toast Yu Aigua. Excellent. Xingzi, you are becoming quite accomplished. I am thrilled for you. I shall drink to that. The village chief observed the transformation in this young man, who had returned to lend a hand during the busy season. Ah, a wayward son returns, worth more than gold. Yu Cheng sat down again, exchanging a knowing glance with Yu Zhou. At first, Yu Zhou was taken aback, but soon comprehended the unspoken message. He raised his glass. Standing up, village chief, please accept this drink from your junior. After finishing his beer, he received praise from Yu Aigua, who reflected with deep sentiment on the years of hard work that had been put into their family. This young man is truly a fine child, tall, diligent, honest, and filial. If Xiao Mei were to marry him, she would surely find happiness. Alas, the matter of his leg was unfortunate. It mattered not to him. But the child's mother was vehemently opposed. She insisted that their family was of poor means, that the eldest son was a cripple, older than the daughter by 8 years, and that the second son was not much better. The couple's health was also questionable. If Xiao Mei were to marry into such a family, she would face endless hardships. There was little he could do against the mother's objections. Originally, the two families were well acquainted and lived nearby. He could certainly understand his wife's feelings. Who wouldn't he desire a good future for their children? Village chief, your daughter Xiao Mei is 20 now, isn't she? Has she found a suitor yet? Yu Cheng seized the opportunity to inquire. Your memory serves you well. She turned 20 last year and is 21 this year by Chinese reckoning. She has yet to find a suitable match, Yu Aigua replied candidly, not delving deeper into the topic. Aigua, hurry and eat. There is so much food. And it would be a shame to let it go to waste, Yu Dafu quickly interjected, discreetly kicking his son under the table. Observing his son's shifting posture, he realized what was about to unfold. Ignoring his father's subtle warning, Yu Cheng continued, in addition to helping with the harvest. I intend to take my elder brother to the city's major hospital for treatment on his leg. Dafu, is what Xingzi said true? Are you really taking your eldest son for treatment? Yu Aigua's interest was piqued, and he suddenly became more alert. This is indeed a fortunate turn of events. If Yu Shou's leg is successfully treated, he will be able to venture out and earn a living, leaving no grounds for his wife to object. It is true. Patriotic sentiments linger. Yu Dafu wiped the sweat from his brow, initially fearing that the impudent young man intended to propose on behalf of his brother, which startled him greatly. Yu Shou gazed at Yu Cheng in bewilderment, unaware of such matters. Had the family concealed this from him? Did his younger brother not comprehend the family's financial situation? Such naivety was disheartening. Father, Xingzi, I do not consent to the treatment for my leg. It has been in this state for so many years. It is of little concern, for I have grown accustomed to it, Yu Zhou declared as he rose from his seat, subsequently returning to his meal in silence. Yu Aigua felt a twinge of awkwardness. Having nearly finished his meal, he decided to take his leave. On the way home, he pondered over this matter incessantly. Chapter 78. The eldest brother agrees to treat his leg after the village chief departed. Yu Dafeng could no longer contain his frustration. Eldest. The village chief has tea even left yet. What is the matter with you? You exhibit no manners at all. The village chief clearly hinted at something, and you, this impudent child, extinguished all hopes with your refusal to seek treatment for your leg. Father, it is not that I hold any disdain for the village chief. I simply do not wish to undergo treatment. It is a futile expense, and you are well aware of our family's circumstances, Yu Zhou lamented, his eyes reddening. He had not intended to embarrass his father. Yu Cheng understood now. His eldest merely wished to avoid spending money and did not genuinely oppose the treatment. Thus, it was no longer an issue. As long as his brother was willing to seek treatment, all concerns could be set aside. Old man, can't you see the distress on the child's face? Why do you insist on saying such things? Pan Dafeng, feeling sympathy for her son, shot a glare at Yu Dafeng. Yu Dafeng sighed, I am doing this for his own good. If his leg is treated, he will have a better chance of marrying in the future. That way, when we grow old, we need not worry about our eldest son being alone without someone to care for him. Father, I do not intend to marry. Rest assured. I will take good care of you both, Yu Zhou responded, believing his father was concerned about their future well-being. You foolish boy. Do you think your mother and I cannot take care of ourselves? You just need to look after yourself, Yu Dafeng retorted, observing the stubbornness in his eldest son, who seemed as obstinate as a bull. Typically docile, today he was resolute, disregarding the words of adults and asserting that he had no desire to marry. Realizing his father was worried about him, Yu Zhou's eyes grew even redder. Father, in my current state, how could I marry? I would only burden a good girl. This situation is quite acceptable as it is. I have never truly considered marrying anyone. You impudent child. If you do not marry, who will warm your bed? Who will converse with you? When you fall ill, who will care for you? When you face challenges, whom will you consult? Alone, what will you do? Yudafeng exclaimed, his voice swelling with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Old man, please, stop. Pan Dafeng, moved by the conversation, began to cry and pulled at Yudafeng. Father, mother, I am unfilial. Yusho gazed at his aging parents and suddenly knelt down. The towering figure of a man, he wept uncontrollably, his tears and snot mingling. He understood that his parents worried for him and for his younger brother. At least his brother had established a family, while he remained solitary. Surely his parents were more concerned for him. Yu Cheng, witnessing the scene, felt his own eyes grow misty as he approached. Brother, please get up. Kneeling like this only causes our parents more sorrow. It was only then that Yusho took hold of Yu Cheng's hand and rose to his feet. Eldest brother. Wash your face, Jiang Yuman said, bringing a basin of clean water. Thank you, Yuman. Yusho realized he had been overly emotional, and his appearance must have been quite disheveled. No need to thank me. We are family. She discerned that her eldest brother was truly distressed today. He typically remains taciturn. It is not that he is indifferent to many matters, but rather that he either chooses not to speak or finds himself unable to articulate his thoughts. Father, mother, do not fret. My elder brother simply needs time to comprehend. I will have a word with him. Yu Cheng reassured his parents. Yu Dafu and Pan Dafeng nodded, hoping their younger son could persuade his elder brother. Yuzhou washed his face and, at that moment, felt considerably calmer. Brother, it has been far too long since we engaged in a meaningful conversation. Let us take a stroll outside, Yu Cheng suggested, patting his elder brother's shoulder. Intending to converse earnestly, Yuzhou nodded, aware that his younger brother had something significant to convey. It must be said that his younger brother had changed. Although he had only returned for a brief 2 days, Yuzhou could keenly sense this transformation. Father, mother, Yuman, my brother and I are stepping out for a bit. Yu Cheng informed them. The two brothers then exited together. Brother, you focus solely on the cost of treating your leg. Have you considered how much you could earn if your leg were healed? Yu Cheng altered his approach to the conversation. Rather than reproaching his brother for his flawed thinking, he adopted a perspective that would be more palatable. Yuzhou pondered this and found some merit in it. Observing his brother's expression soften, Yu Cheng continued, Brother, you should understand our parents' sentiments better than I do. Yuzhou nodded in agreement. I know. They have always wished for the two of us to thrive together. I was a reckless youth, causing them much concern. It was only after Yuman's pregnancy that I had an epiphany. Now I realize the importance of living a good life. Brother, I am better now, and naturally, I hope for your well-being too, Yu Cheng earnestly expressed. Chengzi, I am pleased to see your transformation. But my situation differs from yours. Whether my leg can be treated remains uncertain. If I spend money and it proves ineffective, it would be a waste, Yuzhou replied. Brother, I understand your concerns regarding finances. I have not mentioned it before, but I am not only employed, I am also conducting business, earning several hundred each day. Yu Cheng discerned his brother's apprehension. Yuzhou stared at his younger brother in astonishment, as if he were a stranger. Chengzi, several hundred each day? What kind of business are you engaged in? Please tell me it is not anything illegal. Yuzhou's immediate thought was that his brother might be involved in unlawful activities. Though he had never worked in the city, he knew a little about the wages there. Generally, one could earn 200 to 300, and at best, 400 to 500. Even formal employment typically yielded just over 300. If his brother was making several hundred a day, what kind of enterprise was it? Could it be drug trafficking? The mere thought sent Yuzhou's heart racing. Yu Cheng found it amusing. Brother, where are your thoughts wandering? I have a wife and children. How could I possibly engage in illegal activities? That is a relief. Yuzhou exhaled, reassured by his brother's confident gaze. Do you recall the crayfish we had for dinner? You certainly indulged quite a bit. Yu Cheng chuckled. Yuzhou's face flushed. Indeed, he had consumed a generous portion. Of course, I remember. The flavor is quite delightful. I sell these little crayfish every day, and they have become exceedingly popular. Brother, even if your leg cannot be healed, you could still assist me in selling the crayfish. Yu Cheng mused that even if his elder brother's leg could not be cured, alternative arrangements could be made. Upon hearing this, Yuzhou felt that this was indeed a feasible solution. Even if his leg were beyond remedy, he could still lend a hand to his younger brother. Considering the burdens of his brother, who juggles both work and business, he felt a pang of sympathy. With that thought in mind, he nodded affirmatively. All right, I will accompany you to treat your leg. Brother, that is the spirit. Yu Cheng felt a weight lift from his heart upon receiving his elder brother's agreement. Chengzi, it's getting late. We should head home. Our parents are waiting for us. Yu Shou chuckled lightly. All right, let us go home. Yu Cheng nodded in agreement. Chapter 79. My dear brother, perhaps he is yet to awaken Cui Ping. May I share something with you? Yu Aiguo returned home, preoccupied with thoughts of Yu Zhou's leg ailment. Cui Ping, the wife of the village head, was named Tian Cui Ping. She had always held a fondness for the young man, Yu Zhou, had it not been for his leg issues. She would have long sought to unite the two young souls. However, she remained uncertain if Yu Zhou harbored any feelings for her daughter. It was abundantly clear that her daughter held a deep affection for Yu Zhou. Anyone with eyes could discern that. Since her daughter was bitten by a venomous snake at the tender age of 16, it was fortunate that Yu Zhou happened upon her just in time. Without hesitation, he had helped her by sucking out the venom. Ever since that incident, she had noticed her daughter occasionally inquiring about Yu Zhou's well-being. Initially, she paid it no mind. But as time passed, both she and her husband became aware of the budding interest. Subsequently, her husband issued a stern warning, forbidding their daughter from entertaining thoughts of Yu Zhou. What is it? Is it about the eldest son of the Yu family? Don't even think about it. Just because he plied you with a few cups of liquor does not mean we should recklessly consider marrying off our daughter. Tian Cui Ping shot her husband an exasperated glance. She knew that Yu Dafu had invited him for drinks, and it could not bode well. It was not that she looked down upon Yu Zhou for his humble beginnings. She believed that the youth could gradually earn a living. Yet, the unfortunate state of his leg cast a long shadow over his prospects. Such a condition would likely hinder his ability to find work in the city, as reputable factories would undoubtedly dismiss him. The young man would be relegated to odd jobs, barely scraping by, and often toiling in the fields for sustenance. As a mother of a son and a daughter, she could hardly bear the thought of her daughter enduring such hardships. My dear wife, I have not agreed to anything. They have never even broached the subject of Xiaomei. Yu Aiguo chuckled, drawing closer to his wife, blowing a playful breath of air. You stink. Go wash up. Tian Cui Ping waved her hand dismissively, her face contorted in disgust. Cui Ping, I have yet to finish my tale. Allow me to conclude before I wash up. I can stand a distance away to spare you the odor. Yu Aiguo jested, leaping back a foot. This time, Tian Cui Ping refrained from reiterating her demand for him to leave. Speak quickly, and if you have flatulence, let it out, she quipped, habitually adjusting her hair while stitching the soles of her shoes. Today, I heard from Yu Dafu that his eldest son is going to the city for treatment of his leg. Yu Aiguo pondered that if the leg issue could indeed be resolved, perhaps his wife would be more amenable to the notion of their daughter marrying him. That leg has been a problem for so many years. Can it truly be healed? I find that hard to believe. Besides, have you ever seen anyone recover from polio? Even if it is treatable, where would they find the funds? Tian Cui Ping reasoned that even if the treatment were successful, the Yu family would likely lack the financial means. I noticed that Yu Heir has returned this time with a different demeanor. Perhaps he has acquired some wealth. Yu Aiguo speculated that the idea of treating his brother's leg must have originated from Yu Heir. After all, it had never been mentioned before in all these years. That Yu Heir, a scoundrel, making money? I doubt it. This year, he has at least shown some sense by coming back to help with the harvest. Tian Cui Ping wore an expression of utter disappointment towards Yu Cheng. Cui Ping, you missed out on the feast that lad prepared tonight. It was simply delectable, far surpassing anything served in the grandest restaurants of Yong'an County. Yu Aiguo was nearly drooling at the thought, lamenting that he had not indulged enough. Enough of this idle chatter. Unless that young man stands before me, fit and well, I might consider it. Tian Cui Ping decisively turned away, ignoring her husband. Yu Aiguo sighed, resigning himself to the idea of taking a bath, waiting for that young man to fully recover before discussing it further. Yu Dafeng and the others were elated to learn that their eldest son had agreed to seek treatment for his leg in the city. The following morning, everyone rose early to harvest rice. After lunch, as the family prepared to rest, a melodious voice called out from outside. Yu Zhou, Yu Zhou. Yu Cheng peered out to see none other than the village chief's daughter, Xiaomei. Brother, a young lady is looking for you, he called out teasingly. The others, initially intending to nap, halted in their tracks, intrigued by the presence of a young woman seeking Yu Zhou. Who is it? Yu Zhou, having nearly reached his room, turned back, puzzled. Was it possible his younger brother had made a mistake? Which girl would dare approach him? As if he were a harbinger of misfortune? Upon reaching the door, he found a lively young lady standing there, holding a bucket. Glancing inside, he saw it was filled with a substantial quantity of crayfish, clearly heavy. Hastily, he opened the small bamboo door. Xiaomei, what brings you here? He inadvertently brushed against her hand while taking the bucket, nearly spilling its contents. I'm so sorry. Xiaomei, I didn't mean to. His nerves rendered him nearly speechless, fearing she might misconstrue his actions as inappropriate. She was merely 20. In the bloom of youth. Yu Zhou, it's quite all right. I know you're a man of integrity, Xiaomei replied bashfully. Her cheeks tinged with pink as she gazed at him. That's a relief. And what about these crayfish? Yu Zhou felt reassured upon realizing she bore him no ill will, though he was puzzled as to why she had brought such a bounty to their home. Oh, my father caught these himself and insisted I deliver them to you. He also mentioned. Xiaomei hesitated, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. My father had a meal at your place yesterday and now wants to come over again today. Isn't that a bit shameless? What else did he say? Yu Zhou inquired, intrigued by her unfinished thoughts. He's planning to come to your house for dinner tonight. I must return now. I'll retrieve the bucket tomorrow. With that, she quickly turned and dashed away, anxious to avoid her mother's wrath for visiting Yu Shou's home. Her heart fluttered at the thought of seeing Yu Shou again the next day. The onlookers, hidden from view, exchanged glances, sensing the budding romance. Yu Cheng understood. It seemed Xiaomei harbored feelings for his elder brother, while Yu Zhou, blissfully unaware, had yet to catch on. Xiaomei cheerfully hummed a tune as she made her way home. Upon seeing her father seated beneath the grand camphor tree at the doorstep, she quickly composed herself. Dad, I've delivered the crayfish. Go inside and rest. We still have rice to harvest this afternoon. You little rascal. Do you think your father is oblivious to your joy, as if you stumbled upon a fortune? Understood, Dad. Xiaomei obediently replied and then retreated inside to rest. Chapter 80. Transplanting rice seedlings as evening descended, the village chief, Yu Aigua, arrived as anticipated to partake in his beloved spicy crayfish. Once again, it was Yu Cheng who took to the kitchen. Despite having toiled throughout the day, he was still able to manage. The village chief, of course, returned home thoroughly satiated. Yet, beyond merely indulging in a hearty meal, he confirmed one significant piece of news. Yu Dafeng's eldest son was to venture into the city for treatment of his leg. This meal had not been in vain. By the time Yu Cheng had washed up, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Yu Cheng, you must be quite exhausted today. Do those wounds hurt? Jiang Yuman inquired, her heart aching as she gazed at the crimson cuts adorning his hands and feet. Yuman, it doesn't hurt. I've already applied some ointment, Yu Cheng replied, gently embracing his wife. There was a comfort in holding her that alleviated a substantial portion of his fatigue. It was not just him. The other men in the household felt the same, yet fortunately, they had all tended to their wounds. Yuman, once we finish harvesting the rice and transplanting the seedlings, we will return home. By then, the holiday will be nearly over. All right, Jiang Yuman responded sweetly, nestling closer to him. This time, my elder brother will accompany us to treat his leg, and I wish to bring our parents over to stay for a while. Yu Cheng believed that if his brother required treatment, their parents could care for him, and of course, they could also look after his wife. That sounds wonderful. Jiang Yuman expressed her hope for her in-laws to spend some time in the city. Previously, their living quarters had been so modest that she felt embarrassed to invite them over. It was simply impractical to accommodate them, and staying in a hotel every day was financially unfeasible. It's rather late. We should sleep now. Yu Cheng acknowledged his fatigue. A good night's rest would help him regain some strength. Jiang Yuman responded obediently, aware of Yu Cheng's exhaustion. The couple soon embraced and drifted off into slumber. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, and the rice had been completely harvested. The next tasks involved plowing the fields and transplanting the seedlings. The plowing was primarily handled by Yu Dafeng and his son, Yu Zhou, while Yu Cheng and Qian Shaohai found themselves less adept at the task. The initial step in transplanting seedlings required rising early to pull seedlings from the nursery beds. They needed to set out while the dawn was still breaking. Armed with baskets, they selected the robust seedlings, binding them together with rice straw once they had gathered a sufficient amount. There was a technique to pulling seedlings as well. One should endeavor to grasp them close to the ground to avoid breaking them. Initially, Qian Shaohai struggled, often snapping the seedlings, but as he grasped the technique, his speed and proficiency improved. Shaohai, you're getting faster. Yu Cheng praised genuinely. Of course, brother Yu Cheng. I can't possibly bring shame to you. Qian Shaohai replied with a grin, wiping the sweat from his brow. Shane? You've been diligent. The villagers are all singing your praises. Indeed. The entire Daxing village was aware that he had brought a capable university student to assist with the harvest. He had previously worried that the lad might struggle, but he had proven to be resilient, enduring hardship without complaint, which had earned Yu Cheng's respect. That should be sufficient. Let us head over to transplant the seedlings. Cheng remarked, surveying the basket filled with seedlings. The bamboo basket used for transplanting seedlings is quite long and robust, while the part inserted into the basket is sharpened and thin. Typically, such baskets are woven from bamboo by the households themselves, a common practice in rural areas, particularly for families with average means. A single load of seedlings is rather weighty, but fortunately, the seedling field is adjacent to the family's rice paddy, merely separated by 2 plots belonging to others. If the distance were shorter, one could forego the basket altogether, instead binding handfuls of seedlings with straw and scattering them directly in the field. "Xiaohai, are you tired?" Cheng inquired as he trudged along the narrow path, stepping unevenly. Xiaohai followed closely behind, panting heavily. "Brother Cheng, I'm managing, but my shoulders are sore from the weight." The burden of the yoke bent him slightly, making his gait unsteady, leaving a trail of footprints along the path. "Xiaohai, have you ever transplanted seedlings before?" Cheng tossed handfuls of seedlings from the basket into the field. Xiaohai shook his head. "No, I've never even seen it done. Today, I can give it a try and see if transplanting is more exhausting than harvesting." He dismissed the challenge with a shrug. At that moment, Yudafu and Yuzhou, having finished plowing the adjacent field, came over to assist with the transplanting. "Qingzi, do you remember how to transplant?" Yuzhou teased, recalling that his younger brother hadn't participated in this task for many years. "Don't worry, I remember it well. Shall we have a little competition to see who can transplant faster?" He had previously returned to the countryside during busy seasons to help his parents with farm work. However, due to concerns regarding Yuman, they were reluctant to move back to the city. "You two can compete while I serve as the judge," Yudafu called out, grabbing a handful of seedlings to begin transplanting. "Dad, don't just be a judge. Why not compete with us as well?" Cheng joked in response. "Humph. I want to compete with you. Otherwise, who will judge you?" Yudafu remained unfazed, focusing on his task. "Qingzi, Dad is over 50. Let us not involve him. Let us just compete among ourselves." In truth, their father was not much slower than they were. "Brother Qingzi, my feet feel a bit itchy and painful," Xiaohai called out. Upon hearing this, Cheng wondered if the boy had been bitten by leeches. "Xiaohai, step onto the path," he instructed. "Oh." Xiaohai quickly complied. To Cheng's dismay, he saw that 2 thick, green leeches were clinging to each of Xiaohai's feet. Startled, Xiaohai exclaimed and nearly fell into the field, but Cheng swiftly caught him, preventing him from tumbling down. "Don't be afraid, those are just water leeches. I'll help you get rid of them," Cheng said, observing how the leeches had likely gorged themselves on blood. "Dad, could I borrow your dry tobacco?" Lacking a cigarette of his own, and with his elder brother also abstaining from smoking, Yudafu resorted to his father's hand-rolled tobacco. Uncertain of the boy's intentions, Yudafu nonetheless retrieved the bamboo smoking pipe from his pocket. "Father, please take a few puffs," Cheng urged as he offered the lit pipe to his father. Yudafu inhaled deeply several times before passing the pipe to his younger son. Cheng targeted a leech with the glowing pipe tip and seared it, causing the limp creature to tumble away. He repeated the action on another. Indeed, blood began to flow from the wound, prompting Cheng to lead Xiaohai to a nearby location where he cleaned the injury with fresh water. Soon, the bleeding subsided. "Xiaohai, perhaps you should return to rest and forego working in the fields," Cheng contemplated, concerned that the young lad had been thoroughly startled. "Brother Cheng, I won't go back. I was merely momentarily taken aback. It's just a bit of blood-sucking, isn't it?" Xiaohai, now aware of the leech's nature, felt less apprehensive. He recalled studying such mollusks in biology class, where the teacher had provided an extensive explanation. "Just be cautious next time, if you feel even the slightest itch. Quickly lift your foot and give it a gentle slap, and that creature will fall away without drawing your blood," Cheng advised, recognizing Xiaohai's inexperience. He regretted not having warned him earlier. "Qingzi, let Xiaohai return to rest," Yudafu called from a distance, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Accustomed to the presence of these blood-sucking creatures in the fields, he had forgotten that the young man was unaware of them. "See, even my father suggests you take a break," Cheng echoed, intending for Xiaohai to recuperate properly. After all, the harvest of millet was nearing completion, and the 3 of them could take their time with the rice planting. "Uncle, I'm fine. The bleeding has stopped," Xiaohai insisted, affirming that a young man like him should not remain idle at home. Ultimately, they could not dissuade Xiaohai, and they resumed their new round of rice planting competition. Chapter 81. The family goes to the city to treat the eldest brother. After approximately 10 days of bustling activity, the harvest season came to a close. The following day, everyone took a well-deserved rest for most of the day. In the evening, they gathered together for dinner and then settled in the living room to watch television. Brother, please pack the items you need tonight. We shall set off tomorrow, Cheng remarked, reflecting that there were only 2 days left of their holiday. All right, Chengxi. I will get right to it. Zhou immediately rose and headed to his room. In truth, there was not much to prepare, just a few changes of clothes. Father, Mother, you should accompany your elder brother. He will need someone to care for him during his treatment, Cheng suggested, hoping that his parents could experience the city as well. There are merits to both rural and urban life. Why don't you and your mother go with them? I can stay here to tend to the house, Yudafu proposed, considering that his wife might be more adept at caregiving than he was. With the seedlings just planted in the fields and the chickens and pigs requiring attention, he felt it was essential to remain at home. Old man, you should go. There is too much to handle at home, and as a man, you might not manage well, she countered, knowing that she usually took care of the chickens and pigs. It dawned on Cheng that he had completely overlooked the animals at home. Perhaps we could ask the village chief to look after them for a week while we assess my brother's condition, he contemplated, believing that the village chief would be willing to help. Besides, the village chief had planted his seedlings a few days earlier than theirs, thus having fewer to tend to. However, it was essential for his father to make the request personally. It would be inappropriate for the younger generation to do so. His father had always maintained a good relationship with the village chief, making him the most suitable candidate for the task, especially considering the significance of his brother's leg treatment. Chengxi, is this agreeable? Pan Dafin expressed her reservations. What is there to worry about? That village chief was someone I endorsed back in the day, Dafu declared as he stepped outside. If, after a week, his eldest son's condition stabilized, he would return, allowing his wife to care for the elder brother. If not, he would bring both his wife and elder son back with him. Mother, what did father mean by that? Cheng inquired, realizing that his father had once been a candidate for village chief. That is an ancient story, and your father should have no shame in bringing it up after all these years. Pan Dafin chuckled while shaking her head. Could you tell me more? Cheng asked. Intrigued, seeing her son's interest, Pan Dafin recounted the events of yesteryears. It turned out that both Dafu and Igwa were popular contenders for the village chief position at that time, with their support nearly evenly split. However, the old village chief favored Dafu, yet both men were as close as brothers. In the end, Dafu voluntarily approached the old village chief and withdrew from the election, allowing Igwa to assume the role of village chief with ease. This act solidified a lasting bond between them. Now it made sense why father had seemed so resolute earlier, akin to a bull. Cheng chuckled heartily. Pan Dafing shot him a glare, cautioning, be careful, your father might be listening. Otherwise, you might find yourself in trouble. Mom, I'm not afraid of dad now. He can't beat me, Cheng retorted, sticking out his tongue in a mischievous manner. Jiang Yuman gently pinched Cheng's arm, signaling him to temper his words. Oh, you. Still as cheeky as ever, she remarked. All right, you keep Yuman company while I tidy up some things. It's essential to prepare before heading to the city. Go ahead, Mom. I'll take Yuman for a stroll. Cheng waved his hand, leading Jiang Yuman outside. Meanwhile, Qian Shaohai, perhaps having indulged in a few drinks the previous night, had taken an early shower and gone to bed. On the other side, Dafing visited the village chief's home. He wasted no time with pleasantries and got straight to the point. Igwa, tomorrow, Dafin and I will take my eldest to the city hospital for his leg. I would appreciate it if you could look after some of our livestock for a week. Upon hearing this, Igwa brightened up at the prospect of treating the leg. He nodded eagerly, no problem. This is a minor matter. Suaping and I will take good care of them. You and your wife can rest assured that I will feed your chickens and pigs, ensuring they won't go hungry. Just then, Tian Suaping, who had just entered, chimed in. You can count on us, Dafing. While I may not approve of your daughter's relationship with Zhou, I hold no ill will towards you and your wife. After all, Zhou had saved her daughter, which she had always kept in mind, and her husband, as a village official, owed a debt of gratitude to Dafing. Thank you, Igwa insisted Suaping. Dafing sincerely expressed his gratitude with a bow. I'll leave the keys on the table. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to tidy up. When I return, drinks are on me. He placed a set of keys on the table. Great. I look forward to it. Igwa responded cheerfully. All right then, Dafing replied before turning to leave. After Dafing departed, Xiaomei hurried in. Dad, Mom, is it true that Zhou is going to the city for treatment? She asked, her face alight with joy. If his leg healed, perhaps her mother would no longer oppose her marrying Zhou. So what if he does? Tian Suaping retorted, unyielding. Don't think for a moment that I'm oblivious to your thoughts. It won't change a thing. Her words doused Yu Xiaomei's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Mom, if Yu Shou's leg gets better, wouldn't you still oppose us being together? Yu Xiaomei asked, her expression one of distress, struggling to grasp her mother's intentions. Xiaomei, do you think I would wish harm upon you? Tian Suaping sighed. Yu Shou's leg is beyond repair. I only want what's best for you. She lamented the fact that her daughter had chosen to fancy that boy. Mom, what are your true feelings? Can't you wish him well just a little? Yu Xiaomei's frustration bubbled over, her voice rising. Xiaomei, you shouldn't speak to your mother like that, Yu Aigua interjected. Fearing that provoking Tian Suaping would only complicate matters further concerning their daughter's marriage. What is wrong with you, child? Have you lost your mind? Tian Suaping felt a twinge of anger. How had her usually obedient and understanding daughter become so rebellious? Yu Aigua discreetly shook his head at their daughter, signaling her to refrain from further discussion. In a fit of frustration, Yu Xiaomei turned on her heel and retreated to her room, pondering to herself that if you disapprove, can I devise my own solutions? Just look at how spoiled Xiaomei has become under your indulgence. Tian Suaping, equally irked, directed her frustration towards her husband. Suaping, please calm down. It is all my fault. Do not argue with the child, Yu Aigua said, approaching his wife and gently massaging her back in an attempt to appease her. This gesture finally softened Tian Suaping's expression. The following day, the family rose early, reheating the leftovers from the previous night's meal. Once everything was tidied up, they shouldered their bags and made their way to the village entrance to await transportation. Chapter 82. It's acceptable for me, but not for my parents and spouse. Fortunately, the crowd was manageable today, and everyone had a seat. Yu Cheng had purchased the tickets and settled down beside his wife. Yu Dafu and Pan Dafeng occupied the front row on the left, while he and his wife took the second row on the right. Qian Shaohai, demonstrating a newfound cleverness, found a window seat and beckoned Yu Zhou to join him. Yu Zhou promptly walked over and sat beside Qian Shaohai. At that moment, the ticket collector's sharp voice pierced through the air. Old man, you have too many chickens. You need to buy an extra ticket. Her face bore an unmistakable expression of disdain. Miss, I have placed my chickens under the seat. They are not encroaching upon your space. Why must I purchase an additional ticket? Yu Dafu's voice, tinged with irritation, resonated. Yuman, sit tight. I'll go see what is happening with Dad and Mom, Yu Cheng declared as he stood up. All right, take your time, but don't argue with them. Jiang Yuman nodded in agreement, concerned that Yu Cheng might escalate the situation. Don't worry, dear. I've got this. Yu Cheng reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand. After uttering those words, he made his way over, while Yu Shou remained in the back, oblivious to the unfolding drama. As Yu Cheng approached, he was dismayed to discover that it was the same woman from last time. Cursing under his breath, he thought, what terrible luck to encounter her again. Old man, you are bringing too many items, taking up too much space, with chickens and geese, and all that. It's making the air inside the carriage unbearable. You must purchase an extra ticket, the ticket collector reiterated, her tone dripping with annoyance. In her mind, she mused that it seemed as though they had moved their entire household into the city. She had a particular disdain for rural folk visiting the city, always burdened with large bags, seemingly intent on bringing everything they had grown or raised into town, creating an unpleasant odor in the carriage, which complicated her duties of maintaining cleanliness. What do you mean by that? Yu Cheng interjected, having just overheard her remark. Just the literal meaning. The ticket collector replied dismissively. Upon looking up and recognizing him, she froze momentarily. It was indeed the same handsome young man from their previous encounter, whom she had remembered distinctly. Why must I purchase a ticket for bringing items? I have never heard of such a requirement, Yu Cheng asked, his tone cool and unyielding. He had discerned that the ticket collector was merely attempting to take advantage of his elderly father's status. The ticket collector felt a wave of discomfort at being addressed as Miss by Yu Cheng. She regretted her earlier attempt to trouble the old man, but found herself caught in a predicament. Young man, this matter does not concern you. Kindly return to your seat. She insisted, unaware that he was the old man's son, a realization that would have likely deterred her from making such a foolish statement. How can this not concern me? Are you implying that I should stand idly by while you make things difficult for my parents? Yu Cheng retorted, finding her words rather amusing. Upon hearing the unfortunate news, the ticket collector realized with dismay that the elderly gentleman was none other than his own father. What should be done now? At that moment, Yu Zhou, seated at the back, also sensed something amiss and approached the front. Dad, Mom, Qingzi, what has happened? Yu Zhou presumed something serious was afoot. The ticket collector, noticing the arrival of another tall young man, felt her confidence wane. Her complexion turned pale and anxious, tinged with fear. What if these two young men resorted to violence? The vehicle continued on its course, yet the other passengers could no longer remain passive. Young lady, who travels to the city without bringing a few items from home. Your charges seem rather unreasonable. Indeed, asking someone to purchase an additional ticket is simply extortion. Absolutely, young lady, one should not conduct themselves in such a manner. The ticket collector's face flushed, alternating between crimson and pallor, her embarrassment palpable. If you don't want to buy, then don't, she muttered, attempting to turn away with an exaggerated sway of her hips. Everyone, halt. How can you just leave like that? Cheng called out, observing the ticket collector's blatant disregard. While it was one thing to insult him, disparaging his wife and parents was utterly intolerable. The ticket collector turned around. I didn't force your parents to buy tickets. Yet you persist in your complaints. What more do you want? Yushou tugged at his brother's sleeve, urging him to let it go. He felt that since they weren't being compelled to purchase another ticket, it was best to avoid further conflict. Better to let sleeping dogs lie. Cheng, feigning ignorance, replied coldly, you were just loudly deriding the old man with a contemptuous expression, believing my parents to be simple folk, thus daring to breach the rules. You already brought considerable items with you, and now I've exempted you from purchasing an extra ticket. What else do you desire? The ticket collector's temper flared, her tone decidedly hostile. Chengzi, let it go, please, Pan Dafin intervened, feeling the public confrontation was becoming quite uncomfortable. She had no desire to stir up trouble, acknowledging that she had indeed brought a larger quantity of goods, all of which were homemade, as they were visiting the family of her future in-laws. It was only prudent to prepare adequately. Even if these items held little monetary value, they represented a token of their goodwill. Mom, don't worry. It will be resolved shortly, he assured her with a smile and a nod. Leaning against the armrest, he lazily remarked, what do you want? An apology will suffice. Why should I apologize? I neither struck nor insulted anyone. Some rural folk, unable to afford a ticket, still wish to ride. They should have the ability to walk. The audacity of requesting an apology from her for those two old individuals was preposterous. No apology? Fine, from this moment on, don't expect to board a single passenger today. Cheng declared, his expression resolute, suggesting he had all the time in the world for this standoff. At that moment, Qian Xiaohai, who had been dozing off since boarding the bus, awakened to the commotion, having been frightened by a previous incident. He quickly noticed that Yuzhou was absent and glanced toward the front, observing his brothers engaged in a heated discussion with the ticket collector. Concerned that something might have transpired, he hurriedly made his way forward. Yuzhou, what has happened? The ticket collector, upon noticing yet another helper, a tall and youthful lad, felt that today was indeed not going well. The number of passengers was scant, and now this incident had occurred. Instead of encountering a soft-hearted individual, he had met a rock harder than those found in a latrine. Has someone been bullying your uncle and aunt? Cheng inquired, casting a glance at the ticket collector. Who dares? Have they consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? Qian Xiaohai deliberately adopted a somewhat rogue demeanor, eyeing the ticket collector. Startled, the ticket collector reluctantly apologized. Elder, it is my fault. I should not have sold tickets indiscriminately. No worries, young lady. Please continue with your duties. Pan Dafin quickly interjected. Yu Dafu remained silent, preferring not to engage with such individuals, not even sparing them a glance. His expression clearly conveyed disdain for these rustic folk. After the ticket collector finished speaking, she turned and walked to the front. Cheng called out once more, Sister, do not look down upon those from the countryside. We have all been rural folk for 3 generations. He had already discerned that this girl hailed from the city, likely from a small town. At last, everyone returned to their seats. Jiang Yuman whispered, Cheng, you truly are impressive. Hee. Thank you for the compliment, my dear. Cheng replied, embracing her with a smile. Chapter 83. Has my father been possessed by Lu Laolao? Fortunately, the ticket collector did not create any fuss later on, and the journey proceeded smoothly. By around 11 o'clock, we arrived at the Xianan community. Dad, Mom, brother, we have arrived. Chengzi, do you live in here? Yu Dafu gazed at the imposing iron gate outside the community, which appeared rather grand. It seemed adorned with a plethora of trees within. The buildings were tall, their exteriors painted in a pristine white, truly a sight to behold. In this era, residential buildings were still quite scarce in rural areas. To Yu Dafu, these 5- or 6-story edifices seemed like towering skyscrapers. At over 50, the grandest place he had visited was the county town, which boasted little in the way of impressive high-rise constructions. Thus, to him, these 5 or 6 stories were indeed monumental. Yes, I live inside. Let us hurry in. Cheng exclaimed, clutching 2 canvas bags as he stepped inside. "Little you, we have guests at home," called out the community security guard, Old Chen. "Uncle Chen, these are my parents and my elder brother. I brought them into the city for a few days," Cheng replied with a cheerful grin. He then retrieved a bundle of dried wild bamboo shoots, a pound of fresh chili peppers, and a handful of green beans from his bags, handing them over. "Uncle Chen, these are some local specialties and vegetables from our farm. Please take them home to add to your meals." "Oh no, little you, you're too kind. Keep them for yourselves," Old Chen insisted, shaking his head. Observing the humble attire of the young man's family, he understood their modest circumstances. Indeed, farmers toil year-round for meager earnings. He also noted that the young man's brother appeared to have some difficulties, if he guessed correctly. The entire family's visit was not merely for leisure. Ordinarily, this young lad would occasionally bring him some snails or crayfish to savor, and his grandson relished those treats. Thus, he did not wish to impose upon Cheng by accepting the offered produce. "Uncle Chen, are you disdaining my gifts?" Cheng playfully remarked. Upon hearing this, Old Chen quickly smiled and accepted the items. "Little you clever lad. Very well, I shall accept your kind gesture. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to let me know." Observing this earnest family, Old Chen resolved to lend a helping hand whenever possible. "Xiaohai, please take my parents upstairs first. Yuman has the keys. I'll go put these things in the storage room," Cheng instructed. He knew that most of the chickens, geese, and other items were meant for his father-in-law's home. It was clear that his parents would want to visit them. Carrying everything upstairs and then back down would be quite a hassle, and it would not be appropriate to leave the live poultry unattended. As Yuman was sensitive to the odor, "All right, brother Cheng, you go ahead." Qian Xiaohai responded eagerly. "Qingzi, with so many items, it's not right for you to carry them alone. I'll help you take some over," Yu Zhou said, concerned that his younger brother might struggle with the load, and stepped forward to assist. "All right, brother, let us proceed together and take a look at my storage room," Cheng chuckled. Thus, the two brothers made their way to the storage room. "Dad, Mom, we shall head upstairs first. Cheng and I will return shortly," Jiang Yuman said, warmly linking arms with her mother-in-law, Pan Dafeng, as they ascended the staircase. Upon entering the home, their eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before them. Yu Dafu, filled with curiosity, promptly stepped inside. Qian Xiaoai changed his shoes before entering. Noticing Xiaoai had changed his shoes, Pan Dafeng realized that one must do so before entering the house. She called out, "Old man, come here quickly." Yu Dafu, having just settled himself onto the sofa to test its comfort, hurriedly made his way over upon hearing his wife's call. "Dafeng, the sofa is quite comfortable. I never imagined our youngest son would reside in such a splendid place." He observed the presence of a refrigerator, washing machine, color television, and sofa. "You old fool. Did you not see that Xiaoai changed his shoes before entering? How could you trample in with those liberation shoes?" Pan Dafeng shot a glare at Yu Dafu. He glanced down at his liberation shoes, chuckled sheepishly, and ruffled his thinning hair. "Dad, Mom, it's fine to come in like this. Tomorrow, I'll clean up and change shoes. Today, it's just fine. After such a long time away from home, it might appear clean, yet there was still dust." "No. Yuman, quickly fetch some shoes for your father and me," Pan Dafeng insisted. "We must not ruin such a fine floor." Jiang Yuman, with a resigned smile, retrieved 2 pairs of new slippers from the shoe cabinet for her in-laws to wear. These slippers had been prepared by Yu Cheng beforehand, kept in reserve for any guests that might visit. "Yuman, the rent for this house must be quite substantial," Pan Dafeng remarked, observing the quality of the residence, which surely was not inexpensive. "Fortunately, it's only 60 a month," Jiang Yuman replied candidly. Upon hearing 60, Pan Dafeng clicked her tongue in disbelief, exclaiming how exorbitant it was. Living in the countryside is far better. Residing in one's own home, though a bit shabby, it costs nothing. Yet, she refrained from voicing her true thoughts. "Dad, Mom, please sit for a moment. I will prepare some hot water for tea," Jiang Yuman said as she headed to the kitchen, filling an electric kettle to boil water. Pan Dafeng followed her inside, observing the electric rice cookers, gas stove, and various cabinets, all so sophisticated. Although they could not afford such luxuries at home, she had seen them in television commercials and knew they were quite expensive. The only television they owned had been purchased after much saving, and her husband had borrowed 200 to 300 from the village chief to afford it, primarily so that when Yuman returned to assist and during festive gatherings, they would not be without a television. "Yuman, did you and Qingzi buy all these things for the house?" Pan Dafeng assumed the items were purchased by her son. She pondered how much it must have cost. Surely that boy has engaged in any illicit activities. It is said that the city is quite chaotic now, with brawls and robberies occurring even in broad daylight. Mother, Chengzi and I cannot possibly afford such luxuries. These belong to the landlord, yet we may utilize them. I recall a little over a month ago when my pockets were emptier than my face. Oh, how fortunate it is that the landlord possesses so many splendid items. All available for your use? Pan Dafin mused on the generosity of the city's inhabitants, allowing such precious belongings to be used by others. Indeed, the landlord's children have all immigrated and are unlikely to return, leaving behind their possessions which cannot be taken with them. Jiang Yuman prepared a cup of tea for the elderly couple, while she poured a glass of plain water for Qian Shaohai. As this young man does not partake in tea. Yuman, your place is akin to a 5-star luxury hotel, Yudafeng exclaimed, touching this and that. Unable to conceal his astonishment. Father, are you jesting? Yu Qing, who had just entered, overheard his father's words and could only chuckle in disbelief. Has father become overly dramatic? Is he channeling the spirit of Lu Laolao? Chapter 84. United hearts naturally connect the moment Yu Shou stepped inside. He was at a loss as to where to place his feet. He was still clad in a pair of liberation shoes, and the floor of the earthen brick house was devoid of cement, save for the 2 rooms occupied by him and his brother, which were covered with a rough layer of concrete. Observing the stark contrast of his brother's current living situation, he could hardly believe it. Fortunately, his brother had spent over 10 days at home without uttering a word of complaint. Brother, why are you still standing there? Here, put on these slippers and come in to sit with Mom and Dad, Yu Cheng said, presenting a pair of new slippers for his elder brother to wear. Yu Zhou, filled with trepidation, changed into the slippers and entered, gazing in disbelief at the modern appliances that adorned the room. Unable to fathom how well his brother was faring in the city, Jiang Yuman prepared a cup of tea for him. Dad, Mom, brother, you can watch some television. I'll start preparing dinner, Yu Cheng announced. I need to head back to the factory now. He too needed a restful sleep after enduring a long journey. Feeling drowsy from the ride, it was the lingering effects of his old travel sickness. Shaohai, there's no rush. Have lunch first before you go back. At this hour, it's only natural for you to have a meal before returning to the factory, he remarked, suspecting that the young man might be feeling a bit unwell from the journey. Shaohai, if you're not feeling well, you can take a nap in the guest room. I'll wake you when it's time to eat, Jiang Yuman observed, noticing his discomfort. No worries, Yu Qing, sister-in-law. I can just rest on the sofa for a bit, Qian Shaohai replied, closing his eyes, hoping that a brief respite would alleviate his fatigue. He felt embarrassed to occupy a bedroom, as there were only 2 rooms available. One was undoubtedly reserved for Yu Qin and his wife, while the other was for their parents. It seemed that Yu Zhou would have to make do with the sofa, which could easily transform into a bed for one. Seeing the young man doze off swiftly, Yu Qing stepped into the room and brought out a thin blanket to cover him. Dad, Mom, you should also go and rest for a while. I will call you when it's time for dinner, he suggested, believing his parents could use a moment of repose. We're not tired. You should hurry and cook. I'm hungry, Yudafu said, patting his belly while secretly craving the dishes prepared by his younger son. He had to admit that his younger son's cooking was exceptionally delicious, even surpassing that of his wife. All right, Dad, just wait a moment. It won't take long. I'll head in to prepare dinner now, Yu Qing replied with a smile, retrieving some meat and vegetables from the refrigerator before entering the kitchen. He relished this feeling of familial togetherness. Just as Yu Cheng stepped inside, Jiang Yuman followed closely behind. Pan Dafin had intended to assist in the kitchen but refrained upon seeing the couple engaged in a discussion. Yuman, why did you come in? Quickly. Go take a half-hour nap. By then, the food will be nearly ready, he said, as he worked on the meal. Cooking with a rice cooker and using liquefied gas for stir-frying was considerably more convenient and expedited the process. Today, he planned to keep the preparation simple. Half an hour would suffice. I'll come in to help wash the vegetables. After all, I'm your sous chef, Chef Yu, Jiang Yuman teased, playfully winking at him. While assistance is one aspect, what is of greater significance is the matters I wish to discuss with Yu Qing. Upon seeing Yuman enter, Yu Qing thought it was an opportune moment to converse with her, especially since he couldn't speak freely with his parents around. Yuman, I have something to discuss with you. Yu Qing, I have something to discuss with you too. Both paused for a moment, then exchanged smiles. You go first. Yu Qing insisted, adhering to the principle of ladies first, particularly when it came to his own wife. Then I shall begin, Yuman replied. This afternoon, I plan to take my parents and elder brother to buy some clothes. Yuman had intended to shop in Daxing village, but the market was quite distant, requiring a long trek of 5 or 6 kilometers and only accessible on market days. The styles of clothing there were unappealing and the quality subpar. Realizing that they would be bringing her brother to the city for treatment, she thought it best to purchase clothes for them there. "My dear, I adore you. It's delightful that we both had the same thought," Cheng exclaimed, planting a kiss on Jiang Yuman's cheek in his excitement. He had also been contemplating buying clothes and shoes for his parents and elder brother. What brought him even more joy was that Yuman had thought of this detail. It truly warmed his heart. It was remarkable that she considered not only their parents but also their elder brother. Yuman was taken aback. It was surprising that he was also thinking of buying clothes for his parents and elder brother. Previously, Cheng had never considered purchasing clothes for his parents-in-law, let alone for his brother-in-law. Each year, during the new year, Yuman would scrimp and save to bring back a set of clothes for her parents-in-law as a gesture of filial piety. "Cheng, aren't you a bit shameless? Your parents and brother are still outside." Yuman suddenly recalled the kiss she had received from Cheng. "It's fine, my dear. They won tea peak. And my brother is as dense as a rock. He has tea woken up to anything yet," Cheng replied playfully, leaning in for another kiss. "Cheng, do you still intend to cook?" Yuman's cheeks flushed. "Dinner is already cooking. I'm just preparing to slice the meat." He indicated toward the freshly washed pork on the cutting board. "Then I shall wash the vegetables," Yuman declared, placing tomatoes and water spinach into the washing basin. The water spinach had been brought from their hometown, and the tomatoes were of the large variety, grown by her mother-in-law. "Tomorrow, let us take my parents to visit yours. And perhaps we can see if your father knows of a reputable orthopedic doctor," Cheng suggested as he placed the sliced meat onto a plate, followed by some julienne green peppers for stir-frying. "Sounds good," Yuman mused, recognizing that their parents had yet to meet each other. Even if it weren't for her brother's treatment, it would be beneficial for them to become acquainted. After all, they were family, and maintaining connections between the two families was essential. "My dear, don't you think we share a remarkable connection? We often seem to think alike," Cheng remarked, feeling an increasingly strong sense of this bond. Since his rebirth, he and Yuman frequently found themselves in sync with their thoughts. "Silly. When our hearts are united, communication becomes effortless," Yuman replied with a smile. Jiang Yuman felt that this was indeed the case. Perhaps many couples experience the same sentiment. Observing his wife with her head bowed and a gentle smile, Cheng felt as though his heart was melting. Chapter 85. A Mother's Concern. "All right, Yuman. The vegetables are washed. You should go out and chat with Mom, Dad, and your elder brother. The kitchen will soon be filled with the heavy scent of cooking oil, which is not conducive for either children or adults. Even ordinary people aren't fond of such aromas." Cheng chuckled as he gently nudged Jiang Yuman outside. "Yuman, come here and rest for a moment. Let Chengzi handle things inside by himself," Pan Dafeng beckoned, patting the empty seat beside her. "Stay with Mom for a while. I'll go in and help Chengzi." Yuzhou stood up. He had been pondering the stoves, honeycomb coal, pots, and various disposable dishes he had seen in the storage room before entering. He had also spotted a tricycle, presumably used by his younger brother for his business endeavors. Curiosity filled him, and he longed to inquire, yet he held back. He wondered when his brother planned to start his stall, honestly. He had little hope for his own legs, but found himself deeply intrigued by his brother's small enterprise. A person with a disability like him would not be favored by reputable factories, especially those that sought a certain image. However, if he could run his own stall, he wouldn't have to worry about being dismissed by others. With these thoughts in mind, Yuzhou pushed open the kitchen door and stepped inside. Cheng was busy stir-frying chili and meat, causing Yuzhou to stifle a sneeze. Hearing the sound, Cheng turned around and noticed his elder brother had entered without closing the door. He juggled the pan and called out, "Brother, please close the door. Otherwise, the smoke will waft into the living room and irritate Mom and Dad." Yuzhou mused that back in their hometown, their parents were accustomed to the smoke daily. Yet here in the city, they had become rather delicate. "Oh, all right," Yuzhou replied, promptly shutting the kitchen door. "Brother, you can just wait for the meal outside. I won't take long." Cheng assumed his elder brother was hungry. "Chengzi, I'm not hungry. I merely wish to ask when you plan to start your stall." Yuzhou rubbed his rough hands together, appearing somewhat awkward. Only then did Cheng realize that his brother was eager to join him in business. "Ah, you are quite restless, aren't you?" "Brother, there's no rush. We should first pay a visit to my in-laws. You haven't met them yet, right?" Cheng deemed that checking on his legs was of utmost importance, and he felt no urgency regarding the business, which could afford to wait a day or two. Upon hearing his brother's words, Yuzhou thought it made sense. Indeed, he had never met Yuman's parents, nor had they met theirs previously. It was excusable due to the distance and the countryside, but now that they were in the city, Failing to visit would be rather impolite. He nodded. Ah, I was so anxious that I forgot. Of course, we must pay our respects after arriving in the city. Yu Cheng smiled. It's all right, brother. You'll have your hands full when the time comes. He contemplated sending Xiao Hai to the factory in the afternoon and intended to report to the factory director and workshop manager as well. He planned to bring them some vegetables from home and check on the machinery and equipment. By then, most of the workers should be returning gradually. As work is set to commence tomorrow, the seasonal laborers have concluded their agricultural break, while the main factory remains in full operation, striving to complete a batch of goods. Fortunately, they are nearing completion, as everyone is putting in extra hours, eager to expedite the process. The factory manager has even issued a statement promising bonuses for early completion, which has invigorated the workers' spirits. This thought brought a smile to his face, for upon the successful fulfillment of this order, a considerable sum of money would be his reward. Yu Zhou gazed at his brother, who was joyfully preparing the dishes, likely reminiscing about some delightful prospect. Brother, please serve these 2 dishes outside. I'll prepare one more soup and another dish, Yu Cheng directed, indicating the already sautéed tomatoes with scrambled eggs and spicy stir-fried meat. He planned to quickly fry some water spinach and whip up a bowl of seaweed and egg soup. All right. He admired the glistening dishes, reflecting on how generously his brother had used oil. Typically, their mother would only use a modest amount when cooking. Father, mother, Yuman, brother, Xiao Hai. Hurry and wash your hands for dinner. Yu Cheng called out as he brought out the last plate of water spinach. Even without working. Do we really need to wash our hands before a meal? Yu Defu grumbled, thinking how his youngest son had become quite particular about cleanliness while living in the city. You old fellow, if you don't speak. No one will assume you're mute, Panda Fan teased, playfully nudging Yu Defu's waist. Father, washing your hands before and after meals is beneficial for your health. Otherwise, you might end up with a stomachache from all the bacteria, Yu Cheng explained with a smile. Indeed, old man, listen to Cheng Zi, he speaks wisely. Panda Fan urged, promptly leading Yu Defu to the kitchen to wash their hands. Father, mother, use this soap, it leaves your hands fragrant. Jiang Yuman cheerfully presented a soap dish, placing it beside the sink. The dish cradled a plump bar of antibacterial soap, specifically for hand washing, while a different variety was designated for bathing. Panda Fan and Yu Defu exchanged glances, pondering whether Cheng Zi and Yuman lived like this regularly. Watching his parents' somewhat flustered expressions, Yu Cheng couldn't help but smile and approach them. Father, mother, you'll get used to it. We're heading out for a meal. As Yu Defu and Panda Fan dried their hands, they made their way to the dining area. The dining table exuded an air of sophistication, crafted from what appeared to be high-quality wood. Panda Fan mused, considering that these items belonged to the homeowner. She wondered if they would be liable for any accidental damage. This thought made her uneasy about enjoying the meal. Mother, why aren't you eating? Jiang Yuman noticed her mother-in-law sitting idle, lost in thought and not touching her chopsticks. Meanwhile, her father-in-law was enjoying his food heartily. Cheng Zi, Yuman. The items here are not inexpensive. If anything gets damaged, we might have to pay for it. Even a single item here could be beyond our means to replace. Yu Cheng's mother expressed her concern. Upon hearing this, Yu Cheng chuckled, realizing his mother's worries. Mother, everything here is practically brand new. The homeowner hasn't lived here long before moving abroad. They are no longer around. Even if something were to break, we could simply have it repaired. Besides, how easily could something be damaged? It's not made of paper, so please don't worry. Yu Cheng delicately served a portion of stir-fried tomatoes and eggs to Yuman. As for his father and Xiao Hai, they were thoroughly enjoying their meal without his assistance. His elder brother preferred to serve himself, so Yu Cheng refrained from doing so. To Fin, Cheng Zi is no longer a child. He knows his boundaries. Yu Dafu remarked through a mouthful of rice, his words somewhat indistinct. He had come to realize that his youngest son was becoming increasingly assertive, adeptly managing affairs both internally and externally. He even maintained a cordial relationship with the elderly gatekeeper of their community. Only then did Panda Fan begin to eat with peace of mind. Xiao Hai, after we finish eating, I will drive you back to the factory, Yu Cheng declared, setting down his utensils and addressing Qian Xiao Hai, who was still dining. Dad, Mom, elder brother, Yuman. Please take a good rest at home this afternoon until I return. The sun is quite intense. It is better to stay indoors. All right, attend to your matters. We shall not trouble you. Yu Dafu waved his hand dismissively. He understood that his son was engaged in serious business, and they should refrain from any distractions. As for visiting the in-laws, he trusted that his youngest son would handle the arrangements efficiently. Chapter 86. A half-month's leave, is that enough? Father, There is no rush. I will tidy up the dishes before I leave. You may eat at your leisure, Cheng replied to his father, observing the anxious expression on his father's face, which seemed to surpass his own. Brother, let us depart. I have finished my meal, Qian Shaohai quickly declared as he cleared the remnants of rice from his bowl. Leaving it spotless, there wasn't a single grain left. Cheng recalled that in the past, this boy would always leave 7 or 8 grains in his bowl. He was unaware that since their return from the double harvest, Qian Shaohai had come to appreciate the arduous journey of rice from harvest to the final dish, leading him to never waste even a morsel of food. Truly, one must endure certain experiences to bring about change and growth. Just a moment. I will wash the dishes before heading out. Please, take a seat on the sofa and rest, Cheng insisted. It was unthinkable to leave the task of cleaning up to his parents on the very first day. He suspected that Yuman would offer to help, but their parents would surely refuse her assistance. Although his elder brother was accustomed to farm work, cooking and washing dishes were tasks he seldom engaged in, primarily focusing on field work. Qingzi, you and Xiao I should go attend to your business. We are perfectly capable here. Pan Dafeng urged her son to hurry. With nothing to occupy them and no livestock to tend, it felt as if they were merely lingering as idle ancestors. Impudent boy, hurry and take care of your matters. Your mother is here, Yu Dafu declared, belching contentedly as he set down his bowl. Chengzi, go on. Your brother is waiting. Yu Zhou also pressed him to leave. Seeing the insistence of those around him, Yu Cheng finally prepared to change his shoes and head out with Xiaohai. First, he ventured to the storage room to gather some local specialties and a few vegetables grown at home, placing them in the basket attached to his bicycle. Yu Cheng, what are you doing with those vegetables? Do you plan to cook in the factory? Qian Shaohai inquired, considering that the food provided at the factory was rather unappetizing. What nonsense are you thinking? Cook. Even the factory director doesn't have that privilege. Do you think I would dare? Yu Cheng laughed, giving Qian Shaohai a playful pat on the back of his head. Kiki, you are right, Yu Cheng. But what purpose do those items serve at the factory? Qian Shaohai gestured towards the contents of Yu Cheng's basket. These are for the factory director and the manager. I want them to sample genuine, organically grown vegetables. Our homegrown produce, nourished with natural fertilizer, is exceptionally delightful, Yu Cheng explained. Oh, Yu Cheng, you truly know how to navigate relationships, Qian Shaohai remarked. Having learned yet another lesson about the art of social interaction, it is not that I am particularly skilled. The director and the manager have often extended their kindness to me, and I wish to reciprocate, though this is simply a gesture of goodwill, Yu Cheng clarified. His parents had previously instructed him to bring a small token for the leaders. In this era, most farmers were sincere and straightforward, devoid of ulterior motives. Their kindness was genuine. As they continued their conversation, they arrived at the factory. Yu Cheng dismounted, retrieving a bag of fresh dates and peeled chestnuts from his bicycle basket and placing them into Qian Shaohai's basket. Take these dates and chestnuts back to your dormitory as snacks. They are from our own harvest, he said. Thank you, Yu Cheng, Qian Shaohai exclaimed joyfully, clutching the items in gratitude. There's no need to thank me. It's a gift from my parents specifically for you. You're practically half their son now, Yu Cheng joked. Well, that's wonderful. I'm more than happy to accept it, brother Yu Cheng. Please extend my gratitude to uncle and aunt. I'll head back to the dormitory for some much-needed rest, Qian Shaohai replied joyfully as he ran off. Yu Cheng, carrying the remaining items, divided them in half before making his way to the factory director's office. The door was ajar, and he entered without hesitation. Director, I'm back, he announced, placing the items onto Gu Dahai's desk. Ah, Yu Cheng, you rascal. You've returned with all this. Gu Dahai chuckled, gesturing toward the assortment on the table, which appeared to consist of various vegetables and fruits. Achoo. Gu Dahai sneezed involuntarily, having caught a whiff of the chili peppers. These are from my parents. They came along with me. Yu Cheng mentioned briefly about the treatment for his elder brother's leg. Gu Dahai nodded. I shall accept these gifts, as they are a token of your parents' goodwill. He thought to himself how sincere they were to bring gifts from so far away. Upon closer inspection, he noted the array of fresh dates, chestnuts, green and red chili peppers, dried bamboo shoots, dried green beans, and 2 plump, fragrant melons. A small gift carries great sentiment. A feather from 1,000 miles. Director, I'm off to see the supervisor. Please continue with your work, Yu Cheng said as he prepared to leave. Yu Cheng, your brother needs treatment for his leg, and since there's not much going on at the factory now, with the previous orders being wrapped up, why not take a break? Rest assured, your salary will remain unaffected, Gu Dahai suggested, considering that Yu Cheng would be preoccupied with hospital visits and family matters, thus deserving some time off. Rumor had it that the chairman's son was often seen shadowing Yu Cheng. His future prospects seemed far beyond that of merely a class leader. Director, are you serious? How long can I take off? And without a salary deduction? This is truly a delightful surprise. Such an opportunity would allow him to spend quality time with his parents while attending to his brother's treatment. He desperately needed this break. Is a fortnight sufficient? Gu Dehai inquired with a smile, observing Yu Cheng's elation. Unbeknownst to Yu Cheng, the director's salary had increased by 1,000 yuan this month. More accurately, a bonus. Gu Dehai was pleased as well. That is more than enough. Thank you, director. Yu Cheng exclaimed as he dashed out to deliver the remaining share of items to the supervisor's office. When Lu Wenfeng saw the generous array of gifts Yu Cheng brought him, his eyes welled with emotion. This young man had not forgotten him. Even amidst the hustle and bustle of life, beyond his family, Yu Cheng was the only one who seemed to connect with him at the factory. Unexpectedly, this young man had proven to be quite considerate. The workshop, which had previously been somewhat lackadaisical, now thrived with energy, and even the domineering Lu Xiaobo had become compliant. The entire workshop was buzzing with vitality, as everyone worked diligently, alleviating Lu Wenfeng's concerns significantly. Yu Cheng shared with the director that he had been granted a half-month leave by the factory manager, along with the reasons for this decision. Lu Wenfeng, without a moment's hesitation, nodded in agreement, encouraging him to spend quality time with his parents and to seek medical assistance for his elder brother's leg. After completing these tasks, Yu Cheng proceeded to the workshop, only to find Lu Xiaobo diligently cleaning the machinery. Xiaobo, you are doing splendidly. Yu Cheng called out. Brother Yu Cheng, you have returned. Lu Xiaobo paused his work. Indeed, I merely came to inspect the equipment. It seems you will have to bear the burden during my absence, Yu Cheng replied, handing Lu Xiaobo 2 packs of cigarettes. Brother Yu Cheng, if you have any requests, please do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly assist you. As for the cigarettes, please keep them, Lu Xiaobo insisted, having already accepted a pack from him previously. Xiaobo, take them. Are you looking down upon me? Yu Cheng feigned anger, adopting a stern expression. Not at all. Lu Xiaobo shook his head, ultimately accepting the cigarettes. His eyes were slightly red. Even his own brother had never shown him such kindness. Previously, his elder brother and sister-in-law would only lament that he earned too little for the family. Now, having been promoted to deputy team leader with a considerable salary increase, they had begun to treat him with more warmth. Forget the unhappy thoughts, Xiaobo. Things will improve. Continue to work diligently, and the heavens will not forsake a hard-working individual, Yu Cheng reassured him, noticing the instability in his emotions. He briefly explained the reason for his leave. Lu Xiaobo patted his chest in assurance. Brother Yu Cheng, rest assured, I will lead everyone to work diligently. He envied the warmth and affection that Yu Cheng's family shared. The two then thoroughly inspected all the equipment and tidied up the workshop, remaining busy until nearly closing time. After which Yu Cheng rode his bicycle home.